Unexpectedly transported to the world of Naruto, Bai Qi found himself in the village of Konoha, unsure whether his fate was fortunate or unfortunate. Through the influence of the world's will, he became one of the orphans of Konoha. However, he soon discovered with dismay that he was unable to extract chakra. While he fantasized about becoming a wealthy, ordinary person, merely observing life in the Naruto universe, Bai Qi unexpectedly succeeded in absorbing natural energy using the cultivation techniques from his previous world that he laughed heartily, declaring, "What chakra? It's worthless." Chapter 1. Those without the talent of a ninja. Bai Qi, I regret to inform you that you lack the talent to become a ninja. The teacher conducting the entrance examination at the Ninja Academy, Mizuki, spoke these words with a tone of feigned sympathy. Before him stood a strikingly handsome boy of approximately 13, sporting a ponytail. His name was Bai Qi, a comic book artist from another world known as Blue Star. He had accidentally crossed over to the Naruto world while saving someone at the beach. Curiously, his body had rejuvenated, appearing as if he were around 10 years old. Whether it was the world's will or a perk of his transmigration, he was viewed by others merely as an orphan from the great ninja wars, freeing him from the burdens of identity. Hearing the words from Mizuki, who would later be deceived by Orochimaru into tricking Naruto into stealing the forbidden scroll, Bai Qi sighed, his face betraying little resentment. This was already his third failure at the entrance examination. As an orphan of the fallen civilian ninjas, he had no hope of acquiring a family heirloom ninjutsu scroll. Yet, Bai Qi had obtained a method for chakra extraction. Regrettably, after 3 years of practice, he had still been unable to extract a single drop of chakra. After much contemplation, Bai Qi reached a conclusion. His origins from another realm meant that he bore no chakra seeds within him, rendering him incapable of extracting chakra. Stepping out of the examination room, Bai Qi wandered the streets alone. Without the ability to extract chakra, I cannot become a ninja. In the world of Naruto, lacking the status of a ninja means I am but a driftwood of fate. A single wave could obliterate my existence. Others are transmigrated with supportive systems or extraordinary talents. Why am I left with nothing? Well, dwelling on this is futile. I should consider how to live my life moving forward. Konoha has always been harsh on war orphans. The monthly relief funds barely cover food and clothing. Fortunately, I am not a ninja, I don't eat much, and do not need to purchase ninja tools. Thinking of Naruto, aside from the rumors that make the villagers reluctant to sell him anything, he, possessing the talent of a ninja, has an enormous appetite. Even without those rumors, that little money wouldn't suffice for him. Not every orphan receives regular support from the third Hokage. Bai Qi felt a sense of foreboding regarding his future. Ippudo ramen. Well, I shall settle for ramen today. Boss, the usual, a bowl of ramen. Bai Qi-kun, how did it go? Did you pass the entrance examination? Asked Shbu, smiling brightly upon seeing Bai Qi. Bai Qi responded, giving a thumbs up to the chef. Uncle Handbeat, Shbu's culinary skills have truly captured your essence. Both Handbeat and Shbu were taken aback. Bai Qi, with a face of despondency, remarked, just sprinkle some salt, and I mean that quite professionally, as if pouring salt into a wound. Handbeat burst into laughter, while Shbu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Bai Qi-kun, that's not what I meant. Shbu, I understand I was merely jesting. In life, one must learn to find joy amidst hardship. Their laughter brought lightness to the atmosphere. Bai Qi-kun is a true man. I admire your positive outlook. However, what are your plans for the future? At that moment, the ramen was ready. After taking a bite and giving a thumbs up, Bai Qi casually declared, though I lack the talent of a ninja and cannot become one, making a living is still a straightforward endeavor. Impressive. Uncle Handbeat, another bowl of ramen tea that moment. A familiar voice echoed from behind. Bai Qi turned to see a boy with a few long whiskers and yellow hair walk in. Who else could it be but Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto, what brings you here for a meal today? With a sunny demeanor, Naruto sat on the bench and laughed. Uncle Handbeat, tomorrow I start attending the Ninja Academy. I will become an extraordinary ninja and strive to be Hokage, so everyone will acknowledge me. Remarkable. Naruto, I believe in you. Handbeat praised, offering encouragement. Naruto beamed with joy at the compliment. Shbu added her words of encouragement as well. Bai Qi, overhearing their exchange, mused, if Naruto is enrolling, then it must be the 58th year of Konoha. Not bad, there's still a long stretch of relative safety, at least within the village. Once Naruto takes the Chunin exam, he'll need to find a place to hide. I certainly don't wish to be crushed into a meat pie by a snake. Congratulations, Naruto. Bai Qi chimed in with a smile. Naruto turned his gaze toward Bai Qi, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. After all, in the village, other than the third Hokage, only Handbeat and Shpu treated him with kindness. Peers who got too close to him were swiftly taken away by their parents, reprimanded, and forbidden from associating with him. It had been a long time since Naruto had encountered someone like Bai Qi, who treated him with warmth. Thank you very much. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said, extending his hand apprehensively. Bai Qi smiled and shook his hand, saying, "I'm Bai Qi, an ordinary person." Handbeat and Shpu exchanged surprised glances before breaking into genuine smiles. With someone willing to accept him, Naruto opened up, chatting away without restraint. "Boss, hey, raise the payment for the meal. My meal ticket." After finishing their ramen, Bai Qi and Naruto paid at the same time. Handbeat laughed heartily, shaking his head. "No need for that. Today, Uncle Handbeat treats you both. One is about to enter the Ninja Academy, and the other is becoming a true man. This is a cause for celebration." "Then we thank Uncle Handbeat and Miss Shpo," Bai Qi replied with gratitude, while Naruto bowed deeply in appreciation. As they exited Ippudo Ramen, Naruto hesitated. Bai Qi-kun, can we keep chatting like this in the future?" With his head lowered, he stole glances at Bai Qi. Bai Qi turned to him with a radiant smile. "Aren't we friends?" "Why not?" Naruto's face lit up visibly, as though a beam of light had illuminated him. "Yes, we are friends." Since their homes were not on the same path, they parted ways. Bai Qi had no ulterior motives in befriending Naruto, although audiences on Blue Star often mocked Naruto and expressed dissatisfaction. Believing that a darker, more cynical version of him was the true path, Bai Qi still hoped for Naruto to embody the innocent, kind-hearted character from the original story. After all, if Naruto truly turned dark, it would be the ordinary people like Bai Qi who would suffer the consequences. Many on Blue Star lamented that the powerful in the Naruto world relied on their bloodlines, advocating for the plight of civilian ninjas. Yet Bai Qi believed that the most pitiable were not the civilian ninjas, but the ordinary folk who could not extract chakra. They were the ones truly deserving of sympathy. Due to the existence of ninjas, the technological advancement in the Naruto world was significantly stifled. Ordinary citizens could hardly reap the benefits of technology. In the face of computers, machinery, and televisions, even the wealthiest commoners in the Land of Fire lived in thatched huts, using oil lamps, toiling the land from dawn till dusk. When disaster struck, they possessed no means of defense. Not to mention the impoverished individuals in other nations that in the Hokage's office. A masked Umbu ninja knelt before the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the documents in his hand, which bore a photograph of Bai Qi. A ninja orphan incapable of extracting chakra, with a pure lineage, poses no threat to the Jinchuriki. Moreover, having a friend like Naruto, who willingly accepts the name Kyubi, forms a bond that should not be interfered with. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Watching the Umbu vanish, Sarutobi sighed, standing by the window of the Hokage's office, smiling. Naruto has finally found a friend, albeit a mere ordinary person rather than a ninja. Chapter 2. What chakra? Not even a dog would want it. Upon returning home, Bai Qi sat in his room, waiting in astonishment through the night. That I approached the Jinchuriki and did not receive a warning from the Umbu. Having worked as a comic artist in Blue Star, Bai Qi had read the 3 major manga numerous times, fully aware that many Umbu were constantly monitoring Naruto. Given the importance of Jinchuriki to the ninja village, it was reasonable to expect that if Bai Qi carelessly approached or befriended them, even if the Umbu did not intervene, the roots would certainly emerge. Yet, surprisingly, no one appeared. Thus, various conspiracy theories are merely theories. After all, Naruto is just a passionate anime. There aren't that many intricate plots. In the original anime, within the entire Naruto universe, only Orochimaru possesses a semblance of intelligence, while others, be it Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Uchiha Obito, or the ultimate sycophant Uchiha Madara, display no exceptional stratagems, appearing more as lunatics. Even Uchiha Fugaku, with his peculiar mindset, would leave one in disbelief. Contemplating this, it becomes evident that ninjas, as a clandestine organization engaging in assassination, reconnaissance, and theft, are taught various techniques, lacking in political acumen. This art is entirely reliant on innate talent. Take Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. For instance, the former surpasses the latter in strength, yet in terms of political sagacity, Hashirama is unworthy to lace Tobirama's shoes. Yet, even Tobirama exhibits moments of folly, willingly sacrificing himself for the insignificant Tsurutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. It is akin to a king trapped by enemies, who, despite having an opportunity to flee, chooses to forfeit his life to facilitate the escape of a few royal guards, entrusting the nation's future to them. What an absurdity! Not to mention the third and fourth Hokage, who similarly lack political wisdom, displaying only a mild degree of foolishness, their antics nothing short of bizarre. Other ninja villages are no better. Observing how other villages treat their Jinchuriki elucidates Naruto's plight, it is evident that the higher-ups in the major ninja villages are utterly foolish. As for why other villages remain oblivious to Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki, the reason is simple. The ninja world is currently in a post-war honeymoon phase. During the ninja wars, while Jinchuriki are formidable, the outcome of battles is determined more by their tailed beast transformations. The identity of the Jinchuriki is inconsequential that on the battlefield, clues about Jinchuriki are not difficult to ascertain. Moreover, throughout past ninja wars, Konoha's Jinchuriki have rarely participated, posing minimal threat. Alternatively, it is possible that other villages have already gathered intelligence on Konoha's Jinchuriki, yet lower-ranking ninjas lack the authority to be apprised of such information. Casting aside these convoluted thoughts, Bai Qi pondered his next steps. Working is out of the question, so he must find a way to earn money. What business should he pursue? Selling comics? Ridiculous. Not to mention this world lacks copyright laws. Even the startup capital required for comic distribution is beyond his means. Writing? Forget it, his writing skills are inadequate, and he is still learning the language, especially since the written forms in both worlds differ. Were it not for the benefits of his transmigration, he wouldn't even be able to communicate in the local dialect. After contemplating for a while, Bai Qi's eyes brightened. He thought of a business that requires minimal startup capital and would not attract undue attention. Selling tea eggs. Despite its low cost, as a monopolistic venture, it would allow Bai Qi to amass wealth in a short period, after which he could consider other businesses and potentially collaborate with restaurants like Ichirako Ramen. What is this? Transmigrating into the Naruto world. Starting my journey by selling tea eggs? Bai Qi chuckled at himself. With newfound direction for the future, he lay in bed, gazing out at the moon, yet a twinge of discontent lingered within him. Gradually, Bai Qi drifted into a state of semi-consciousness. In his hazy awareness, he inadvertently recalled matters from Blue Star and suddenly opened his eyes wide, remembering something. That was the Taoist method of cultivating qi. As a comic worker, Bai Qi had once participated in a project with a Taoist cultivation background, during which he perused numerous Taoist texts, although he had nearly forgotten, most due to their complexity and sheer volume. Yet, he remembered a particular qi cultivation mantra, as it had been included in the teaching materials, and he had found it interesting enough to practice for a while. Should I give it a try? Bai Qi's mind sparked with the thought, and he could no longer restrain himself. Sitting cross-legged, facing the moonlight, he recalled the qi cultivation mantra and began to practice accordingly. Heart like still water, all thoughts vanish. Take a deep breath, exhale thrice, short inhale, long exhale, cycle repeatedly, mind devoid of distractions. Form like the bagua, left and right alternate. After 10 breaths, return to the dantian. Through repeated practice, Bai Qi transitioned from a mind cluttered with distractions to one of serene tranquility. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar energy entering his body with his breath, ultimately converging in his dantian. Bai Qi abruptly opened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. Did I succeed? Feeling the power within his dantian, Bai Qi could hardly believe he was not dreaming. He cultivated once more, this time opening his eyes to behold countless green light particles forming around him, eventually entering his body with his breath. The power in his dantian surged further, and Bai Qi sat in silence, a mix of laughter and confusion, resembling a madman. Is this natural energy? In the end, Bai Qi speculated. In the Naruto world, there exists not only chakra, but also natural energy. If a ninja can absorb natural energy, they can wield sage techniques. If he cannot extract chakra, then the only power he might acquire will be natural energy. Or perhaps, natural energy is akin to spiritual energy? Bai Qi clenched his fists in excitement. His mind raced, gathering the natural energy in his dantian to his fingertips, cautiously probing. Ultimately, Bai Qi comprehended everything. The source of chakra originates from the divine tree of the Otsutsuki clan in ancient times, Kagaya Otsutsuki. In a bid to defy her clan's punishment, cast the infinite Tsukuyami, putting all humanity into a deep sleep to serve as sustenance for the divine tree. It was during this time that the physical constitution of humans in the Naruto world was altered, planting the seeds of chakra. Thus, even without the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, humans in the Naruto world can extract chakra from the chakra seeds. Chakra, in the Naruto realm, is the amalgamation of spiritual and physical energy. However, Bai Qi now harbored a different hypothesis. Chakra is not produced from the confluence of spiritual and physical energies, but rather through the transformation of natural energy. The divine tree planted by the Otsutsuki was precisely to absorb natural energy from the planet and convert it into chakra. And the chakra seed itself is a diminutive divine. Tree ninjas utilize the chakra seed as a medium, employing their spirit and physical form as fuel to transform natural energy into chakra. This elucidates why the Otsutsuki clan could effortlessly absorb the ninjutsu released by shinobi, for the chakra within the ninja is but a manifestation of the god tree's fruit. Thus, in the realm of ninjas, chakra functions akin to a parasitic entity, gradually siphoning away natural energy and corroding the very fabric of this world. Had the Otsutsuki clan not descended upon this realm, and had the god tree not been fragmented into the nine tails, the natural energy transformed by the ninjas upon the release of their jutsu, and in the wake of their demise, would eventually return to nature, thereby preventing the annihilation of the ninja world due to the depletion of natural energy. This also elucidates why so few ninjas can successfully absorb natural energy to perform sage techniques. All ninjas are scorned by the celestial doctrine of this ninja world. Consequently, it is no surprise that the ninja world remains ensnared in a cycle of misfortune and warfare as the world seeks to purge itself of its parasites. Bai Qi, hailing from another realm, remained untainted by the god tree and devoid of chakra seeds, rendering him incapable of refining chakra. However, the advantage lies in Bai Qi's immunity to the rejection of natural energy. With the cultivation methods at his disposal, he can naturally absorb natural energy, or rather, spiritual essence. I see now how trivial chakra is, even a dog would disdain it. Bai Qi proclaimed with pride, lifting his head and laughing heartily. Chapter 3. Prosperity through diligence. Time flows gently, and peaceful days are always fleeting. Before one realizes, it is already the 63rd year of Konoha. Thanks to the relatively tranquil environment of Konoha village, Bai Qi's tea eggs have gained immense acclaim. With the formula for the tea eggs remaining unsolved, Bai Qi enjoyed a lucrative period, amassing a considerable amount of startup capital. However, as more individuals deciphered the recipe and method of making tea eggs, their prices plummeted dramatically. Nevertheless, thanks to the initial fame of the Bai brand, Bai Qi's tea eggs remained the most sought after. As business stabilized, Bai Qi entrusted the tea egg recipe to Xiaoda, and they became partners. For every tea egg sold by Xiaoda, Bai Qi earned a share of the profits. Though the earnings were modest, the volume compensated for it. Today, Ichiraku Ramen has transformed from a humble street stall into a thriving establishment. This success is attributed to Xiaoda's collaboration with other shops in Konoha, not only providing authentic Bai tea eggs, but also offering a variety of delicacies that Bai Qi has gradually introduced. Through hard work, Xiaoda and her father have prospered, establishing their own storefront within just a few years. Bai Qi, too, has opened multiple establishments, presenting an array of unique snacks and beverages, with his signature flavored milk teas being the most renowned. In Konoha, Bai Qi has become a well-known figure, a paragon of inspiration for the common folk. Ding dong. The door of the Bai milk tea shop swung open, and the wind chimes rang melodiously. Bai Qi, I brought my classmates to support your business. Naruto shouted exuberantly. Bai Qi closed his book and smiled, saying, Thank you, Naruto-kun, and your classmates for coming. The shop had attentive waitstaff, so Bai Qi did not need to tend to the customers personally. He glanced over and, as expected, saw the familiar trio of Inazuka Kiba, Narashikamu, and Akimichi Seiji, along with Hinata Hyuga. Welcome, Naruto's friends. It's a pleasure to meet you all for the first time. Today it's my treat. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Excuse me, though this might seem abrupt, I am also one of Naruto's classmates. A melancholic voice interjected before the five could recover from Bai Qi's handsome appearance. Bai Qi turned sharply towards the source of the voice, astonished. A skillful ninja? Could this be the legendary art of invisibility? Only upon hearing the voice did Bai Qi notice a boy in a cloak wearing sunglasses among Naruto's group. No, Bai Qi, he simply has an extremely low presence, Naruto explained. This is why, hi Shino. It's quite rude of you not to remember my name. Shino's voice echoed with a hint of sorrow. Naruto laughed awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Bai Qi inhaled sharply. In the anime, why hi Shino, as one of the Konoha 6, possesses the legendary passive ability of invisibility. Initially thinking it was merely a comedic trope, Bai Qi was taken aback by its chilling reality. The Bai Qi of today is no longer the ordinary person he once was. His cultivation has successfully laid a solid foundation, and his spiritual energy flows robustly. With such close proximity, he had failed to detect Shino, indeed a fearsome ability. Naruto reintroduced Shikamaru, CHG, Kiba, and Hinata to Bai Qi. As everyone settled in, they politely ordered only a cup of milk tea each. Bai Qi, however, thoughtfully ordered a selection of cakes and pastries, not in large quantities, but varied in type. I must tell you, these delicious milk teas and delectable pastries are creations of Bai Qi himself. He is truly a genius. Naruto boasted proudly, as if he were the one responsible. Bai Qi understood Naruto's desire to flaunt his friend and gave him a thumbs up. In truth, Naruto's invaluable suggestions played a significant role in the invention of these treats. Without his input, my success would not have been possible. Bai Qi's acknowledgement made Naruto beam with pride. The others exchanged bewildered glances, unable to believe their ears. They did not care for Bai Qi's praise of Naruto, but rather for Bai Qi's attitude towards him. They were all too aware of the villagers' sentiments towards Naruto. Few like Bai Qi treated Naruto with such kindness, aside from Shouta and her father. To Naruto, Bai Qi represented a beacon of hope in the darkest of times, a priceless treasure that he cherished deeply these past few years. Yet, with graduation assessments approaching tomorrow, Naruto resolved to reveal his hidden treasures to his new friends during this pivotal moment in his life. Is Bai Qi also a ninja? Kiba asked casually. Naruto's smile vanished instantly. Bai Qi, however, responded graciously, not at all. I lack the talents of a ninja and cannot refine chakra. I am merely an ordinary person. Nonsense. A person capable of creating such exquisite food, even if not a ninja, is a god in my eyes. CHG exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he held his cake like a precious gem. Thank you for your kind words. Knowing you enjoy them is the greatest affirmation, Bai Qi replied. And Naruto's smile returned once more. Bai Qi's lack of ninja status was the very reason Naruto hesitated to introduce him to his classmates. Aware that Bai Qi had failed the entrance exams 3 times in his pursuit of becoming a ninja, he feared that, just as before, discussions of ninjutsu might wound Bai Qi's heart. However, it seemed his worries were unfounded as Bai Qi appeared to have moved past his disappointments regarding his inability to become a ninja. As the atmosphere of their conversation grew warmer, they gradually shifted to discussing the upcoming graduation assessments. So, Naruto, do you have confidence in tomorrow's graduation assessments? Naruto proudly raised his thumb and confidently proclaimed, Don't worry, Bai Qi. I will undoubtedly graduate successfully and become a capable ninja. Yes, I believe in you. Give it your all. Unfortunately, Sakura declined to join me in meeting Bai Qi, a gentle and kind person whom I wish she could meet. Inuzuka Ino chuckled, It's probably for the best. Otherwise, I would have another rival. The group responded with confusion. Oh, never mind, I said nothing. They laughed, while Bai Qi pretended not to hear, engaging in casual banter with them. Sakura? As one of the most disliked characters in Konoha, Bai Qi's opinion of her was not overwhelmingly negative. Naruto had a crush on Sakura, as depicted in the anime, but his ongoing affection was due to Sakura's differing attitude towards him. While the villagers' disdain for Naruto stemmed from his identity as the Nine Tails, Sakura's animosity was rooted in her personal feelings towards him. Though the sentiments were similar, for Naruto, whose emotions were intricate and twisted, the distinction was profound. Curiosity often leads a woman to fall for a man, and likewise, a man may be drawn to a woman out of curiosity. Bai Qi believed Naruto's fixation on Sakura originated from this very curiosity. After their meal, Bai Qi rose to see everyone off. Watching their departing figures, he murmured to himself, Tomorrow is the graduation assessment. Naruto will likely fail and be lured by Mizuki to steal the Forbidden Scroll, which could be my opportunity. Chapter 4. Graduation Exam. Bai Qi coveted the Forbidden Scroll not because he believed ninjutsu surpassed sorcery, but because he lacked a system. Relying solely on the Qi cultivation formula he remembered from before his crossing, he could absorb natural energy and embark on the path of cultivation. Within Bai Qi resides a robust reservoir of natural energy, yet he lacks the spells to wield it effectively. Although his years of training have allowed him to begin recalling forgotten memories, he is yet to fully regain them. Since Bai Qi began to vividly recall the memories that had long been forgotten, he no longer feared that his path in cultivating immortality would be severed. Prior to his transmigration, Bai Qi had participated in an animated project centered around the theme of immortality cultivation. To align more closely with reality, he meticulously studied several Taoist classics, albeit a limited number, including esteemed texts such as The Complete Truth of the Chuanjian Sect, The Return of All Methods, and The Secret Techniques of the Three Heavens, along with various scattered treatises on cultivation found online, covering a vast array of subjects, from the essence of Taoism to weapon forging, spells, and talismans. As his cultivation level advanced, he found that these contents began to resurface in his memory, equipping him with diverse means to confront adversaries. However, he sensed that recalling these materials would require considerable time. Naruto had already graduated from the Ninja Academy, and the pace of events in the world would accelerate, with dangers lurking at every corner, particularly with the imminent Chunin exams, which would bring chaos to Konoha. Thus, Bai Qi resolved to devise a plan for obtaining the Book of Seals. In the original narrative, figures capable of wielding natural energy, such as the Senju clan's Hashirama, Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya, and Kabuto Yakushi, could utilize natural energy to perform ninjutsu, indicating that ninjutsu is fundamentally a method of harnessing spiritual energy. Bai Qi believed that he would certainly be able to do so as well. Moreover, his audacity to scheme for the Book of Seals beneath the watchful eyes of the third Hokage was not reckless. It stemmed from confidence. Over the years, he had recalled several spells, successfully mastering 3, the Heavenly Emperor Palm, the Fire Palm, and the Celestial Transformation spell. Additionally, he had studied martial arts, including Bagwazang, Tai Chi, and Bajikwan, with the former being his forte, even developing techniques akin to those depicted in martial arts dramas that allowed him to wield extraordinary power with Bagwazang. Though he had not yet engaged in actual combat, he could fell a massive tree with a single strike. This was without considering the enhancements provided by the Heavenly Emperor Palm and the Fire Palm. Among these, the Celestial Transformation spell was the legendary 36 transformations of the Celestial Pole. It was not a mere superficial transformation like ninjutsu, but a genuine ability to embody the strength of the transformed entity, provided that the transformed individual, be it a sage, demon, or otherwise, did not exceed his own power by more than threefold. Yet, Bai Qi felt that dealing with someone like Mizuki would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The following day, Naruto sat alone on a swing at the Ninja Academy, watching his classmates being surrounded and praised by their parents, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He occasionally glanced toward the school gate, filled with both anticipation and dread. Due to the interference of the Nine-Tails chakra within him, Naruto's transformation technique had predictably failed, resulting in his failure to pass the assessment. He became the sole student unable to graduate from the Ninja Academy that year, which plunged him, who had yearned for strength and recognition, into utter despair. Just yesterday, he had fervently assured his elder brother Bai Qi that he would complete his graduation exam and become a capable ninja. Yet today, he had failed the assessment and become a laughingstock of the academy. In this moment of hopelessness, Naruto craved comfort. Perhaps no one in Konoha cared for his feelings, but he believed that his brother Bai Qi would. Yet, he feared encountering the disappointment in Bai Qi's gaze. At this moment, he was caught in a tumultuous conflict of emotions. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, his beloved elder brother Bai Qi stood at a distance, quietly observing him, until Mizuki unexpectedly appeared beside Naruto, speaking words that Naruto could not hear, after which Naruto followed Mizuki away. At that moment, Bai Qi smiled and made his way toward the Ninja Academy at a leisurely pace, greeting acquaintances with warm smiles along the way. Upon arriving at the academy, he pretended to search for Naruto, ultimately spotting Irika standing alongside the third Hokage, and quickly approached them. "Good afternoon, Hokage-sama, Teacher Irika. Have you seen Naruto?" Due to Naruto's connection, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Irika were familiar with Bai Qi, recognizing him as someone who treated Naruto without prejudice, regarded as an elder brother by Naruto. "I'm sorry, I was quite busy with matters at the shop and just arrived, missing Naruto's graduation assessment, but the children are still here, so it may not be too late. I hope Naruto won't hold it against me." Bai Qi had become somewhat of a celebrity in Konoha, known for his handsome appearance, humility, and exceptional intellect. After accumulating a considerable fortune, he often took on high-ranking ninja missions from the Konoha building, maintaining a good rapport with the village authorities. Even the usually stoic Konoha shinobi would smile in Bai Qi's presence. Sarutobi chuckled. "Ah, it's you, Bai Qi-kun. Naruto just left with Mizuki-sensei." Bai Qi feigned confusion. Iruka hastily added, "Naruto failed his graduation assessment and is unable to become a ninja. He is feeling down, and Mizuki-sensei may have taken him somewhere quiet to comfort him." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi frowned slightly but soon smiled, saying, "I see. Then I can rest easy." Naruto is simple-minded and prone to getting stuck in his thoughts. However, with the guidance of a respected teacher from the Ninja Academy, he should be able to overcome the shadow of failure. Since he is not here, I will return to the shop and wait for him. If you see him, please convey my message. I have prepared some comforting snacks for him. Additionally, please tell him that failure is the mother of success. He must not be disheartened by a single setback. Both Sarutobi and Iruka were moved, nodding earnestly. Watching Bai Qi's departing figure, Iruka felt a deep sense of admiration. Although Bai Qi was not a ninja, his thoughts and insights far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, often expressing wisdom that commanded respect. Iruka frequently mused that if Bai Qi were to become a ninja, he would undoubtedly make an excellent teacher at the Ninja Academy. "Iruka, what do you think of Bai Qi as a person?" asked Sarutobi unexpectedly, watching Bai Qi disappear around a corner. Iruka was momentarily taken aback before affirmatively responding. "He is someone who inspires genuine admiration, possessing extraordinary wisdom, even though he is not a ninja." "Why do you say that?" "Hokage-sama, you may recall that Naruto used to engage in pranks to seek attention. However, one day, while I was reprimanding Naruto, Mr. Bai Qi came to pick him up and learned of Naruto's antics. At that moment, he earnestly admonished Naruto, saying not to commit small evils nor to neglect small acts of kindness. He advised Naruto that it is not wrong to seek others' recognition and attention, but it should never be through malicious means. Even the smallest prank is still an act of malice. Moreover, one does not need overwhelming power to gain others' acknowledgement. Living by example and performing good deeds with a kind heart will also earn recognition and respect." These words not only struck Naruto, but also left a profound impact on me. Sarutobi remained silent for a long time, then smiled. Naruto has an extraordinary older brother. Chapter 5. The Celestial Transformation Spell. Bai Qi was blissfully unaware of Sarutobi's flattering thoughts upon hearing Iruka's praise. He returned to his shop, genuinely preparing some delicacies for Naruto, then hung a closed for today sign at the entrance, allowing his staff to leave early. However, he did not lock the door, making it clear that he was waiting for Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto, unaware, was being led astray by Mizuki, preparing to steal the Book of Seals, and naturally did not dare return to face his beloved elder brother, intending to learn the contents of the Book of Seals first and become a true ninja before meeting Bai Qi again. Although he was aware of this, Bai Qi still took these precautions, as it was prudent to be prepared. After all, Sarutobi was known for his penchant for eavesdropping, and one could never know if the other party might be spying on him. After all, the Book of Seals was undoubtedly a highly classified and valuable item for Konoha. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Bai Qi found himself in the restroom, employing the shadow clone technique he had learned from Naruto. He positioned a clone in the shop to create a fade while he concealed himself near the Hokage building. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto had pilfered the forbidden sealing scroll intentionally placed by Sarutobi Hiruzen and was now on the move. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Qi finally spotted Naruto, observing his furtive demeanor with a suppressed chuckle. In the shadows, he began to recite an incantation. "Celestial Vanguard, North Star of Honor, before me lies thunder and lightning. Behind me, the winds and clouds gather. Stars align on either side, 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Assist my transformation. Take any form, traverse the unseen, conceal at will. Ascend to the heavens, or delve into the earth, soar through the clouds. I now invoke this spell to ensure eternal life." Swiftly as commanded, guided by the incantation, the natural energy within Bai Qi rapidly diminished. His form morphed into that of a man clad in traditional Japanese warring states armor, with long black hair and crimson eyes, none other than Uchiha Madara. This was Bai Qi's wicked amusement. Under the gaze of his Sharingan, the world slowed, significantly enhancing his observational prowess. The might of the Celestial Transformation spell was not merely in altering appearances. It allowed the wielder to utilize the abilities of the transformed entity. However, Bai Qi's current strength was far from that of the peak Uchiha Madara. He attempted to access the full extent of Madara's power, but could only manage a rudimentary version of Susanoo. With an air of disdainful superiority, Bai Qi remarked, "Do you wish to dance as well?" He chuckled ominously and transformed into a white-haired humanoid, resembling the summoning beast of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the monkey King Kong. Bai Qi could already envision Hiruzen's bewilderment upon witnessing his summoning beast run amok through the crystal ball. After waiting a while, Bai Qi observed Naruto emerging, burdened by a colossal scroll towering over him, and darting into the woods of the village. Trailing behind him was Mizuki, clad in a headscarf. Bai Qi followed at a leisurely pace, refraining from immediately striking Mizuki down, for this was an opportunity for Naruto to practice the multiple shadow clone technique. Should he miss this chance, persuading Hiruzen to provide Naruto with special training would prove exceedingly difficult. After all, this was a minor scheme devised by Hiruzen himself. Bai Qi was well aware of Mizuki's treachery, having been manipulated by Orochimaru into becoming a traitor to Konoha. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to use Naruto and the sealing scroll as bait to ensnare the self-satisfied Mizuki. The latter remained blissfully ignorant, believing himself to be exceptionally clever. He failed to consider the significance of the sealing scroll and the importance of the Hokage building. How could Naruto, a mere laggard incapable of executing a simple three-body technique, stealthily steal the sealing scroll from the Hokage's office? With Mizuki's intellect, it was no wonder he had been outwitted by the third Hokage and Orochimaru. Bai Qi resembled a yellow bird lurking in the shadows, fixated on the mantis, following closely behind Mizuki while paying little attention to Naruto. Soon, alarms blared throughout Konoha, and news of Naruto's theft of the sealing scroll spread like wildfire. Hiruzen, boasting like an old braggart, dispatched a multitude of ninjas in pursuit of Naruto's opposite direction while guiding Iruka towards Naruto's location. Iruka, chosen by Hiruzen as Naruto's mentor and beacon of hope, soon found Naruto and Mizuki. After a textbook-style confrontation between Iruka and Mizuki, Iruka fell to Mizuki's might. Following Iruka's heartfelt declaration, Naruto surged with newfound strength, unleashing a swarm of shadow clones that severely injured the Chunin Mizuki. Iruka gazed at Naruto in disbelief, then smiled with satisfaction. However, just then, Iruka's expression shifted as he, with great effort, shielded Naruto from an impending threat. "Who goes there?" Naruto felt the tension rise as footsteps approached. Emerging from the shadows was a white-haired monkey adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. Upon recognizing the figure, both Iruka and the observing Hiruzen were taken aback. How did the Monkey King appear here without my summoning? Hiruzen was utterly baffled. Lord Kong. Upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, Hiruzen's summoning beast, Iruka exhaled a sigh of relief, though he remained cautious. "This is the third Hokage's summoning beast, Lord Kong," Iruka explained to Naruto. "The monkey fears for your safety and has come to assist you. It appears my intervention is unnecessary. Iruka, you have done well." Upon hearing this, Iruka fully relaxed. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, watching through the crystal ball, grew increasingly anxious. He had not summoned the Monkey King to support Iruka. Summoning technique, Monkey King. Hiruzen promptly executed the summoning jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, the Monkey King appeared beside Hiruzen. Observing the Monkey King beside him and then comparing it to the figure within the crystal ball, Hiruzen quickly deduced that the latter was a mere imitation. "Third Hokage, what is the purpose of summoning me?" Hiruzen pointed toward the crystal ball. Upon seeing the familiar face within, the Monkey King's fury ignited. "How dare someone impersonate me and steal the sealing scroll? Hiruzen, let's hurry. I must confront the scoundrel who dares to masquerade as me." Hiruzen nodded. "Though we may be late, we cannot ignore this. Monkey King, let us proceed at once." Hiruzen, dragging the crystal ball, rushed towards Naruto's location, while Naruto hesitated, extending his hand toward Iruka, anxious about the unfolding events. "Lord Kong, perhaps it would be best for Naruto to personally return the sealing scroll to the third Hokage." Bai Qi glanced at Iruka, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "I must first ascertain the authenticity of the scroll. If it is a counterfeit, how will you explain it to the third Hokage? Only I possess the authority to determine the scroll's validity. Do you, Iruka, believe you have the right to examine it?" Iruka quickly shook his head and, after a moment's thought, addressed Naruto. "Naruto, please unfurl the sealing scroll so that Lord Kong can verify its authenticity." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi mused that Iruka was indeed a competent ninja, maintaining his vigilance even now, refusing to hand over the scroll. Behind the crystal ball, Hiruzen nodded in approval. As the sealing scroll gradually unfurled, Bai Qi promptly memorized the contents of the multiple shadow clone technique. "Continue," he urged. Naruto, reveal a bit more. The next section contained the King Kong sealing technique. Bai Qi's lips curled. Indeed, this sealing scroll was a special training aid provided to Naruto by the third Hokage. It was unsurprising for the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to appear within, but the subsequent inclusion of the King Kong sealing technique, designed specifically to countertail beasts, was unexpected. This is a forgery. Naruto, where have you hidden the real sealing scroll? Chapter 6. The third Hokage's resolve impossible. Naruto would never commit such an act. Iruka immediately retorted upon hearing Bai Qi's claim that the scroll was a fake. Naruto, too, was taken aback. Bai Qi effortlessly seized the sealing scroll from Naruto's hands. Displaying it to Iruka as he stated, the first forbidden technique within the sealing scroll is indeed the multiple shadow clone technique. However, the second technique should be the dark walking technique, while the third is the Edo Tensei. Following that is the flying thunder god technique, among others. The King Kong sealing technique is recorded in the middle section of the scroll. How could it possibly appear in the second position? Bai Qi's words were a clever deception, taking advantage of Iruka and Naruto's ignorance regarding the true contents of the sealing scroll. Iruka and Naruto were left bewildered, observing this entire scene. Hiruzen's forehead was lined with frustration. Indeed, the sealing scroll was a forgery, yet the ninjutsu recorded within was genuine. This is a special arrangement made exclusively for Naruto. It encompasses not only the multiple shadow clone technique, chosen to counteract the disturbances caused by the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto, thus hindering his ability to execute the shadow clone technique smoothly, but also the fourth Hokage's Rasengan, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and the flying thunder god technique to test Naruto's potential for space-time abilities. The third Hokage provided Naruto with ninjutsu and opportunities. How much he can learn ultimately depends on his own abilities. In the original narrative, the third Hokage did not anticipate Naruto's folly in failing to commit the ninjutsu training methods to memory, instead opting to practice the multiple shadow clone technique on the spot. In the end, amidst a treasure trove, Naruto could only claim a single gold brick. Bai Qi swiftly opened the Book of Seals, hastily committing its contents to memory. Upon discovering that it was predominantly filled with sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, and lacking the coveted Edo Tensei, Bai Qi nearly rolled his eyes in disbelief. No, he's deceiving me. Iruka, noticing Bai Qi brazenly perusing the contents of the sealing book, immediately sensed something amiss. He suddenly flung a few shurikens and then advanced with a kunai in hand. Having already read through much of the sealing book, Bai Qi disregarded Iruka, evading all of Iruka's attacks with astonishing agility and angles. Did you notice? Alas, it's too late. After finishing the last piece of content, Bai Qi cast the sealing book aside and delivered a powerful punch, sending Iruka back to his original position. Wow! Iruka felt as though his very organs were about to shatter from a single blow. Iruka-sensei. At this moment, Naruto finally reacted. You scoundrel, I will kill you. Enraged, Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Multiple shadow clones. Instantly, hundreds of Naruto clones emerged densely around them. Bai Qi found himself fortunate to become the second person, after Mizuki, to be besieged by Naruto. Oh, not bad, young man. Who exactly are you? Iruka asked, enduring the agonizing pain in his body. Bai Qi glanced towards the direction of Konoha, already sensing two powerful chakra signatures approaching, one of which was strikingly familiar. It belonged to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Knowing the game was nearing its conclusion, Bai Qi mischievously addressed Naruto and Iruka. Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously enlighten you. With a clang, the shadow clone technique was dispelled, revealing a formidable man clad in Warring State's armor, with a mane of long, flowing hair. I am Uchiha Madara. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was en route, nearly fell from his perch upon seeing that familiar silhouette. What happened, Hiruzen? Jinchuriki was astonished, not expecting Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of ninjutsu, to falter. The third Hokage promptly halted his steps. If the figure in the crystal ball was indeed Uchiha Madara, rushing recklessly towards him would simply lead to disaster. The strongest Hokage in history was merely a title. Did he truly believe that anyone could stand against the likes of Madara Uchiha? Kongu, witnessing the scene in the crystal ball, was also taken aback. After recovering from his shock, he quickly asserted, this cannot be him. He should be old and frail by now. How could he appear so youthful? I understand, but caution is paramount. Konoha can ill afford to lose any more powerful warriors. Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented. Due to the political ineptitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule, Konoha's high-tier combat forces had either perished or deserted, rendering the village weaker than it had ever been. Thus, even though he suspected the figure could not possibly be Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not take the risk, having witnessed Madara's overwhelming strength firsthand. If this individual were truly Madara, rushing forth would yield nothing but a new corpse. Noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to a standstill, Bai Qi chuckled derisively. Is the current Hokage truly so feeble, possessing only such minimal resolve? What are you saying? Naruto retorted. Unfamiliar with the name Uchiha Madara, his obliviousness left him unperturbed. While Iruka stood frozen in terror, unable to utter a word as he gazed upon the face reminiscent of a certain statue, Bai Qi laughed heartily. Young man, your resolve surpasses that of a certain rat. In that case, let us dance, young one. Susanoo. A pale blue skeletal Susanoo abruptly materialized. Having never encountered such a formidable ninjutsu, Naruto, clutching Iruka, hastily retreated as hundreds of clones surged towards Bai Qi. The massive Susanoo swung its arms, and Naruto's clones vanished like moths to a flame. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched in horror as the events unfolded in the crystal ball. It truly is him. As the smoke enveloped the scene, the figures of Bai Qi and all of Naruto's clones dissipated into nothingness. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Strive to grow stronger. I await the day you can challenge me. Naruto stood dumbfounded, staring at the empty forest. Listening to the echoes of voices seemingly emanating from all directions, rendered speechless. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained rooted in place for an extended period, and upon regaining his composure, he recognized the multitude of oddities surrounding this night's events. Initially, he believed that the figure was not Uchiha Madara, yet after witnessing Susanoo, he was nearly convinced it was indeed Madara. However, uncertainty crept back in. He knew well what a proud figure Madara was, incapable of stooping to such lowly acts. Despite the similarities in demeanor and tone to the hazy memories he held, one thing remained clear. Uchiha Madara would never disguise himself as his own summoning beast. Kongu. Go no, I shall go myself. The two of them are already on edge. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided, leaving the crystal ball to Kongu. If that mysterious individual reappears, and we ascertain that he is Uchiha Madara, then use the reverse summoning technique to bring me back. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated sending Kongu to retrieve Iruka and Naruto, but remembering that the mysterious figure had initially disguised himself as Kongu, he realized that sending Kongu now would only provoke them further. Thus, he resolved to brave the danger alone, leaving Kongu behind. There was no other choice. Since Uchiha Madara's rise, apart from Senju Hashirama, no one could claim they faced Madara without trepidation. Chapter 7. The Teaching of Bai Qi. Upon returning to the tea shop, Bai Qi dispelled the shadow clones and sat before a table laden with snacks, grinning with delight. Although he had gleaned from the original narrative that Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat cowardly, he had still overestimated Hiruzen. Ever since assuming the role of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen had become ensnared in a web of paperwork and political intrigue, having long lost the vigor of his youth. He was no longer the man who could shock Danzo, who bravely sacrificed himself to create an escape for Tobirama. The Sarutobi Hiruzen who once faced death and sacrifice head-on had long since perished. He was no longer a figure worthy of admiration and trust. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely an old man who continually disappointed others. Bai Qi rose, tidied up the snacks, and extinguished the lights. Naruto was certainly not returning tonight. For both public and private reasons, the third Hokage would issue a gag order to prevent Naruto and Iruka from revealing any information about Uchiha Madara. Back at his residence, Bai Qi began to reflect on the contents of the sealing book. He felt somewhat vexed. The sealing book was disappointingly inadequate, with very few ninjutsu worth his attention. Only the sealing techniques held some value, and the multiple shadow clone technique was passable, while everything else Bai Qi dismissed as worthless. Techniques like the Flying Thunder God couldn't possibly compare to the art of instant teleportation. The Rasengan, a crude ninjutsu, was simply unbearable to witness. Only someone like Naruto, with his vast chakra reserves as an Uzumaki, could afford such wastefulness. The next day, after a long night of being reprimanded by the third Hokage and accompanying Iruka in the hospital, Naruto, weary in body, finally arrived at the milk tea shop. It was uncertain whether it was Iruka's grave injuries or the emotional toll from the encounter with Bai Qi, who had disguised himself as Uchiha Obito, that dampened Naruto's spirits. Despite having graduated, he felt none of the excitement he had anticipated. He had heard from Irika that after being deceived by Mizuki the previous day, Bai Qi had rushed to his side, though they had missed each other. Pushing the door open, Naruto gathered his spirits and greeted cheerfully, "Bai Qi. Oh, who are you?" He noticed Bai Qi seated at a table, alongside a ninja clad in a green jumpsuit with a distinctive watermelon hairstyle. As the ninja turned around, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. The thick eyebrows of the stranger struck him like a bolt from the blue. "Ah, young one. Good morning." The vigor of youth should be exuberant. "You ought to be more spirited," the stranger exclaimed. "Naruto, you have finally returned. Had I not heard from Irika-sensei that you were with another teacher, I would have launched a search mission at the Hokage Tower. Allow me to introduce, this is my martial arts instructor, Bai Qi. He is a master of physical combat." "Ha ha ha. Bai Qi, you indeed possess discerning eyes. Martial arts? Bai Qi, are you still practicing physical combat?" Naruto seized upon the key point. Bai Qi nodded, smiling. "As you know, I lack the aptitude for ninjutsu and cannot mold chakra. However, my admiration for ninjas compelled me to pursue martial arts. While I may not possess the formidable powers of a ninja, I can still strengthen my body." Guy sighed, adding, "No, if only Bai Qi could mold chakra, he would undoubtedly be a genius in martial arts. Alas, youth is often riddled with regrets. Bai Qi, I believe in you. Even without chakra, you can still become a master of physical combat." Naruto gazed at Bai Qi with a mix of admiration and curiosity. Bai Qi and Guy exchanged compliments, while Naruto, intrigued, turned to Guy and asked, "Is Bai Qi's martial arts really that impressive?" Guy shook his head, clarifying, "It's not a matter of strength per se. Bai Qi's lack of chakra limits the potency of his martial arts, but that does not imply he lacks talent. You see, he has independently developed 3 new styles of martial arts, though they remain incomplete due to his inability to utilize chakra." Naruto stared in shock at the smiling Bai Qi. "So, do you wish to learn? When you have the time, I can teach you. I refrained from mentioning it earlier, as I did not wish to impact your graduation assessment. I heard from Irika-sensei that your shadow clone jutsu results were not particularly outstanding." Naruto felt a rush of embarrassment. Had he not learned the multi-shadow clone technique the previous night, he would have struggled to graduate and felt too ashamed to face Bai Qi. After a brief exchange, Guy took his leave. Since Bai Qi had come into wealth, he frequently posted missions at the Hokage Tower, but he had a long-term teaching task designated for Guy, aimed at training him in martial arts as a contingency for future needs, lest it arouse suspicion within the village. "Bai Qi, you are truly skilled in martial arts and have developed 3 new styles. It's simply remarkable." Naruto's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Bai Qi. Bai Qi chuckled and shook his head. "That is merely Guy's flattery. To be precise, only one style is approaching maturity. The other 2 are still in development, but they are nearing completion. Naruto, would you like to give it a try? However, you must refrain from using chakra." Bai Qi suddenly asked with a grin. Naruto nodded eagerly. After ordering from the staff, Bai Qi led Naruto to the woods in the village. "Come on, Naruto." Bai Qi assumed a stance resembling the 8 trigrams palm. "Bai Qi, you'd better be careful. My martial arts are quite strong too." Naruto shouted as he charged at Bai Qi. Though he was not using chakra, the impressive physique of the Uzumaki clan still endowed him with remarkable speed, far removed from the clumsy portrayal often seen in animations. As he reached Bai Qi, Naruto aimed a punch at his brother's chest, reluctant to truly hurt him. However, as his fist swung, he suddenly found Bai Qi had vanished, and before he could comprehend what had occurred, he felt a pair of hands press against his ribs. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Fortunately, his martial arts skills allowed him to land gracefully, but upon looking up, he saw Bai Qi had merely shifted positions while maintaining that peculiar stance. That was incredible. "Bai Qi, how did you do that?" "It's astounding." Bai Qi retracted his hands, smiling. "That is my nearly perfected martial arts style, known as the 8 trigrams palm. It emphasizes footwork, fluid as a fish, elusive as a specter. It excels in one-on-one combat, allowing for rapid movement within confined spaces, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents to catch my shadow or anticipate my strikes." As he spoke, Bai Qi transitioned into another stance, saying, "Now, let us move on to the second style I've developed, called Tai Chi, which is adept at using an opponent's strength against them, embodying the principle of yielding to overcome." Naruto nodded enthusiastically. However, having learned from the previous encounter, he did not charge in recklessly this time. As he approached Bai Qi, he reached out to grab his shoulder, preventing Bai Qi from disappearing unexpectedly. Yet, as his hand made contact with Bai Qi's shoulder, he felt as though he were grasping at air. not only was there no resistance, but he also inexplicably lost his balance and, in a flurry, found himself tripped and face down on the ground. Next, Bai Qi shifted into his third style, known as the 8 Extremes Fist, characterized by brute strength and aggressive attacks, tailored specifically for individuals with formidable physiques like Naruto. Naruto froze momentarily, tears welling in his eyes. The notion that this style had been developed specifically for him made his heart race, and tears streamed down his face unbidden. This time, I permit you to use Chakra, so you can better experience this martial art. Taking a deep breath, Naruto donned an expression of utmost seriousness. Then I shall not hold back. Bai Qi. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. With a puff of smoke, 10 Narutos materialized, and they all charged at Bai Qi. Bai Qi, akin to a ferocious beast, surged forward with reckless abandon, embodying Naruto's own clumsy spirit. With a flurry of techniques, heart-to-heart strikes, Iron Mountain thrusts, and various other powerful moves, Bai Qi effortlessly dispatched each clone, ultimately delivering a final blow to Naruto's original form, sending him hurtling away. In an instant, all the clones vanished. Chapter 8. The favor of the benefactor lying on the ground. Naruto felt dazed, gazing at the clouds above, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Before, he had not used Chakra and could rationalize that Bai Qi's martial arts skills surpassed his own. Yet, now that he had employed Chakra and even utilized the multi-shadow clone jutsu, he was still overwhelmed by the seemingly ordinary Bai Qi. It all felt like a dream. No wonder Gai-sensei remarked that if Bai Qi could mold Chakra, he would certainly be a martial arts prodigy, destined to become a master. So powerful, truly powerful. Sitting up, Naruto looked at Bai Qi with admiration. He did not feel disheartened or jealous. After all, Bai Qi was his beloved elder brother. The fact that Bai Qi could defeat a lowly genin with the body of an ordinary person filled Naruto with pride. With the recent strike, Bai Qi neither employed natural energy nor exerted his full strength. He relied instead on a significant portion of his finesse. Naruto did not sustain severe injuries, merely some bruising at the point of impact. Given the formidable healing ability of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it would not be long before he fully recovered. Bai Qi, you are truly remarkable, Naruto exclaimed. Bai Qi smiled gently, radiating warmth akin to that of the sun. Would you like to learn? He inquired. Although this set of Bajikwan is not yet fully perfected, it is sufficient for use. As a ninja, you are more adept at identifying its deficiencies and can refine it sooner. Yes, I want to learn, Naruto declared with enthusiasm. Brother, can you not teach me the other 2 sets? He asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Bai Qi chuckled. Of course, but that is a matter for the future. Presently, those 2 sets of martial arts are not suited for you. Naruto let out a small sigh, feeling momentarily disheartened, as if his abilities were deemed insufficient by Bai Qi. Sensing his thoughts, Bai Qi smiled knowingly. Naruto, you aren't doubting your qualifications to learn, are you? Startled, Naruto exclaimed, Brother, you can see what I'm thinking. Bai Qi tousled Naruto's hair and replied, This is merely a matter of life experience, not mind reading. There is no qualification required for these 3 sets of martial arts. Each is profound and requires considerable investment of energy to master. If you attempt to learn all 3 simultaneously, you will struggle to excel in any of them. One cannot expect to achieve success by biting off more than one can chew. He continued, Consider why, at the Ninja Academy, you are only taught the simplest of techniques rather than more advanced ninjutsu. It is because human energy is finite. Blindly pursuing too many ninjutsu will render each ineffective. Riddled with flaws, it is far better to excel in the most practical 3 techniques. The body flicker technique is exceptionally powerful and should not be underestimated. Unlike the mundane lectures from the academy teachers, which Naruto would dismiss even from Iruka, he listened intently to Bai Qi. Moreover, the reason I am teaching you Bajikwan instead of Bagua or Tai Chi is that Bajikwan is the most suitable for you. Bagua, with its fluidity, is best suited for those who are calm, composed, and adept at seizing opportunities. Tai Chi emphasizes yielding and striking with precision, without extraordinary perception and judgment. A Tai Chi practitioner may fare worse than an ordinary person, who at least can throw a punch, while a Tai Chi practitioner may only endure blows passively. Given your impulsive and straightforward nature, you find it challenging to maintain a clear judgment of your surroundings, your opponents, and even yourself. Thus, these 2 styles are not currently appropriate for you. Conversely, Bajikwan, with its emphasis on brute force overpowering technique, is a straightforward yet powerful style that does not demand a high level of mental acuity, making it ideal for someone of your temperament. Upon hearing this, Naruto blushed and laughed shyly, feeling as if a warm flame ignited within him, filling his heart with joy. His brother Bai Qi truly cared deeply for him. "Let us begin your training today," Bai Qi urged. "Yes." Naruto nodded vigorously. After graduating from the ninja academy, there would be a brief respite to allow the newly minted ninjas time to adjust, as well as for the village to organize classes and assign instructors. It must be noted that in a world brimming with chakra and natural energy, the physical prowess of a ninja is indeed formidable, and chakra holds remarkable potential. The fundamentals of Bai Qi proved relatively easy to grasp, and within a day, Naruto began to learn the stances and techniques. Following 2 days of foundational training, he was ready to learn actual combat techniques by the 3rd day. In a world devoid of chakra and natural energy, it would take an ordinary person years to even grasp the basics. The rigorous training of stances and techniques would merely amount to a superficial facade without substantial effort. In the days that followed, even when Bai Qi had free time, Naruto was occupied with Kakashi's instruction in practical combat and a multitude of ninja missions, leaving only the evenings for him to study martial arts with Bai Qi. The next day, after sending Naruto off, Bai Qi welcomed a visiting Chunin at noon. "Bai Qi-sama, the commercial and transportation investigation task you assigned in the Land of Waves has been completed. You need to collect the documents from the Hokage building and confirm the task's completion." Bai Qi smiled and agreed, following the Chunin away from the tea shop. Over the years, Bai Qi had commissioned numerous commercial tasks that significantly improved the livelihoods of the Chunin and lower-ranked ninjas in Konoha. Thus, the Chunin and Genin in the village treated this generous employer with great respect. After all, these seasoned ninjas quickly recognized that Bai Qi's tasks not only offered commissions 30 higher than comparable assignments, but many tasks did not require a ninja's involvement at all. Bai Qi was spending his own resources to reciprocate the village's goodwill. During the casual conversation, Bai Qi arrived at the Hokage building. With the eager assistance of the office ninjas, he received his task scroll without delay. After a brief review, he confirmed the task's completion and submitted the commission. As the Chunin team responsible for the task expressed their gratitude, Bai Qi watched them depart. "May I review the materials here? I wish to issue a task for any further detailed investigation if necessary." "Of course, Bai Qi-sama. This is a simple matter. The mission center has a dedicated reception room. I will take you there." Bai Qi expressed his thanks and followed the Chunin into a small waiting room, where refreshments were promptly served. Sitting at the edge of the couch, Bai Qi began reading the task scroll with the snacks. Although Bai Qi was destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in this realm through his cultivation, he did not aspire to emulate figures like Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, who could conquer heaven and earth with ease. For Bai Qi, who hailed from a peace-loving nation, a quality life was paramount. Strength was merely a means of ensuring a secure existence. He had no ambition to dominate the world. The Taoist principle of self-valuing is often misconstrued as selfishness, with many believing it means prioritizing oneself at the expense of others. Mencius, a sage, even disparaged this ideology as beastly. However, the notion of self-valuing extends beyond egocentrism. It encompasses living one's life to the fullest. Engaging in all that benefits oneself is imperative. While it may seem selfish, true self-interest encompasses everything from diet and lifestyle to the environment, nation, and even the world. A balanced diet and stable routines promote health, benefiting the body. A stable and prosperous nation, coupled with a kind and loving environment, fosters a better life, benefiting one's very existence. Thus, it is no wonder that throughout history, Taoist practitioners descended from the mountains during tumultuous times, striving for national peace and societal harmony, embodying the self-valuing philosophy that ultimately benefits oneself. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, Bai Qi naturally embraced this ideology, guiding his own journey. He never sought to subjugate the entire world, but aspired merely to rectify the chaotic circumstances of the Naruto world. However, force can only yield temporary peace. True healing lies in enlightenment. Chapter 9. Issuing Tasks. Establishing Team 7. After reviewing the materials in his hands, Bai Qi found the content to be exceedingly thorough, detailing the current economic condition of the Land of Waves and its major factions. The primary focus revolved around a merchant named Kato, who controlled the economic lifeblood of the Land of Waves, monopolizing shipping and amassing vast wealth. Kato has amassed a formidable entourage of henchmen. The Land of Waves is a diminutive island nation. Due to Kato's monopoly on shipping, essential supplies are controlled by him, resulting in exorbitant prices. The citizens of the Land of Waves endure severe exploitation, living in dire poverty. To further his oppressive regime, Kato violently assaults local fishermen, restricting their ability to venture out to sea, thereby capitalizing on the soaring prices of essential goods to amass wealth. He is an unequivocal scoundrel. Although Kato presents himself as a merchant, he is more akin to a mafia lord or a regional warlord. This information has illuminated Bai Qi's understanding of Kato. What captivates him most, however, is the rebellious mist ninja, Momochi Zabuza, who is allied with Kato. Zabuza, while not exceptionally powerful, is a man Bai Qi deeply admires, a proud figure with a cold demeanor yet a warm heart, who ultimately reveals his gentler side only following Bai Qi's demise. Regaining his focus, Bai Qi departed the reception room and made his way to the mission hall, where he discovered the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in attendance. "Greetings, Lord Third," Bai Qi said with a smile. Sarutobi returned the smile, acknowledging Bai Qi. "Ah, Bai Qi-kun, are you here to issue a mission?" Bai Qi nodded, responding cheerfully, "Indeed. I wish to launch an investigation into a merchant, supplementing the previous inquiry into the commerce of the Land of Waves." Sarutobi nodded in understanding. Bai Qi had initiated numerous commercial investigation missions concerning neighboring countries over 6 months prior, and Sarutobi was aware that Bai Qi intended to develop international trade. "So, you plan to commence with the Land of Waves?" Bai Qi did not conceal his intentions. "Precisely. Although the Land of Waves is but a speck, it boasts a remarkably developed maritime shipping industry, with a sophisticated transportation system and ample manpower. By starting commercial development there, it will be effortless to extend influence to coastal and near-coastal nations." Sarutobi appeared unsurprised. "What sort of mission do you intend to issue?" Bai Qi considered. "I believe it should be a B rank or possibly an A rank mission. The target is the prominent merchant Kato. According to preliminary intelligence, he is surrounded by numerous henchmen, and there may be some ninjas involved, so it would be prudent to classify it as an A rank mission. In addition to the standard A rank compensation, I shall offer a bonus of 30 to 50, depending on the mission's thoroughness." Hearing this, Sarutobi's smile broadened. Bai Qi, being financially secure, generously provided a reward exceeding the standard, ensuring that the responsible ninjas would be motivated to fulfill the mission diligently while maintaining a good rapport with the higher-ups in Konoha. Truly a win-win situation. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi remarked, "In that case, I shall assign this task to the Nara clan's ninjas, as they possess exceptional intellect and renowned clan secret techniques, ensuring the successful completion of your mission." Bai Qi expressed his gratitude and departed. In truth, this straightforward, low-risk, high-reward task was initially intended for Asuma Sarutobi, but considering Asuma's impending responsibility to lead a team of 3 inexperienced ninjas, Sarutobi deemed it best to assign the task to the Nara clan, which shares a close relationship with his own. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans are tightly interconnected. By assigning it to the Nara clan, he was essentially benefiting all 3 clans as they advance and retreat together. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy's graduating class, Naruto's Team 7 finally awaited the tardy Kakashi. Following him outside, they formally began their introductions. "Let me go first," Naruto exclaimed eagerly. "My dream is to become Hokage, a man respected like my brother Bai Qi." Sakura rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Naruto, you mention Bai Qi every day. It's getting unbearable." Sasuke, unrelenting, scoffed. "If I remember correctly, Bai Qi is merely an ordinary civilian, not a ninja. Such a powerless person cannot garner respect." Naruto's temper flared. "Even though Bai Qi is a commoner, he is a genius in martial arts, recognized even by Gai-sensei." Kakashi paused, taken aback. He knew Gai well. Earning his acknowledgement was not difficult, but to be recognized in martial arts was another matter entirely. "Let us duel, Sasuke. I'm not the same as I was yesterday. I learned powerful martial arts from Bai Qi, and I can surely defeat you." Sasuke rolled his eyes, muttering idiot under his breath, showing no inclination to accept Naruto's challenge. He did not believe that a bottom-tier student could surpass him in just a few days. He had vowed to gain formidable strength, seeking vengeance against the man who wronged his Uchiha clan, and had no interest in playing childish games with Naruto. "All right, Naruto. You'll be teammates in Team 7 from now on, so let us avoid dueling today." With that, Naruto reluctantly sat down. Following this, Sakura and Sasuke shared their dreams and dislikes in turn. Kakashi felt overwhelmed by the trouble they presented. Subsequently, he, much like in the original story, intimidated the trio with a high elimination rate in survival training, arranging for them to meet at the training ground at 5 a.m. the following day. He left them with a final warning. Remember, don't eat breakfast tomorrow, you'll vomit. They dispersed on the spot. As Kakashi walked away, Sakura felt despondent. Sasuke trembled with excitement, while Naruto felt as though the sky had fallen. He was genuinely frightened. The graduation exam loomed as a daunting challenge, and he felt no confidence in passing. Forget it. Bai Qi said that there's always a way when the cart reaches the mountain. How about we visit my brother Bai Qi's milk tea shop to discuss tomorrow's survival training? Sasuke remained silent, but Sakura seemed intrigued. She had visited Bai Qi's shop before. Although Konoha boasted many branches, the prices were steep for a student like her, making frequent visits impractical. That's Bai Qi's shop. He might offer us free treats. They have delicious snacks, and last time, Bai Qi didn't charge Shikamaru and the others. Moreover, Bai Qi has been praised by Gai-sensei for his exceptional intellect. We could seek his advice. Bai Qi is incredibly handsome, Sakura added, a note of admiration in her voice. Who is this Gai-sensei you speak of? Sasuke suddenly inquired. Naruto, carefree as ever, answered. He's a Nin from Konoha with particularly thick eyebrows. The mere thought of Gai made Naruto shiver involuntarily. Sasuke was taken aback. A Nin? All right, let us go, but there's no need for you to treat us. I'll cover the bill. Having inherited the wealth of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke possessed a considerable fortune, even if much of it was remnants of what Konoha had seized from his family. Under Naruto's lead, the trio arrived at the main milk tea shop. Chapter 10. Inquiry and Guidance. Upon entering, Naruto discovered that Bai Qi was absent. He turned to the staff member, Sister Yuriko, where's Bai Qi? Yuriko smiled and replied. The manager has gone to the mission hall to issue a task. He instructed that if you arrived, you could wait for him here. These two are your companions, right? The manager mentioned that you might bring friends today and had me prepare some snacks for you. You can sit and wait. With Yuriko's warm hospitality, the three settled in. Soon, an array of exquisite snacks and 3 cups of milk tea appeared before them. Why is your brother issuing a mission? Naruto immediately expressed his admiration, saying, Brother Bai Qi is a commercial genius. His enterprises are scattered throughout the land of fire, and he frequently needs to issue ninja missions to assist in transporting goods across the country. Perhaps this time is no different. Let me tell you, Brother Bai Qi built his empire from scratch. When I first met him, he was just an orphan with nothing to his name. Yet he achieved his current success in just 3 or 4 years. It's truly impressive. Sakura was genuinely astonished by this revelation. Sasuke, momentarily taken aback, recalled Naruto's admiration for Bai Qi's extraordinary intelligence and nodded in agreement. Anyone who could establish such an enterprise in such a short time could not possibly be foolish. Wow, this is delicious. It's far better than the tea from the shop, Sakura exclaimed, her taste buds immediately captivated by the treats. The trio engaged in lighthearted banter, primarily with Naruto being overly flattering, while Sakura rolled her eyes and Sasuke remained mostly silent, occasionally retorting at Naruto. Just as they were enjoying their time together, the wind chimes at the door suddenly jingled. A striking young man, approximately 175 centimeters tall and dressed in an ornate hanfu, walked in. Welcome back, manager. Yuriko greeted him immediately. Bai Qi waved his hand with a smile. Thank you for managing the store, Yuriko. Brother Bai Qi, Naruto shouted excitedly. Sakura stole a glance, her eyes turning into hearts. Bai Qi's attire was unlike anything they had seen in the ninja world. It was splendid, adorned with his long, jet black hair styled in an elegant bun secured with a jade hairpin, with 2 strands of bangs cascading down, enhancing his exquisite and handsome features. Exuding an air of nobility and grace that felt almost scholarly, different from anyone in their world. He is as warm as jade, aptly described Bai Qi's current demeanor. Although he was merely 16, with his physique yet to fully mature, by the time he reached 20, he might surpass 180 centimeters, marking the pinnacle of his attractiveness. Hello, I am Bai Qi, Naruto's brother. Welcome. Even Sasuke, typically stoic, couldn't maintain his serious facade and stood up to greet him, introducing himself. No wonder Naruto, the fool, constantly spoke of Brother Bai Qi. With such a brother, anyone would do the same. Sakura shot a disapproving glance at Naruto, still clad in his shabby sportswear. shaking her head in disbelief at how such a refined young man could be brothers with someone so disheveled. If Bai Qi knew of Sakura's thoughts, he would likely chuckle wryly. He would never hesitate to support Naruto, buying him decent clothes. However, Naruto's peculiar sense of aesthetics led him to believe his sportswear was the best fit for him. Oblivious to the importance of appearance at his age, as they continued their conversation, Bai Qi learned of their purpose for being there. He smiled and said, I see. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide you with a direct answer, as this is a test from your teacher. If I were to reveal the correct answer, it would be tantamount to cheating. Hearing this, the trio felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, while I cannot give you the answer, I can offer you some immature advice, which I believe Kakashi-sensei would not mind. Brother Bai Qi, I knew you would be the best. Sakura and Sasuke expressed their gratitude. Since this is a survival exercise for ninjas, why not approach it from a ninja's perspective and ask yourselves what you should do? The three looked at each other, bewildered. Observing their confusion, Bai Qi patiently elaborated. What is a ninja's job? Gathering intelligence, assassinations, and so on. From a ninja's standpoint, before you embark on tomorrow's survival exercise, shouldn't your priority be to gather intelligence on Kakashi? Remember, knowing your enemy as well as yourself ensures victory in every battle. As a Jonin, even if you cannot uncover exhaustive details about Kakashi, there is no way you cannot gather any information in Konoha. The more you understand Kakashi, the greater your chances of success tomorrow. For example, consider Kakashi's personality. Is he calm and strategic, or impulsive and easily angered? What are his strengths? Ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu? Do you require further detailed advice? Of course we do. Naruto exclaimed without hesitation. Bai Qi nonchalantly gave him a light smack on the head. You're quite rude. Should I participate in the survival exercise for you tomorrow? Sakura chuckled at this, while Naruto, in his love-struck days, appeared utterly foolish. Only Sasuke admired Bai Qi, realizing that despite not being a ninja, he was more ninja-like than the three of them combined. Then let us set off immediately to gather information on Kakashi-sensei. As time is of the essence, Sasuke declared, rising decisively. All right, brother Bai Qi, we shall take our leave. Bai Qi covered his face with his hand and sighed deeply, saying, Wait a moment, you three. What's wrong, brother Bai Qi? Naruto asked, puzzled. Bai Qi smiled ruefully and said, I meant to point out that, since you're gathering intelligence, do you not see any value in consulting me? The trio fell silent, and even Sasuke's face turned slightly red. They had overlooked him entirely. Brother Bai Qi, I apologize for neglecting you, they all chorused. Bai Qi promptly admonished them. This is a lesson in awareness. People often let their guard down regarding matters right under their noses. I hope today's experience helps you grow. Please have a seat. Allow me to share my insights on Kakashi. The three promptly sat down, like obedient students. Kakashi, whose full name is Hatake Kakashi, is the son of the renowned Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. He is a prodigious ninja. Having graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and becoming a Chunin at 6, later training under the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In the ninja world, he is known as the Copy Ninja and is likely now an elite Jonin. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, excelled in swordsmanship, so Kakashi's physical abilities should not be underestimated. This is what I know. You will need to uncover more on your own. With each piece of information Bai Qi shared about Kakashi, the trio swallowed hard. Thoroughly astonished by his impressive history, they had not expected the seemingly lazy, late-arriving white-haired man to possess such formidable credentials. Sasuke, in particular, clenched his fists with excitement. This was the closest he had ever come to someone who could empower him. Standing at the entrance of the tea shop, Sasuke immediately issued commands. There are 3 hours until sunset. We will split up and gather information on Kakashi-sensei. Then meet at the entrance of the Ninja Academy after sunset to compile what we've learned. Although Naruto was displeased with Sasuke's authoritative tone, he nodded in agreement. The trio swiftly dispersed. Sasuke headed directly to the Ninja Academy to gather intel from the teachers. Sakura went to inquire at Ino's house, and Naruto, with his characteristic carefree attitude, approached the 3rd Hokage, only to be unceremoniously kicked out of the Hokage's office. Fortunately, he encountered Ebisu, who provided him with a morsel of information Bai Qi had mentioned, prompting Naruto to roll his eyes dramatically. By evening, as the three reconvened and shared their findings, they collectively sighed. Today, they realized just how challenging it was to gather intelligence. The information they collected paled in comparison to what Bai Qi had shared. The only certainty was that Kakashi was incredibly strong, one of the most elite ninjas in Konoha. Chapter 11. An inescapable fate, Brother Bai Qi. I'm heading out. Before dawn, Naruto was pulled from his bed by Bai Qi, still groggy as he donned his ninja gear and left the house. Do your best, Naruto. Naruto gave a thumbs up and wobbled away. Bai Qi understood that the three of them going over so early would have no effect, and he did not remind Naruto to have breakfast. Since it was a lesson, Bai Qi had no intention of intervening. Upon reaching the training ground, aside from Sasuke, who was filled with determination and vigor, Sakura and Naruto nearly succumbed to sleep on the ground. They waited until the sun was high in the sky, nearing noon. When Kakashi leisurely appeared, he then produced 2 bells, explained the rules, and warned them to possess the resolve to defeat him, or they would never acquire the bells. Sakura exclaimed that it was too dangerous. Naruto mocked Kakashi, claiming he couldn't even avoid a chalkboard eraser, completely forgetting the intelligence they had gathered about Kakashi the previous day. Kakashi, however, sneered, remarking that those without strength were the loudest in their claims, and he dismissed the weakest with a wave. The mention of the weakest instantly provoked Naruto, who drew a kunai and charged at Kakashi. However, in an instant, neither Naruto nor his companions could discern Kakashi's movements before being subdued, shocking the trio and prompting Sakura and Naruto to recall the intelligence they had gathered. Kakashi released Naruto, stating nonchalantly that they should now possess the awareness to defeat him, and he began to take a liking to them. With that, the three sprang into action. Cautiously hidden, they observed Kakashi, searching for weaknesses. After a brief moment of evasion, Naruto decided to take the initiative, as lurking was not his style. Thus, in the astonished eyes of Sakura and Sasuke, he leapt out again. That fool! Sasuke cursed inwardly. Kakashi, initially pleased with their preliminary actions, wore a look of disbelief upon seeing Naruto's reckless move. Let us settle this face to face, Naruto declared triumphantly. Sakura facepalmed, and Kakashi displayed an expression of helplessness. Do you have a problem? Naruto huffed, exuding confidence as he declared, I once experienced the same failure twice. With that, he charged at Kakashi, launching an elbow strike. Yet, just like before, Kakashi vanished from Naruto's sight, reappearing behind him, crouching with hands forming the tiger seal. Startling Sakura and Sasuke, the Leaf Village's secret technique, the 1,000 years of pain. If Bai Qi had witnessed this scene, he would likely have sighed, acknowledging it as fate. Despite teaching Naruto new techniques, he was still unable to escape this destined blow. As Naruto plunged into the water, both ashamed and furious, he recalled Bai Qi's teachings about combat. It is not mindless confrontation. One must remain calm and composed in the face of adversity, utilizing everything at one's disposal to increase the chances of victory. Additionally, he needed to understand how to apply certain techniques in battle. Naruto, not particularly astute and often impulsive, had failed to utilize any of his skills moments ago. Now, spurred by the water's embrace, he finally calmed down, sitting at the bottom while holding his breath and contemplating strategies. Meanwhile, Kakashi took out his intimate paradise and began reading, his leisurely demeanor betraying the gravity of the situation. At that moment, several figures suddenly erupted from the river, revealing Naruto employing the shadow clone technique. Ah! Naruto shouted, and all clones simultaneously hurled shuriken, resembling a rain of flowers. Kakashi immediately became alert. Is this the forbidden technique to deal with Mizuho, the shadow clone? While dodging shuriken, he awaited Naruto's approach. In the shadows, Sakura sensed these clones were not mere illusions. They were all tangible, causing her to regard Naruto with newfound respect. Sasuke remained vigilant, not willing to miss the opportunity Naruto was creating for an attack. Just as the swarm of Narutos closed in on Kakashi, he suddenly sensed danger and turned sharply. Behind him stood 3 Narutos. Sasuke was shocked, having seen everything clearly. On the ground behind Kakashi, several shuriken transformed into the shape of Naruto, revealing that Naruto had used the transformation technique to turn his shadow clones into shuriken. The 3 Narutos coordinated their attacks, forcing Kakashi to retreat while becoming ensnared by even more Narutos. Overjoyed, Naruto decided to unleash the 8 extremities fist. In that moment, each Naruto shifted their goal from obtaining the bells to defeating Kakashi. Techniques such as left and right hard opening, tiger climbing, 3 points of the King of Hell, and domineering hard pull were executed by Naruto and his shadow clones. Although Naruto had yet to master the 8 extremities fist and struggled to apply it fluidly, the sheer number of shadow clones allowed them to execute different techniques in concert, creating opportunities for others to strike. Faced with such unfamiliar techniques, even a lenient Kakashi found himself in peril. Witnessing this new side of Naruto and the unprecedented martial arts, not only Sakura, but even Sasuke was left agape. Was this the same Naruto they knew? If Naruto had employed this set of techniques at school, could Sasuke have so easily triumphed over him? Kakashi, feeling a sense of urgency, was baffled as to where Naruto had learned such a fierce and violent style. In a genuine fight, Naruto posed no threat to him. However, in this test, with a lenient approach, Naruto had seized an opportunity that truly vexed Kakashi. Eventually, Kakashi's face flushed with embarrassment, relying on his mask to conceal it. He threw a smoke bomb, using the cover to unleash more power and obliterate Naruto's shadow clones, while creating a clone that resembled Naruto, concealing his true self. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stood bewildered, gazing at the remaining shadow clones, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, one shadow clone suddenly punched another and exclaimed, "You must be Kakashi-sensei in disguise." Under the provocation of Kakashi's clone, Naruto, lacking in intellect, fell for the ruse, leading to a brawl between the clones, much to the chagrin of Sasuke and Sakura, who observed in disbelief. Ultimately, Naruto chose to dispel his shadow clones, and amidst the smoke, Kakashi did the same. Naruto, now left alone, felt utterly despondent. However, he soon discovered two bells lying quietly beneath a tree not far away, and he dashed over to retrieve them, only to find himself ensnared in a trap he could not escape. After several encounters with Naruto, Sasuke's fighting spirit ignited. He did not wish to be overshadowed by Naruto. Yet, unfortunately, sheer momentum could not translate into true combat prowess, and Sasuke was swiftly buried by Kakashi's mental decapitation technique, while Sakura fared even worse, succumbing to Genjutsu. Ultimately, as the clock struck noon, Naruto found himself bound to a wooden post, much to the disappointment of his peers. Although your performance was not the worst, and your martial arts were impressive, you were the first to be caught, falling for such a simple trap, Kakashi remarked, feigning departure as if playing a role. Naruto, watching his companions eat lunch, felt his stomach rumble in protest. "Naruto, what's wrong?" Sasuke inquired, somewhat embarrassed. Receiving no response, he looked up to see Naruto grinning mischievously at him. Chapter 12. Arrival at the Land of Waves. Kato's investigation report. Do you want to learn? Naruto cheekily retorted, causing Sasuke to turn away in frustration. Pleased to see Sasuke at a loss, Naruto remarked, "Didn't I tell you? I learned new martial arts from Brother Bai Qi, and they're quite powerful. I have just begun my practice of Baijiquan, having studied it for only a few days, so I am not yet proficient. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be able to defeat Kakashi-sensei. If you wish to learn, you may certainly do so, but you must first seek the consent of Brother Bai Qi, for it is he who originated this martial art. Brother Bai Qi is truly remarkable. Even without being a ninja, he has developed such astonishing physical techniques." Sakura marveled at this from her side. Just then, an awkward growl from hunger echoed through the air. Sasuke sighed and offered his bento to Naruto. "Sasuke-kun," Sakura exclaimed in a panic, seeing Sasuke pass his meal to Naruto. "It's fine. That person isn't here, and if Naruto becomes a hindrance due to hunger, I would be quite troubled," Sasuke replied. In that moment, Naruto gazed at Sasuke and felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for him. After a moment of silence, Sakura smiled and handed her bento to Naruto. "Here, take mine. I am on a diet and eating less than Sasuke anyway, so sharing a portion with you won't affect me." Naruto immediately cast aside his earlier feelings of gratitude towards Sasuke and looked at Sakura with excitement. "But look, Naruto twisted his body, signaling that he was bound and needed to be fed. Sakura, frustrated, almost wanted to strike him, yet she warned him while continuing to feed him. "Just this once, understood?" While the trio was enjoying their moment, a cloud of smoke suddenly billowed, and Kakashi appeared before them with an intimidating demeanor. "I said the three of you." The trio instantly felt a sense of foreboding, their hearts racing with fear. "Having repeatedly violated my rules, do you have anything to say for yourselves?" Under Kakashi's formidable presence, Sasuke spoke up first. "Because you said we are a team. That we are comrades." "Indeed, we are a team," came the chorus of agreement from Sakura and Naruto. After a lengthy silence under Kakashi's penetrating gaze, he suddenly broke into a smile. "Congratulations, you have passed." The trio looked utterly bewildered. Kakashi then delivered his famous saying, "In the world of ninjas, those who break the rules are scum. However, those who do not value their comrades are the lowest of scum." How admirable! The trio, having endured considerable hardship, looked at Kakashi, their hearts brimming with emotion. This exercise had been incredibly challenging. With the drill concluded and all passing, Team 7 would begin their missions the following day. Sasuke untied Naruto, who had been preoccupied with the martial arts technique he had just demonstrated, eager to request to learn it alongside him. Sakura, of course, was indifferent as long as she was with Sasuke. Kakashi, too, wished to meet this ordinary person who could create such extraordinary martial arts. The four of them, filled with laughter and conversation, made their way to the milk tea shop, only to find that the usual spot of Bai Qi was empty. Sister Yuriko, is Brother Bai Qi not here today? Yuriko smiled and replied, you arrived just in time. The manager had to leave the village for an important matter. It seems to be business-related. Don't worry, he should be back in a month or two. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, Bai Qi's absences from the village were not uncommon in recent years. With no other choice, the four of them had to depart. Meanwhile, Bai Qi was already on his way to the Land of Waves. Although he initially intended to wait for Naruto and the others to take on the mission to the Land of Waves before joining them, he found that would be too conspicuous and awkward. Thus, Bai Qi decided to go ahead, hoping to capture Zabuza before their arrival. He only hoped that the Inoshikacho team, currently gathering intelligence in the Land of Waves, could provide him with a pleasant surprise. The Land of Waves is a small island adjacent to the Land of Fire, not far from Konoha village. Bai Qi treated the journey as a leisurely trip, taking half a month to reach the Land of Waves. Shortly after checking into a hotel, he received a visitor. Bai Qi-kun, it's been a while. The visitor greeted with a smile. Ah, Hayato, please, come in. I didn't expect the Hokage to assign this task to you, so now I can rest easy. The visitor was Hayato from the Nara clan, a special jonin who had executed a previous task Bai Qi had commissioned. Due to his frequent task assignments, Bai Qi had cultivated strong relationships with various ninja clans in Konoha, and Hayato was among them. I didn't expect you to be so eager to come personally, but the investigation into Kato is only halfway done, so you'll need to wait a bit longer, Hayato informed him. Bai Qi nodded and replied, I'm not overly anxious. My purpose in coming here is not only to obtain information on Kato as quickly as possible, but also to personally assess the investment environment in the Land of Waves. This way, you needn't alter your investigation rhythm because of my presence. Consider me absent. Hayato smiled appreciatively. As a ninja, the last thing one desires is for an employer to meddle in their expertise, and Bai Qi's thoughtfulness was well received, prompting him to express his gratitude. Subsequently, Hayato shared the intelligence he had gathered about Kato with Bai Qi. This Kato is quite formidable. He is not merely the successful businessman the outside world perceives him to be. He is, in fact, the head of the largest mafia in the Land of Waves, using illegal and violent means to monopolize the shipping industry and control nearly 80% of the food, clothing, metalwork, and shipbuilding industries. Most egregiously, he engages in extensive smuggling and drug trafficking. He is exceedingly dangerous, so you must exercise caution. I recommend you return to Konoha immediately. Even if you truly wish to investigate the local investment environment, you should hire a few reliable ninjas for personal protection. As a member of Konoha's wise Nara clan, Hayato offered this prudent advice. Bai Qi smiled, saying, Thank you, Hayato, for your concern and counsel, but there is no need for such vigilance. I am a significant merchant from Konoha, and my purpose here is investment. Kato will not reveal his claws until I have genuinely committed funds to this place. Rest assured. And besides, returning to Konoha would take too much time. If your mission is completed ahead of schedule, I can simply assign the protection task to you, and we can handle the task records upon returning to the village. Upon hearing this, Hayato considered it reasonable. Kato was merely a petty local mafia in the Land of Waves, insignificant in the face of the powerful Konoha village. If he were to provoke Bai Qi, it would be akin to courting death. Chapter 13. Deceiving Kato, however, for Bai Qi's safety, Hayato still discussed extending their investigation time and assigned the less adept at intelligence gathering, Akimichi Kusaburu, as Bai Qi's bodyguard, while he and Yamanaka Rishu continued their intelligence gathering efforts. Although Hayato and the others were not jonin, their family's secret techniques and skilled cooperation allowed them to possess capabilities equivalent to special jonin. With Akimichi Kusaburu accompanying Bai Qi, anyone intending to harm him would think twice. Yet, after a few days, Bai Qi began to feel that Hayato had assigned Kusaburu to him simply because he was too fond of food. Fortunately, Bai Qi was neither short on funds nor stingy, and his generosity left Kusaburo deeply touched, praising Bai Qi as the best employer he had ever met. Bai Qi's actions in the Land of Waves were anything but discreet. He never concealed his intentions and frequented vital ports and distribution centers in the area. It was difficult not to attract Kato's attention. After a couple of weeks, as Bai Qi and Akimichi Kusaburo prepared to apply for entry into a shipyard, they were intercepted by a man in a black suit. "Good day, Lord Bai Qi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dosu, an employee of Kato Corporation. Under the directive of our esteemed company president, Mr. Cardo, I have been dispatched to extend an invitation for an informal meeting, hoping that Lord Bai Qi might graciously accept." The messenger, a man in his 30s, spoke with courtesy and sincerity, giving no indication of his affiliations with the mafia. A frown crossed Xiao Daogongsan's brow, and he set aside his nonchalant demeanor, preparing himself for any eventuality. Bai Qi, with a smile, patted Xiao Daogongsan on the shoulder and addressed Dorse. "You are too kind. Mr. Dorse, I have come to the Land of Waves in search of a formidable partner, and President Cardo is indeed my preferred choice. I intended to bring a respectable gift for my visit, but I did not anticipate that Mr. Cardo would also wish to meet with me. Since the occasion presents itself, I would be grateful if you could escort me to meet President Cardo." A smile spread across Dorse's face, delighted by the amicable interaction with Bai Qi. Thus, under the guidance of Dorse and several mafia members, Bai Qi and Xiao Daogongsan made their way to a nearby club. It was not long before Bai Qi encountered the infamous Cardo, a figure feared by many in the Land of Waves. Cardo, a rotund man of less than 5 feet tall, sported a Mediterranean look and wore a pair of lecherous glasses. Upon seeing Bai Qi enter, he immediately rose with a hearty laugh. "Ah, Bai Qi-kun, it is an honor to meet you. I am Cardo, and I look forward to your guidance." Unlike his portrayal in the original animation, Cardo exhibited humility and courtesy. Bai Qi was not surprised. Any beast reveals its fangs only when it has brought down its prey. After a brief handshake and mutual compliments, they took their seats. It was likely that President Cardo was already aware of Bai Qi's intentions in the Land of Waves, so Bai Qi suggested they get straight to the point. Taken aback by Bai Qi's forthrightness, Cardo replied with a smile. "Indeed, Bai Qi-kun is a man of straightforwardness. How do you propose we collaborate?" Bai Qi responded, "I am drawn to the Land of Waves for its advanced maritime transport and strategic geographical position. I plan to invest in a factory here and utilize your country's shipping vessels to transport goods to neighboring coastal nations. However, during my investigations, I have discovered that the maritime transport sector has been monopolized by you, President Cardo. To mitigate the risk of future disruptions in shipping that could hinder product distribution abroad, I propose an equity swap between my factory and your shipping company, granting you a portion of ownership and management rights in my factory, while similarly, I would require a stake and management rights in your shipping company. What do you think?" Cardo fell silent, his eyes concealed behind dark glasses, betraying no emotion. Bai Qi remained unperturbed, accompanied by Xiao Daogongsan. As Cardo was the local overlord of the Land of Waves, and having allied with the rogue ninja Momochi Zabuza, he could not possibly be unaware of the significance of the Chiodao surname. Cardo was faced with the dilemma of discerning whether Bai Qi's investment was a personal venture or a front for the 3 ninja clans, the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Nara. This distinction was crucial. If the former, it presented an opportunity for Cardo to seize Bai Qi's assets. However, if the latter, it would involve the private interests of the 3 clans, which he dared not touch. After a lengthy contemplation, Cardo finally inquired seriously, "How much equity does Bai Qi-kun intend to exchange?" Bai Qi, seemingly prepared, replied with a smile, "I propose to exchange 10% of my factory's equity for 30% of your shipping company's equity." Cardo's expression visibly darkened at this response. Bai Qi waved his hand dismissively. "President Cardo, there is no need to rush. Do not underestimate this offer. The factory I intend to establish will not be a mere small-scale operation. It will encompass an entire production and processing center, including raw material processing, byproduct development, and product research. My vision is to transform the Land of Waves into a world factory. Given this perspective, do you still think 10% is too little? This investment will entail continuous funding over a decade, aligning with the factory's construction and expansion." Cardo's demeanor shifted dramatically, his breathing becoming noticeably rapid with excitement. If Bai Qi was not deceiving him, then his investment in the Land of Waves was far from a simple personal endeavor. It was likely supported by the great nobles of the Land of Fire. This was undoubtedly a colossal opportunity, and even a small share could elevate Cardo to great nobility. Very well, I accept your proposal. Cardo ceased further negotiations. Understanding Bai Qi's connection to the powerful nobles of the Land of Fire, he realized that the forces behind Bai Qi were beyond his capacity to contend with. Any further greed on his part could jeopardize his very existence. Finding a compliant ally is a rare feat, yet discovering a willing partner is a much simpler task. The two engaged in pleasant discourse, and Bai Qi expressed his challenges, primarily concerning land and labor liberation. For Cardo, these issues posed no obstacles. Having already monopolized the Land of Waves, he could command as much land as he desired. Labor was equally unproblematic, as Cardo had driven countless individuals into unemployment over the years to secure his dominance in various industries, creating a vast pool of cheap labor. The situation had grown increasingly dire, rendering fishermen unable to venture to sea. Upon leaving the tavern, Qiu Dao Gongsan appeared perplexed. Back at the inn, he innocently inquired, Bai Qi, are you truly prepared to make such a substantial investment? Where will you procure such funds? Bai Qi's wealth was well known in Konoha. The villagers were aware of his thriving bubble tea shops, but those who roamed the land as ninjas understood that Bai Qi's establishments flourished in prosperous regions throughout the Land of Fire, accumulating wealth beyond measure. However, Qiu Dao Gongsan doubted that Bai Qi possessed the capital to invest in an industrial park. Bai Qi laughed heartily. Of course, I lack the funds. I was merely deceiving Cardo. After all, he practically wears fool on his forehead. If I didn't trick him, my conscience would not be at ease. Qiu Dao Gongsan suddenly felt a profound sense of unfamiliarity with the world around him. Nevertheless, Bai Qi's intentions to invest in an industrial park and transform the Land of Waves into an industrial nation were undeniably genuine. Just before Bai Qi returned to his room, a casual remark from him left Qiu Dao Gongsan in a state of bewilderment. The following morning, Cardo diligently prepared a letter of intent for cooperation and initiated commercial discussions with Bai Qi. Bai Qi, having anticipated this, outlined his preferred land parcels and estimated the initial labor requirements. The genesis of capital is often steeped in blood and filth, and Bai Qi was unwilling to tarnish his hands. Cardo was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. A longtime participant in illicit trade, Cardo was best suited to drag the Land of Waves into the depths of despair. Once the nation was engulfed in turmoil, Bai Qi would emerge as a savior, transforming into a deity in the Land of Waves. After finalizing the necessary arrangements, Bai Qi departed from the Land of Waves under the pretext of securing funding. Meanwhile, Nara Shun and Yamashiro Rishiyuki completed their investigative work, presenting Bai Qi with extensive documentation on Cardo. The four returned to Konoha, where Bai Qi did not go home, but instead sought out the third Hokage. He disclosed parts of his investment plan, promising that Konoha would secure a 30% stake in the industrial park, which earned him the enthusiastic endorsement of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who dispatched Asuma Sarutobi to accompany Bai Qi on visits to the prominent nobles of the Land of Fire. With Asuma's esteemed presence, Bai Qi successfully negotiated 50% ownership of the industrial park, amassing a substantial amount of capital. Upon returning to Konoha with the funds, Bai Qi learned that Naruto had accompanied Kakashi on a mission to escort a bridge builder. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi promptly set off for the Land of Waves. He still needed Kato's assistance for the more unsavory tasks. He could not simply allow himself to be slaughtered by Momochi Zabuza. Fortunately, according to the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke would engage in a period of training, leaving ample time for him. Bai Qi adeptly located Kato's estate and was smoothly escorted inside by the bodyguards. Upon entering, he witnessed Kato in a fit of rage, hurling objects about. Bai Qi, astonished, inquired, "Dear President Kato, who has provoked you to such fury?" Seeing Bai Qi, Kato immediately tempered his anger, replying with a smile, "Who else but those wretched commoners? They dare to construct a bridge, challenging the monopoly of our company's transport." Suddenly, Kato had a realization and exclaimed, "Ah, those commoners have even hired 4-leaf ninjas. Mr. Bai Qi, could you leverage your connections to persuade them to abandon their mission? I shall take responsibility for the compensation in case of a failed task." Bai Qi feigned deep thought, akin to the master of the estate, and settled onto the sofa. Kato sat down beside him, waiting in silence. "President Kato, there is one thing I do not understand. Why must you impede their bridge construction? If they desire a bridge, let them build it," Bai Qi remarked. Kato's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. "What did you say?" Bai Qi chuckled. Your reluctance to see the bridge realized stems solely from the fear that it may dismantle your company's transport monopoly. However, this is not insurmountable. Please elucidate, Mr. Bai Qi. I cannot comprehend your meaning. Kato, after all, was merely a mafia figure who had risen swiftly through violence, lacking the acumen of a true businessman. Bai Qi, exasperated, explained, if they desire a bridge, why not fund its construction yourself? The establishment of the future industrial park will necessitate vast quantities of raw materials entering the land of waves. Relying solely on maritime transport is insufficient. Eventually, we would still need to construct a bridge. Why not do it now? Moreover, by financing the bridge, you could use this as leverage to urge the government of the land of waves to establish laws and a customs department to regulate the goods entering and exiting via the bridge, dictating what may or may not enter. As long as you convince the government to restrict access to the goods those commoners seek, they would find their bridge construction utterly futile. Upon hearing this, Kato seemed struck by a thunderous revelation, left speechless. It could be played this way? Bai Qi sighed. Much like the land of fire prohibits the low-cost sale of grain to other nations, your restrictions on certain imports to the land of waves follow the same principle. Mr. Bai Qi, you are the wisest individual I have encountered, Kato replied. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sprang up, exclaiming, "Oh no! What is it?" Bai Qi inquired. Kato, with urgency, explained, to thwart the bridge's construction, I dispatched a ninja, the infamous Momochi Zabuza, to attack the bridge. Simply inform him that the mission has been cancelled. Bai Qi suggested, though he was puzzled. He calculated that, at this time, both Zabuza and Kakashi should be recuperating from their injuries. Kato's countenance darkened. I have already sent Zabuza to attack once. He was injured and is now hiding to recover, making him temporarily unreachable. Bai Qi contemplated for a moment and then said, this is simple. Have a trusted associate accompany me to meet those leaf ninjas. When they come to assault, your associate can inform them of the cancellation. Kato considered this and nodded in agreement, designating Bai Qi to contact the bridge builder, with Kato agreeing to fund the bridge's construction. Thus, Dos followed Bai Qi to a seaside cottage. Upon knocking, a small boy wearing a fisherman's hat answered the door, though Bai Qi could not recall his name. Who are you? The boy's eyes were filled with suspicion. Bai Qi smiled. Greetings, I am Bai Qi from the Leaf Village. I heard that Naruto is currently residing with you. May I see them? Who is it? A gentle voice emanated from within, followed by footsteps. And a beautiful woman with long black hair emerged. Upon seeing Bai Qi and Dos, she curiously asked, whom are you looking for? I am Bai Qi from the Leaf Village, here to find Uzumaki Naruto and his ninja team. Hello, my name is Ryubo. Naruto and his companions are currently out training and are not at home. If you wish, you may come in and wait. Thank you for your kindness, Bai Qi replied. Somewhat surprised that Kakashi was not there recuperating. It seemed today was the day Kakashi taught the trio to climb trees. Ryubo served tea to Bai Qi and Dos. Since Uzumaki Naruto is absent, I have heard they are tasked with protecting a bridge builder. May I ask how you are related? That is my father. He is the most distinguished bridge builder in the land of waves, named Tazuna, Ryubo introduced with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi nodded and inquired, might I ask when Mr. Tazuna will return? If possible, I would like to discuss the bridge construction with him as well. At this, both Ryubo and the onlooking boy, Inari, gazed at Bai Qi with curiosity. Are you knowledgeable about bridge construction? Bai Qi chuckled and shook his head. No, I merely agreed to help connect with Mr. Tazuna on behalf of President Kato, who is willing to bear the entirety of the bridge's costs. This individual here is President Kato's representative, Dos. Upon hearing Kato's name, Ryubo's expression drastically changed, and Inari charged out like a wild beast. We do not welcome you. Get out. Chapter 15. The first meeting with Kakashi. Bai Qi ignored Inari and turned to Ryubo, smiling. Ever since I learned of Naruto's mission, I specifically investigated this matter and discovered that President Kato had previously obstructed your bridge construction. To prevent further escalation, I personally persuaded Kato not only to agree to the bridge's construction, but also to fully fund it. This should be precisely what Mr. Tazuna requires. Miss Ryubo, are you truly unwilling to allow me to meet Mr. Tazuna? Ryubo embraced Inari, her expression pained. Yet, realizing that refusal would only lead Kato to continue his interference and potentially incite a bloody conflict, she ultimately relented and returned to the room with Inari. Likely to calm him down, Bai Qi had little interest in these affairs. After a short wait, the door opened to reveal a silver-haired man dressed in a ninja uniform. his face masked, leaning on a cane, accompanied by a girl with pink hair. Upon entering, Kakashi and Sakura were startled to find two well-dressed men kneeling in the room. Bai Qi stood, smiling. I presume you must be Naruto's team leader, Kakashi. Hello, I am Bai Qi, Naruto's older brother. Sakura, gazing at the impeccably dressed man before her, felt her cheeks flush instantly. He is even more handsome than Sasuke. Kakashi, astonished, remarked, You are Bai Qi? I did not expect to see you here. I came specifically to find you. Kakashi briefly mentioned that Naruto was training, to which Bai Qi simply nodded, indicating he understood before stating his purpose. Upon hearing that Bai Qi was there to mediate for the scoundrel Kato, both Kakashi and Sakura appeared incredulous, though internally conflicted about befriending a villain. They recognized that they were merely the bodyguards summoned by Mr. Tazuna, and the decision ultimately lay with him. I understand. I merely wish to inform you. As night descended, Tazuna returned home after searching for the bridge workers. Upon hearing Bai Qi's proposal and Dosa's representation of Kato's stance, Tazuna sat in contemplation, puffing on his pipe. Bai Qi was in no rush. Whether the response was affirmative or negative mattered little. Kato's willingness to fund was inconsequential. Merely a matter of being justified versus the nuances of power and money. Kato has decided to relinquish his efforts to obstruct the construction of the bridge, and Dazna's opinion holds little weight. With Naruto's return, he first expressed joy at seeing Bai Qi, but upon learning the purpose of Bai Qi's visit, he immediately erupted in anger, exclaiming, I cannot agree. The bridge is the hope of the people of the Land of Waves. It is a bridge of hope. How can we allow the money from a villain like Kato to tarnish it? Brother Bai Qi, you are in the wrong. Bai Qi waved his hand to silence Naruto's outburst, looking at him with disappointment, and said, I had hoped that after all these years of guidance, you would show some growth, but you have let me down. However, you are still young, and the matters involved are exceedingly complex. I will clarify everything for you later. For now, it is best that you remain silent and leave everything to Mr. Dazna. Indeed, Naruto's intellect remains rather limited, his thinking simplistic, rendering him unfit for the role of a leader. Yet, it is unsurprising that he cannot comprehend Bai Qi's perspective in the world of ninjas. The early wisdom is often directed towards combat prowess. Nevertheless, upon hearing Naruto's words, Dazna had a moment of clarity and stated earnestly, I am grateful for your kindness, Bai Qi-kun. But as Naruto has rightly said, the bridge symbolizes hope for the Land of Waves, and we cannot allow it to be sullied by Kato's filth. Furthermore, given Kato's character, I cannot believe he acts without ulterior motives. Hence, I must respectfully decline. Bai Qi glanced at the astute Dazna. Although his experience and wisdom might not be sufficient to uncover Kato's schemes, he understood that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Everything comes with a price, and the time for payment has not yet arrived. It matters not, for Kato's funding is merely a secondary objective. The primary purpose is to inform you that, starting today, Kato shall no longer impede the bridge's construction. Bai Qi then turned to Kakashi and remarked, I have heard from Kato that he dispatched a ninja named Momochi Zabuza to attack you, who was subsequently repelled. Not repelled. Zabuza is dead, Bai Qi-kun. Sakura quickly corrected him. Kakashi, appearing unfazed, replied, So, Zabuza is indeed not dead? What? He is still alive? Naruto exclaimed, his surprise echoed by Sasuke's astonishment. They had witnessed Zabuza's demise at the hands of the pursuing ninjas from the hidden mist village, yet he had survived. Bai Qi smiled and pointed to his companion, Das, saying, Because Zabuza does not trust Kato, he has been hiding to recuperate, making contact impossible for the time being. This is Das, Kato's representative. When you proceed to construct the bridge, he will accompany you, and when Zabuza comes to attack, he will relay Kato's orders to prevent you from falling into another meaningless conflict. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Bai Qi-kun. No need for thanks. This is also for my foolish little brother. Bai Qi affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. After the group finished their dinner, Bai Qi, undeterred by Naruto's exhaustion from training, insisted on taking him for a walk. Observing their departing figures, Sasuke unexpectedly rose to follow. Naruto's physical prowess astonished Sasuke. And even more surprising was the fact that such formidable skills were honed by an ordinary person. Curiosity about Bai Qi compelled him to follow. Sakura, noticing Sasuke's departure, wished to join as well, but Kakashi, with a playful frown, stopped her, saying, Sakura, are you all going to abandon me, the sick one? Embarrassed, Sakura remained behind. As for Das, no one cared about him. It was already generous of Kato's people to allow him to sleep inside rather than on the corridor floor. Bai Qi led Naruto to a rocky outcrop by the sea and sat down. Sasuke stealthily followed, unaware that Bai Qi had already noticed him. Throughout the walk, Bai Qi observed that Naruto was not his usual lively self. Instead, he seemed contemplative and quiet. "Are you unhappy and confused because I have become a business partner with Kato?" Upon hearing Bai Qi's sudden inquiry, Naruto looked up, gazing at Bai Qi's handsome profile, and nodded gently. Chapter 16. The Shattered Worldview of Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, with his simple mind and innocent heart, finds it difficult to conceal his feelings. Frankly speaking, given his character and intellect, if he were not the Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan and the son of the fourth Hokage, he would hardly be suited to be a competent ninja. He lacks the fundamental qualities of a ninja. This is not Naruto's fault. It is primarily the result of a lack of education. The Ninja Academy only teaches basic literacy and combat techniques, while the underlying principles are reduced to mere indoctrination of the will of fire. After all, ninjas are human weapons. If weapons possess wisdom, how can they be wielded? Therefore, even the Nara clan, renowned for their intellect, appear foolish when stripped of their battle wisdom. Consequently, Bai Qi exhibits ample patience towards Naruto. "In Konoha, I imparted many principles to you, mostly pertaining to how to live as a person suitable for your age, as it was not appropriate for you to be exposed to too much. However, you have now matured into a ninja, facing the complexities of life and death, justice and evil, right and wrong. Some truths must now be taught to you." Naruto appeared perplexed. "Naruto, let me ask you, how much do you know about Kato?" Hearing this question, Naruto's confidence surged. "A lot. Kato killed the father of Inari, and he is the richest merchant in the land of waves, secretly engaging in drug smuggling and the trade of contraband. He is utterly wicked, a true villain." Naruto rambled on about Kato's misdeeds. Bai Qi listened patiently before smiling and asking, "So, do you believe that if Kato were to die now, the land of waves would improve, and its people would live prosperous and happy lives?" "Of course," Naruto replied without a second thought. Bai Qi playfully flicked Naruto's forehead, chiding him. "Think carefully and answer again." Naruto pondered deeply, frowning for a long while before responding. "According to Inari and Grandpa Dasna, Kato is the nightmare of the land of waves, the architect of all misfortunes. If Kato were to die, then the land of waves would surely become better." Bai Qi nodded, smiling. "Very well, remember to think more in this way in the future. However, while your answer may be correct, it is more likely to be incorrect. Why? Because with Kato's death, there will be another Kato and a third Kato. Naruto, you must understand that whether a nation or village can achieve happiness, prosperity, and peace does not depend on whether the ruler is good or evil, but rather on whether there exists a reasonable system that everyone adheres to." "Bai Qi, your words are too profound. I do not understand." "Let me rephrase it. Do you believe that all past Hokage were good people?" "Naturally. They are all my idols. I swear to become Hokage, no? To surpass Hokage as a ninja." Bai Qi gazed meaningfully at Naruto and then glanced at Sasuke, who was hiding behind the rocks. He continued, "You should know that in the past few decades, there have been several ninja world wars, and the root cause of all these disasters is the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Do you still consider him a good person?" Naruto was taken aback, about to refute, but Bai Qi raised a hand to stop him, signaling for him to listen. "Then there's the second Hokage. You must have read the Book of Seals, right?" Naruto, puzzled by the sudden question, had no opportunity to ask Bai Qi how he knew this, as he had not shared this information with him. The forbidden techniques within the art of sealing were predominantly developed by Senju Tobarama. However, to create these jutsu, Tobarama conducted extensive human experiments, personally dissecting countless individuals. "Do you still consider him a good person?" Naruto gazed at Bai Qi with a look of shattered worldview, staring blankly. "As for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, do you regard him as a good man?" Naruto opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from responding. He believed that Hiruzen, the venerable third Hokage, had treated him exceptionally well, undoubtedly a good person. Yet, after hearing Bai Qi recount the illustrious deeds of the first and second Hokages, his certainty began to waver. The third Hokage was characterized by his timidity, making numerous errors during his tenure, allowing the other four great ninja villages to launch several wars against the Land of Fire. He even caused disappointment, leading Tsunade and Jiraiya, two of the legendary Sannin, to leave. In an effort to elevate the fourth Hokage, he conspired with the Hokage advisor Danzo Shimura to spread rumors, resulting in the death of the most qualified candidate for the position, Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, who happened to be Kakashi's father. What? Naruto exclaimed, while even the hidden Sasuke could not help but step forward, gazing at Bai Qi's back. Who is he, and how does he know so much? Sasuke pondered, captivated by Bai Qi's revelations. You would be astonished if you knew the other deeds of your revered third Hokage. Moreover, after the fourth Hokage perished in the Nine Tails incident, this third Hokage, under the guise of conducting human experiments, forced out the last of Konoha's Sannin, Orochimaru. Subsequently, he studied the perfect Jinchuriki cultivation methods from the Earth and Lightning villages, branding you, the Jinchuriki, with the infamous title of the Nine Tails, causing the entire village to ostracize and detest you. Then, he brought you light in the name of love, urging you to grasp tightly onto this hard-earned kindness. This is impossible. Naruto suddenly stood up, tears streaming down his face. In truth, you are fortunate. Your companion, Uchiha Sasuke, has suffered even worse under the third Hokage's hand. Upon hearing Bai Qi mention his name, Sasuke immediately perked up, his heart racing. What has the third done to Sasuke? Naruto inquired anxiously. Bai Qi exhaled deeply and said, to be precise, it was against the entire Uchiha clan. Due to historical grievances, the third Hokage and Danzo inherited the second Hokage's will and became even more fanatical. During the third's rule, he actively suppressed the Uchiha clan, which led to internal strife. The Hawks sought to instigate a coup to change the status quo, while the Doves hoped to win the village's approval through effort, and the moderates remained indecisive. Tragically, your companion Sasuke's father, the current Uchiha clan head Fugaku, was a weak and indecisive leader, allowing the third and Danzo to manipulate the Uchiha's prodigies, Shisui and Itachi. Later, to seize Shisui's Sharingan, Danzo assassinated him, and ultimately used Sasuke as leverage to coerce Itachi into annihilating the entire Uchiha clan. Knowing all this, do you still believe the third Hokage is a good man? What did you say? A loud shout suddenly emerged from behind the rocks. Naruto turned to see Sasuke staring at them with his crimson, three-tomo Sharingan. Bai Qi turned around, feigning surprise, and asked, you were eavesdropping? You claim that Itachi killed our entire clan because the third and Danzo threatened him with my life? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sasuke could hardly comprehend that his impulsive decision to eavesdrop had led him to such a shocking secret. Bai Qi sighed and said, since you already know, I shall not conceal anything from you. Sasuke, have you considered a question? Another question. Naruto felt a physiological reaction at the mere mention of the word, his scalp prickling. What question? Do you genuinely believe that Itachi alone possessed the strength to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan in a single night? The Uchiha clan is renowned as the strongest family in the ninja world, filled with countless jounin and chunin. Even if they were not Itachi's match, surely one among them could have sent a distress signal to the village? Sasuke, do you underestimate the significance of the Uchiha name? Sasuke felt as though struck by lightning. Bai Qi had awakened him from his slumber. Indeed, no matter how extraordinary Itachi was, how could he silently eliminate so many elite Uchiha without anyone raising an alarm? The Uchiha clan, known as the foremost family in the ninja world, could not be likened to mere poultry. Even when slaughtered, a chicken would squawk. How could not one person manage to send a cry for help? He had overlooked such an evident flaw all along. Chapter 17. The Weeping Sasuke. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto asked with concern. The two had been practicing tree climbing together for days, their interactions remaining cold and unsatisfactory, yet they had forged a profound bond. Thus, Naruto was deeply worried about Sasuke's current state. As for the matter regarding Kado, Naruto had long since dismissed it, forgetting the original intent of their conversation. This is impossible. This cannot be. Sasuke seemed to be profoundly affected, abruptly turning and vanishing. Naruto wished to pursue him, but was pulled back by Bai Qi. At this moment, what Sasuke needed was a cathartic cry, a moment of solitude, rather than consolation. Your presence would only exacerbate the situation. Return for now, and leave it to me. After a moment's contemplation, Naruto nodded in agreement. Upon your return, do not speak of what I have disclosed to anyone else. Many of these are forbidden secrets. Revealing them could lead to significant trouble. Naruto, though not particularly astute, was not foolish either. He nodded, his heart heavy, and made his way back to Tezuna's home. He no longer had the time to ponder how an ordinary person like Bai Qi could possibly catch up to a ninja like Sasuke. Once Naruto had departed, Bai Qi allowed a smile to grace his face as he pursued Sasuke's direction. In truth, regardless of Sasuke's presence, Bai Qi would have shared these words with Naruto tonight, simply to enlighten him that the world is not merely black and white. He still had much to express, but was interrupted by Sasuke. As for whether Naruto would darken upon hearing these harsh truths, after spending many years with him, Bai Qi had faith that Naruto would not. For Naruto truly exemplified the archetype of a compassionate soul. No matter how dark the world became, a beam of light always shone within his heart. He shared this knowledge with the hope that Naruto would embody a compassionate spirit, rather than the superficial kind depicted in the original narrative. Just as in the original, when Pain attacked Konoha and discovered Naruto was absent, he prepared to retreat. When Tsunade inquired about his motives, Pain candidly explained that it was to make the world feel the suffering caused by war in smaller nations. Yet, Tsunade, like a hypocritical scold, rebuked Pain, asserting that the suffering of war was not exclusive to smaller nations, and that the great nations initiating the conflicts endured no less pain. Furious, Pain exploded, altering his plans and unleashing a devastating Shinra Tensei. Tsunade's hypocritical behavior was extremely distasteful. It was not just Pain. Anyone in his position would find it intolerable. Bai Qi, reflecting on the situation, believed that if he were in Pain's position, he would not concoct a comical plan like the Moon Eye Project, but would choose to bring about annihilation instead. Pain was far too benevolent. Pain's excessive kindness, combined with his lack of a proper education from a young age, led him to be persuaded by Naruto, a semi-literate individual, to the extent of sacrificing himself to resurrect the fallen ninjas of Konoha. In doing so, he completely forgot the calamities that befell the land of rain, the manner in which his own parents were slain by Konoha ninjas, and how Konan and Yahiko became orphans. This moral high ground he occupied as a victim could only be afforded to Naruto as the protagonist. Anyone else would have been swiftly vanquished by Pain. Tonight, he allowed Sasuke to eavesdrop, even revealing a modified account of the Uchiha clan massacre, not for any other reason but to expedite Sasuke's eventual decision to betray Konoha and follow Orochimaru during the Chunin exams. This could be viewed as a gift from Bai Qi, prepared in advance for Orochimaru, and one can only surmise how pleased he would be. Bai Qi does not seek to alter the ninja world, nor has he ever envisioned a realm of equality. Such a notion is simply impractical. Although he had just claimed that the wars and sufferings of the ninja world stemmed from Senju Hashirama, Bai Qi actually agrees with Hashirama's choices. Perhaps Hashirama did not delve as deeply as Bai Qi thinks, naively believing that the balance of tailed beasts within the ninja villages would prevent war and usher in peace. However, Hashirama's strategy was indeed a clever gambit. In Bai Qi's original world, many criticized Hashirama's naivety, asserting that had he unified the ninja world, countless disasters could have been avoided. Yet, many overlooked the irreconcilable conflicts between ninjas and civilians, including ninjutsu and chakra. If the ninja world were truly united, those in power would possess extraordinary abilities beyond the reach of the common folk, leading to a terrifying world where the privileges of ninjas would only grow amidst greed and corruption, while civilians would lack the means to resist. A peaceful world or nation requires more than mere unification. It necessitates a comprehensive system that aligns with contemporary society, rational optimization strategies, and exceptional leaders and executors. Importantly, there must not be an overwhelming disparity in power between civilians and rulers. Only with a minimal gap can the possibility of overthrowing a decaying regime arise. One cannot simply wait for a savior, at the cost of countless lives over generations, to emerge. With the limited political intellect of ninjas, like Hashirama, even if the ninja world were unified, it would merely replicate the ephemeral nature of the past ninja religions, fracturing once more upon Hashirama's demise. Hence, Hashirama's system of ninja villages may indeed be more suitable for the needs of the Naruto world than outright unification. Such decisions can only be attributed to the fortune of the foolish. Bai Qi locked his consciousness onto Sasuke and pursued him into a clearing in the woods, where he found Sasuke staring blankly at several towering trees. The footprints before two of the trees indicated that this was the place where Sasuke practiced climbing with Naruto. "Sasuke-kun," Bai Qi softly called from behind. Startled, Sasuke turned abruptly, his crimson Sharingan fixed on Bai Qi as he demanded, "Who are you? How do you know so many secrets? You are certainly not the ordinary person Naruto describes." Bai Qi chuckled, recognizing that Sasuke's intellect far surpassed Naruto's. while Naruto wallowed in pain, clutching his head. Sasuke quickly discerned Bai Qi's extraordinary nature after a momentary lapse of reason. Sasuke-kun, you are indeed quite astute to have realized this so swiftly. Bai Qi approached a large tree, leaned against it, and remarked, you need not harbor such animosity towards me. I am not your enemy. You still haven't revealed who you are, Sasuke pressed. Me? Bai Qi gazed up at the night sky and replied, I am merely an observer of this era. Sasuke was taken aback, never expecting such a response. Why did Itachi slaughter our clan? Was it really to test my character? I refuse to believe that. Can you enlighten me? Chapter 18. Consolation and guidance for Sasuke. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, then smiled. I thought you would seek my power for revenge. Sasuke's eyes brightened, eager for the challenge. Yet Bai Qi denied him that opportunity, continuing, no need to speak. My power is not suited for you or Naruto. If you wish to gain strength, someone will grant it to you in the coming months. You only need to wait patiently. As for why Itachi exterminated their clan, the reason is simple. Why? Sasuke's breath quickened. Because Itachi is a self-righteous fool who committed foolish acts out of arrogance and manipulation. Despite declaring his intent to kill that man, Sasuke felt a pang of discomfort at the insult directed toward Itachi. Do you disagree? A genius recognized by both the Uchiha clan and Konoha, regardless of his misdeeds, this reputation remains intact. Yet Itachi, while a genius in ninjutsu and combat, lacked wisdom. Wisdom is not synonymous with intelligence. It is an extensive reservoir of knowledge, broad experience, and the logical application of that knowledge and insight. Itachi, despite his cleverness, was uneducated, having walked a dark path devoid of knowledge, leaving his perspective and character as diminutive as an ant. His family's millennia-old renown and his innate talent for the Sharingan may have bred an unspoken pride, leading him to look down upon others. A person who holds himself in such high esteem, yet possesses a narrow understanding and limited vision, is indeed a proud fool. Sasuke bit his lip, unable to retort. This was not because he agreed with Bai Qi's assessment of Itachi, but rather due to his limited understanding of Itachi's experiences and thoughts, leaving him incapable of evaluating or countering such claims. What exactly did that man endure? Who deceived him? Flames of hatred flickered in Sasuke's eyes. If you wish to know, why not seek the truth yourself? Every path traversed leaves behind traces. Even if I divulged all I know, you would not fully believe it. If you do not wish to become a second Itachi, do not tread his path. You seek power, yet your understanding and perspective are as narrow as Itachi's. Your ignorance and superficial wisdom drive you solely to pursue the so-called power of a ninja. Return, wait, conceal your hatred, and then diligently learn, expand your knowledge. Broaden your horizons, refine your thinking, and strive to discover and explore. Only then will you find the truth, and you will understand what you truly desire. I can see that you lack no determination to kill Itachi, but you also harbor doubt and hesitation. The day you uncover the truth with your own hands will mark the true beginning of your strength. Stop uttering foolish declarations of vengeance. There is an old saying, the barking dog seldom bites. With that, Bai Qi turned to leave. Sasuke stood frozen for a long moment, his teeth clenched, feeling as though he had been insulted. Though he did not uncover the truth he sought from Bai Qi, he felt no regret. He had received something far more precious, guidance. In the fog of life, for one who has lost their direction, a clear guide is the most invaluable opportunity. Today, Sasuke had obtained just that. Bai Qi was right. Even if he had revealed the secrets of Konoha, the third Hokage, Itachi, and the Uchiha clan, Sasuke would not have believed them entirely. Hatred obscured his vision, ensnaring him in a relentless pursuit to enhance his ninjutsu, instinctively allowing him to evade the memories of all that had transpired. He chose not to listen, not to see, not to think, directing all the blame and animosity towards that man. Thus, he remained oblivious to the numerous oddities and irrationalities surrounding the Uchiha clan's massacre night. He hastened to catch up with Bai Qi and said, I heard from Naruto that you have developed several taijutsu techniques. I have witnessed their power firsthand. May I learn from you? Bai Qi pondered for a moment and replied, the taijutsu I imparted to Naruto is called Bai Qi, but that style is ill-suited for you. Your physical strength and recovery capabilities pale in comparison to Naruto, who, as a Jinchuriki, possesses extraordinary healing abilities and formidable stamina due to the power of the tailed beast. You must understand this. Sasuke felt a tinge of disappointment. Even Naruto, being the underdog, was capable of causing Kakashi, a Nin, to flounder after mastering that technique, demonstrating its might despite Naruto's brief training period. However, I possess a more suitable taijutsu for you called Bagua Zhang and Tai Chi. These styles, when combined with your Sharingan, will lead to an astonishing future. Are you willing to learn? Sasuke's face brightened with joy upon hearing this. Then let us return. It is evident that your body has reached its limit and is not ready for immediate learning. I shall begin teaching you taijutsu starting tomorrow. Yes, sensei. Upon returning to Dazna's home, although Kakashi lay down, he was not asleep. Only after witnessing Sasuke's beaming smile upon his safe return did Kakashi allow himself to rest. The next day, after breakfast, Bai Qi accompanied Naruto and Sasuke to their training ground. Their tree climbing technique remained imperfect, necessitating further practice. Naruto, continue your tree climbing exercises. Sasuke will learn new taijutsu with me first. Naruto, upon hearing this, beamed with delight. Bai Qi, do you agree to teach Sasuke Baji Quan? Not Baji Quan, but Bagua Zhang and Tai Chi. These two styles are more appropriate for Sasuke, given his Sharingan. As for you, it is not yet the right time for these techniques. In the future, when the moment is right, I will teach them to you. Learning them now will only hinder your Baji Quan training. Bai Qi patiently guided, keen to prevent Naruto from harboring resentment over such trivial matters. Naruto readily acquiesced, stepping aside to resume his tree climbing practice. First, I will demonstrate both taijutsu techniques in succession. Sasuke, activate your Sharingan. You should be able to remember it after a single viewing. I will then break down the application of the techniques for you. Indeed, the Sharingan was unparalleled, akin to certain systems in fictional narratives. One could learn merely by observing, and as long as the body could withstand it, the techniques could be executed. Even ninjutsu, aside from specific bloodline limit jutsu, could almost all be replicated. Kakashi himself earned the title of copy ninja through his Sharingan. Chapter 19. The best and worst students due to Sasuke's Sharingan. Bai Qi's instruction was markedly less laborious than with Naruto, resembling more of a straightforward educational approach. The lesson began with the foundational stances of Bagua Zhang, followed by demonstrations, concurrently imparting the essence of the style to Sasuke. Bagua Zhang emphasizes movement, advance, retreat, shift between presence and absence, and embody fluidity. Move with the wind, stand firm, transition gracefully, and embrace the incoming force with open arms. The essence lies in the details. Mere strength without understanding is futile. Bai Qi recited the teachings slowly, while Sasuke exerted himself to memorize them, beads of sweat forming on his brow. After concluding, Bai Qi smiled and inquired, "Have you retained the teachings?" Sasuke nodded, his crimson Sharingan gleaming, responding, "I have memorized the techniques and the verses, but I do not yet comprehend them." True to his reputation as a genius, Sasuke swiftly grasped the lengthy verses, something Bai Qi would have struggled to memorize without numerous repetitions during his time on Blue Star. Bai Qi nodded approvingly. "Indeed, Sasuke, your talent is remarkable. This allows me to expedite your training. Now, I will teach you the practical applications of Bagua Zhang. We will engage in combat. Only through real experience can you assimilate and understand the techniques more rapidly. Let us begin." Bai Qi marked the ground with his hand, signaling Sasuke to attack. Without hesitation, Sasuke lunged toward Bai Qi, delivering a punch. Bai Qi effortlessly dodged, gripping Sasuke's wrist with the strength of a vice. Before Sasuke could react, his arm was captured, and various marks were left on his throat, groin, ribs, and heart. Had this been a real battle, Sasuke would have lost his life countless times in mere moments. Bai Qi released his grip on Sasuke's arm with a gentle shove, sending him flying, while Sasuke looked on in disbelief. "Do not dawdle, continue." A loud thud resounded as Naruto, who had been stealthily observing, lost his balance and fell from the tree upon witnessing Sasuke's swift defeat. However, Bai Qi and Sasuke remained focused on their duel. At that moment, Sasuke was both astonished and exhilarated. Initially, he did not perceive Bagua Zhang as particularly formidable. To him, the soft, circular motions seemed merely a waste of energy. Yet, in direct combat with Bai Qi, he witnessed the terrifying potential of Bagua Zhang. How exquisite, profound, and intricate was this martial art. Even with his Sharingan, he often struggled to comprehend how he was being attacked. Truly astonishing. Bagua Zhang comprises 8 palms, single change, double change, follow through palm, back palm, turning palm, grinding palm, 3 penetrations palm, and turning body palm. Each palm further branches into 8 forms: lion, deer, hawk, dragon, bear, phoenix, monkey, and snake, resulting in an exponential array of techniques, 64 in total, with boundless variations. As Bai Qi executed moves, he elucidated the key principles of Bagua Zhang, and Sasuke absorbed the knowledge like a parched sponge. Soon, Sasuke, limited to using Konoha's taijutsu, began to apply the rudimentary techniques of Bagua Zhang in their sparring. Bai Qi was highly satisfied with Sasuke's progress. In contrast, Naruto's learning experience paled significantly, reinforcing his reputation as the underdog. It was no wonder that teachers preferred to instruct prodigies. By noon, when Sakura arrived with lunch, Sasuke had achieved a basic proficiency in Bagua Zhang, marking his initial foray into the art. Sakura, astonished to witness the duel between Sasuke and Bai Qi, could hardly believe her eyes. Wasn't Bai Qi merely an ordinary person? Why did it appear that he was effortlessly overpowering Sasuke? That will conclude today's lesson. Once you have mastered Bagua Zhang, I will teach you Tai Chi. Tai Chi is not inferior to Bagua Zhang. It is far more aggressive and demands even greater physical conditioning. In this short time, focus on improving your physical attributes so that learning Tai Chi will yield maximum benefit. Understood, Sensei. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with gratitude. After exchanging farewells with Naruto, Bai Qi departed alongside Sakura. Throughout their journey, Sakura seemed hesitant to speak. Bai Qi pretended not to notice. It was not that Bai Qi held any bias against Sakura, nor did he share the sentiment of those from his previous world who deemed her a superficial character, comparing her to Sasuke and Naruto. Even among her peers in the Ninja Academy, Sakura's talent was merely average, placing her at the bottom of the spectrum. Coming from a civilian family, she had never received systematic ninja training, and her mindset and qualities were simply those of an ordinary person. The reason she remains in Team 7 is solely due to Naruto's affection for her. Sarutobi Hiruzen merely views Sakura as a chain binding Naruto, a tool to firmly anchor him in Konoha. Essentially, Haruno Sakura is merely an ordinary girl consumed by romantic thoughts. She possesses no resources, no talent, and no perseverance. Throughout the routine missions of Team 7, she gradually forged a deep friendship with Naruto and Sasuke. When faced with challenges beyond her capability to resolve, seeking help from the stronger Naruto is not something to be condemned. Upon being enlightened by Sai, Sakura promptly recognized her mistakes, and her mindset began to genuinely evolve, prompting her to strive for improvement. The reason why Bai Qi disregards her is simple. The current Sakura is not the same Sakura who trained under Tsunade, mastering medical ninjutsu and immense strength. A Sakura devoid of combat will and the desire to grow would render any guidance from Bai Qi futile. As the saying goes, a master can lead one to the door, but the journey of cultivation is a personal endeavor. Sakura is far from being a competent disciple. By the way, Brother Bai Qi, Naruto mentioned that you are not an ordinary person, right? How is it that you can defeat Sasuke, a ninja, without chakra? Bai Qi nearly rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Ignoring her had indeed been the right choice. He had taught Naruto the 8 Extremes Fist, enabling him to shine during survival training, and instructed Sasuke in the 8 Trigrams Palm, presenting himself as a benevolent teacher. Any ambitious individual would seize the opportunity to request Bai Qi's mentorship, yet Sakura squandered such a valuable chance by inquiring about the 8 Trigrams. I did not defeat Sasuke. It was merely a contest of physical techniques, devoid of chakra and ninjutsu. If Sasuke had employed ninjutsu and chakra, I would not stand a chance. Bai Qi fabricated a response, and yet Sakura appeared convinced, exhaling a sigh of relief. Bai Qi noticed this and found himself involuntarily twitching at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, a girl consumed by romantic notions is utterly incomprehensible. Chapter 20. The Ninja Textbook. No longer Zabuza. The days passed in tranquil monotony until Kakashi finally discarded his crutch and regained his footing. Meanwhile, Sasuke had mastered both the 8 Trigrams Palm and Tai Chi Fist under Bai Qi's tutelage, and after intense training, he completed the tree climbing exercise just 2 days after Naruto. In Team 7, only Sakura remained stagnant while Sasuke and Naruto had undergone significant transformations. However, the perceptive Kakashi noticed that Naruto, once vibrant and carefree, occasionally displayed a melancholic demeanor, often silent and uncharacteristically subdued. Kakashi understood that this must relate to Bai Qi, but considering Bai Qi had imparted 2 intricate physical techniques to Sasuke, while Naruto had only learned 1, he assumed Naruto was merely feeling envious and chose not to dwell on it, believing this was simply a child's tantrum that time would heal. With Kakashi's recovery, Dasna resumed the bridge construction. This time, many villagers offered their assistance as Kato had announced he would cease obstructing the bridge's establishment, significantly accelerating progress. However, due to the inability to contact Zabuza, Kakashi and his team accompanied Dasna. Bai Qi, on the other hand, indicated he needed to conduct further investigations for his investment plans and bid them farewell. In truth, Bai Qi lurked in the shadows, awaiting Zabuza's arrival, hoping to recruit him for his own purposes. It was not out of pity for Zabuza's fate in the original narrative, but rather the dire lack of capable individuals in the current ninja world. The formidable ninjas were all elites from their respective villages, making it improbable for them to ally with Bai Qi. Meanwhile, powerful rogue ninjas had either joined the Akatsuki or were psychologically unstable. Even the few strong ones were likely under the watchful eye of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Bai Qi had merely begun to establish his foundation. His mastery of techniques and ninjutsu was limited, placing his overall strength above that of a J-nin yet below the level of a Kage. Should he face Otsutsuki Kinshiki or the lovesick Uchiha, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Bai Qi had no interest in their trivial matters, as they bore no relevance to him. Among these individuals, Zabuza was undoubtedly the most desirable recruit, possessing J-nin level strength, a cold exterior with a warm heart, devoid of sadistic tendencies, and embodying the true spirit of a ninja with a grand vision to liberate his village. He was precisely the type of exemplary ninja Bai Qi sought. Moreover, if Bai Qi could win Zabuza over, he could also attract many rogue ninjas from the hidden mist. As the blood mist policy instigated by Obito had caused significant dissent among mist ninjas, making them potential defectors. Regrettably, if only Kisame Hoshigaki had not joined the Akatsuki, he would have been the perfect ninja Bai Qi desired, immensely powerful, fiercely loyal, ruthless, yet not particularly bright. Whatever he was told, he believed. The Hoshigaki clan was known for its honesty, and acquiring one would be akin to striking gold. After 5 days of clandestine surveillance, Bai Qi finally witnessed the bridge engulfed in a thick fog one ordinary morning. Everyone knew Zabuza had arrived. Zabuza Momochi, cease your actions. We have no reason to continue this battle. Kakashi called out loudly. Huh, Kakashi, what jest are you making? I fell for your trick last time, but I certainly won tea this time. Today, I shall claim the head of the copy ninja Kakashi to proclaim my renown. Zabuza's voice echoed from all directions. Kakashi sighed and glanced at Dasna, who immediately understood and stepped forward to shout, Mr. Zabuza, do you remember me? I am Dasna's trusted aide. Zabuza's voice was laced with confusion. You need not fight the ninjas of Konoha any longer. Mr. Kato has decided to abandon his efforts to prevent the bridge's construction and will even offer support. Due to our inability to contact you, I was left waiting here to convey his wishes to you, Dasna hurriedly explained. After a long silence, the fog began to dissipate. As the mist cleared, 2 figures were revealed on the bridge's railing, Zabuza and Bai Qi, who wore a mask. Zabuza's eyes were filled with displeasure. He, too, possessed the heart of one who yearns for strength, and battling a powerful opponent like Kakashi brought him joy. However, as a true ninja, he would not engage in meaningless conflict. Dasna, you must understand the cost of deceiving me, Zabuza warned. Dasna quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a smile. I would never dare. Mr. Zabuza, due to a recent investor's arrival in the Land of Water, this bridge is essential for future plans, which is why Mr. Kato has decided to support its construction. Zabuza nodded. No matter, my payment remains unchanged. He then turned to Kakashi, expressing a hint of regret. Kakashi, I truly hope to face you in battle again. I look forward to our next confrontation. Bye, let us depart. Kakashi's eyes were weary, filled with exasperation. What is with all these battle-crazed individuals? As Zabuza left, a relieved Sakura exhaled deeply. It was vital to note that she and Kakashi were the only ninjas present. Naruto and Sasuke were still training. If a battle were to erupt, Sakura had no confidence in her ability to stop the masked ninja, leaving Kakashi to face a 2-on-1 situation. The villagers, witnessing the scene, erupted in cheers, their enthusiasm for the bridge construction rekindled. Walking along the dense forest path, Zabuza suddenly halted. Zabuza, what is it? Zaibukin glanced at a nearby large tree and remarked, have you been following me for so long with the intent of having my beheading blade sever your head? His laughter echoed, revealing the ferocity of the notorious Zaibukin, who dared to suggest such violence upon first meeting. At that moment, Bai Qi emerged from behind the tree, a smile adorning his face. Upon seeing Bai Qi's presence, Bai quickly positioned himself before Zai Bucken, drawing his weapon in a defensive stance. Bai Qi, observing the tension, chuckled, "There's no need to be so anxious, young one. I harbor no ill intentions. Now, state your purpose." Zai Bucken coldly responded, "Speak plainly." Bai Qi cut straight to the chase, "Zai Bucken of the Peach Land. I hold you in high regard and wish to recruit you as my subordinate. You have three options: agree, agree, or agree." The audacity of his words elicited a cruel smile from Zai Bucken, whose mouth, wrapped in bandages, twisted with malevolence. "It has been ages since I felt the urge to kill," he declared, gripping the hilt of his beheading blade. Chapter 21. The initial clash of Taoist techniques and ninja arts. Bai remained vigilant, observing the encounter between Bai Qi and Zai Bucken, sensing the latter's unabashed murderous intent, and tightened his grip on his weapon, seeking an opportunity to strike. "Zai Bucken, I am aware of your desires, and I can fulfill them," Bai Qi stated. Zai Bucken hesitated momentarily, but maintained his grip on the hilt of his sword. In the next instant, Bai launched himself at Bai Qi without hesitation. While Zai Bucken took to the shadows, concealing himself, Bai Qi deftly sidestepped the projectile aimed at him, engaging Bai in close combat. "Are all you ninjas afflicted with some sort of madness?" Bai Qi quipped, initially believing Zai Bucken to be one of the few rational individuals in the world of Hokage, only to find him immediately entering a battle stance without a hint of conversation. Bai's martial arts were commendable, yet they paled in comparison to Bai Qi's prowess. After observing Bai's skills for 3 exchanges, Bai Qi ceased holding back. With a swift motion, he closed the distance, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Bai's chest, sending him flying into the rising mist, vanishing from sight. What astounding speed, truly befitting the ghost of the mist. This mist technique has reached mastery. Bai Qi praised as he withdrew his fighting stance, sensing the thick fog enveloping the area. His consciousness expanded, swiftly locating Zai Bucken concealed within the mist. Zai Bucken, hidden behind the tree, scowled as he observed the depths of the fog. The speed at which Bai was defeated astonished him. It was simply too swift. In an instant, Bai was sent flying, unable to leave even a trace of scent on Bai Qi. The mist concealment technique, a water-based ninjutsu, summoned a fog rich in chakra that obscured not only ordinary vision, but even specialized ocular and sensory techniques. In Zai Bucken's understanding, only the Byakugan of the Leaf Village could pierce through this veil. In such dense fog, even Zai Bucken, the user of the technique, would need to leave a scent mark on his target to accurately locate them. To his dismay, Bai had failed in this task. Zai Bucken awkwardly realized that both he and Bai Qi were equally blind to each other's positions. Perhaps it's best to retreat, he decided. The physical prowess of the opponent was indeed formidable, and defeating Bai would not be an easy feat, especially without knowledge of Bai Qi's capabilities. A ninja's battle requires intelligence gathering. Engaging without such information often leads to peril. After a brief analysis, Zai Bucken resolved to retreat immediately, stealthily moving towards Bai's direction, intent on seizing him and escaping under the cover of the fog. Unbeknownst to him, every movement was observed by Bai Qi. Witnessing Zai Bucken's furtive actions, devoid of his earlier imposing demeanor, Bai Qi nearly burst into laughter. Employing the exquisite footwork of the 8 trigrams palm, Bai Qi too approached silently towards Bai's hidden location. Guided by scent, Zai Bucken soon located Bai, who had removed his mask, blood soaking his chest. "Zai Bucken, I apologize," Bai began, but Zai Bucken frowned, signaling him to remain silent as he lifted him. Bai's injuries were severe. Without the aid of a skilled medical ninja, his survival was doubtful. Suddenly, Bai Qi's voice rang out. Zai Bucken leaped back, turning to regard Bai Qi with disbelief, astonished that he had approached unnoticed. Even more shocking was the realization that no matter how he fled, Bai Qi was always close behind, impossible to shake off. With a grim determination, Zai Bucken hurled Bai into the depths of the fog, drawing his beheading blade to strike at Bai Qi. The weighty blade sliced through the mist, dividing the world in two. Bai Qi quickly retreated a few paces, raising his hand to deliver a punch against the blade. The clash resounded, and Zai Bucken felt an overwhelming force coursing through the blade, causing his wrist to ache and relinquishing his grip on the hilt, sending the heavy weapon crashing to the ground. Faced with Bai Qi's mocking smile, Zai Bucken barely had time to be astonished before he hurled a smoke bomb to the ground, the thick smoke mingling with the fog. Bai Qi's perception detected Zai Bucken splitting into 3 forms, 2 darting to the sides, while one transformed into a puddle, remaining in place. A flurry of shuriken whistled through the air. Without any weapons of his own, Bai Qi evaded with an agile movement. Just as he dodged the shuriken, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. Zaibuken charged directly at him, wielding only an ordinary kunai. Without his beheading blade, Zaibuken lunged at Bai Qi, aiming for his face. Bai Qi did not evade, employing the Tai Chi cloud hands to neutralize the attacks. It was not that Bai Qi could not defeat Zaibuken swiftly. Rather, he was curious to see what Zaibuken intended. As their battle continued, a tremendous sound of rushing water echoed from the depths of the fog. Water release, great waterfall technique. A deluge surged towards Bai Qi like a flood. Observing this, Bai Qi executed a counterattack, repelling Zaibuken's water clone, leaping high to evade the torrent. Zaibuken's water clone was engulfed by the flood, torn apart and merging into the water. As Bai Qi descended, he spotted another Zaibuken rushing towards him, quickly forming hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet. A serpent-like dragon of water emerged, lunging at Bai Qi. Unfazed, Bai Qi recited incantations rapidly. Southern polar spirit, vibrant and resplendent, traversing the cosmos, the primordial energies of heaven. Illuminating all souls, I command you urgently. With his incantation complete, Bai Qi struck down at the water dragon with a palm. Instantly, a formidable aura radiated outward, and the once mighty water dragon could not withstand even a moment, dissipating into a spray of water beneath Bai Qi's palm. This is precisely one of the 3 spells that Bai Qi has mastered, known as the Heavenly Emperor Palm. Now, having merely tested its capabilities, its power is truly remarkable. Impossible. Zai Buzhan gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. As Bai Qi struck down with his palm, in that fleeting moment, Zai Buzhan felt as if he were facing a celestial deity, under the overwhelming majesty of an emperor. His body became immobile, and in a deeply humiliating manner, he knelt down as if to worship a god. The Heavenly Emperor Palm, a representation of the Jade Emperor's might, possesses such formidable power. Bai Qi felt no surprise. Instead, he pondered if perhaps his own realm was too low, resulting in such modest strength. A colossal, intangible palm imprint descended upon the surface of the water, creating a massive handprint amidst the turbulent waves. Zai Buzhan realized he was likely no match for his opponent. As the terrifying pressure of the sovereign dissipated, he quickly regained his footing, stabilizing his mind, and executed a series of leaps to distance himself from Bai Qi's landing. Bai Qi, effortlessly standing upon the water's surface, observed the uncertain Zai Buzhan while contemplating why the Heavenly Emperor Palm's power was so diminished. Soon, he comprehended. Apart from his own cultivation being merely at the foundational stage, this world lacked the existence of deities. In another realm, the reason so many Taoists worshipped their ancestors, sought the lineage of spells, and emphasized the importance of transmission was simply because their original world was in an age of decline, devoid of spiritual energy. The spells cast by Taoists were not derived from their own magical power, but were borrowed. The celestial beings above, akin to predetermined programs, opened accounts in the realm of deities upon worshipping their patriarch. Receiving a lineage of spells conferred operational privileges, and when invoking Taoist magic, incantations served as codes or commands, allowing the celestial powers to manifest commensurately. This elucidates the multitude of incantations and hand seals, often concluding with phrases akin to as decreed by the Supreme Laojun. The former signifies skills, while the latter indicates the borrowing of divine power. In this world, devoid of the 3 pure ones and 6 sovereigns, Bai Qi could rely solely on his own magical energy and comprehension of the heavenly path. The potency of the Heavenly Emperor Palm now solely depended on him, devoid of any relation to the deities. Having grasped this understanding, Bai Qi felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was not the will of the world or the influence of a different heavenly path. Had it been so, Bai Qi would indeed have to worry about whether he could continue to ascend. These thoughts raced through Bai Qi's mind, but for Zai Buzhan, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Bai Qi stood upon the water, motionless, seemingly lost in contemplation, though only for a few seconds. Then he fixed his gaze upon Zai Buzhan, smiling as he queried, "So, do you wish to continue the battle? I believe you must now realize that you are not my match. Moreover, your little admirer may be in grave danger if not rescued soon. A damaged tool is of no consequence." Zai Buzhan coldly responded, his eyes betraying no emotion. If Bai Qi were not familiar with the original text, he might have been deceived by Zai Buzhan's performance. Then I can only express my regret. Such a useful tool. Bai Qi's words were abruptly interrupted as a sudden transformation occurred. The water beneath him surged violently, coalescing into a massive water sphere that enveloped him. Water escape. Water prison technique. From the sphere, another Zai Bujan emerged, his expression filled with mockery. I must admit, you are formidable, but you have underestimated me. The battle between ninjas does not solely depend on the strength of their jutsu. Bai Qi observed the Zai Bujan beside him, recognizing that this was the true form of his opponent. He had known from the outset that Zai Bujan was utilizing water clones to distract him while concealing himself within the water. Bai Qi's decision not to expose this tactic was merely to showcase his strength, intending to demonstrate the disparity between them. However, this approach seemed to have led Zai Bujan to misinterpret the situation, even believing he held a guaranteed victory. An impeccable demonstration of textbook ninjutsu, Zai Bujan. I reiterate, I hold you in high regard. Bai Qi's voice resonated within Zai Bujan's mind. Enveloped by water, he could not speak, as this was a transmission of consciousness, directly interfacing with Zai Bujan's brainwaves. Zai Bujan's eyelids twitched, yet he stubbornly retorted, "You are imprisoned by my water escape. Do you still believe you have a chance of victory? Ah, Zai Bujan, you are a Jonin of the mist. Do you truly think you are the only one capable of employing the clone technique?" Bai Qi's voice echoed from behind Zai Bujan. Startled, he turned to see another Bai Qi grinning at him from the water's surface. He glanced back at the water prison, where the Bai Qi submerged within made a face at him before dissipating into a cloud of smoke. The enormous plume of smoke stirred countless bubbles within the water prison. Zai Bujan, visibly perturbed, dispelled the jutsu and gazed at Bai Qi. To be frank, your ninjutsu is quite fascinating. Although it may be crude, it excels in its intricacy, Bai Qi complimented. Having secretly perused forbidden scrolls, Bai Qi was certainly proficient in ninjutsu. His natural energy allowed him to perform ninjutsu, though he held a certain disdain for such techniques. For instance, while ninjas use chakra to generate downward thrust from their feet to remain standing on the water's surface, Bai Qi employed water manipulation, a form of regulated control. They were entirely different dimensions of power. Bai Qi's recollection of spells was limited, otherwise, he would have little interest in learning such inferior techniques. Zai Bujan's expression fluctuated between despair and resignation before he finally sighed, saying, "I concede. Now we can converse. I, Zai Bujan, will not ally myself with someone weaker than I. You now possess that qualification." Bai Qi laughed heartily 3 times, casually gesturing for Bai to emerge from the concealed forest, landing in his hands. Zai Bujan's eyes widened in disbelief, having seen no traces of chakra strings. Further astonished by Bai Qi's methods, Bai Qi seated himself cross-legged, cradling Bai in his embrace, then formed seals to cast a sealing technique, restraining Bai's chakra before gradually infusing natural energy into his wounds. Although he lacked medical ninjutsu, natural energy inherently possessed formidable healing properties. As long as there was no interference from chakra, coupled with Bai Qi's transformation, it would not provoke natural energy's rejection of chakra. Soon, Bai's pallor improved significantly, and he ceased to cough up blood. Observing this scene, Zai Bujan realized Bai Qi was providing aid to Bai. Once Bai Qi withdrew his hand, Bai fell into a deep slumber, prompting Zai Bujan to inquire, "You claim you can provide what I desire. Do you know what that is?" Bai Qi smiled. "Is it not the dream of liberating the mist? This is not a difficult task." Zai Bujan was not surprised. His aspirations were not particularly secretive within the ninja world. Given Bai Qi's strength, it was entirely reasonable for him to be aware of such matters. However, Bai Qi's nonchalant demeanor irked Zai Bujan. Bai Qi held Bai in his arms, refusing to return him to Zai Bujan. Knowing that the latter was merely pretending to be persuaded, the moment an opportunity arose, he would flee. Handing Bai over to him would be akin to inviting disaster. "Let us depart. I have no interest in discussing matters upon the water." Zai Bujan nodded, retrieving his great sword, trailing closely behind Bai Qi at a distance of 5 meters. Chapter 23. Zai Bujan's shattered resolve. Upon noticing Zai Bujan had followed, Bai Qi immediately quickened his pace. He certainly did not wish to have his true identity exposed at this moment. The battles of ninjas are often shrouded in secrecy and silence, yet once ninjutsu is employed, the ensuing commotion is often alarmingly loud. Although this location is a fair distance from the construction site of the Great Bridge, it is implausible that Kakashi would remain unaware of the situation. He would likely assess the pros and cons and choose to wait a while before arriving to eliminate any potential threats. Thus, remaining here significantly increases the likelihood of being discovered by Kakashi. In such a case, unless he were to eliminate Kakashi, his formidable ninja skills would undoubtedly lead to information being relayed back to Konoha, consequently placing Bai Qi under investigation and severing ties with the village, which is not what Bai Qi desired. Arriving at the edge of a cliff, Bai Qi cautiously laid the unconscious by beside a large tree and gazed into the distance, formulating his words in his mind. Zabuza, despite his lofty ideals, could be temporarily swayed by money, but his heart could never be conquered. Bai Qi was not seeking a fleeting employee, but rather a loyal subordinate. Hence, he needed to win Zabuza's allegiance. To put an end to the nightmare of the Mist Village, the methods you currently employ are utterly futile. Bai Qi outright dismissed Zabuza's long-standing efforts. Zabuza, indignant, glared at Bai Qi with a chilling gaze, and had he the strength, he would have relished teaching this arrogant brat a lesson. Zabuza, suffering from calamity and pain, was not alone in his suffering. The blood mist policy had indeed inflicted great suffering upon the ninjas of the Mist Village, yet across the entire ninja world. All were enduring various forms of anguish, not significantly better than that of the Mist Village. Having never experienced such nightmares firsthand, how could you truly comprehend their depths? I once endured the anguish of slaying all my classmates, attempting to make the higher-ups in the village recognize the blood mist policy. Yet what good would that have done? Bai Qi interjected, his tone laced with disdain. Zabuza, having faced numerous failures, remained naive and absurdly stubborn, ensuring his perpetual inability to succeed. With a creak, Zabuza clenched his fists, his murderous intent glaringly evident. Bai Qi, seated at the cliff's edge, pointed towards the vast expanse of the sky and asked, Zabuza, tell me, what is the source of calamity in the ninja world? Land, food, money, power? Upon hearing this, Zabuza's eyes flickered with confusion. Sensing that Bai Qi was hinting at the answer, yet feeling uncertain. It is the existence of ninjas, a phenomenon that should not exist. Ninjas are the root of all suffering and disaster in this world. Huh. Zabuza scoffed at this notion but quickly stifled it, fearing retribution. Bai Qi, undeterred by Zabuza's small gestures, posed his own question. Zabuza, let me inquire. When an ordinary landlord, devoid of ninjas among his subordinates, cruelly and greedily oppresses his tenants, leaving them with no means to survive, what do you suppose those tenants would do? After a brief contemplation, Zabuza replied without hesitation. Naturally, they would raise their hoes, storm into the landlord's abode, and kill him, ensuring no one could oppress them again. What is there to discuss? Bai Qi nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied with Zabuza's response. But what if that landlord were a ninja, or if he employed ninjas as his underlings? Would those tenants still possess the ability to resist? Zabuza fell silent. Being a Nin, he was acutely aware of the power ninjas wield. Even a wandering ninja with merely a couple of basic jutsu would be far beyond the tenant's capacity to confront, as numerical advantages would be rendered meaningless before the might of ninjas. Similarly, the students and lower-ranking ninjas under the blood mist policy are akin to those tenants, while the shadows and leaders dictating the blood mist policy are the true landlords. If these shadows and leaders did not possess overwhelming power over you, do you truly believe the blood mist policy could endure? Zabuza remained silent for a moment, sighed, and with his murderous intent now reined in, approached Bai Qi's side. Mimicking his seated posture, I am beginning to grasp your meaning. Yet how does this relate to your assertion that ninjas are the source of calamity? You seem to be emphasizing power. Bai Qi turned to Zabuza, locking eyes with him, causing Zabuza to feel a shiver down his spine. It is the imbalance of power. Zabuza, ninjas represent this very imbalance. A peaceful and stable world resembles a scale, with one side held by the nobility governing it, and the other by commoners, while ninjas serve as the weights determining whether the scale remains balanced. I am aware of your plan, which merely involves amassing sufficient wealth, gathering powerful ninja subordinates, and then launching a coup against the Mist Village to terminate the blood mist policy. Upon hearing this, Zabuza's eyes darted slightly, as this was indeed his plan. Yet, Zabuza, have you not considered how crude and laughable your plan truly is? Before you become angry, allow me to pose a few questions. After you hear them, then you may explain to me how your plan is not absurd. First, the leaders of the various ninja villages are the elite among elite Nin, possessing not only formidable ninja prowess, but also immense prestige and influence. Are you certain you possess the strength to defeat such leaders? It is not that I underestimate you. Zabuza, even if granted another 20 years, you would still be no match for them. Do you naively believe you possess the qualities of the first Hokage, envisioning yourself as a god among ninjas? Bai Qi's teasing left Zabuza's face darkened with frustration. Second, ninjas are invaluable assets wherever they may be, and the ninjas you can recruit, disregarding their character, will undoubtedly be inferior to those who would not follow you, while those inferior ninjas would be of little use. Do you truly believe that the low-quality ninjas you manage to recruit could rival those meticulously trained by the ninja villages with national backing? Third, even if the ninjas you enlist are capable of battling those from the ninja villages, how can you ensure their loyalty? How can you guarantee their willingness to sacrifice for you? Understand that a reliable and formidable army requires not only strength, but also loyalty, determination, and the courage to face death. Enough. Zabuza could no longer contain himself, interrupting Bai Qi. With just 3 questions, Bai Qi had shattered Zabuza's resolve. Bai Qi feigned innocence, looking at Zabuza with hands raised, saying, "Really? Is it so? You, with your unwavering resolve to overthrow the rule of the Mizukage, cannot withstand merely 3 questions? I have 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 more queries for you. Are you certain that you can succeed in your current state?" As if sensing Zabuza's plight was insufficient, Bai Qi callously delivered another blow. Chapter 24. What is power? Zabuza hung his head low, his mind buzzing. Bai Qi's relentless questioning echoed in his thoughts. Yet he could not respond to a single inquiry. The unfamiliar feeling of defeat rendered this resolute man akin to a beaten rooster, unable to confront reality. Nevertheless, Bai Qi remained undeterred, cruelly pressing on with his questions. "All right, I have just one final question. Even if you successfully instigate a coup, slaying or ousting the Mizukage, do you truly believe you will be free to act as you please? Zabuza, do you understand what power truly is?" Zabuza looked at Bai Qi with a bewildered expression. At that moment, he had lost the arrogance he had displayed in battle, appearing as fragile as an infant newly brought into the world, evoking a sense of pity. The so-called power is a collective will and recognition. Why do the various ninja villages each have their own will? It is for the sake of this recognition. Interests, military might, and so forth are merely methods to ensure this recognition. To put it simply, imagine 3 children discussing what to do next. Each child has their own ideas. At this moment, if they stubbornly cling to their opinions, no power can emerge. However, when one individual suggested going fishing and received the agreement of the other 2, a foundation for authority was established. This is akin to the various wills espoused by the great ninja villages, which serve as the bedrock of their power. Subsequently, the trio deliberated on the best fishing method. One child proposed that, using his technique, the fish caught could be shared among the others, yet insisted that they must heed his guidance. At this juncture, authority began to take shape, driven by self-interest. Ultimately, the 3 children caught an abundance of fish, but among the 2 who complied, one desired a larger share. The child who held the distribution rights colluded with another to reprimand the greedy child, instilling fear to ensure obedience to the original directive. This is the essence of force. Thus, power is safeguarded through absolute strength, ensuring one remains the arbiter of benefits, subsequently binding others to comply through those very benefits. As Zabuza trembled, a moment of enlightenment washed over him, as if he comprehended everything yet struggled to articulate it. Hence, I remark that your approach is remarkably foolish, relying on arduous tasks to amass funds, only to recruit ninjas with those funds, and ultimately using them to execute a coup. Such a naive and laughable scheme, if you were to succeed, would require the reincarnation of the sage of 6 paths. Zabuza disregarded Bai Qi's mockery, humbly seeking his counsel. "Sir, how should I proceed? Please instruct me." Bai Qi replied, "From the outset, I have told you to follow me, and I shall provide what you seek. There is no need for such desperation. In fact, as I elucidated the concept of power, the methodology was already imparted to you." Zabuza gazed at Bai Qi in confusion. Although ninjas are literate and possess logical acumen, their cultural education is woefully inadequate. Planning a minor skirmish was effortless for Zabuza, but devising statecraft was indeed a formidable challenge. Despite Bai Qi's clear explanations, Zabuza remained perplexed. Bai Qi smiled gently, refraining from further ridicule. From Zabuza's demeanor, it was evident that he was genuinely swayed by Bai Qi, wholeheartedly willing to follow him. Thus, Bai Qi began to patiently clarify his insights. The three essential elements of power are absolute force, sufficient benefits, and widespread recognition. Overthrowing the rule of the mist ninja is undeniably challenging. Yet it can also be quite simple. When you possess ample benefits, you can bind the ruling class of the mist to your cause. Once aligned, the Mizukage will naturally become a shared adversary. At that point, even if you remain passive, the elders and prominent families of the mist will, in the interest of self-preservation, oust the Mizukage. Consequently, ending the blood mist policy becomes a mere matter of negotiation, contingent on the benefits you are willing to offer. Zabuza's lips twitched at the thought of sufficient benefits. As a destitute rogue ninja, he had resorted to working for the mafia to earn a living. Where could he possibly procure adequate benefits? In response, Bai Qi continued, Zabuza, what you require now is not the strength to defeat the Mizukage, but rather sufficient benefits, which I can provide you, though it will require a modicum of patience. Having waited for so many years, you surely do not lack this virtue. Zabuza's eyes brightened as he nodded earnestly. Your wisdom leaves me in awe. If you cannot achieve this, I believe no one else in this world can. Bai Qi extended his right hand with a smile, saying, Then, let us reintroduce ourselves, your new boss and companion. I am Bai Qi, and I am in the process of establishing an unprecedented commercial empire. Zabuza felt honored to receive Bai Qi's recognition and favor. Boss. Their partnership was solidified as Bai Qi began to unveil his grand vision, leaving Zabuza in stunned silence, his astute mind momentarily overwhelmed. Ultimately, Zabuza concluded that only his remarkably wise new boss could accomplish Bai Qi's plan. No one else could possibly succeed. Should they follow Bai Qi's counsel to fruition, the entire ninja world would sway between peace and war at his discretion. He was a leader worthy of a lifelong allegiance, one for whom Zabuza would unhesitatingly lay down his life. I trust no one and suspect no one. Zabuza, I will soon depart the land of waves. I have outlined the forthcoming events, and you are to serve as my eyes. He continued, cast aside your sympathy. This is merely a transient pain. Zabuza nodded gravely. Now, as my representative, we must meet our collaborator, Mr. Kato. The mere thought of that arrogant little man made Zabuza's teeth grind. Had it not been for the generous compensation and the constraints of ninja ethics, he would have dispatched him long ago. Zabuza joyfully followed Bai Qi to Kato's estate. Upon announcing that Zabuza was now Bai Qi's follower and acting representative in the land of waves, Kato's demeanor underwent a drastic transformation, shedding his previous arrogance as an employer. Zabuza was left with the impression that a new soul had taken residence within Kato's body. Chapter 25, The Daimyo. Before departing, Bai Qi entrusted Kato with a comprehensive operational manual, wary of this foolish and greedy fellow potentially jeopardizing their plans. Nevertheless, with Bai Qi's countless promises and Zabuza's watchful eye, any issues that arose would likely be minor. A week after Bai Qi left the land of waves, Naruto and his companions, under the protection of Tizuna, suddenly noticed an increasing number of individuals involved in bridge construction. Dara, what brings you here? With your fishing skills, why abandon the sea to help me build a bridge? Tizuna inquired, puzzled. Building the bridge had nearly ruined him financially. He could scarcely afford to pay workers, who were mostly unpaid. If not for a bankrupt grain merchant who had offered a substantial quantity of grain at a low price, Tizuna wouldn't have been able to provide food for the laborers. Daro, the fisherman, sighed heavily, expressing his frustration. It's all that detestable Kato's doing. He had the daimyo issue a decree to ensure the sustainable development of the fishing industry in the land of waves. From now on, there will be a 6-month fishing ban. During this period, all citizens of the land of waves are prohibited from fishing. Those who defy this order will have their boats seized and face imprisonment along with hefty fines. Not only me, but even my crew has come here. I heard you provide food, Tizuna. Please, let us work. Without fishing, we have no source of income. As a small island nation with scarce land, they relied heavily on imports for food, while fishing and seaweed were their primary means of survival. The sudden imposition of a fishing ban left fishermen like Daro without livelihoods. Tizuna, having spent his days at the bridge construction site, was hearing of these developments for the first time. He sighed deeply, considering the supplies in his warehouse, and nodded. Then come aboard. Many hands make light work. The bridge will be completed more swiftly. Once it is built, the price of grain in the country will decrease. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions listened in astonishment, their minds filled with questions. Kato is truly despicable. I wish I could punch him. Naruto exclaimed in frustration, only to be restrained by Kakashi. Naruto, We are merely ninjas tasked with ensuring Tezuna's safety during the bridge's construction. This is a policy from another nation, and we have no authority to intervene." Although Kakashi found the decree utterly absurd, he recognized that the entire ninja world was similarly afflicted. Those ineffectual feudal lords frequently issued a plethora of bizarre mandates, and the worldly Kakashi had long since become inured to such nonsense. It was not merely a question of their qualifications to govern. Even if they were, the sheer volume of their responsibilities would overwhelm them. Amidst the continuous vitriol directed at Kato, nearly 100 warriors appeared near the construction site a few days later, commencing the construction of shelters at one end of the bridge. This unforeseen spectacle took everyone by surprise. As the foreman, Dasna naturally approached to inquire, "My lords, what brings you here?" The leading warrior cast a haughty glance at Dasna and replied, "Who are you?" Dasna, with a smile, responded, "I am the designer and engineer of this grand bridge, as well as its foreman. My name is Dasna." Upon hearing this, the arrogant warrior smirked and said, "Ah, so you are the great bridge master of the land of waves, Dasna. We have come at the behest of the daimyo to protect the construction of the bridge you have envisioned. The bridge represents the hope of the land of waves, and the daimyo wishes for its construction to remain undisturbed. You need not concern yourself with us. Focus on your work. Should anyone dare to cause trouble here, we will intervene." At this news, Dasna and the surrounding workers erupted in joyous cheers, proclaiming, "Long live the daimyo." Their spirits were lifted. "Well, it appears the daimyo of the land of waves is not a fool," Naruto exclaimed, delighted by the unexpected support. However, Kakashi furrowed his brow. Past experiences warned him that matters would not unfold so simply. The warriors represented the daimyo, and should Kakashi intervene, it would escalate into a diplomatic incident, one he could not afford to bear. Thus, he remained silent. The daimyo's backing invigorated the bridge builders, allowing the bridge to be completed a full month ahead of the timeline in the original tale. On the day of completion, Dasna named the Bridge of Hope, for it bore the aspirations of the people of the land of waves. With this, Naruto and his companions felt their mission was accomplished. After resting for a night and collecting their rewards, Kakashi and the others prepared to depart. Yet, in gratitude, Dasna insisted on escorting them to the Bridge of Hope alongside Iruka and Ruto. Upon their arrival at the Bridge of Hope, they found the place teeming with people. Seeing this, Naruto laughed heartily. "So many have come to see us off. I'm quite flattered. I never imagined I would be so popular." Kakashi promptly delivered a light smack to his head, while Sasuke rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Idiot. Sasuke, do you want to fight?" Hey, you two, quiet down. Something seems to be happening ahead," Kakashi interjected, noticing the commotion. Sakura wore an expression of fatigue. "It's Dasna. Dasna is here," someone shouted upon spotting him, urgency evident in their voice. Dasna approached, bewildered, and asked, "What is happening? Why is everyone gathered here?" "Dasna, it's bad. You need to see. It concerns the bridge." Upon hearing this, Dasna rushed forward, with Naruto and the others following curiously. Soon, Dasna's voice erupted in fury. "What did you say? How can you do this? No, I will not allow it. This bridge belongs to all the people of the land of waves, and I will not permit you to act in this manner." The four companions soon discovered that, unbeknownst to them, 2 rows of barricades had been set up on the bridge, completely obstructing passage, while a group of warriors stood with weapons drawn, coldly observing them. In the midst of Dasna's confrontation with the warriors, Naruto and his friends learned the unsettling truth. It turned out that on the morning following the bridge's completion, today, the warriors stationed at the bridge had suddenly erected these barricades and announced another decree from the daimyo. The decree was lengthy, but its essence was clear: to protect the economic balance within the land of waves. A customs department had been established to inspect all goods entering the country, restricting certain imports and imposing varying tariffs on others. The underlying motive seemed noble, yet chaos erupted upon revealing the list of prohibited items. Iron, electrical goods, weapons, and other sensitive products were banned from entering the land of waves, and even essential supplies like food, vegetables, seasonings, and textiles were subjected to exorbitant tariffs. The already expensive food from the land of fire would now cost nearly double due to additional tariffs, not to mention the implications for other goods. With this decree, the bridge Dasna had worked so hard to construct now stood as a mere mockery. Chapter 26. How long does it take to send a nation to hell? Dasna was struck with disbelief, tears streaming down his face, blurring his vision of the decree. All his efforts, including offending Kato and enduring the constant threat of assassination, had culminated in the construction of the Bridge of Hope, only to be rendered futile by a single piece of paper. How could Dasna possibly accept such a devastating blow? Get away! Dasna shouted frantically, his aged face contorted with rage. He pushed through the obstructing warriors, tearing down the notice as he endured their blows, desperately shredding it into pieces, as if this act alone could thwart the unfolding disaster. The warriors, enraged, struck him mercilessly, leaving him bloodied. Irika, witnessing this, was terrified and fled, while Ruto stood helplessly. Damn it, those bastards! Naruto fumed, ready to charge in to stop the warriors. But Kakashi firmly grasped his shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto's face was a mix of confusion and anger. Kakashi shook his head, tightening his grip. This is a decree from another nation. We have no right to intervene. Furthermore, our mission with Dasna has concluded, and we hold no further obligations. But Kakashi-sensei, that's Uncle Dasna, our friend. He is being bullied. Why should we stand by? Naruto. Kakashi's voice rose in fury, startling Naruto, who felt tears welling up in his eyes. We are ninjas of Konoha, representing our village in the land of fire. I have stated before, if we intervene, it will escalate into a diplomatic incident. Should it be exploited by malicious individuals, it could ignite a war among the ninja clans. Do you wish to throw the ninjas of Konoha and countless innocent civilians into the fray? Kakashi-sensei, that's not what I meant. Naruto was utterly intimidated, clenching his fists as he watched Dasna succumb beneath the onslaught of blows, unable to act. Why is this happening? He murmured, feeling crushed. No, I understand now. This is Kato's scheme. It must be his plot, right? Despite his injuries, Dasna found a surge of strength and rose again, grasping a warrior's collar with bloodied hands, demanding answers. The previously loud civilians, upon witnessing the warrior's ruthless actions, retreated in fear, none daring to assist Dasna. Yet, they clung to Ruto, preventing her from stepping forward, understanding that the merciless warriors would show no leniency, even for a woman. Bastard! This is an order from the daimyo. You dare to openly defy it? In the name of the daimyo, I hereby arrest you, and you shall be judged by the daimyo himself. The warrior, infuriated by Dasna's persistence, kicked him away and then delivered a brutal blow to Dasna's neck, rendering him unconscious. Had these warriors possessed chakra, this strike would have surely killed Dasna, or at least taken half his life. The samurai spat, declaring, "Seize this audacious criminal who dares to offend the Lord and throw him into the dungeon." At once, two samurai stepped forward, dragging the feeble Dazuna away as if he were a lifeless dog. Naruto, we must go. Kakashi sighed, forcibly leading Naruto away. The station warriors of the Land of Waves, upon seeing their Konoha ninja headbands, dared not obstruct them, hastily moving aside the barricades to clear the path, watching the forlorn quartet depart. In the shadows, Zabuza Momochi and Haku observed the scene quietly. His purpose for being here was to prevent Kakashi from acting impulsively and jeopardizing everything. True to form, Kakashi remained composed, recognizing that even if he intervened, it would ultimately be futile. The customs policy was a national decree of the Land of Waves, impervious to the actions of any single ninja, even one from Konoha. Zabuza believed that despite the Land of Waves being as insignificant as an ant to Konoha, the other four great ninja villages would eagerly intervene. The third Hokage's feeble foreign policy rendered Konoha a pushover in the eyes of the other four great nations. Had it not been for Konoha's formidable strength, they would have long since schemed to encroach upon the territories of the Land of Fire. Observing Kakashi's departure from the Land of Waves, Zabuza withdrew his gaze and said, "Haku, let us proceed. With the customs policy now in effect, we must expedite our plans as per the boss's instructions. This is the opportune moment to gather funds and teach Kato how to be a villain." Haku nodded in agreement. Soon, a lending company affiliated with Kato appeared in every major town and village in the Land of Waves. With the enforcement of the customs policy, Kato deliberately inflated the prices of domestic production materials and essentials, causing the cost of goods in the Land of Waves to soar at an alarming rate. Many fishermen and farmers went bankrupt, forced to survive by borrowing exorbitantly from Kato's lending company. Subsequently, due to Kato's stringent control over goods, small merchants found their supply channels severed and rapidly succumbed to bankruptcy. Watching the numbers on his ledger skyrocket, Kato realized he had been a fool. Smuggling and drugs paled in comparison to the swift profits of usury. Regrettably, This mortgage scheme was devised by Bai Qi, and with Zabuza's oversight. Kato was obliged to relinquish nearly half his profits to Bai Qi, were it not for the fact that no one in this realm could rival Zabuza, who also represented the nobility of the Land of Fire. Kato might have succumbed to the temptation of treachery. Under Kato's avaricious tyranny, the once peaceful and stable Land of Waves had devolved into a veritable hell. Farmland no longer belonged to the farmers, fishermen had lost their boats, and merchants had shuttered their shops. The streets were strewn with vagrants, unable to repay their debts, stripped of clothing and emaciated, begging passers-by for scraps of food. As Zabuza and Haku traversed such streets, a chill of dread coursed through them. In a mere 2 months, a nation had transformed into a hellish landscape, mirroring Bai Qi's foreboding vision upon his departure, perhaps even surpassing it. Zabuza harbored no doubt regarding Bai Qi's capabilities. The man's methods were utterly unfathomable. Understanding that their plan could commence, Zabuza resolved not to delay further, for if they did, the citizens of the Land of Waves would perish from starvation. What did you say? You want me to cease? Why? Kato nearly roared. There are still many in the middle class of the Land of Waves. We can earn even more, do you not comprehend? In the midst of his assets seemingly doubling daily, Zabuza's insistence on halting the plan to reintroduce essential goods at fair prices struck Kato, a man steeped in greed, as utterly unacceptable. Chapter 27. The Saintess of the Land of Waves and the new spell. Zabuza felt no surprise at Kato's noncompliance. He uttered not a word of preamble, drawing his executioner's blade and resting it against Kato's neck, admonishing, "Try to utter another word, and I assure you, this is a notification, not a negotiation." Before his departure, the boss entrusted all matters of the Land of Waves to me. Should you provoke my ire? Gently tapping Kato's shoulder with the blade, he sent Kato tumbling to the ground. Should I become displeased, the next thing to fall will be your head. Kato realized then that Zabuza was no longer the ninja he had once employed. Zabuza was now unbound from any restraint. Kato hastily forced a smile. Haha, Zabuza. My agitation stems merely from the potential loss of profit. You must understand, half of what we earn belongs to your boss. Do you not fear inciting his wrath? Kato glanced nervously at his fidgeting subordinates before quickly adopting a jovial demeanor to explain. Zabuza sheathed his blade, reclining on the sofa with an air of dominance, coldly asserting, "There is no room for idle chatter. Everything is preordained by the boss, and even the current state of the Land of Waves was anticipated by him. All of this is the boss's design. Kato, it is only because you are the boss's collaborator that I indulge in this discourse. Consider the speed at which you could amass wealth under the boss's plan compared to your previous endeavors. You should grasp that the boss's wisdom is an eternal pinnacle you can only aspire to. Do not question his decisions. Simply obey, obey, obey. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to find another collaborator for the boss." At these words, Kato broke into a cold sweat. Though he might doubt the genteel man's resolve, he had no doubt that the ruthless Zabuza would act upon his threats. Even if Kato's demise would anger that man, he knew the latter would not jeopardize Zabuza, his exceptional subordinate. Kato conceded, "I understand." With Zabuza's intimidation proving effective, Kato promptly began to release a significant quantity of goods. The prices of production materials and commodities in the Land of Waves plummeted dramatically, swiftly returning to their original levels, even becoming more affordable than before. Meanwhile, the mortgage company, disregarding the citizens' crippling debts, unleashed another wave of high-interest loans, allowing the populace to purchase food. Yet, calamity, like a disease, always descends swiftly while departing insidiously. Even with Kato's withdrawal from oppression, the lower classes of the Land of Waves remained ensnared in dire straits. Just as despair engulfed the populace regarding their future, a newly established company named Flame Construction began hiring laborers en masse, offering not only sustenance and shelter, but also generous wages, promising to assist employees in negotiating with the loan sharks to reduce or even waive the exorbitant interest. Upon this announcement, the recruitment site became a throng of hopefuls. However, the construction company primarily sought youthful laborers, leaving the elderly to continue bearing the burden of high-interest debts. Countless citizens of the Land of Waves, rejected by the Flame Construction Company, wept bitterly. In stark contrast, a figure clad in a tailored suit and draped in feathered garments, resembling a celestial angel, emerged from the recruitment venue amidst the escort of the company's security. This figure, known as Bai, proclaimed on the spot that, in light of the suffering endured by the people of the Land of Waves, the Flame Construction Company had resolved to establish a charitable organization. This initiative would extend its arms to all those who had not been accepted by the construction firm, offering them free housing, assisting in their job search, and striving to negotiate with usurious lenders to postpone the repayment of loans and interest, aiding them in escaping the shadows of their current existence. In an instant, Bai was inundated with praises akin to those for a saint. Despite his earnest declarations of manhood, his assertions went largely unheeded. Questions arose regarding whether this was merely a ruse orchestrated by the Flame Construction Company in collusion with Cardo. But soon it circulated that the ownership and funding of the Flame Construction Company actually hailed from the Land of Fire, bearing no connection to Cardo. This revelation spared the company from the tumult of public opinion. Moreover, a significant act that solidified the Flame Construction Company's reputation in the Land of Waves was when its representative, the aforementioned Bai, personally negotiated with the esteemed figures of the land, ultimately liberating the renowned bridge master, Dasna. This act elevated the company's standing to unparalleled heights within the Land of Waves. Thus, even when the Flame Construction Company razed extensive farmland and demolished vast swathes of housing, the citizens of the Land of Waves refrained from expressing their grievances. By that time, those lands and dwellings had become utterly disconnected from their lives. The company had expended vast sums to purchase them from the avaricious Cardo. Most commoners in the Land of Waves remained grateful to the Flame Construction Company, believing it had thwarted the madness of Cardo and put an end to a 3-month-long nightmare. In stark contrast to the turmoil in the Land of Waves, Bai Qi found tranquility in Konoha, relishing the peaceful days. He was determined to cherish this increasingly rare serenity. For in mere months, the Chunin exams would commence, and Orochimaru's plan to obliterate Konoha would unfold. After nearly a decade of calm, Konoha was destined to face another catastrophe. With Naruto absent from the village, Bai Qi immersed himself in rigorous training, fully aware that in a world like that of the Hokage, personal strength was paramount. However, the path of spiritual cultivation was a gradual endeavor. In a realm devoid of any cultivation culture, and without the aid of pills or formations, Bai Qi's progress could only advance at a steady pace, neither rapid nor slow. During this period of serene practice, Bai Qi's memory sharpened, allowing him to unearth 3 distinct spells: Thunder Palm, Thunder Character Seal Palm, and Ghost Suppression Spell. The first 2 belonged to the illustrious Taoist thunder techniques, while the latter specialized in exorcising evil spirits. Mastery of Taoist spells required extensive training, unlike ninjutsu. After much contemplation, Bai Qi resolved to first practice the Ghost Suppression Spell. The reason for this choice was not that the thunder techniques were particularly challenging. While practicing previously, Bai Qi had discerned a significant disparity between the natural energies of this world and the pure, singular spirit energy of legend. In his former world, spirit energy was a refined substance, utilized to enhance a practitioner's cultivation, form the golden elixir, and prolong life. Although it could assist in the execution of spells, its limitations were considerable. Elemental techniques such as thunder, fire, and water, which were defined by their respective elemental attributes, could not be cultivated solely through spirit energy. Thus, to cultivate a particular spell, one must first gather elemental energy. This was why many Taoists traversed renowned mountains and valleys, meditating in perilous cliffs and ancient grottos to gather energy in preparation for their cultivation. The conditions for gathering energy were stringent. In contrast, natural energy was a more complex form of spirit energy, reminiscent of the chaotic energy present at the dawn of creation, encompassing nearly all attributes. It resembled an energy that merged spirit energy with the 5 elemental energies. This allowed Bai Qi to bypass the arduous task of seeking elemental energy in remote wildernesses. However, it was difficult to ascertain whether this situation was advantageous or detrimental. The advantage lay in the all-encompassing nature of natural energy, alleviating Bai Qi's challenges in spell cultivation. The drawback was that the chaotic nature of this energy rendered the Naruto world almost devoid of extraordinary materials. Aside from the known chakra metal, there were scarcely any other noteworthy resources, rendering the land starkly barren. Otherwise, Bai Qi would not have found himself without a single commendable magical artifact to his name. After all, a skilled artisan cannot thrive without materials. Thus, whether cultivating thunder techniques or the ghost suppression spell was inconsequential for Bai Qi. However, considering the potential efficacy of the ghost suppression spell against the Reaper technique employed by the 3rd Hokage during the Chunin exams, an act that sealed Orochimaru's hands. Bai Qi prioritized mastering this spell, as it could significantly impact his future plans concerning Orochimaru, a rare polymath within the Naruto universe. With a plan in mind, Bai Qi commenced his secretive training, dedicating over a month to successfully mastering the ghost suppression spell. He was astonished by the difficulty of this technique. Upon completion, Bai Qi emerged from his seclusion, ready to venture out, calculating that Naruto might soon return. His first stop was the tea shop, where he was warmly greeted by Yuriko. "Welcome back, boss. We've missed you." Bai Qi replied with a smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Yuriko. Has anything noteworthy occurred in my absence?" Yuriko shook her head. "Nothing unusual. Everything has been quite normal. However, Lord Hokage sent someone to summon you today. When they discovered you were away, they left a message saying that Lord Hokage is waiting for you at the Hokage building." Bai Qi paused, pondering why the third Hokage sought him out. Nevertheless, with nothing else pressing, he bid farewell to Yuriko and made his way to the Hokage building. Upon arrival, he spotted Naruto and his companions engaged in playful banter outside. Seeing Bai Qi, Naruto immediately exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Hey, Bai Qi." Sasuke rose respectfully, while Sakura beamed. "When did you all return?" Bai Qi inquired. Naruto eagerly interjected. "We just got back this morning. Kakashi-sensei needs to report on our mission in the Land of Waves to Gramps, and we're waiting for him to finish." Bai Qi nodded in understanding, realizing that this was the reason for the third Hokage's summons. Bai Qi then playfully ruffled Naruto's hair. "Indeed. But I also have something to discuss with the third Hokage. Afterward, we can celebrate your successful first mission together. It's on me." Naruto cheered with delight, while Sasuke displayed a modest smile. After reassuring the trio, Bai Qi ascended the steps to the Hokage building. Shortly thereafter, Umbu appeared to escort Bai Qi into the Hokage's office. The spacious yet austere office housed only the third Hokage and Kakashi amidst a sea of paperwork. A crystal ball, prominently displayed on a red velvet cloth, caught Bai Qi's attention. This crystal was likely the tool used by the third Hokage for his spying techniques, prompting Bai Qi to gaze at it with intrigue. Clear's throat, although the third Hokage believed that Bai Qi would be unaware of the true purpose of the crystal ball. He felt a twinge of guilt when he noticed Bai Qi's unwavering gaze upon it, prompting him to clear his throat. "Ah, Bai Qi, you have finally returned." Bai Qi smiled and gave a slight bow, thinking to himself, "Since your old self is about to meet his end, consider this a prelude to your funeral." "Thank you for your concern, Lord Third. I have actually been back for some time. It's just that the affairs in the Land of Waves were exceedingly complex. I was busy organizing and designing future investment plans, hence my delayed appearance." Bai Qi did not conceal the fact that he had returned earlier, as his arrival had been quite conspicuous, and the two gatekeepers of Konoha would undoubtedly report it. The reason the third had summoned him today was likely due to Kakashi's return, which brought recent intelligence from the Land of Waves to the third's attention. "Ah, Kakashi, it seems your injuries have fully healed. That is splendid news." Kakashi nodded politely and replied with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Bai Qi. It was fortunate that you persuaded Kato to abandon his attempts to halt the bridge construction, which spared us from further conflict with other ninja, allowing for my swift recovery." Bai Qi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not mention it. We are comrades of the same village. Although I am not a ninja, I will assist to the best of my abilities." He continued, "By the way, I just ran into Naruto and the others. We have arranged to dine together this evening. You should join us, Kakashi." After a moment's thought, Kakashi nodded in agreement. The third Hokage observed the unfolding scene with satisfaction, marveling at the splendid display of the will of fire, a testament to the fruitful results of his great leadership. Once the pleasantries concluded, the third spoke in a leisurely tone. "Kakashi, you may take your leave. Bai Qi and I have matters to discuss." Kakashi bowed respectfully. "Yes, Lord Third." After bidding Bai Qi farewell, Kakashi exited the office. "Prepare a chair for Bai Qi," the third commanded, a haze of smoke enveloping the room as an Umbu appeared, bringing forth a chair, placing it opposite the third, and then disappearing with a thud. Bai Qi merely rolled his eyes at the theatrics. Was it not simpler to enter through the door? "Thank you, Lord Third." Bai Qi expressed his gratitude and took a seat. The third immediately adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Bai Qi, you have been back from the Land of Waves for over a month now. I fear you may be unaware of recent occurrences there. This is the intelligence that Kakashi brought back. Please take a look." Bai Qi took the scroll of intelligence, feeling amused at the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen, of course, was not concerned about how the national situation in the Land of Waves might affect Konoha and the Land of Fire. Rather, he was preoccupied with his own finances, as the intermediary who introduced Bai Qi to the nobility of the Land of Fire. And in order to have Konoha support Bai Qi's external investment plans, Konoha stood to gain 30% of future profits. Was the Land of Waves in turmoil? It was shaking the very foundation of his cash cow. If it were merely a standard investment plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be so anxious. However, he had learned from Asuma that Bai Qi had secured over $1 billion in initial investments from the nobility of the Land of Fire. Even as a village leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but question his life upon grasping such a figure. After all, Konoha typically received only $1 or $2 billion from the daimyo annually. He was acutely aware of the greed and stinginess of the Land of Fire's nobility. If they could part with $10 billion, it was a clear indication of the promising prospects of Bai Qi's business empire, requiring no further contemplation. The sooner Bai Qi's enterprise succeeded, the sooner Konoha could reap substantial dividends, significantly alleviating its financial constraints. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be proactive? Previously, Bai Qi had merely been perceived as a tool to bind Naruto under the guise of camaraderie, but now he was regarded as Konoha's greatest treasure. In light of the immense financial returns, even Naruto had to take a back seat. There was no denying the generosity Bai Qi had extended. After quietly perusing the contents of the intelligence, Bai Qi maintained a calm facade while feeling quite satisfied internally. Kato's greed and ruthlessness had surpassed Bai Qi's expectations, achieving results beyond his imagination. The recent economic turmoil had engulfed the entire lower and middle class of the Land of Waves, resulting in widespread bankruptcy among fishermen and farmers, each burdened with staggering debts. Even the modestly affluent middle class teetered on the brink of collapse amidst this crisis. After reading the intelligence, Bai Qi gently placed the scroll on the desk and smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, "Lord Third, I have finished reading." The third raised an eyebrow. Bai Qi's calmness was unexpected. Just like that? The turmoil in the Land of Waves will not affect your investment plans? This intelligence was merely Kakashi's preliminary investigation, and I have dispatched 3 ninja teams for a more thorough inquiry. The content of the intelligence was indeed exaggerated. After all, the ninja world had not experienced an economic crisis in over 1,000 years. While there had been struggles and bankruptcies among the lower classes, they were typically triggered by war or natural disasters. The situation in the Land of Waves was unprecedented. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially assumed Bai Qi was in disbelief. Bai Qi chuckled. No, Lord Third, you misunderstand my point. In fact, the information presented is part of my investment plan. What? Even Sarutobi Hiruzen's composure faltered at this declaration, prompting him to rise from his seat. Bai Qi gestured for him to sit, and then candidly revealed, "You did not mishear. The current turmoil in the Land of Waves is something I have subtly instigated." Sarutobi Hiruzen sat back down, hastily regaining his composure, yet his aged eyes still reflected shock. In a peaceful and stable nation, to suddenly plunge into economic crisis and social unrest within a month, leading to the bankruptcy of the middle and lower classes, was akin to a tempestuous upheaval. Even Konoha's intelligence organization, which diligently monitored other nations, had detected no signs of such a calamity. Therefore, upon receiving this intelligence from Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen's initial reaction was disbelief. However, after confirming the details, he felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he promptly dispatched Umbu to send a team of ninjas to ascertain the complete truth. If such a situation were to arise in any of the 5 great nations, it would herald yet another war in the ninja world. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be concerned? But now what was he hearing? This dreadful disaster stemmed from the actions of the young, handsome, and yet to become a ninja individual seated before him, who was not even 18. Were it not for Bai Qi's non-ninja status, Sarutobi Hiruzen might have instinctively considered imprisoning him in a ninja jail to prevent this human-faced demon from wreaking further havoc. Bai Qi remained blissfully unaware of the extent of Sarutobi Hiruzen's astonishment. He was willing to disclose the truth precisely because the matter could not withstand scrutiny. The forces behind this upheaval were primarily composed of commoners. Through ninja means, there were no secrets to be kept. Rather than deny the situation and await discovery by ninja investigators, it was far better to confess and lay everything bare, demonstrating sincerity. Thus, Bai Qi disclosed the entirety of his plans. "Lord Third, I aim to transform the Land of Waves into a light industrial nation, necessitating a substantial labor force. If we do not pursue this path, the short-sighted citizens of the Land of Waves will never abandon their land for agriculture and fishing. Only by doing so can we liberate a vast number of available workers. Moreover, this endeavor will greatly benefit our Land of Fire and Konoha. Benefit? The third regarded Bai Qi with a puzzled expression. Bai Qi nodded, continuing to charm him with the same persuasive rhetoric he had used on the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Firstly, the Land of Waves, though isolated overseas, boasts a sophisticated maritime transport fleet. Should my scheme prove successful, it would render the Land of Waves a complete vassal of the Land of Fire. In the event of a new ninja world war, the armies of the Land of Fire could launch surprise assaults on neighboring coastal nations via the ships of the Land of Waves. Secondly, if the Land of Waves transitions into a light industrial nation, abandoning its marine fisheries and agriculture, it would inevitably require all its necessary staples, such as food, to be imported. Consequently, the Land of Fire, being the largest exporter of food and ancillary goods in the ninja world, would emerge as the principal beneficiary. Thirdly, there is the aspect of deterrence. The economic crisis in the Land of Waves serves as a classic template for commercial warfare. If even you can perceive the terror of this economic conflict, what of other nations and ninja villages? When they uncover that the turmoil is orchestrated by Konoha, it will serve as a stark warning to them. From the moment the turmoil in the Land of Waves began, the wars of the ninja world would no longer be confined to battles among ninja, but would expand into economic warfare. In this regard, the Land of Fire has already crafted a perfect answer, while they remain blank slates. What do you mean? Even I can see. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of frustration. In such circumstances, should other great nations and ninja villages dare to offend the Land of Fire and Konoha, they must consider not only the strength of the ninja from various villages, but also their domestic economic conditions and whether they can withstand our economic retaliation. Bai Qi eloquently presented several scenarios for economic warfare, drawing on the previous world's experiences, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind in disarray. As a partially illiterate ninja, even the Hokage felt as if he were listening to a foreign tongue. Concepts of controlling economic lifelines, predatory lending, financial harvesting, and trade surpluses and deficits made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel utterly foolish. In truth, as a mere comic book artist, Bai Qi himself lacked a full understanding of his own discourse. Since no one comprehended the intricacies, Bai Qi felt free to speak casually, taking advantage of their ignorance. In Chapter 30, regarding the Chunin exam plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed his temples in a frenzy. He had not anticipated that he had already 1 foot in the grave. Yet he was compelled to endure a lesson on a subject he could scarcely grasp. Suddenly, he understood why the young students at the Ninja Academy often skipped classes. He too would prefer to escape. Unfortunately, as Bai Qi's only current pupil, he had no choice but to remain. Once Bai Qi finally concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, had he considered the ramifications if this matter were to be exposed? He would become the second Kato. Bai Qi expressed no concern, secretly disdainful of the elder, as it was evident that he had not truly listened to the plans and content just presented. Reluctantly, Bai Qi reiterated, "Rest assured, before the people of the Land of Waves, the one responsible for their calamity is Kato. Even the ninja monitoring him, who assist Kato, are my hired rogue ninja from the mist, such as Momochi Zabuza. None of them have any ties to us in Konoha or the Land of Fire, and it will not affect us in any way. How do you intend to resolve this catastrophe?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Bai Qi replied, "It's simple. We wait a month or two until the middle class in the Land of Waves collapses under high-interest debts. After we harvest the current wealth of the lower and middle classes, I will establish a merchant association funded by the Land of Fire, gathering a large number of bankrupt individuals, under the banner of the Land of Fire and Konoha. We will assist them in negotiating with Kato to reduce their loan interests and provide them with job opportunities. At that point, all the dirty dealings will be attributed to Kato, and we will be seen as their saviors." Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped in shock. Bai Qi smiled and added, "Of course. Whether Konoha is exposed to the people of the Land of Waves still requires your approval." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long time before asking, "What is your opinion?" Bai Qi shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "It matters little, Lord Third." "Why?" "Because those who should know are already aware, and those who shouldn't know will find it inconsequential. No one would believe that Konoha had no involvement behind the scenes. Even if Konoha truly had no role, no one would believe it." Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched, feeling a peculiar connection to Danzo. Was he now the scapegoat? If Kato was to blame, then what of him? The thought of the scoundrel Kato profiting from 30% of the gains made Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart bleed. Bai Qi smiled, stating, as saviors, how could we not eliminate the demon that brings disaster? He mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. However, to ensure our industry continues to thrive after Kato's demise, I plan to allocate a portion of his shares to the nobles of the Land of Waves, binding them to our chariot of progress. Another portion of the profits will be shared with the various ninja clans in Konoha. What do you think? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused in his smoking, his heartbeat quickening. He fully understood the magnitude of this profit. The previous 30% belonged to Konoha, the public, while Bai Qi's offer would be for their private gain. Ahem. This is your business plan. How to proceed is entirely up to you. Though I am Hokage, I cannot misuse my authority to influence your decisions. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke without a hint of shame, prompting Bai Qi to secretly disdain the elder's audacity. Indeed, Lord Third, you are truly selfless. Given the current situation, I estimate that Kato's predatory lending could ultimately yield hundreds of billions. I will reserve a portion for further investments in factories. The remainder, after compensating the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Waves and providing returns to the nobility of the Land of Fire to encourage more investment, will leave Konoha's various ninja clans with perhaps 3 to 5 billion or several million at most. I hope you can understand. To catch a big fish, one must use ample bait. I trust you will comprehend. Sarutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, exhaling clouds of smoke more ferocious than a steam engine, his smile radiant. Understood, understood. Perhaps realizing that his smile was unbecoming, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and then asked earnestly, now, what do you require from Konoha, Bai Qi? As a village leader, he understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Since Bai Qi was willing to offer such substantial funds, he undoubtedly had demands. Bai Qi nodded with satisfaction, stating, the affairs of the Land of Waves cannot be resolved in a short time and will likely attract the attention of other ninja villages and great nations. I require your assistance, Lord Third, in obstructing the espionage of other countries' ninja, preventing them from sabotaging our plans. I estimate that they will initiate intelligence investigations first, and once they discover that we from the Land of Fire are behind it, even if they do not understand our intentions, they will come to disrupt. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a smoke ring, nodding seriously. As a village leader, he understood Bai Qi's concerns better than Bai Qi himself. If he were in their position, witnessing an enemy nation engaging in incomprehensible activities, he would likely preemptively destroy their plans. After pondering for a long while without responding, his eyes suddenly brightened as he declared, merely guarding is not the best strategy. Coincidentally, our village is set to hold the Chunin exams in 2 months. We originally planned to collaborate with the Land of Wind. However, now I propose we unite with the 5 great ninja villages, inviting their leaders to Konoha, thereby drawing all their attention here. This way, any plans they might have for sabotage will be delayed. Bai Qi, upon hearing this, inquired with surprise, the Land of Wind is an ally. It is not unexpected that they would agree. However, will the other great nations and ninja villages concur? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied confidently, rest assured, even under the initial plan, the 5 great ninja villages will dispatch lower-ranked ninjas to participate. We are merely requesting the presence of their Kage, which will undoubtedly amplify the scale and influence of the event. Furthermore, I will extend invitations to the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, who will, in turn, invite the daimyo of the other 3 great nations. Once their daimyo attends, the Kage of the 3 great ninja villages will have no choice but to follow suit. Bai Qi nodded. Although the presence of the daimyo in the world of shinobi is not particularly strong, under the peculiar system of nations and ninja villages, the daimyo serves as a paternal figure for the respective villages. If the daimyo is invited, it is natural for the Kage, as their subordinates, to accompany them. Bai Qi found it perplexing that ninjas, with their world-altering powers, would allow mere mortals, unable to harness chakra, to preside over them, yet he still expressed his respect. With the assurance from the 3rd Hokage, Bai Qi eagerly anticipated the upcoming Chunin exams, which promised to be even more grandiose than those depicted in the original narrative. Chapter 31. Secret training. After departing from the Hokage's office, Team 7 had been waiting for a while. The 5 of them made their way to Konoha's most renowned barbecue restaurant, as Bai Qi's milk tea shop only offered snacks and beverages, lacking a proper meal. Ichiraku ramen was also not an option for drinks, so they opted for barbecue instead. During dinner, the The group engaged in lively conversation. However, Kakashi felt a hint of frustration as he realized that Bai Qi seemed more like the lead jounin of Team 7 than himself. Naruto, being a sworn brother to Bai Qi, naturally gravitated towards him, while Sasuke, having received martial arts training from Bai Qi, regarded him with utmost respect. Sakura, on the other hand, was simply enamored by Bai Qi's charm. While Kakashi was among Konoha's most handsome, his perpetual mask rendered his appeal somewhat moot. As the drinks flowed and dishes were savored, Bai Qi turned to Kakashi and asked, "Forgive my boldness, but what are your plans moving forward?" Kakashi replied, "There are no special plans as they are still genin. Our next steps will involve continuing to accept missions while providing some guidance in ninjutsu to help them steadily enhance their abilities." "Are you contemplating something, Bai Qi-kun?" Naruto exclaimed excitedly. "Are you looking to hire our team to assist you with a task?" Sakura inquired curiously. Kakashi interjected, "Bai Qi-kun is quite the affluent individual in Konoha. Approximately 1/10 of the high-ranking ninja missions stem from him, mostly involving escorting commercial transport or conducting business investigations, with generous rewards that all Konoha ninjas vie for. Don't ask me why you haven't received any. It's because you're always late for your gatherings." At this, everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. "Kakashi-sensei, do you not feel guilty saying that? Who is perpetually lost on their way through life?" Naruto retorted loudly. Bai Qi laughed heartily. "Sakura-chan, fret not. My commercial tasks are consistently and stably issued, and you will inevitably encounter them. Most of these missions involve material collection, business investigations, and cargo transport escort, tasks that are not suitable for you at your current level." After reassuring the three, Bai Qi turned earnestly to Kakashi, stating, "The reason for my inquiry is that I recently received some intelligence from the third Hokage's office." Kakashi looked at Bai Qi in surprise. "In the coming month or two, specifically on July 1st, Konoha will host the largest Chunin exams in history in conjunction with the other 4 great ninja villages. Not only will we invite the Kage from other villages, but even the daimyo of the 5 great nations will attend." The Chunin exams? Naruto, being the underdog, was quite bewildered by the term, but no one paid him any mind. "Will all the elite genin from the 5 great ninja villages converge at Konoha?" Sasuke asked eagerly, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of matching wits with the best from other villages. Sakura, however, remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "I say, we just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Surely you don't believe we are qualified to participate in the Chunin exams?" Kakashi's brows furrowed in contemplation. Bai Qi looked at Sasuke and said, "Sasuke-kun, it will not only be the lower-ranked ninjas from the 5 great villages gathering in Konoha. Ninjas from across the entire shinobi world will converge here. This is rather sudden, as far as I know. Konoha originally planned to co-host the Chunin exams with the Sand Village, and the scale was not intended to be this grand," Bai Qi remarked with a smile. "Peace has lingered in the shinobi world for too long, Kakashi. If the long sword remains sheathed, it will rust." Upon hearing this, Kakashi understood. "I see now." Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were left bewildered, unable to grasp what Kakashi had comprehended. As freshly graduated ninjas, political matters felt far too distant from them. Seizing the moment, Bai Qi continued, "Thus, with the upcoming Chunin exams, Konoha is bound to be rife with unpredictability. Although the 3 of them possess some strength, I am concerned about their ability to safeguard themselves in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Therefore, I wish to request that you, Kakashi, conduct specialized training for them during this period to enhance their ninja prowess in a short time." Kakashi, upon hearing this, did not immediately acquiesce. Bai Qi elaborated, "Of course, I understand that as a ninja, one must complete missions to earn a living. If you agree, I will issue a designated task at the Hokage building, which involves physical training and guidance. Previously, I assigned this task to Guy, but I can designate it for your 2 teams this time. With your ninjutsu expertise and Guy's martial arts combined, the members of both teams will undoubtedly improve together. What do you think?" After Bai Qi spoke, Kakashi noticed the 3 young ones were gazing at him with fervent expectation, as if they would pounce on him if he refused. Kakashi, unfazed, cheerfully replied, "In that case, I will agree." The trio erupted in cheers. Even the usually aloof Sasuke joined in, as they had grown weary of mundane tasks involving chasing cats, catching dogs, pulling weeds, or picking up trash. The following morning, Bai Qi was eagerly pulled by Naruto toward the training grounds. This venue had been booked by the affluent Bai Qi for a month to facilitate training for Naruto and his companions. Upon arrival, They found 5 individuals already gathered: Sasuke, Sakura, and 3 individuals Bai Qi was quite familiar with yet unknown to them: Hyuga, Rock Lee, and the goddess of fortune, Tenten. However, the atmosphere seemed rather tense. "Hey, Sakura-chan." Upon spotting Sakura, Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The group promptly ignored Naruto and redirected their focus to Bai Qi, who was impeccably dressed in a suit. "So handsome." Tenten's eyes sparkled with hearts. As they approached, Bai Qi smiled and greeted, "Good morning, everyone. You must be Guy's students. I am your employer for this training assignment, Bai Qi." Upon hearing this, Niji and the others immediately introduced themselves and greeted him. "By the way, given Guy's nature, he shouldn't be late." "Where is he?" Bai Qi asked curiously, pondering what might have caused the ever-enthusiastic Guy to be delayed. Niji sighed, and Tenten quickly responded. "Teacher Guy said if he didn't go to fetch Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei might not arrive until noon, so he went to get Kakashi-sensei." Upon hearing this, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were instantly mortified, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Bai Qi, unfazed, chuckled, "Since neither of your instructors have arrived, allow me, as your employer, to elucidate the purpose of this engagement. Naruto and his companions are already aware. I wonder if you 3 have grasped the intent behind this employment." Intent. The 3 looked bewildered, clearly oblivious to the prior explanations provided by Kai. Consequently, Bai Qi elaborated on the Chunin exam and the covert special training session disguised as physical martial arts guidance for the 2 classes. "Thus, I shall have the pleasure of training alongside Sakura-chan for the next month. This is simply splendid," exclaimed Lee, his excitement transforming him into an enthusiastic locomotive. Suddenly, Sakura regretted her agreement to the arrangement. Chapter 32, Lee's Dimensional Strike. Alas. Bai Qi sighed to himself, realizing he had inadvertently missed witnessing Lee's heartfelt confession to Sakura. Such an entertaining scene had eluded him. With a clap of his hands, Bai Qi captured everyone's attention. "Since this is a special training session, it would be remiss not to engage in some sparring. Your instructors remain absent, so why not commence a friendly duel among yourselves?" Lee immediately shouted, "That suits me perfectly." His round, bright eyes turned towards Sasuke. "Uchiha Sasuke, I challenge you." Sasuke glanced at Lee with disdain. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he possessed the inherent arrogance typical of his lineage, looking down upon others. To him, someone like Lee was not worthy of challenge. "If possible, I would also like to test my skills against you, to see whether the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan surpasses your Uchiha prowess," Niji Hyuga interjected, the air thickening with tension as 2 rival clans faced off. Hey, don't you want to fight me? I am stronger than Sasuke." Naruto protested vehemently, unable to tolerate being overlooked, as he always viewed Sasuke as his rival. However, Lee and Niji did not even spare him a glance. "Oh man." Sakura and Tenten sighed in unison, exchanging glances that spoke of a mutual understanding of late realizations. "Do not underestimate me, bushy brows. Your opponent is me," Naruto yelled, disregarding any semblance of rules as he charged at Lee. Seeing this, Sasuke deftly sidestepped, and Niji resignedly vacated the area, granting space for Lee and Naruto. Lee executed several backflips, deftly evading Naruto's assault, and then assumed a serious stance, stating, "The opponent I seek is the descendant of the genius clan, Uchiha Sasuke, not you." "Naruto, enough chatter. Let us see what you've got. I am no longer the same as before." With Lee's mention of Sasuke's name, Naruto's competitive spirit surged. Lee, with an expression of helplessness, sighed. "Then, I shall have to resolve this quickly." He beckoned with his hand. Instantly, all eyes turned to the arena. "Remember, this is a ninja duel, not merely a physical contest. Any means are permissible," Bai Qi quickly reminded them. Given Naruto's currently low battle intelligence, in his irrational state, he would likely fall to Lee in a single blow. Upon hearing Bai Qi's warning, Naruto's embarrassment transformed into a calm determination as he yelled, "Understood, brother Bai Qi." He charged at Lee while beginning to weave hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of smoke, dozens of Narutos materialized simultaneously. "What? How are there so many clones?" Even Niji was taken aback by the sheer number of Naruto's clones. Lee, however, was exhilarated. After all, he was the student of the renowned ninja Kakashi, and even the perennial underdog, Naruto Uzumaki, exhibited such prowess. Leaf Hurricane. Lee executed a sweeping kick, generating a powerful gust of wind. Despite Bai Qi's prior alert, Naruto's clones were swiftly dispatched, leaving the remaining clones startled. Bai Qi sighed again. The intricacies of battle intelligence are indeed challenging to cultivate. At that moment, all the Narutos shouted in unison, employing various 8 trigrams techniques to attack the now unsteady Li, seizing the opportunity perfectly. This might be the most suitable offensive style for Naruto. Bai Qi had bestowed upon Naruto numerous strategies. Yet the simple-minded Naruto retained only a singular phrase: a wild flurry can defeat the master. Naruto's reckless chakra output was sufficient to instill fear in his adversaries, making this chaotic approach ideal for his temperament. Li's expression turned serious. His previously halted body surged forward at his shout, crouching low and executing a leaf gale, toppling the approaching Narutos to the ground. He swiftly regained his footing and, employing a snake-like motion, thwarted Naruto's attacks from all angles. Moving with such speed that he appeared as a green blur, Li evaded Naruto's onslaught with ease. The sound of clones vanishing amidst explosive smoke filled the air. Li remained steady, like a resilient leaf swaying in the wind, effortlessly dismantling each of Naruto's clones. Bai Qi nodded inwardly. With Li's current physical prowess, he was indeed delivering a dimensional strike against Naruto. Physical combat, at its essence, involves a contest of strength, speed, agility, dynamic vision, and reflexes, domains where Naruto was thoroughly outmatched. While the 8 trigrams technique is formidable, it is contingent upon the user's skill. As the echoes of Naruto's clones' anguished cries faded, the crowd awaited the dispersal of smoke, revealing Naruto, bruised and unconscious on the ground, while Li remained composed, not even slightly winded. This spectacle prompted Sasuke, who had previously held a dismissive attitude, to regard the situation with newfound seriousness. He was all too aware of Naruto's enhanced abilities from training under Bai Qi, and witnessing Naruto's effortless defeat at Li's hands instilled a sense of caution within him. Uchiha Sasuke, it is now your turn. Sasuke no longer mocked Li for overestimating his abilities. Instead, he acknowledged him as a worthy opponent. Sakura, please move Naruto aside. Sakura reluctantly approached, dragging Naruto away with palpable disdain. At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams. Wait, Niji Hyuga interjected, his expression darkening as he approached. Not only Niji, but even Li and Tenten were taken aback. Sasuke frowned, addressing Niji, our match will be later, not now. Niji retorted, your stance, although somewhat distinct from the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan, is undeniably similar. You have pilfered our sacred techniques. Sasuke, unfazed, withdrew his stance, maintaining an air of calm. When he had initially learned this technique, Bai Qi had mentioned that while the 8 trigrams and gentle fist appeared alike, they diverged significantly in practice. The gentle fist is a technique that utilizes the Byakugan to strike an opponent's chakra points, disrupting their chakra flow. Thus, it is ineffective for anyone outside the Hyuga clan. Sasuke, disinterested in explaining the distinctions between the 2 styles, simply remarked, you will realize the truth of the gentle fist upon witnessing it firsthand. Very well. I shall observe closely, Niji replied, stepping back and activating his Byakugan. Let the battle commence, Li. I will show you what true genius embodies, Sasuke declared, exuding an air of arrogance. Chapter 33. The duel between Sasuke and Li. Please enlighten me. As Xiao Li's words fell, Sasuke felt a sudden blur before his eyes and instinctively sidestepped to evade. However, before he could complete the motion, a powerful blow struck his shoulder, sending him hurtling through the air, rolling on the ground several times before finally coming to a stop. Sasuke! Sakura gasped in horror upon witnessing Sasuke being sent flying, her voice a panicked shriek. Meanwhile, Hyuga Niji wore a disdainful smirk. Is this all he is capable of? Given his earlier arrogance, I expected far more. Niji felt disillusioned, thinking the Uchiha name lacked merit. Sasuke, in utter shock and disarray, even neglected the pain in his shoulder. What just happened? Ninjutsu? Genjutsu? When did this occur? He stared at the oddly styled, bushy-browed watermelon head, struggling to accept that he had been bested by someone who appeared more like a clown than a ninja. Sasuke, I warned you not to underestimate any opponent. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. The moment you faced Xiao Li without activating your Sharingan, you had already lost half the battle, Bai Qi remarked calmly. Sasuke was taken aback, gazing at Bai Qi's furrowed brow, a chill running through him. For reasons unknown, Bai Qi, despite being an ordinary person, seemed incredibly formidable in Sasuke's eyes. Put away your arrogance and forget the glory of the Uchiha clan. This is a ninja duel. not a contest of physical prowess. Utilize all your abilities and confront your opponent earnestly. Remember, respecting your adversary is tantamount to respecting yourself. Bai Qi admonished sternly. In that moment, everyone present recalled the fear instilled by a strict teacher during their school days. Yes, Teacher Bai Qi. Sasuke instinctively straightened his posture and replied loudly. Xiaoli also bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your affirmation, Teacher Bai Qi. Both had forgotten that Bai Qi was merely an ordinary person in the eyes of the crowd, treating him with the reverence one would afford a ninja instructor. My apologies. I will no longer underestimate you. I regret my previous attitude, and now I will unleash all my strength in this duel, Sasuke declared earnestly. In response, Xiaoli assumed the starting stance of Konoha's taijutsu. Bang! Sasuke immediately threw a smoke bomb to obscure his figure, halting Xiaoli's terrifying straight-line speed. Several shurikens sliced through the smoke, hurtling towards Xiaoli. However, this attack posed no threat to Xiaoli, who effortlessly dodged, only to see Sasuke burst through the smoke, rapidly closing the distance to the contorted figure of Xiaoli. At this moment, the timing appeared impeccable. Xiaoli turned to face the advancing Sasuke, whose single Tomo Sharingan gleamed ominously. Bai Qi nodded in approval. Although Sasuke had not endured the torment of Bai's mirror ice crystal interrogation, leaving his Sharingan at a single Tomo, his strength had not diminished significantly. Before the kaleidoscope, a single Tomo and a triple Tomo bore little difference for ninjas outside the Uchiha clan. Li! Exclaimed Tian Tian. Witnessing Sasuke close in on Xiaoli with a kunai aimed at his throat, unable to suppress her gasp. Meanwhile, Niji frowned, his Byakugan revealing that this Sasuke was not the real one, but a clone. For a ninja like Xiaoli, who lacked ninjutsu talent and excelled solely in taijutsu, discerning whether Sasuke was a clone proved challenging. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Xiaoli disregarded the kunai aimed at him, instead adjusting his body to collide with it head-on. Sakura, fearing the impending bloodshed, quickly covered her eyes with her hands. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Sasuke's kunai failed to pierce Xiaoli's throat, instead passing through his body without inflicting any harm. Sasuke-kun, ordinary clone techniques are mere illusions, lacking substance. They do not produce footfalls during movement. Although I lack the ocular prowess of the Sharingan, I cannot be deceived, Xiaoli stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Niji smiled in approval, affirming Xiaoli's prowess. At this point, the smoke had mostly dissipated, revealing a blurred figure within. Suddenly, Niji's expression changed dramatically. He wished to warn, but remembering it was a ninja competition, he held his tongue. Bang! As Xiaoli charged into the smoke, a loud explosion erupted from behind. Xiaoli paused, turning to see Sasuke inexplicably suspended in midair. How is this possible? Without allowing Xiaoli any time to react, Sasuke unleashed a flurry of shuriken from his aerial position. Xiaoli hastily dodged, exclaiming, Sasuke, you should know this type of attack is ineffective against me. However, Sasuke paid no heed. Once all the shuriken had been evaded by Xiaoli, Sasuke's pupils constricted, a victorious smile gracing his lips as he swiftly maneuvered his fingers. Ninjutsu, Sharingan Control Windmill, 3 Great Blades. This was a secret technique of the Uchiha clan, utilizing threads to manipulate shuriken, altering their trajectories while the Sharingan aided in predicting the opponent's movements. Indeed, the shuriken rapidly changed direction midair, the resilient threads binding the evasive Xiaoli, causing him to tumble to the ground. Xiaoli's speed was impressive, yet after their initial clash, Sasuke understood that in close combat, Xiaoli's speed and aggression far surpassed his own. The best strategy against such an opponent was to maintain distance and exploit the advantages of his Sharingan, rather than foolishly engage in close-quarters combat. Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the calm and tactical brilliance of the Uchiha. Sasuke landed, casting a puzzled glance at Xiaoli, bewildered as to why he would so naively attempt to evade attacks with taijutsu alone. If it were him, he would have employed smoke bombs or shuriken to disrupt the manipulation of the threads. Even if evasion proved impossible, substitution and clone techniques were excellent alternatives. Yet, Xiaoli utilized none of these. Of course, Sasuke was unaware that Xiaoli lacked the talent for ninjutsu. While he could refine chakra, he could not perform ninjutsu. However, Sasuke had no time for inquiries at that moment. Once on solid ground, he quickly formed hand seals and inhaled deeply. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball surged towards Xiaoli, who lay bound by threads on the ground. Xiaoli's wide, round eyes were filled with terror. "Ah, Shaoli!" gasped the crowd collectively. Water style, water dragon bullet. Just when everyone assumed Shaoli would be severely injured by the fireball, Kakashi's voice descended like an angel. The massive water dragon collided with the fireball, extinguishing its flames. "Hey, hey, hey," I said, Sasuke. "This is merely a match. Do not employ such dangerous ninjutsu, you rascal." As the water dragon landed, it transformed into a flowing stream. Kakashi and Guy stood protectively in front of Shaoli. Guy flashed a brilliant smile, while Kakashi wore a look of resigned relief as he released his hand seals. "Teacher Guy? Teacher Kakashi." The young students of both classes joyfully called upon their mentors upon their appearance. Sasuke took a deep breath and stated earnestly, "He is strong, exceptionally strong. If I do not give my all, I have no confidence in defeating him." Just as Kakashi was about to respond, Naruto, drenched from head to toe, sat up in confusion. What just happened? Chapter 34. Bai Qi's commentary. Bai Qi's lips twitched. Naruto's appearance perfectly embodied what it meant to be caught in the fray, a testament to the chaos around him. Kakashi approached Bai Qi, speaking earnestly. "Bai Qi, I understand your desire for them to grow stronger. But duels between ninjas can be perilous. In the absence of a guiding teacher, they may face life-threatening dangers at any moment. I hope we do not encounter this situation again." Bai Qi shrugged and replied, "Apologies, Kakashi, but I must respectfully disagree with your perspective. They have already become ninjas, no longer mere students of the Ninja Academy. In the future, they will face numerous dangers, and they are prepared to pay the ultimate price of life at any moment. Without such awareness, how can one grow rapidly? It is only through the true trials of life and death that they can swiftly become stronger." Kakashi was about to retort when Bai Qi spoke in a nonchalant manner. "Moreover, I have yet to hear of any ninja who has perished beneath a fireball jutsu. If Lee were to die today from a fireball, he would indeed go down in history." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips, and even Lee's face flushed with embarrassment. It was merely a jest. Sasuke was not a child, and he knew how to control his strength. Such a fireball wouldn't be lethal. "Indeed, I have controlled the power of the fireball. At most, it would cause injury, but not endanger Lee's life." Sasuke immediately chimed in. Kakashi wore an expression of exhaustion. Guy had already released Lee from his restraints. "I'm sorry, Teacher Guy, I've embarrassed you." Guy, however, laughed heartily, ruffling Lee's hair in comfort. "Lee, do not say that. You did well. Failure is the mother of success. It is the finest nourishment on your path to achievement. As long as you do not give up, one day you will succeed. Therefore, since you are aware of your shortcomings, strive even harder." Then, the special training of running 500 laps around Konoha. "Wait, Guy? Hold on a moment." Bai Qi hurriedly called for a stop. If he didn't, he had no doubt that these two fools would forget today's purpose and begin to circle Konoha on their own. "Guy, do not forget the purpose of your visit. Save your special training for after today." Guy paused, bursting into another round of silly laughter. "My apologies. I forgot. The fervor of youth always makes me restless." Bai Qi nodded, then turned to Lee, saying, "Lee, you performed admirably, but the recent duel was a ninja confrontation, not merely a physical martial arts contest. I hope the purpose of your duel was to help you understand your strengths and weaknesses, so that in future training, you can work on your deficiencies. Lee, your physical skills are exceptional. You are a true talent in martial arts." Upon hearing this, Lee was so moved that he was on the verge of tears. "However, your understanding and application of ninjutsu are rather rigid. From what I've learned from Guy, you should seek Kakashi's guidance on ninjutsu intelligence and formulate appropriate counter-strategies. Trust me, the strength of martial arts is not limited to this." "Yes, Teacher Bai Qi, I understand." Bai Qi's affirmation made Lee tremble with excitement. Then, Bai Qi turned to Sasuke, saying, "Sasuke, you too possess great talent in ninjutsu, enhanced by the Sharingan. Close to mid-range combat is your comfort zone. Yet your martial arts remain a weakness. In terms of physical strength and reflex speed, you lag significantly behind Lee. In the coming days, you must refine your martial arts skills with Guy to enhance your physical strength. Once your physical prowess increases, not only will your adaptability in battle improve, but your hand-sealing speed will also greatly increase, and your chakra volume will expand without affecting your ninjutsu prowess." Kakashi and Guy listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Bai Qi's analysis was remarkably precise. Kakashi gazed at Bai Qi in astonishment, unable to comprehend how an ordinary person could possess such insight. This was certainly beyond the capability of a typical individual. Bai Qi, what about me? Bai Qi turned to Naruto, sighed, and said, Naruto, your impulsive nature makes it difficult for you to calmly handle situations during battle. Your development and application of ninjutsu are also subpar, and your martial arts lack refinement. However, your stamina is incredibly resilient, and your chakra volume is ample. The training suitable for you now is to learn to handle situations calmly, and to follow Kakashi in mastering further chakra control and ninjutsu techniques. Physical training is secondary. Hinata Niji looked on in astonishment at Bai Qi, wondering when Konoha had acquired such a powerful ninja. Why did Bai Qi not wear the Leaf Village forehead protector? Just then, a large hand rested on Niji's shoulder. Turning, he saw it was Guy. Teacher Guy? Niji, do you see? There are all kinds of geniuses in this world. Bai Qi is merely an ordinary person who cannot refine chakra, yet his talent for martial arts and unique perspective are on par with elite jonin like us. So do not be arrogant. Remain humble and willing to learn, for even those beneath you have things from which you can learn. He is an ordinary person. Niji and Tintin exclaimed in unison. Bai Qi turned to them and smiled. Of course, I am someone without ninja talents, unable to refine chakra. Niji and Tintin stared at Bai Qi in shock. All right, Niji, Tintin, would you like to demonstrate your techniques for my critique? Niji nodded immediately, then looked at Sasuke, saying, I wish to spar with you in martial arts. You know, under my eyes, your ninjutsu poses no threat to me. I won't be like Lee, unable to see through it. Regardless of whether you agree, we will settle this through martial arts. Niji still harbored lingering feelings about Sasuke's unshown, soft fist-like martial arts. Sasuke, undeterred, nodded in agreement. Defeating Lee would provide Sasuke with a deeper understanding of his own strength, as well as his strengths and weaknesses. He also wished to test the level of his martial arts skills. The gentle fist is among the most renowned martial arts styles in Konoha, famous throughout the ninja world. Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances and cleared a space for Sasuke and Niji. This was a contest of martial arts. Lee's eyes widened as he watched intently. As the duel sign was completed, Sasuke took the initiative. Moving with the grace of a dragon gliding through water, he approached Niji with an unusual gait. Niji, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly unleashed his unique technique. The gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Chapter 35, Sasuke vs. Niji, a fated confrontation. Both Hinata Niji and Uchiha Sasuke hail from the top clans in the ninja world renowned for their ocular techniques, and they are embroiled in a silent struggle for supremacy as the foremost clan in Konoha. This duel resembles a fateful confrontation, a clash between two illustrious families. The Byakugan's penetrating vision versus the unparalleled dynamic capture of the Sharingan. This match captivated even Guy and Kakashi. Observing Sasuke's martial arts, which diverged from the traditional leaf style, Guy glanced at Bai Qi and remarked, I didn't expect you to impart this martial technique to Uchiha Sasuke. Bai Qi shrugged. You know, without chakra, to maximize martial arts, I must rely on you ninjas. Guy nodded in agreement. Kakashi remained focused, aware that although Sasuke had learned martial arts from Bai Qi, he had never allowed Sasuke to demonstrate it, as it was their first time witnessing Sasuke employ this technique. However, to avoid suspicion, Kakashi refrained from revealing his Sharingan. From Kakashi's perspective, based solely on Naruto's performance, Bai Qi, despite being an ordinary person, had developed incredibly powerful martial arts. The exchange among the group was brief, and Sasuke and Niji had already engaged. The movements of Sasuke were unlike anything Niji had ever encountered. The moment they clashed, Niji realized that Sasuke's martial techniques, resembling the gentle fist, bore no relation to the gentle martial arts of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, Niji felt an inexplicable discomfort. The soft fist, seemingly feeble and insipid, reveals its true prowess when the 8 trigrams palm is unleashed, delivering strikes with a swiftness akin to lightning, even without activating the 8 gates. The formidable Niji Hyuga finds himself outmatched by Hinata Niji's gentle fist, repeatedly succumbing to the ceiling of his chakra points. Yet this time, Niji has faltered. Sasuke moves with the agility of a slippery catfish. Just as Niji locks onto him, Sasuke eludes his grasp and inexplicably shifts to the other side. However, within the all-seeing gaze of the Byakugan, evasion from Niji's sight seems implausible. With seasoned experience, Niji abandons the 8 trigrams 64 palms and strikes backward with a whip-like motion. Sasuke's Sharingan spins wildly, and he swiftly reads the lightning-fast attack. He crouches low, elevating his palm to redirect Niji's blow aimed at his chest, causing Niji's attack to sail harmlessly overhead and exposing a gap in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke swiftly steps forward, delivering an upward elbow strike. This move, if it lands, would surely fracture at least 2 of Niji's ribs, though not a technique of the 8 trigrams. This fierce and brutal elbow strike is a technique Sasuke has assimilated from Naruto's 8 extremities fist, much to his delight. However, as an elite Leaf Village ninjutsu practitioner, Niji is not so easily overwhelmed. With a deft maneuver, he utilizes the momentum from his arm's swing, executing a Tai Chi slide to turn towards Sasuke. His left palm striking the inner side of Sasuke's arm. Sasuke feels a sudden numbness in his arm, as both strength and chakra are abruptly halted, rendering his powerful elbow strike ineffective. With a change in expression, Sasuke sidesteps, executing a single whip-like strike against Niji's arm, leveraging the momentum to roll away and create distance. This entire exchange unfolds with a fluidity that leaves spectators in awe. Sakura questions her perception of the strength of lower-ranked ninjas, while Lee gasps in admiration, eyes sparkling with a desire to join the fray. Observing Sasuke's limp right arm, Niji's lips curl into a satisfied smirk. Your arm has been sealed. You cannot use it for now. You have lost. The thought of defeating a Uchiha without resorting to the 8 trigrams fills Niji with pride. Indeed, the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan reigns supreme. However, as Niji revels in his triumph, Bai Qi interjects with a calm voice. Niji, do not become complacent. The battle is far from over. Sasuke glances at Bai Qi, receiving a nod of encouragement. Filled with renewed vigor, he addresses Niji. I have learned 2 styles of martial arts from my mentor. What you have witnessed was merely one of them. Prepare yourself for the next. This time, instead of rushing at Niji, Sasuke approaches slowly, extending his palm in a stance reminiscent of the gentle fist. Niji furrows his brow, perceiving Sasuke's posture as an invitation for a direct strike. Since Sasuke seems to court disaster, Niji obliges, unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms. As Sasuke enters the attack range, Niji unleashes his full power, yet to his astonishment, Sasuke avoids his palm strike, instead grasping Niji's arm. When Niji attempts to retract it, he finds himself unable to escape the grip, as an overwhelming force anchors him in place, denying him the chance to execute a second strike. In a moment of desperation, Niji steps closer and thrusts forward with his second palm strike. The true terror of the 8 trigrams lies not in the first strike, but in the relentless barrage that follows. If Niji can connect all his strikes seamlessly, Sasuke's defeat is inevitable. Yet, Sasuke will not allow this to transpire. Harnessing the Tai Chi flow, he uses Niji's momentum against him, stepping back while drawing circles with Niji's arm, effectively dismantling Niji's sequence of strikes. With this peculiar force at play, Sasuke seizes the moment, boldly advancing and manipulating Niji's arm, causing Niji's chakra-covered palm to pummel against his own chest. The sound of strikes echoes through the arena. With each impact, Niji's complexion pales. Fortunately, Sasuke refrains from targeting Niji's chakra points with these strikes. Displaying relentless aggression, Sasuke melds Tai Chi with the 8 trigrams, exploiting Niji's moment of vulnerability to swiftly encircle him with exquisite footwork, continuously striking at him. In this instant, it appears that Niji is on the brink of defeat. Yet, just as Sasuke prepares to deliver a decisive blow to Niji's neck, a surge of chakra erupts, sending Sasuke hurtling backward. Gentle fist, return to heaven. Niji, cease this at once. Kai shouts, rushing forward to catch the injured Sasuke midair. As Niji halts, the ground around him sinks half a foot under the impact of his chakra. Bai Qi winces at the display of power. This technique is undeniably formidable against most taijutsu practitioners. The victor is Niji Hyuga, Kakashi announces as he inspects Sasuke's injuries. Finally, the tension in the air dissipates as Naruto, Sakura, and 10-10 exhale in relief. Sasuke's face is etched with dissatisfaction, while Niji, the victor, wears no smile. In his heart, having been forced to use the Hyuga clan's secret technique signifies a loss to him. Chapter 36. What to do if the goddess of luck becomes stronger. Geniuses are often prideful, and Niji is among the most gifted. Developing the return to heaven technique without any secret scrolls showcases his brilliance. At merely 13 years of age, he indisputably stands as the strongest genin in the Leaf Village. Yet, During the recent battle, he was thwarted twice in executing the 8 trigrams 64 palms by Sasuke. And such indignity is intolerable for him. As a firm believer in the pessimistic fate that plagues his clan, Neji is relentless in his stubbornness. He refuses to acknowledge this victory as genuine. Glancing at the battered Sasuke, he admits, "This match is mine to lose. With a year more of training, I failed to gain the upper hand and was compelled to employ the Hyuga clan's secret technique. You are the true victor of this contest." Neji's sincere concession leaves Sasuke momentarily stunned. What nonsense. A loss is a loss. Do you look down upon the Uchiha? While he triumphed over Lee, Sasuke understands that Lee had sought a true martial arts duel. Thus, he feels like a loser once more. In a genuine contest of martial prowess, he has once again faced defeat. For Sasuke, Neji's admission feels more like an insult than a concession. The atmosphere grows tense. Bai Qi claps his hands to regain everyone's attention, stepping between the two fighters with a smile. "Enough, you two. Have you forgotten the true purpose of this match?" Sasuke, no one is perfect. Every ninja has their weaknesses. Whether in victory or defeat, this is not the essence of your duel. If you become fixated on winning and losing, how can you grow into a true powerhouse? Both combatants pause, reflecting on his words. Sasuke grits his teeth and replies, "I'm sorry, Teacher Bai Qi." Although he utters an apology, his heart remains entangled in the recent defeat. This young man, relentlessly pursuing Itachi, is as stubborn, if not more so, than Neji. Bai Qi realizes that mere words will not sway Sasuke. Only through tangible proof of strength can he emerge from this shadow. Bai Qi spoke directly, "Sasuke, you must have recognized your shortcomings during the recent match, haven't you?" Sasuke nodded, then shook his head. Observing this, Bai Qi began his analysis. "When I taught you these two sets of physical techniques, I mentioned that they have not been fully developed. Currently, you are still merely applying them in a rigid manner, akin to standard techniques, without taking the time to delve deeper and adapt them to suit your own style. Moreover, you should have noticed that your physical capabilities are rather inadequate. Your body cannot keep pace with your Sharingan. If I am not mistaken, when Neji employed his heavenly spin, your Sharingan detected it, and you attempted to evade, yet your body failed to respond, leaving you unable to dodge, correct?" Sasuke looked at Bai Qi in astonishment. For Bai Qi spoke the truth. Just moments ago, when Hyuga Neji executed his heavenly spin, Sasuke's Sharingan had indeed perceived it. However, his body could not follow his brain's commands, leaving him frozen in place and ultimately receiving Neji's powerful attack head-on, resulting in his severe injury. Thankfully, Neji had deliberately moderated the power of his attack. Otherwise, Sasuke would have been gravely harmed or worse. However, aside from your unsatisfactory development of physical techniques, your application of the two styles is quite fluid and adept. You can adjust your tactics according to the realities of combat, which puts you far ahead of Naruto in this regard. Brother Bai Qi, that is not fair. My 8 trigrams fist is also executed excellently, far surpassing Sasuke. Naruto protested loudly. Seeing Naruto's indignant reaction, a smirk crept onto Sasuke's lips, though he quickly suppressed it. Wasn't it expected to be better than a bottom-tier fighter? Bai Qi offered Naruto a sympathetic smile and continued, "Thus, Sasuke, as I mentioned before, your physical prowess does not match your Sharingan. In the days to come, you must diligently train under Guy to enhance your physical capabilities." Sasuke nodded, turning to Guy, and said, "Then I'll rely on you, Teacher Guy." Guy gave a thumbs up and cheerfully replied, "Leave it to me." This vibrant youth has me brimming with excitement. At the sight of Guy's exuberance, Sasuke couldn't help but shudder and turned his head, finding Guy's thick eyebrows somewhat hard to accept. Bai Qi then turned his gaze to Neji. Despite Neji's strong psychological fortitude, he felt a twinge of nervousness under Bai Qi's scrutinizing gaze. Though Bai Qi appeared to him as an ordinary person, his piercing eyes and unique insights instilled an inexplicable tension within him, an emotion he had not experienced in quite some time. Bai Qi smiled, "Neji, you truly are a genius of the Hyuga clan. At your age, being able to utilize the heavenly spin is indeed a rarity among your kin." Hearing Bai Qi's compliment, Neji felt a sense of relief. However, that relief was short-lived. But the two syllables made Neji's anxiety spike once more. "You have noticed that you attempted to execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms twice, only to have both efforts interrupted by Sasuke's techniques. This is a fundamental flaw of the gentle fist's 8 trigrams 64 palms. Once your rhythm is disrupted, you find yourself at a disadvantage. This is not merely your issue. but a common plight among all members of the Hyuga clan. You are too proud and stagnant. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Bai Qi's candid critique of the Hyuga clan would undoubtedly not be well received by them, given their traditionalist nature. Yet Bai Qi remained unconcerned. He had no intentions of holding his tongue for the sake of monetary gain. Niji frowned. Bai Qi, however, feigned ignorance and continued. You have the Hyuga clan's over-reliance on the gentle fist's power. When the gentle fist is countered, you lack alternative strategies to adapt. You may argue that there are many secret techniques within the gentle fist, yet not every Hyuga can master these techniques to compensate for their shortcomings. Therefore, you should prioritize learning other combat styles, which will not only broaden your tactical options, but also enhance your knowledge, equipping you with a greater repertoire to face different ninja from various villages in the future. Suppressing his displeasure, Niji listened intently. Guy felt a sense of satisfaction, as he had been limited in his ability to teach Niji due to the Hyuga clan's constraints. Most of his guidance had centered on physical training methods. He had long wished to impart his shadow dance leaf and the 8 gates to Niji, but regrettably, Niji had shown little interest. Guy sincerely hoped that this opportunity would inspire Niji to begin learning the shadow dance leaf and the 8 gates. I have a question that has been troubling me for quite some time. Regarding your Byakugan. Niji looked up in confusion and asked, what about the Byakugan? Bai Qi replied earnestly, as far as I know, the Byakugan can see great distances, up to 1 kilometer in diameter. With such exceptional vision, you should be natural archers, ideally suited for long-range attacks. Imagine launching arrows inscribed with explosive tags, turning the area surrounding your enemies into a war zone. You would be the nightmare of all foes. Given such extraordinary talents, why do you all prefer close-quarters combat? Niji was genuinely taken aback. It can be used that way. However, he pondered whether it was feasible for a ninja to wield a bow. Even Kakashi and Guy appeared bewildered, as no one had ever considered utilizing the Byakugan in such a manner throughout history. Well, I've said my piece. How you choose is up to you. My suggestion is merely a suggestion, and the choice remains yours. Niji looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his expression frozen in disbelief, clearly struggling to process the revelation. Tintin, unable to contain herself, jumped in. Brother Bai Qi, what about me? What advice do you have for me? Bai Qi, observing Tintin's eagerness, fell into silence. As one of the few affluent ninjas in Konoha, Tintin's skills were somewhat lacking, falling short of both her peers and superiors. The original story did not elucidate why Tintin, despite studying under Guy, had such mediocre physical skills and little notable proficiency in ninjutsu, seeming only to excel in shuriken throwing. Although her barrage of weaponry appeared formidable at first glance, it paled in comparison to the efficiency of bows and crossbows due to human anatomical limitations. In simple terms, Tintin had limited herself. However, it was likely that Bai Qi was unaware of this. Thus, under Bai Qi's suggestion, Tintin faced off against Sakura in a ninja duel. As anticipated, despite Tintin's lack of presence in the original narrative, she easily overpowered Sakura, akin to how Lee bested Naruto, a clear disparity in levels. Tintin didn't even resort to her shuriken throwing technique. With mere shadow dance leaf maneuvers, she triumphed in 3 moves. The first move involved swiftly closing the distance and locking Sakura's wrist, disarming her of her kunai. The second move, initially intended as a shoulder throw, was substituted with a leaf gale, sweeping Sakura off her feet. The third move saw a kunai poised at Sakura's neck. The battle concluded, leaving Kakashi shaking his head in disbelief, as the overwhelming difference in strength rendered it impossible to showcase the true capabilities of both fighters. In a moment of desperation, Bai Qi proposed a match between Naruto and Tian, given that Sasuke was injured and required immediate transport to the Konoha hospital for treatment. Although Naruto was no match for Lee, his troublesome shadow clone technique ensnared Tian in a sea of clones, ultimately compelling her to unleash her hidden weapons technique, decimating all of Naruto's duplicates. When Naruto found himself seated on the ground, mere centimeters away from a scythe, he turned pale with fear. From that moment on, he developed a psychological trauma concerning Tian. As their match concluded, Tian, disregarding the retrieval of her ninja tools, hurried to Bai Qi, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Qi resolved to provide her with guidance tailored to her future path. After all, a person who could casually stumble upon 3 divine artifacts on the battlefield hardly needed encouragement. Tian, your taijutsu is commendable, You should continue to hone it. However, I have yet to witness your proficiency in ninjutsu. I cannot discern if this is due to a lack of practice or understanding. Should you wish to explore ninjutsu further, I suggest seeking counsel from Kakashi. As for your throwing technique, it mirrors the advice I once offered to Niji. Since you conceal a plethora of ninja tools within scrolls, why not affix explosive tags to them? You need not invest in high-quality tools, even inexpensive ones. When combined with explosive tags, can shatter upon detonation, creating fragments that strike your enemies anew. Tion's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though a door to a new world had swung open before her. While she held little affection for ninjutsu, the thought of attaching explosive tags to her tools thrilled her. At that moment, she even envisioned her future ninja moniker, Queen of the Bombing Zone. Witnessing Bai Qi's interaction with Tion, Sakura was also swept up in the atmosphere and approached him with eager anticipation. Bai Qi contemplated Sakura, a quintessential example of a 3-0 girl, lacking family, wealth, and ambition. Her pursuits revolved around complacency and romance, a mindset that barely shifted during the Chunin exams, where she felt powerless to protect Sasuke and Naruto. In this moment, Sakura still embodied that 3-0 archetype. After some reflection, Bai Qi spoke candidly. Sakura, your taijutsu and ninjutsu leave much to be desired, lacking any remarkable qualities. If you wish to enhance your abilities in a short time, you must choose one discipline to dedicate yourself to during this period. Hearing Bai Qi's blunt critique, Sakura lowered her head, feeling a wave of sadness and inadequacy. She was acutely aware that even Naruto, who had once lagged behind in the academy, had begun to grow at an incomprehensible pace. Although he had lost to Lee and Tion, he had showcased a degree of genuine strength. Meanwhile, she felt that Tion had hardly taken their match seriously. Observing Sakura's self-doubt, Bai Qi sighed. This was not solely Sakura's fault. Her sentiments echoed the reality of most common ninja. After graduation, they often toiled in tedious genin tasks for years, accumulating enough merit and funds to exchange for ninjutsu scrolls. Even after finally attaining the rank of Chunin, many found themselves encumbered by the responsibilities of family and financial obligations, which stifled their advancement in the ninja world. Countless individuals remained stagnant as genin until death. Cheer up, Sakura. Though my words may sting, our purpose here is to cultivate your strength. This is your opportunity. Will you squander it on self-pity? I know you care for Sasuke, but if you continue this way, you'll inevitably be left behind. Even if not for your ideals, do it for love. Sakura's cheeks flushed crimson as she glanced at Sasuke, who appeared equally bewildered. With renewed determination, she exclaimed, I understand, Teacher Bai Qi. Please guide me on how to grow stronger. Bai Qi nodded and offered 3 pieces of advice. Firstly, as a female ninja, due to physiological constraints, I do not recommend you pursue taijutsu like Lee. Instead, take Tion as your model, refining your skills in handling and throwing ninja tools. However, this will necessitate the purchase of numerous sealing scrolls and tools, so it remains merely a suggestion. Secondly, regarding ninjutsu, your teacher, Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, possesses an extensive repertoire of techniques from various ninja villages. Should Kakashi consent, you could acquire a wealth of knowledge without cost. However, even the most formidable ninjutsu demands refined chakra control and ample chakra reserves, so you must ponder this carefully. Lastly, during my time in the Land of Waves, I heard Naruto and Sasuke mention your exceptional chakra control, which surpasses that of your peers. Therefore, my third suggestion is to forego the path of a combat ninja and instead pursue medical ninjutsu. Though this means you cannot fight alongside Sasuke and Naruto, you would have the ability to save their lives in critical moments and heal their wounds promptly, enabling them to return to battle sooner. Sakura was taken aback by Bai Qi's words, never having envisioned such a prosperous future for herself. His 3 suggestions were invaluable treasures, unattainable by mere gold. Bai Qi was unaware that in the original narrative, Kakashi treated Sakura as an afterthought, possibly recognizing her lack of ambition, and thus failed to provide her with any meaningful training advice until she sought guidance from Tsunade. Until then, Sakura had been a Chunin without a single noteworthy jutsu to her name, not fitting the mold of Kakashi's disciple. Chapter 38, Kakashi. Bewildered by criticism after offering Sakura his advice, Bai Qi had completed his role. He glanced at Kakashi and Guy, who were idly observing the proceedings, and rolled his eyes. I recall assigning a task for sparring and training guidance. You too, as the ninjas who accepted the mission, have been sitting there spectating. Does your conscience not prick you when collecting payment? Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. No, it's just that your guidance is so much more effective than ours. Pinpointing their shortcomings and providing invaluable suggestions that leave us, as Jonin, too embarrassed to interject. Indeed, Kakashi quickly affirmed. Bai Qi, exasperated, hoisted Sasuke onto his back and declared, I've said what needed to be said. The rest of their training is now in your hands. I will take Sasuke to the hospital for prompt medical attention. You both should also reflect on what new knowledge you can impart to them. Turning to Kakashi, Bai Qi stated seriously, to be frank, Guy's 8 Gates technique is forbidden and cannot be passed on lightly, which I understand. However, Kakashi, you are being excessive. As the copy ninja, you have likely learned hundreds, if not thousands, of jutsu. Why hoard them so selfishly, refusing to share even one with your 3 students? From what I gather, aside from Naruto, neither Sasuke nor Sakura can even perform the shadow clone technique. Can you genuinely call yourself a competent teacher? Kakashi fell silent, grappling with numerous justifications. Their chakra reserves were still too low, their chakra control was inadequate, or perhaps he was simply being lazy. Yet, as a teacher, his reasons appeared to be mere excuses. Bai Qi chose to disregard Kakashi's thoughts and departed with Sasuke in tow. In truth, Bai Qi understood some of Kakashi's concerns. Sakura was indeed lacking and possessed insufficient chakra, making the imparting of numerous techniques a potential waste. Naruto possesses an ample quantity of chakra, however. The interference from the 9 tails within him complicates the release of ninjutsu, rendering it a daunting task. Additionally, his combat intelligence is alarmingly low, bordering on negative. If his opponent is not a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto lacks even the fundamental qualities of a ninja. Teaching him an excessive number of ninjutsu techniques may not only hinder his ability to execute them successfully, but could also overwhelm his simplistic nature, potentially diminishing his overall prowess. On the other hand, Sasuke, consumed by vengeance, poses a risk. Rapidly enhancing his strength could lead this youth, blinded by hatred, to abandon Konoha in pursuit of revenge against Itachi. It would not serve the interests of the village to impart too many techniques to Sasuke before he has forged a deeper bond with his home. Kakashi's careful considerations may explain his reluctance to accelerate the trio's growth, yet such reasoning does not justify a teacher's suppression of their students' development. Bai Qi, unable to remain silent, vocally expressed his discontent towards Kakashi. In Bai Qi's view, one's position should dictate one's concerns. As a teacher, it is his responsibility to address the training deficiencies of Naruto and Sakura. The political ramifications concerning Sasuke are the concern of the 3rd Hokage. As a mentor, Kakashi need not be burdened by such matters. Does he not fear that their inadequate strength might lead to dire consequences in the field? In the original narrative, had Sasuke's growth not been so painfully slow, he would not have been so easily swayed by Orochimaru to defect. Ultimately, this is a reflection of Kakashi's shortcomings. His insistence on balancing his students' strengths, ensuring they progress simultaneously, neglects their individual mental health and innate talents. It is simplistic and misguided to believe that time alone is the remedy for their struggles. Had Jiraiya not returned to guide Naruto, Kakashi's disposition would have prevented him from teaching Sasuke the Raikiri technique, at least for a significant duration. This is evident from the stark contrast in their abilities when they eventually reunite years later, with an unrestrained Sasuke, far surpassing Naruto, who would have been powerless without his protagonist's aura. Nevertheless, Bai Qi's grievances arise primarily from his concern for Naruto and Sasuke, and whether he can sway Kakashi's opinion is of little consequence to him. His intention is to assist Orochimaru in luring Sasuke away, and Kakashi's stance matters not. After escorting Sasuke to the hospital and ensuring his comfort, Bai Qi offered a few words of encouragement, whispering about Kakashi's self-created jutsu, the Raikiri, which aligns perfectly with Sasuke's Sharingan. He urged Sasuke to compel Kakashi to teach him this technique upon his discharge, suggesting that if he could master it and integrate it with his Bagua Palm and Tai Chi, it would be exceptionally powerful. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he nodded eagerly. Bai Qi's sincerity has gradually allowed him to occupy a space in Sasuke's heart, replacing a fraction of Itachi's revered status. After engaging Sasuke in light conversation and witnessing his emergence from the shadows of defeat, Bai Qi departed. The Nin exams were rapidly approaching, marking the largest event in the history of the ninja world. Regardless of whether Orochimaru dared to enact his plans against Konoha, the occasion promised to be a grand celebration. Bai Qi could not let this opportunity for profit slip by. He summoned staff from various tea shops in Konoha, assigning them tasks and requesting assistance from ninjas to procure raw materials. With the allure of bubble tea and cream cakes, Bai Qi was determined to empty the pockets of visiting ninjas. Thus arose the question, how much should prices be raised to remain reasonable? While Bai Qi pondered this dilemma, the third Hokage faced his own concern regarding insufficient manpower. Almost all J-nin and Ch-nin were mobilized to clear the majority of higher-ranked missions swiftly, ensuring that adequate personnel would be available during the exams without affecting mission completion. Asuma was tasked with locating Jiraiya and Tsunade among the legendary Sannin. Nara Shikaku was assigned to protect Mito's Gate, and T-Rune Kabushi, representing Konoha in a meeting with the Fire Country's daimyo to present Bai Qi's commercial plan, thereby persuading the daimyo to endorse the joint Ch-nin exams with the other four great nations. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha appeared to be in dire straits, as the shortage of personnel transformed their previously voluntary missions into mandatory assignments. The lower-ranked ninjas found themselves either fishing trash from the river or tending to the elderly's needs. Had they known that the orchestrators of their plight were Bai Qi and the third Hokage, they would have expressed outrage. The third Hokage might remain unscathed, but Bai Qi would surely face their ire. In summary, everything proceeded relatively smoothly. The united voices of the five great nations compelled the leaders of the five ninja villages to convene in Konoha for the Ch-nin exams, igniting excitement throughout the ninja world. Chapter 39. As the Ch-nin exams approach, some rejoice while others despair. This Ch-nin exam is a rare occurrence in the ninja world, drawing the five great daimyos and notable nobles to Konoha. Other ninja villages, despite their reluctance, had little choice but to accept Konoha's invitation. It is not only the primary economic support of the villages that derives from the daimyo's funding. Even their missions are reliant on the issuance from the nobles of various nations. If they refuse, Konoha and the Wind Village might capitalize on their hesitance, leading many nobles to redirect their missions to Konoha and the Wind Village. Not only the three major ninja villages, but even smaller ones found themselves unable to decline. With merely half a month remaining until the Ch-nin exams, Konoha was bustling with unfamiliar faces. In addition to the affluent nobles, many ninjas adorned with the emblems of other villages wandered about, their innocent and naive eyes wide with curiosity as they scrutinized every aspect of Konoha, often engaging in disparaging commentary. If not for the occasional glimmers of envy in their gazes, Bai Qi would rate their performance an 8. But their haughty demeanor earned them a perfect score of 10. With the arrival of the first batch of invited nobles and ninjas, Bai Qi's revenues skyrocketed. Not only nobles, but many ninjas flocked to Konoha, drawn by the allure of the tea shop, the epitome of authenticity. The nobles of the Fire Country were familiar with Bai Qi's establishments, having seen them flourish over the past 2 years, thus their excitement had waned. However, nobles and ninjas from other great nations, upon experiencing the exquisite taste of the bubble tea, felt as if their very souls had been elevated. They marveled at such a delightful concoction, with envy etched deeper in their expressions. They came to understand why past generations waged wars to seize the land of the Fire Country. The streets were immaculate, the populace healthy, and every face bore a smile amidst the lush greenery. There was no crime, no thievery, no violence. Everything seemed idyllic, save for the peculiarities of the local ninjas. They often encountered the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha, whose glances were laden with bitterness, a stark contrast to the sunlit village. Were the lower-ranked ninjas aware of the outsider's thoughts? They would surely erupt in indignation. Lower-ranked? What lower-ranked? They were not even human. They were mere beasts, laboring in filth and refuse. Such sentiments were inevitable for the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha. In the bustling task release hall of the Hidden Leaf Village, the lower-ranked missions were vanishing at an astonishing rate, signaling an imminent liberation. However, with the arrival of various aristocrats from different nations, this influx of wealthy individuals, eager to spend their fortunes, began to post trivial tasks. Searching for lost pets had become a common request, and some nobles, finding their retinues insufficient during their visit to the Leaf, resorted to enlisting lower ninjas for mundane chores such as laundry, cooking, and toilet cleaning. This was not an isolated incident, leading to a rather discontented atmosphere among the Leaf's ninjas. The third Hokage, in stark contrast, reveled in the situation, his joy evident as the village's income tripled in just a few short days, not including other taxes. The villagers, seizing this opportunity, prospered greatly, lauding the third Hokage's governance. With examples of their fellow villagers prospering, the members of Team Gai and Team Kakashi viewed Bai Qi with an almost reverent awe, perceiving him as a savior from their current plight. Even the typically aloof Niji referred to him as the liberator of fate. Bai Qi had begun to frequent the training grounds less, occasionally visiting with milk tea and snacks to offer encouragement. Following Bai Qi's previous stern admonishment, Kakashi had finally found some motivation, beginning to instruct the 6 young ninjas on water walking and the nature transformation of chakra, promising to teach them ninjutsu once they mastered these skills. Niji and his companions had successfully completed their water walking training under Gai's rigorous tutelage, while they approached the concept of nature transformation with keen attentiveness. Compared to their peers who toiled day and night with menial tasks, they felt fortunate and thus dedicated themselves to their studies with fervor. Even Naruto, whose chakra was notoriously unstable, managed to complete his water walking training after putting in several times the effort others had. His success was partly due to Bai Qi's guidance, who enlightened him on the various applications of the shadow clone technique, including its training potential. Though Bai Qi was well-versed in sealing techniques, he refrained from using them to stabilize Naruto's chakra, aware that such actions would likely attract Jiraiya's scrutiny. The 6 ninjas also experienced significant growth in their physical abilities, with Naruto, Sasuke, and even Sakura making remarkable progress under Gai's grueling training regimen. Though Sakura still lagged behind her peers, her skills surpassed those of most lower ninjas. Thanks to Bai Qi's earlier advice, she gained Kakashi's approval and began learning medical ninjutsu from a medical ninja, now capable of performing basic healing techniques to treat minor injuries and alleviate muscle strain. The progress of the 6 was mirrored by Bai Qi's own development. Despite the bustling activity at various milk tea shops, Bai Qi found himself with ample time to focus on his cultivation and practice of Taoist techniques. His mastery of the Thunder Palm had been achieved, and with it, he swiftly progressed in the Thunder Rune Palm, requiring only a period of refinement. However, this was not the most significant gain from his recent training. Bai Qi discovered a deeper understanding of the Tao through his practice. Initially, he found the Thunder Palm arduous, but as he mastered it, his comprehension of thunder techniques improved, leading to a newfound ease in practicing the Thunder Rune Palm. This realization illuminated for Bai Qi that the Tao was not merely a means for practitioners to vanquish demons, but also a pathway to comprehend the celestial order. With each successful cultivation of a Taoist technique, Bai Qi gained further insights into the celestial principles. He recognized that once a practitioner reaches a certain level of understanding, mastering the Tao becomes second nature. This epiphany filled Bai Qi with elation, for while his knowledge of Taoist techniques was limited, the potential for him to create his own would lead to limitless possibilities. In a moment of serendipity, Bai Qi inadvertently opened a pathway for future cultivation, allowing himself to imagine grand feats such as capturing stars, commanding the seas, and bending the elements to his will. Yet, he remained grounded, acutely aware that as a foundational practitioner, the most effective means of grasping the celestial order lay in the study of Taoist techniques. After all, the path to the golden elixir was profoundly intricate, extending beyond mere cultivation. Bai Qi understood that, like Sun Wukong, who spent years studying before achieving the golden elixir, he too must be diligent in his efforts. Thus, he chose not to squander his time in vain pursuits, but instead dedicated himself wholly to enhancing his cultivation until he could leverage both the golden elixir and Taoist techniques to facilitate his understanding of the celestial order, ensuring efficiency in his endeavors. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. All the inns were fully booked as June drew to a close. On this day, Bai Qi donned traditional hanfu, settling into the milk tea shop, where he continued his practice while mingling with both familiar and unfamiliar aristocrats from various nations. As the hidden hand of the Fire Nation in the Land of Waves, Bai Qi had become entwined with the interests of the Fire Nation's nobility. Observers noted the congenial rapport between Bai Qi and the Fire Nation's aristocrats. His distinguished demeanor and appearance set him apart, exuding an air of nobility that captivated those around him. Just as Bai Qi concluded a conversation with a noble from the Wind Country, the sound of wind chimes heralded the entrance of 3 uniquely dressed sand ninjas. Upon sighting them, Bai Qi instantly recognized them, the unmistakable trio of Gaara and his siblings, known for their distinctive gourd, exaggerated fan, and comically wrapped puppet. "Welcome," chirped Yukiko cheerfully. Kenkaro, initially haughty, surveyed the shop's patrons, only to break into a cold sweat. Leaning closer to Gaara, he whispered urgently, "Gaara, these are nobles from various countries. You must exercise restraint." Fearing that Gaara, the unpredictable and fearsome creature, might lash out if provoked, Kankuro worried that the already precarious economy of the sand village could face utter ruin. Bai Qi smiled, intrigued by the notion that the cold and aloof Gaara would visit his milk tea shop. "Welcome. You are ninjas from the sand village, are you not? Please, make yourselves comfortable. There are still seats available." As Bai Qi approached with a smile, the three siblings stared in astonishment. It was their first encounter with someone as strikingly handsome and elegantly attired as Bai Qi. Temari's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Gaara, with his icy demeanor, regarded Bai Qi, emanating an aura of chilling intensity. Noticing that the trio remained motionless, Bai Qi gently took Gaara's hand, smiling as he said, "Do not be so reserved. The leaf and the sand are allies, and we are all friends." What? Suddenly, Gaara and his two companions widened their eyes in astonishment as they observed Bai Qi holding Gaara's hand. "Who are you that you can hold Gaara's hand?" they exclaimed in disbelief. The so-called absolute defense of sand showed no reaction to Bai Qi. Even Gaara was bewildered, unfazed by their reactions. Bai Qi led Gaara to his exclusive table and smiled at Yuriko, saying, "Miss Yuriko, could you kindly serve them 3 cups of milk tea and some snacks? Consider it my treat." Afterward, he affectionately ruffled the astonished Gaara's head and remarked, "What an adorable little one. It's impressive that you've been sent to participate in the CHNIN exams at such a young age." The trio remained utterly perplexed, their minds momentarily incapacitated. The reason Gaara's sand did not react to Bai Qi was straightforward. It was not that the sand sensed no malice from Bai Qi, but rather that it was gripped by fear. Gaara's sand was imbued with the essence of his mother, Karura, who, in an effort to protect him, had fused her soul with the sand through ninjutsu, crafting a unique technique that provided Gaara with absolute defense. Nevertheless, the sand possessed a certain consciousness, albeit a fragmented one, and when confronted with Bai Qi, a cultivator, it instinctively recoiled in terror. "Who are you?" After a considerable pause, as Yuriko brought the milk tea and snacks to the table, Gaara finally emerged from his shock, coldly inquiring. Strangely, he did not swat away Bai Qi's hand, nor did he launch an attack. This sensation was entirely new to Gaara. Being touched by someone felt tranquil and comforting, a sensation he had long yearned for. Bai Qi withdrew his hand, chuckling. "I am Bai Qi, the owner of this establishment, and a businessman." "A businessman?" The trio looked at Bai Qi incredulously, never anticipating such a response. "Aren't you a ninja?" Temari asked in surprise. Bai Qi shook his head, smiling. "I am not a ninja. Although I once aspired to be one, I was unable to refine chakra and failed the entrance exams to the Ninja Academy 3 times. It was quite the joke back in Konoha." Upon hearing this, Gaara fell silent. If Bai Qi was not even a ninja, it further complicated the question of why he could touch Gaara without the sand reacting. Kankuro, still not ready to give up, was about to inquire further when he suddenly noticed Gaara regarding him with a terrifying, cruel gaze, prompting him to immediately cease speaking. Although the sand's failure to respond was a significant issue for the Wind Village, Kankuro was far more concerned about Gaara's potential rage. Despite being Gaara's brother, Kankuro never doubted that Gaara could kill him mercilessly. Bai Qi engaged in light-hearted conversation with the 3 as if he were teasing children. Gaara responded awkwardly, and upon seeing the milk tea before him, instinctively took a sip. He was immediately taken aback and softly uttered, "Delicious." Bai Qi beamed with pride. "Isn't it? This is a drink I invented. If you enjoy it, I might consider opening a milk tea shop in the Wind Village, provided your Kage and Daimyo agree." Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances and subtly shook their heads. Regardless of whether the Daimyo and Kage would permit a shop from another nation, let alone Konoha, to open on their territory, it was impossible for the Wind Village, known for its meticulous resource management, to provide sufficient water for Bai Qi to make milk tea. They could only cherish the moment and indulge heartily. Ding ding ding. Bai Qi, big brother. The sound of wind chimes accompanied Naruto's loud voice, causing Gaara and his companions to turn simultaneously to see Naruto approaching with Neji, Sasuke, and 2 others. At that moment, Naruto noticed Gaara calmly sitting beside Bai Qi, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Bai Qi, be careful. These 3 are exceptionally dangerous," Naruto warned after a brief moment of shock. Gaara's expression darkened immediately, his brows furrowing. Kankuro and Temari, recognizing Gaara's demeanor, felt an instinctive chill. They were all too familiar with Gaara's behavioral patterns, and this was clearly a precursor to his fury. As they stood in confusion, a large hand rested upon Gaara's head. What a cute little one. Frowning is quite unbecoming. Gaara stiffened and turned away, ignoring Naruto. Kankuro and Temari watched in astonishment. Naruto, you must not be so rude. They are ninjas from the Wind Village here for the Nin exams. The Wind Village and Konoha are allies, friends, as I have taught you. You must not be impolite to friends. Naruto opened his mouth, but ultimately slumped, murmuring, understood. By the way, shouldn't you all be training at this hour? What brings you here? Niji bowed before calmly explaining, this morning, Guy and Kakashi-sensei informed us that we would also be participating in this year's Nin exams. To avoid fatigue affecting our performance, we have decided to pause training starting today. Naruto quickly added, yes. We rushed over to share the good news with Bai Qi, big brother. The group chattered excitedly, while the nobles in the shop observed them with curiosity, intrigued by such lively ninjas, a stark contrast to the cold, serious demeanor they typically encountered. Bai Qi smiled encouragingly, urging them to do their best. He then introduced them to Gaara and his companions. However, Gaara remained aloof, causing Naruto to fume silently, feeling that Gaara's cold demeanor was even more infuriating than Sasuke's. The two parties clearly lacked interest in forming friendships. Sasuke was not viewing Gaara as a rival as he had in the original narrative. Instead, he was solely focused on defeating Niji. Under Bai Qi's guidance, Sasuke had taken to pestering Kakashi daily to learn Raikiri, and Kakashi had agreed, perhaps spurred by the impending Nin exams. He decided to enhance Sasuke's abilities, while also maintaining balance by teaching Naruto Rasengan. Sasuke had yet to receive instruction in Raikiri, primarily due to his still developing physical capabilities. Kakashi planned to implement a rigorous training regimen for Sasuke after the elimination rounds before commencing with the teaching. Meanwhile, Naruto had begun learning Rasengan. Although the absence of any mention of Bai Qi indicated his learning progress was less than optimal, the jovial atmosphere was alien to Gaara, who, after finishing his milk tea, stood to take his leave. Bai Qi escorted them to the door, taking the opportunity to ruffle Gaara's hair once more and cheer him on before bidding them farewell. As they departed the milk tea shop, Kankuro suddenly noticed that Gaara had come to an abrupt halt, his head bowed, veins visibly straining on his arms. A chilling aura emanated from Gaara. Gaara, Kankuro instinctively called out, only to be silenced by a terrified Temari covering his mouth. Quiet fool. Gaara's current state is very unsettling. At that moment, deep within Gaara's psyche, Shikaku was mocking him mercilessly. The tailed beast, which rarely communicated with Gaara, had inexplicably chosen today to establish a mental connection, further provoking Gaara's burgeoning rage. That yellow-haired brat is also a Jinchuriki, just like you. TSK, 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 look at his life, and then look at yours. A child, wielded as a weapon by his father and reviled by his uncle, even causing the death of his own mother, finds himself feared by the villagers who regard him as a monster. How pitiable, I can't help but feel for you. A tailed beast is rampaging, seemingly terrified that Gaara might not go mad. Silence. Gaara nearly spat those words through gritted teeth. Kankuro and Temari, believing Gaara was addressing them, instantly fell silent, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Turning slowly, Gaara's bloodshot eyes pierced through the transparent glass of the milk tea shop, observing Naruto, who was surrounded by Bai Qi, laughing heartily and carefreely, as if sharing some delightful tale. A burning jealousy ignited within Gaara, urging him to unleash a massacre. For only blood and screams could soothe his envious heart. Why must he, as a Jinchuriki, endure such misery while another revels in happiness? With a sinister grin, Gaara's tongue flicked across his lips like a serpent. Naruto Uzumaki, I shall remember you. He etched Naruto's visage deep into his mind and cast a lingering glance at Bai Qi, silence enveloping him as the bloodshot hue in his eyes receded. His smile dissipating as he returned to his former self, quietly departing with his gourd. At this moment, Kankuro realized his legs had turned to jelly. Temari, lend me a hand, my legs have given out. Temari darkened her expression, disdainfully retorting, do you think my legs are any sturdier? Inside the milk tea shop, Naruto animatedly recounted their encounter with Gaara to Bai Qi, blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a jealous rival. It turned out that Naruto and his companions had not clashed with Gaara previously, but had instead stumbled upon a skirmish between Gaara's trio and the ninjas from the Earth Village. Although the Konoha Umbu swiftly intervened, Gaara's ruthlessness left the 6 young ones in shock. Within mere moments, Gaara had incapacitated 3 lower-ranked ninjas from the Earth Village, rendering them unable to continue in the Chunin exams, casting doubt on their future as ninjas. Since the conflict involved Sand and Earth ninjas, the Umbu could not directly apprehend them, allowing Gaara and his companions to depart while reporting the incident to the 3rd Hokage, who would relay it to the Kazekage and Tsuchikage for resolution. Naruto was taken aback to find the trio in the milk tea shop, interacting amicably with Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded in understanding, realizing that the tension during their earlier encounter stemmed from the prior conflict, which had been inadvertently taken up by 3 unknown unfortunate souls from the Earth Village. How pitiful, to be mere faceless extras in the narrative. Bai Qi silently mocked this turn of events and shifted the conversation to the details of the Chunin exams. In the original storyline, the exams commenced immediately upon registration. But now they would not begin until July 1st. Niji elaborated on the differences in this year's Chunin exams, providing Bai Qi with a clear understanding. Due to the joint hosting by the 5 great ninja villages, the exams were designed to showcase their status and ensure fairness. Konoha had prepared all its training grounds, dividing them into 5 elimination zones, each overseen by one of the great villages. Ninjas from other villages would draw lots to determine their respective zones, while ninjas from the 5 great villages would compete in areas not their own, monitored by elite ninja teams to prevent any unfair practices. This unprecedented arrangement promised a level of rigor and integrity never before seen in the exams. Any ninja who successfully advanced to Chunin would carry an exceptional weight of merit. While no extra rewards were publicly declared for those advancing, it was evident that such individuals would be prioritized for training within their respective villages. This stage would serve as a true display of the mid-tier combat prowess and foundational strength of each village, even beyond mere displays of strength for noble quests. Many capable yet underappreciated lower-ranked ninjas were dispatched to participate in this assessment. Bai Qi felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. In the original narrative, Naruto had faced numerous perils during the Chunin exams. Now, Bai Qi feared that Naruto might not even survive the initial elimination round. He pondered whether he should merely watch the spectacle when Sasuke inevitably bested Naruto. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to the fact that the difficulty of this year's exams was orchestrated by the 3rd Hokage to cover up the events in the Land of Waves, which might have otherwise tarnished their admiration for him. After bidding farewell to the 6 young ones, Bai Qi sat in contemplation for a while, considering the transformed nature of the Chunin exams and whether Orochimaru would dare to continue his plans. After some thought, he decided that merely pondering was unproductive. So he rose to ask Yuriko to prepare some snacks and 2 gift packages before heading out. He first sought an audience with the 3rd Hokage to express his intention to visit the Tsuchikage and Kazekage, framing it as preparation for future business ventures. The 3rd Hokage readily agreed, regarding Bai Qi as an ordinary citizen and unaware of any ulterior motives. Moreover, the upcoming trade would primarily involve coastal nations, with the Earth country being a lucrative target, making Bai Qi's visit reasonable. While there was some hesitation regarding the Kazekage, the 3rd Hokage considered him an ally, and with no formidable powers obstructing the route from the Land of Waves to the Wind Country, it seemed a favorable partnership. Additionally, Bai Qi managed to acquire a map of the ninja world from the 3rd Hokage. Guided by Umbu ninjas, Bai Qi prepared to visit the cunning Tsuchikage, the leaders of the 4 great ninja villages, along with the daimyos of various nations, resided in private estates crafted through ninjutsu expressly for this reception. Opulent in appearance, yet sparsely decorated within. Upon arriving at the Tsuchikage's residence and receiving permission, the Umbu ninja took the gift package while Bai Qi carried another inside. The Umbu ninja wisely refrained from entering, as it was the Tsuchikage's domain, and even if he wished to enter, he would not be welcomed. Compared to the inhabitants of the Fire Country, the ninjas of the Earth Country had rougher skin, exuding a sense of steadiness and weightiness, seemingly a result of their long-standing practice of earth-based ninjutsu. Guided by an earth ninja, Bai Qi soon encountered a yellow-haired figure lounging in the corridor, appearing quite displeased. Upon seeing him, Bai Qi paused momentarily, the signature yellow ponytail and long bangs obscuring one eye, coupled with an infuriating glare, unmistakably belonged to Deidara, a future member of the Akatsuki's artistic duo. "Hey, kid, what are you staring at? It's really annoying. Deidara, be silent. This is a guest from Konoha. If you act out, I will confine you when we return." Kuratsuchi, make him disappear. Without waiting for Bai Qi's response, a loud voice erupted from the room. A girl with short black hair opened the door and, blushing, smiled at Bai Qi before swiftly kicking Deidara away, sending him flying over the high wall and out of Bai Qi's sight. Hello, I am Kuratsuchi. I apologize for that fool. He is unable to take care of himself, and that is why he accompanied me. Please forgive the embarrassment. Bai Qi couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling a pang of sympathy for Deidara. It was no wonder this fellow later left the stone village to become a rogue ninja. Bai Qi suddenly found himself understanding Deidara a bit more. What he had initially thought was mere youthful rebellion turned out to stem from a lack of affection. Greetings. I am Bai Qi, a merchant from the Leaf Village. With the endorsement of the third Hokage, I have come to pay my respects to Lord Tsuchikage. Here are some delicacies from my shop. Please indulge, Lord Tsuchikage. Bai Qi presented the treats while discreetly assessing Kuratsuchi, the future Tsuchikage. However, he felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, Kuratsuchi was merely 12 or 13 years old, not much older than Naruto, still a naive girl dressed modestly, far from the boldness she would later exhibit. Not to mention her long, slender, fair legs. Notably, she was wearing casual attire instead of the Chunin uniform, indicating that she was still a genin. If Kuratsuchi were to participate in the Chunin exams, he would need to offer a moment of silence for her opponents. After all, with her Kekkei Genkai and the prowess of an Earth-style ninja, it would be rather brutal to face a group of genin. Under Kuratsuchi's guidance, Bai Qi entered the room and spotted a short, balding man seated behind a coffee table, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Bai Qi. A merchant from the Leaf Village, what brings you here? The tone of Inoki was far from cordial. Bai Qi understood, as the vanguard of the attack on Konoha. The Stone and Cloud villages held no love for each other, especially since this old man had been humiliated by Konoha in his youth. It would be a miracle for Inoki to harbor any fondness for the Leaf Village. With a smile, Bai Qi replied, as a merchant, I am naturally here to discuss business. To Bai Qi's surprise, rather than the expected joy, Inoki appeared rather indifferent. Discuss business? The distance between the land of fire and the land of earth is considerable, separated by several nations. Moreover, the transportation in the land of earth is quite inconvenient. I do not see any long-term, stable business opportunities between us. The geographical environment of the land of earth resembled a desolate gobi, utterly barren, and the blocked roads were a significant reason for its inability to prosper. Thus, successive Tsuchikage had always coveted the fertile lands and lush forests of the land of fire. The question of how to alleviate poverty in the land of earth was one that every Tsuchikage had pondered deeply, and no one understood its shortcomings better than they. Bai Qi had to commend Inoki for being astute. He struck right at the crux of the matter from the outset. If the transportation issue remained unresolved, any business plan would be nothing but castles in the air. Bai Qi smiled as he pulled out a map from his robe, laying it before Inoki. Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage, your intelligence is unparalleled. To be candid, my goods will not traverse the treacherous land routes, but rather this way. Bai Qi pointed to the land of waves on the map, tracing a path upward across the ocean, passing through the land of the moon, and then to the coastal territories of the land of earth. If we can excavate a canal through the land of the moon to connect the north and south, opening a shipping route from the land of waves to the land of earth, then we would have resolved the transportation issue to a considerable extent. What do you think? Inoki's eyes remained fixed on the land of the moon. After a lengthy pause, he withdrew his gaze and looked at Bai Qi, speaking with an air of indifference. I do not think much of it. Young man, do you not realize how Navi your plan is? Bai Qi, feigning ignorance, replied, What do you mean, Lord Tsuchikage? Inoki took a deep breath, stating, You must understand, although the land of the moon is not the territory of the land of lightning, it is an essential route for their troops. Do you think the Cloud Village will just sit idly by while a canal is excavated there? Furthermore, once war erupts, regardless of who the enemy is, they will seek to disrupt or even destroy the shipping lanes. Bai Qi subtly glanced at Inoki, understanding that the old man was likely reveling in his own cleverness while pretending to maintain a stern facade. Thus, playing along, Bai Qi exclaimed, Lord Tsuchikage, how could the Cloud Village be so destructive? If I were in their position, I would see the canal's construction as a golden opportunity and would even offer support where necessary. As for war, I believe that, given your foresight, you must have already prepared sufficient resources to cope with any potential shortages during such times, so this should not be a concern. Inoki directly disregarded Bai Qi's second statement, instead asking, Why do you say the Cloud Village would not interfere? Bai Qi answered simply, because they stand to profit. He rubbed his fingers together, mimicking counting money. The opening of the shipping canal would generate a toll for merchant vessels, and we would engage in partial trade with the locals. As long as the Cloud Village is not foolish, they would control the land of the moon and become the true masters of the canal. During peacetime, the canal would serve as a continuous source of income for them. After all, even if they were to destroy it during wartime, do you think I would still continue to navigate the waters? Thus, your concerns are unfounded. Kuratsuchi listened attentively, her expression one of awe and confusion. Meanwhile, Inoki fell silent again, his eyes fixed on the map. Seizing the moment, Bai Qi pressed on, I understand your concerns about the Cloud Village and their brutish tendencies. However, as long as our cooperation aligns with mutual interests, I will take this rare opportunity of the 5 Kage Summit to visit the Cloud Village. Upon hearing this, Inoki looked up at Bai Qi, curiosity evident in his eyes. I am quite intrigued. How do you plan to convince that band of muscle-bound apes? Bai Qi ignored Inoki's derision of the Cloud Village, smiling as he replied, it's quite simple. First, as I just mentioned, this represents a rare new source of income for them. Even if they lack intelligence, they would not turn their backs on profit. Given the Cloud Village's aggressive nature and their recent investments in weaponry, they would be unlikely to pass up such an excellent opportunity for financial gain. Secondly, by controlling the shipping route, they would exert a degree of influence over the economic lifeblood of the land of Earth. Initially, this impact might seem negligible, at worst. The land of Earth would return to its previous state. However, over time, an influx of affordable goods would enter the land of Earth, and in a decade or so, a population explosion would ensue. Should the Cloud Village then sever the shipping route, the land of Earth would struggle to cope with such a population surge. Even if the land of Earth sought to instigate war to divert internal conflicts, there would be insufficient time. Famished citizens would rise in rebellion, plunging the land of Earth into crisis. Thus, the Cloud Village could wreak havoc upon the land of Earth without lifting a finger, making it an irresistible temptation for them. Upon hearing this, Inoki's gaze turned cold, fixated on Bai Qi. Yet Bai Qi remained undaunted, showing no sign of fear in the face of Inoki's growing ire. Why must you act this way, Lord Suchikich? Since you are already aware of the shortcomings, I trust you will not repeat such mistakes. Even without curbing population growth, you can manage its rate and construct material warehouses in the land of Earth to prevent similar situations in the future, ensuring there are sufficient resources to buy time for solutions. Am I correct? De Yemu scoffed, delicately sipping his tea while thinking, a merchant is indeed a merchant. With such a narrow perspective, if matters could so easily proceed as I envision, the land of Earth would have escaped poverty long ago. Seeing De Yemu's continued arrogance, Bai Qi decided against further banter and unveiled his true intentions. Lord Suchikich, have you forgotten the purpose of my visit today? De Yemu paused, taken aback. It is for commercial collaboration, and this. Bai Qi pressed a finger onto the map of the land of Moon, declaring, the Maritime Canal is merely a testament to my sincerity. De Yemu's pupils constricted as realization dawned on him, and he slammed his teacup onto the table. You mean what I think you mean? Bai Qi nodded, smiling. Indeed, all expenses for the Maritime Canal will be borne entirely by my side. The land of Earth need not spend a single coin. Very well, I accept. De Yemu could hardly let such a fortuitous offer slip away. As for whether it was a trap, he believed his own cunning would allow him to navigate it, as they were both wily old foxes. Bai Qi chuckled, calmly retracting his hand, regaining the upper hand with his next words. Now that your conditions and my sincerity have been agreed upon, it is time to discuss the price you must pay and my terms. De Yemu's expression faltered, and after a brief cough, he steadied himself and inquired, speak. But if your demands are too harsh, my prior agreement will be void. Ignoring the old man's shamelessness, Bai Qi reassured, there is no need for concern, Lord Suchikich. My terms are quite simple. First, infrastructure is the foundation of commerce. To pave the way for future maritime endeavors, I require you to select a suitable location along the coast of the land of Earth to construct a port, along with a convenient and accessible road. Furthermore, for at least the next 30 years, the land of Earth must not impose customs duties or similar taxes, as will be specified in the contract. Bai Qi's conditions were straightforward to the point that De Yemu expected further elaboration, yet after a moment of silence, he realized there was nothing more. Is this it? Yes. Merely this. Regarding tax matters, De Yemu needed to consult with the daimyo, but he assured Bai Qi it was manageable. The port was also feasible. Yet the road presented a challenge. You must understand, the land of earth differs from the land of fire. Its environment is harsh, plagued by sandstorms that erode the roads, drastically shortening their lifespan. To maintain a road for long-term use requires not only a significant workforce, but also regular repairs, consuming vast financial and material resources. If the land of earth must bear this burden, I doubt the daimyo will agree. The Yimu lamented the dire conditions of the land of earth, where even a boulder from the land of fire would be rendered pockmarked within a few years by the relentless elements. A road could not endure, and maintaining it would demand resources that even the Yimu feared to contemplate. Bai Qi, puzzled, remarked, "Forgive my candor, Lord Suchikage, but constructing a trade route hardly seems to require excessive manpower or resources." The Yimu nearly leaped in indignation, exclaiming, "You have no idea. Only those who manage a household can appreciate the cost of living. Even if labor is inexpensive, the total expense can be astronomical." Unperturbed by the Yimu's frustration, Bai Qi continued, "I believe it will not cost much." As the Yimu grew agitated, Bai Qi raised a hand to calm him. "You are of considerable age, yet your temper remains fiery. Please allow me to finish." Beside them, Kuratsuchi felt embarrassed as her elder seemed to regress to childlike behavior, lacking the demeanor of a Hokage. The Yimu finally settled down, eager to hear what Bai Qi had to say. Bai Qi smiled, stating, "I fail to understand why building a road necessitates a large labor force. As I know, I hear that Awagakure boasts the largest number of shinobi in the ninja world. You are well aware of your own numbers. Moreover, Awagakure excels in earth release techniques. From what I learned from the Hokage, there are jutsu akin to hardening techniques within earth release. While these techniques provide surface protection, I believe that with your mastery of earth release, you could develop a technique to harden the ground itself. For instance, the earth flow river technique could transform the earth into a mudslide, significantly reducing the complexity of road construction. With such shinobi available to tackle engineering challenges, why resort to a large labor force, wasting time and money on issues that shinobi could resolve effortlessly?" The Yimu scoffed. "You truly believe that shinobi will lend their skills? Have you considered the difference in pay between laborers and shinobi?" Unfazed by the Yimu's internal skepticism, Bai Qi pressed on, "I understand, Lord Suchikage. You may argue that shinobi missions also require significant funding, but why must you pay them in coins? If you are willing to offer a certain number of jutsu scrolls in exchange, even low-tier techniques could entice many genin to work. You can provide jutsu suitable for these projects, allowing the genin to hone their skills, a threefold benefit. After all, a jutsu is not limited to a single shinobi." The Yimu's expression shifted as if electrified. "It can be done this way?" Bai Qi continued to illuminate the Yimu's understanding. "As for your concerns regarding future road maintenance, this is even simpler and would not require substantial financial expenditure. You can incorporate land hardening techniques into the mandatory curriculum at the Shinobi Academy, making road maintenance a regular practical course for students. This not only saves a considerable amount on maintenance costs, but also trains students in chakra control and jutsu application. If you wish to be more mercenary, you could even charge for this practical course under a different name, such as room and board fees for students or protection fees for those on outings. This way, you spend no money and create a new income stream for Awagakure." The Yimu gasped in astonishment. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a handsome man could harbor such a dark heart. This plan seemed to turn the beloved students of Awagakure into mere beasts of burden, and even worse, they would need to pay for their own servitude. Kuratsuchi felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for her future junior students. Knowing the Yimu as she did, this approach was almost inevitable. Even if Bai Qi's collaboration with him ultimately failed, the Yimu's cunning would ensure the model found application elsewhere. The stark reality was that Awagakure was desperately impoverished, and the land of earth was too. Kuratsuchi felt a wave of relief that she had already graduated. Bai Qi's proposal seemed to open a door to a new world for the Yimu, and as their conversation unfolded, they ventured into the imaginative applications of earth release techniques in engineering development. The rigid mindset of the ninjas regarding ninjutsu compelled Noki to seek counsel from Bai Qi, an individual unassociated with the ninja world. Bai Qi generously imparted numerous innovative ideas to Noki. For instance, the earth flow wall could be utilized in the construction of riverbanks, dams, and buildings. There were untransformed terrains that could be altered to create wind-sheltered valleys, while purchasing silt or other types of soil from elsewhere could establish a base for agricultural endeavors. Techniques such as the heavy rock technique or light heavy rock technique proved to be invaluable tools in engineering projects. The multitude of ingenious concepts left Noki marveling at Bai Qi's extensive experience. Ultimately, Bai Qi and Noki even finalized a series of contracts to employ ninjas, recruiting a contingent of explosive release ninjas, those skilled in earth-shaping techniques, and others proficient in the earth flow wall ninjutsu, to form the engineering team for the future maritime canal of the Land of the Moon. Naturally, the remuneration for these individuals would be half of the standard rate, as the development of the maritime canal would only benefit the Land of Earth. When Bai Qi took his leave, Noki grasped his hand, reluctant to part ways. The third Hokage of Konoha was a fool. To overlook such talent was unthinkable in our Land of Earth. Bai Qi, I sincerely hope you will consider my proposal to immigrate to our Land of Earth. I am prepared to offer you the position of Earth Shadow's advisor, as well as a seat among the elders of the Earth Village. Bai Qi politely declined, expressing his contentment with Konoha and the Land of Fire, stating that he had no immediate plans to immigrate, thus disappointing Naka's goodwill. An Umbu ninja beside them, bearing gifts, was left astounded, feeling as if he had fallen under a jinjutsu. How could it be that within just 2 hours, Bai Qi had become such a sought-after figure in the Earth Village, even catching the attention of the Earth Shadow? As Bai Qi bid farewell to Noki, he sighed internally. Moving to the Land of Earth was not a feasible option. If the ninjas of the Land of Earth were to learn that Bai Qi had turned their esteemed ninjas into mere laborers in civil engineering, he would undoubtedly face their wrath. The Land of Waves posed no threat, as they were merely a group of powerless commoners. But dealing with ninjas was a different matter entirely. Departing from the Earth Shadow's headquarters, Bai Qi, guided by the bewildered Umbu ninja, made his way to the Wind Shadow's residence, only to find that the Wind Shadow was in seclusion and unavailable for visitors. Rather than feeling disheartened, Bai Qi promptly proceeded to the Lightning Shadow's domain. His mind was already racing with thoughts. The refusal of his visit indicated that the Wind Shadow had likely fallen victim to Orochimaru's schemes. Orochimaru was indeed formidable. His audacity surpassed that of anyone else, even daring to pursue his plans amidst a gathering of the 5 shadows. The Wind Shadow's dismissal confirmed Bai Qi's suspicion that the current Wind Shadow was merely Orochimaru in disguise. For Bai Qi, this was sufficient information. Orochimaru's intent to eliminate the third Hokage could only yield advantages for Bai Qi, as historically, the 5th Hokage had always been most suitable in the form of Tsunade. Deceiving such a naive individual was far easier than manipulating the cunning third Hokage. Chapter 45. The Ch-Nin exams commence. Heedful Niji. Too arrogant, too arrogant. The masked Umbu ninja incessantly droned on, resembling a broken record. Bai Qi, standing nearby, felt his ears growing weary. Following the Wind Shadow's rejection of his visit, Bai Qi intended to leverage the early hours to visit the Lightning Shadow, aiming to finalize arrangements for the maritime canal of the Land of the Moon, which would alleviate many complications. However, he was unprepared for the sheer arrogance of the Lightning Ninja. Although they relayed his message out of respect for the third Hokage, they, like the Wind Ninja, outright rejected Bai Qi. If that had been the extent of it, it would have been manageable. Yet, the Lightning Ninja's words were exceedingly derogatory. In essence, they conveyed that Bai Qi was unworthy of seeking an audience with the Lightning Shadow. Bai Qi was neither a ninja nor a noble. He was merely a merchant, albeit one representing the third Hokage. The gatekeeping Lightning Ninja owed a debt of respect to the third Hokage, but the Lightning Shadow had no such obligation. The relationship between the Cloud Village and Konoha had always been fraught with tension, and this Ch-Nin exam, orchestrated by the third Hokage to compel the ninja leaders to assemble in Konoha, did not sit well with the temperamental Lightning Shadow. It seemed as if Konoha had gained an advantage over the Cloud Village, which the Lightning Shadow could not abide. Thus, not only did he reject Bai Qi's approach, but he also insulted him with his words. Bai Qi could only offer a wry smile, attempting to soothe the Umbu ninja beside him, saying, "Do not be upset. You are aware that the relationship between the Lightning Ninja and Konoha has always been quite strained, even adversarial. Their actions, while disappointing, are not entirely unexpected. I simply did not anticipate such narrow-mindedness and rudeness from the esteemed Lightning Shadow. Should this incident come to light, it will only serve to tarnish the reputation of the Lightning Shadow, not ours in Konoha. No, Bai Qi-kun, it is different. You are visiting in the name of the third Hokage. Their actions equate to an affront to the Hokage, and this matter cannot be overlooked. I shall report this incident truthfully to Lord Third, allowing him to decide the course of action. It was evident that this Umbu was thoroughly indoctrinated by the will of fire, a devoted follower of the third Hokage. Bai Qi realized that further persuasion would be futile and ceased his attempts. By the way, Bai Qi-kun, you have visited the Earth Shadow, Wind Shadow, and Lightning Shadow. Do you plan to visit the Water Shadow as well? The Umbu's role extended beyond mere surveillance. They also served as living endorsements of the third Hokage, possessing limited insight into Bai Qi's true intentions. Bai Qi shook his head, stating, "My visits to the Earth Shadow, Wind Shadow, and Lightning Shadow were primarily to address their unique geographical circumstances and secure their support for transportation issues. The Water Country, being an island nation, presents no such geographical obstacles. It would be more appropriate to engage with the daimyo of the Water Country rather than the Water Shadow. However, I shall postpone that for today to contemplate how to address the matter of the Lightning Shadow. Very well then, I shall take my leave. I must report the Lightning Shadow's conduct to the third Hokage. Thank you for your assistance today." The Umbu ninja shook his head, bidding farewell to Bai Qi before swiftly disappearing onto the rooftops. The Lightning Shadow's resoluteness caught Bai Qi off guard, leaving him with a considerable headache. It was no wonder they said the most difficult to negotiate with was the Lightning Shadow, a brute whose mind was consumed with brawn and backed by formidable military might, acting according to his whims. Communicating through normal means was a challenge, especially considering this individual was impervious even to Naruto's extraordinary abilities. To engage in meaningful discourse with the Lightning Shadow, Bai Qi saw only two feasible approaches. The first was to wait until after the Chunin exams, don the guise of a masked figure, and decisively confront the Lightning Shadow, compelling him to engage on equal terms. However, this risked creating enmity. As the Cloud Village was largely populated by war enthusiasts, should the Lightning Shadow be defeated, it was unlikely they would capitulate peacefully. More critically, Bai Qi did not possess the confidence to guarantee victory over the Lightning Shadow at this juncture. The second approach was to wait until the Lightning Shadow returned to the Cloud Village, then visit him purely as a merchant, devoid of the third Hokage's label, which would likely prevent rejection. Nevertheless, both strategies were best suited for consideration post-Chunin exams. Bai Qi resolved to temporarily set aside the issue of the Lightning Shadow. Tomorrow, he would first engage with the nobles of the Land of Fire to establish contact with those of the Land of Lightning, seeking to exert influence over the Lightning Shadow through them. In the following days, Bai Qi transformed into a socialite, mingling with various nobles from different nations, courtesy of introductions from the Land of Fire's aristocracy. Thus, the Chunin exams finally arrived. On June 30th, all participating Genin teams completed their draw for the exams. Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Tintin drew the exam site presided over by the Lightning Shadow in the Forest of Death, while Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were assigned to the Konoha Forest, overseen by the Water Shadow. Upon witnessing this outcome, Bai Qi immediately sensed something amiss. Niji and his companions were indeed a handful, but the situation was far more precarious for Sasuke and his group, who had drawn the examination venue overseen by the Water Shadow within the treacherous confines of the Konoha Forest. Bai Qi was acutely aware that the current Water Shadow, Kei Shikura, was under the control of Uchiha Obito. Moreover, Orochimaru, a traitor of the Akatsuki, could very well have maintained connections with Obito due to his extensive network of acquaintances. However, Bai Qi also understood that, at least for the time being, Orochimaru bore no significant ill will towards Sasuke, and thus he chose to feign ignorance of the underlying tensions. As the Konoha Forest and the Forest of Death lay in the same direction, Bai Qi first escorted Sasuke's group to the entrance of the examination venue, offering words of caution before accompanying Guy to guide Niji and the others to the outskirts of the Forest of Death. At that moment, the entrance to the Forest of Death was already teeming with numerous ninjas, and Bai Qi even spotted familiar faces among the crowd, namely, the petite and adorable Kuratsuchi and the haughty, displeased Deidara. Bai Qi gasped in astonishment. While Kuratsuchi was expected, it was shocking to find Deidara participating in the same exam as Niji and the others. The most alarming aspect was that Deidara was still a genin, indicating that Tsuchika Jinoki had forsaken the young man entirely, prioritizing victory over dignity. If Deidara was merely a genin, Bai Qi felt he could perform a handstand in disbelief. Niji Li Tinten, Bai Qi called softly. The trio immediately gathered, even Guy casting a curious glance at Bai Qi. Pointing towards Deidara, Bai Qi warned, "Have you spotted that blonde fellow? If you encounter him, Exercise extreme caution. He is exceedingly dangerous and quite mad. I suspect he may not even be a true genin. Gaia's expression grew serious at this revelation. Do you know him? He inquired. Bai Qi nodded, explaining, his name is Deidara, an explosive enthusiast who is utterly reckless. I heard tales of his exploits during my recent visit to the Tsukikich. If possible, avoid him. His explosives are particularly disadvantageous for those who excel in close combat like you. Bai Qi refrained from divulging further information, as doing so might raise suspicions. Upon hearing Bai Qi's warning, Niji turned his gaze towards Deidara, exhibiting a peculiar eagerness that suggested he was undeterred by Bai Qi's cautionary advice. Feeling Niji's gaze upon him, Deidara audaciously turned around and made a face, causing veins to bulge on Niji's forehead. Retracting his gaze, Niji looked back at Bai Qi, an unusual blush gracing his cheeks as he replied, "Rest assured, Teacher Bai Qi, we are no longer lacking in ranged offensive capabilities." Tintin, upon hearing this, flashed a mischievous grin and produced a sealing scroll, unsealing it to reveal a formidable bow and a quiver of arrows. Bai Qi inhaled sharply at the sight. While the bow itself was impressive, it was the arrows that truly astonished him. The shafts were densely wrapped in explosive tags, numbering no fewer than 7 or 8. Bai Qi was left speechless. Chapter 46. Deidara unleashed. After the initial shock subsided, a wave of warmth washed over Bai Qi, and he looked back at Niji with a paternal pride. Niji had truly heeded his advice. Previously, Bai Qi had remarked that Niji's Byakugan, if not complemented by long-range weaponry such as bows and arrows, would be a grievous waste. He had mentioned it casually, never anticipating Niji would take it to heart. The faint patina on the bow grip indicated Niji had practiced diligently, while the quantity of explosive tags on the arrows was undoubtedly courtesy of Tintin, the affluent arms dealer. Although Niji hailed from a prominent clan, he was merely a branch family member with limited access to wealth and resources, while Li was even less fortunate. Only Tintin, with her family's arms trade, could afford such expenses. Bai Qi had initially suggested affixing 1 explosive tag per arrow for a widespread barrage, but Tintin had effectively transformed the grenades into cruise missiles. This revelation filled Bai Qi with confidence and even a hint of anticipation regarding the prospect of Niji encountering Deidara. After all, this was the Ch-Nin exam, and regardless of Deidara's madness, it was unlikely he would resort to self-detonation. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether Deidara had developed any self-destructive techniques. Bai Qi felt reassured. As long as the trio remained prudent and relied on Niji's Byakugan, they would likely emerge from this assessment without dire consequences. It was a pity there was no live broadcast of the elimination rounds, as Bai Qi was eager to witness how the combination of the Byakugan and long-range attacks would unfold. As the sound of a bell chimed, a dark-skinned Raijin Jonin stepped forward to announce the rules of the elimination rounds. The rules were straightforward. A 3-day survival challenge with only 2 restrictions. Participants could not leave the confines of the Forest of Death, nor could they attack those who had forfeited. Each team entering the forest would be issued a signal flare. Should they wish to concede, they need only fire the flare to indicate their withdrawal from the examination. After 3 days, if fewer than 10 participants remained, all 10 would pass into the formal assessment. If more than 10 remained, individual battles would commence until only 10 were left standing. The rules were ruthless, a reflection of the Raijin's tough guy ethos. Once the rules were established, the Raijin began to guide the participating genin teams into the Forest of Death through various entrances. Given that the exam was hosted by the Raijin, no lightning release ninjas would be present among the participants, eliminating any possibility of favoritism. Those who entered first were simply fortunate. After bidding farewell to Niji and his companions, Bai Qi cheerfully remarked, "Come, Guy. Their examination will last 3 days. Let us head to my place for a drink. I've recently developed a few new beverages that require your esteemed taste testing." Guy, ever cheerful, eagerly agreed. As they departed, Bai Qi suddenly noticed Guy had halted in his tracks. Following Guy's gaze, Bai Qi spotted 3 figures just entering the Forest of Death. "Hinata?" Guy murmured, retracting his gaze with a sigh of concern. Bai Qi understood well the source of Guy's worry, but chose not to address it. Instead, he took Guy's arm and led him away, also bringing Kakashi along while inquiring about Naruto and the others' examination tasks. Kakashi sported a rare frown, unusually absent from his beloved Ika series. After listening to Kakashi's account, Bai Qi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. marveling at the ruthless ingenuity of the water shadow who had long enforced the blood mist policy. The examination tasks in the Konoha forest bore a striking resemblance to those of the Raijin, yet were even more merciless. In the Konoha forest, each participating ninja would be randomly assigned a numbered tag, with all tags categorized into 7 colors, each representing different numbers. The examination would also span 3 days, during which participants must locate tags that matched both their color and number to pass. In this instance, the water shadow did not require teams to work collectively. Any genin who gathered the correct tags would succeed, while failure awaited those unable to do so. The brutality of this system was palpable, thus. Every candidate entering the Konoha forest could potentially find themselves opposed by anyone else, including their own teammates, who might possess the very tags they sought. This set of rules left even Kakashi dumbfounded. Each ninja who obtained a tag would hide it from others, making it exceedingly challenging to find the corresponding tag. With an accuracy rate possibly as low as 1%, those who encountered extreme bad luck might have to confront every single participant to discover the correct match. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi felt a begrudging admiration for Obito's cunning in devising such a convoluted challenge. Within the Forest of Death, Niji activated his Byakugan, leading Tintin and Lee cautiously to avoid any confrontation. Their objective was survival. If they could evade conflict, they would do so, as merely enduring the 3 days sufficed. Although Niji is somewhat conceited, he is well aware that with their stamina and chakra as lower-ranked ninjas, it is unrealistic to expect them to sustain 3 consecutive days of battle. Thus, he strives to avoid any conflict during the first 2 days. Many share Niji's sentiments. Yet there are those who think differently. Suddenly, an enormous shadow looms in the sky. Kuratsuchi grits her teeth and exclaims, "Deidara, have you forgotten grandfather's warning?" Standing atop his clay bird, Deidara crosses his arms and looks down with a maniacal laugh. Those words from that old fool are for the foolish. I am a man who seeks the pinnacle of art. How could I heed advice from someone who knows nothing of true artistry? If it weren't for the altitude, Kuratsuchi would have made him understand the consequences of his arrogance. Found you. Deidara cheers, controlling his clay bird to dive down. He grabs a handful of explosive clay, which his palm's mouth eagerly consumes, quickly chewing before spitting it out as a multitude of tiny clay spiders. What is happening? Noticing the shadow overhead, the ninjas below pause and gaze skyward, only to see the clay bird swoop past and ascend rapidly. The bewildered ninjas fail to comprehend Deidara's intentions. Soon, they discover that countless tiny spiders are raining down from the sky, swiftly burrowing into their clothing. So many bugs. How disgusting. The 3 ninjas remain oblivious to the impending danger, merely swatting at the spiders with disgust. Deidara, hovering in midair, wears a smug grin as he forms a hand seal and bellows, "Go." Boom. With Deidara's command, a massive fireball erupts below, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Kuratsuchi covers her face, feeling utterly exhausted and helpless. Deidara, notorious as a terrorist from the Iwagakure, frequently employs explosions for terror attacks in the village. Having defected at the tender age of 9, had it not been for his recent attempt to steal ninjutsu scrolls from the village, only to be captured by Inoki, he might still be living freely elsewhere. Due to his early defection, Deidara remains a mere genin in rank. To persuade him to participate in the Chunin exams, Inoki had to tempt him with an abundance of explosive clay materials and several Earth-style ninjutsu scrolls. Consequently, Deidara is notoriously disobedient. With Inoki present, Deidara might behave. But in his absence, he revels in chaos, leaving Kuratsuchi feeling despondent. Such antagonism makes Kuratsuchi fear that her Chunin exam may come to an early end. Chapter 47. The trio of spectacles. Ha ha. The explosions resonate in a relentless symphony as Deidara's laughter fills the air. This is art. Deidara feels an unparalleled joy, even as the dense forest of death witnesses its towering trees fall at an alarming rate. In the past, Deidara would have hesitated to unleash such devastation, not due to a lack of courage, but because of the limited supply of explosive clay. Now, however, he feels no such restraint, as the Iwagakure provides him with ample supplies to squander. While Deidara delights in his antics, the ninjas below suffer dire consequences. With Deidara soaring above, he leaves no room for concealment. Once the lower-ranked ninjas spot his flight path, they flee for their lives. It's a blatant abuse of power. In the ninja world, those capable of flight are exceedingly rare, and lower-ranked ninjas are virtually non-existent. With aerial supremacy, Deidara becomes an insurmountable force as long as he avoids descending to the ground. At this moment, even the supervising ninjas in the Forest of Death are desperately retreating. As supervisors, they cannot engage with the candidates. And the normally arrogant Kumogakure ninjas find themselves humiliated, unable to vent their frustrations. They glare at Deidara in the sky, etching his face into their memories, vowing to teach him a lesson when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, Niji and Hinata's teams, thanks to their Byakugan, adeptly navigate the chaos, avoiding the stampede of fleeing ninjas. However, due to Deidara's relentless bombardment, Hinata is drenched in sweat from maintaining her Byakugan for an extended period, leading to significant chakra depletion. Inuzuka Kiba glances at Hinata and remarks, "At this rate, Hinata won't be able to hold on much longer. We must find a way to hide." He then looks up at Deidara, now a mere speck in the sky, and mutters, "Is this really the power of a genin?" Kiba's worldview is shattering. When did lower-ranked ninjas become so formidable, operating on an entirely different level? We should head to the edge of the Forest of Death. If this bombardment continues, there will be nowhere left to hide in the central area. We can wait until everyone is driven to the outskirts, at which point Deidara will likely pursue the fleeing candidates, allowing us to slip back into the center to conceal ourselves, suggests Yamanaka Shino. As the team leader and strategist, Shino's proposal is practical, garnering agreement from Kiba and Hinata. In contrast to Niji and Hinata's predicament, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura find their situation to be significantly more favorable. The Forest of Death is a high-risk training ground, while the Konoha Forest is merely a basic training area, devoid of the ferocious beasts and venomous insects that inhabit the former. Had it not been for the Chunin exams, even ordinary civilians would often venture into hunt for common game. After delving deep into the Konoha Forest, Naruto promptly retrieves their identification tags, Sasuke with yellow 03, Naruto with red 15, and Sakura with blue 08. Their numbers and colors differ. "Sasuke, what should we do next?" After scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger, Sasuke quietly responds, "The rules this time are quite treacherous, eliminating any chance for concealment from the outset. Thus, our best course of action is to swiftly defeat our opponents, collect their tags, and acquire 3 matching pairs, after which we can hide until the exam concludes." Naruto scoffs, with over 100 candidates in the Konoha Forest. The odds of finding matching tags are astronomically slim. Sakura chimes in, "We don't have to fight continuously. Once we acquire a sufficient number of tags, we can use shadow clones to interact with other candidates and exchange tags." Sasuke snorts derisively. "What kind of fantasy are you living in? Let us not forget this is an elimination exam. If too many candidates pass, we'll have to face a tiebreaker. Furthermore, consider why the exam rules stipulate that possessing a matching pair of tags is a requirement for passing. It never specifies that we must hold the tags we currently possess. So don't delude yourselves into thinking we can avoid conflict due to mismatched tags. During the early stages of the exam, when no one has met the criteria for passing, it may be manageable. However, if we find matching tags, what will you do with the surplus?" Before Naruto can process this, Sakura exclaims in shock, "Destroy the excess?" Sasuke nods. Thus, if we aim to hide and wait until later to make our move, the chances of failing the exam are significantly high. The rules compel everyone to engage in fierce battles from the outset, gathering as many tags as possible and destroying them to deny others the opportunity to pass. Ninjas capable of fulfilling the examination requirements in the early to mid stages are undoubtedly formidable, not easily vanquished foes. At this moment, Naruto grasped the situation. If they could not swiftly meet the examination criteria, as the mid to late stages approached, the number of destroyed tags would increase, diminishing their chances of success. What should we do? Should we seek out other genin participating in the exam and defeat them? Sakura felt a surge of anxiety, acutely aware that the genin involved in this Chunin exam were no ordinary adversaries. Sasuke nodded, signaling for his companions to draw closer as he quietly formulated a strategy. Suddenly, he pivoted sharply, sending 3 shurikens hurtling forth. Naruto reacted swiftly, positioning himself protectively in front of Sakura, kunai at the ready. The metallic clinks echoed thrice in quick succession. Nearby, rustling sounds emanated from the underbrush. "Do not be alarmed. We mean no harm." A gentle voice emerged. The trio then spotted 3 ninjas adorned with the Konoha headband stepping forth, their hands raised in a gesture of peace. Upon recognizing fellow Leaf ninjas, Naruto instinctively relaxed his guard. However, Sasuke hissed a warning, "Fool. Do not let your guard down simply because they are from our village. Everyone else here is an enemy. Naruto promptly regained his vigilance. Who are you? He inquired. Greetings, I am Kabuto Yakushi, and these are my teammates, Aoi and Ken. The white-haired Kabuto, handsome and bespectacled, exuded an air of harmlessness. Noticing Sasuke's continued wariness, Kabuto summoned a green chakra orb in his palm. Healing technique. Sakura immediately recognized his ninjutsu. Kabuto smiled, explaining, I am a medical ninja, not particularly skilled in combat. With a flick of his hand, a purple tag appeared at his fingertip, which he gently tossed towards Sasuke, adding, This is my goodwill. Sasuke, however, did not accept it, allowing the tag to fall to the ground. I presume you have discerned the intent behind this examination's rules. You must understand that merely acting as a trio makes it arduous to locate 3 pairs of tags in a limited time frame. Moreover, having a medical ninja to provide combat support is invaluable in such tests, as you should know. Naruto glanced at Kabuto before directing his gaze back to Sasuke. Realizing this matter was beyond his purview and best left to Sasuke. Chapter 48. Orochimaru emerges, Hinata's team in peril. Sasuke regarded Kabuto, who was persistently exhibiting kindness. And without a moment's hesitation, he declined. I'm afraid cooperation requires trust. Although we are both leaf ninjas, I have never seen you in the village and know nothing of you, thus lacking the foundation for trust and collaboration. Had this overture occurred prior to the examination, Sasuke might have considered agreement. However, once the exam commenced, he would trust no unfamiliar faces. Furthermore, he harbored an unspoken thought. The trio before him might not genuinely be Konoha ninjas. They could be impersonating members of other villages. After all, how could he be convinced of their allegiance simply by a headband? He was not as naive as Naruto, easily swayed by appearances. Upon hearing Sasuke's unequivocal refusal, Kabuto shrugged. In that case, I apologize for the intrusion. However, as fellow leaf ninjas, I hope we can avoid conflict, as it would only benefit ninjas from other villages. Sasuke nodded, signaling for Naruto and Sakura to retreat. Once they had distanced themselves, Aoi approached with an air of disdain, remarking, This is the one Lord Orochimaru has taken an interest in? Hardly impressive. Why not let us test his mettle? Aoi was filled with envy towards Sasuke, unable to comprehend why such a brash youth would capture Orochimaru's favor. Kabuto's smile vanished, replaced by a glint of menace in his eyes as he declared, You cannot presume to understand Lord Orochimaru's intentions. Engaging with the target early is merely a prelude to future interactions. Aoi, should you dare to disrupt Lord Orochimaru's plans, I would not hesitate to rectify the situation on his behalf. Aoi responded with a mocking laugh, overly confident in his own abilities, oblivious to the folly of underestimating others. In his eyes, Kabuto, a medical ninja, was no match for him. As Kabuto threatened him, Aoi unhesitatingly seized Kabuto by the throat. Chakra absorption technique. Kabuto quickly realized that his chakra was being siphoned into Aoi's body. Aoi, you've lost your mind. Stop this at once. Ken interjected, rushing forward to separate them. Kabuto, our direct superior is Lord Tenchi. If you dare to command us in such a tone again, next time at 1T, just be your chakra that I take. Remember that. Let us go. Ken, we should not associate with this fool. With that, Aoi turned and departed, Ken glancing between Kabuto and Aoi before ultimately following Aoi's lead. Kabuto, now sitting on the ground, clenched his fists. His eyes filled with a terrifying crimson hue. Trembling, he fought to suppress the chaotic energy within. How pathetic, Kabuto! At the sound of this voice, Kabuto, on the brink of madness, jolted, the bloodshot hue fading as he composed himself and turned to face the source. A ninja wearing the Sand Village headband stood before him, his voice hoarse and peculiar. As Kabuto beheld him, the ninja extended an unnaturally long tongue to lick his lips. Kabuto immediately knelt on one knee. Lord Orochimaru, I did not anticipate your swift arrival. The sand ninja before him was none other than Orochimaru himself. How is he? Orochimaru's voice was eerily subdued, as if suppressing excitement. Kabuto rose, calmly responding. A brief interaction revealed him to be quite astute and adept, a commendable ninja. However, without your orders, I cannot analyze his strength at this time. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, He is my treasure. Naturally, I shall indulge in him personally. Just ensure his continued care. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto replied, bowing his head. Orochimaru then moved past him, heading towards the direction where Sasuke and his companions had retreated. Kabuto cast a glance at Orochimaru's retreating figure. Despite the transformation obscuring his true form, he could still perceive the slight tremors of Orochimaru's body. It had been a long time since he witnessed such excitement from Lord Orochimaru. In the depths of the Forest of Death, the central area lay in tatters. From an aerial perspective, the once dense foliage had been entirely stripped bare. Fallen, shattered trees, broken stones, and scattered remnants of bodies were strewn about. At the forest's edge, Hinata and her companions observed a distant black figure soaring towards the forest's periphery, collectively exhaling in relief. Well done, Shino. You accurately predicted it. That lunatic indeed headed towards the forest's outskirts, Kiba exclaimed, suppressing his excitement. Shino remained impassive, coldly stating, "Now is the opportune moment to conceal ourselves at the center. Hinata, how much longer can you maintain your Byakugan?" To avoid encounters with other ninjas and prevent drawing the madman's attention, Hinata had kept her Byakugan activated, but she was now gasping for breath. Upon hearing Shino's inquiry, Hinata forced a smile and replied, "Rest assured, I can hold on for quite a while. However, if we encounter combat, my chakra may not sustain an extended fight." Shino nodded and said, "In that case, once we reach the central zone, use your Byakugan to locate a suitable hiding spot, then deactivate it. As for vigilance, we shall rely on Kiba and Akamaru's keen sense of smell." "No problem," barked Akamaru. To minimize Hinata's chakra consumption, the trio did not wait for Deidara to fly to the outskirts of the Forest of Death, but instead proceeded towards the central area. Thanks to Hinata's Byakugan, they approached the central zone without incident. Despite being mentally prepared, the sight of scattered broken trees and the remains of fallen ninjas left the three inexperienced children pale with shock. "Hinata, quickly find a hiding place." Hinata, suppressing her horror at the sight of the fallen ninjas, swiftly searched and soon discovered a cave formed by fallen branches. Indicating the direction, she let out a sigh of relief and deactivated her Byakugan, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Kiba stepped forward and lifted Hinata onto his back, exchanging a glance with Shino before cautiously moving towards the direction she indicated. At last, the trio arrived at their destination. Shino assessed the cave and nodded in satisfaction. Though small, it could adequately conceal all three of them. They simply needed to drag in some more branches to block the entrance and mask their scents. Unless their pursuers possessed Byakugan or were adept at tracking, it would be difficult to discover them. Entering the cave, Shino began moving branches to cover the entrance while Kiba retrieved food pills and handed them to Hinata. "Hurry and replenish your chakra. We will need your eyes later." Hinata nodded, accepted the food pills, and swallowed them without chewing, grimacing at their unpleasant taste. Such a little brat with no sense of delicacy. A playful voice suddenly chimed in. Kiba and Hinata felt their skin crawl and turned to see a blonde ninja with a ponytail, adorned with a Sand Village forehead protector, casually leaning against a broken tree, grinning mischievously. Observing their shocked expressions, Deidara exaggeratedly exclaimed, "No way. Did you really think I wouldn't guess someone would hide here after I left?" Chapter 49, Ding. Sister Complex State activated. How could this be? Hinata's already pale face turned an ashen shade of green with fear. Initially, they thought they had encountered a hostile ninja from another village with similar intentions. However, upon hearing Deidara's words, Hinata and Kiba realized that this eccentric individual was indeed the madman from the sky, despite having seen him depart. "Woof!" Akamaru suddenly barked, startling Kiba. He glanced at Akamaru, sniffed the air, and exclaimed in astonishment, "There's no scent." Deidara doubled over with laughter, unable to contain himself. After a moment, he stood upright, spreading his arms wide. Hey, are you really ninjas? The absence of a scent is a critical flaw for a ninja. How could a competent one overlook this? You must be from the Inuzuka clan of Konoha, so you should know about the Mist Village's silent killing technique, which employs dense fog to obscure vision and uses scent and sound to locate enemies. Kiba looked bewildered, his expression conveying confusion, while Hinata was even more at a loss. "Hinata, do not be afraid. Remember, although this guy is strong, he was in the sky before, and such explosions at this distance would have caused him some damage. As long as we don't let him create distance between us, we should be safe. If worse comes to worst, we can signal surrender." Kiba understood that losing their lives for a mere test would be foolish. Hinata nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with Kiba, having just consumed the food pills. Her chakra had partially replenished, allowing her to assist him in battle. Kiba subtly nodded in agreement. Feeling exhilarated that their opponent had relinquished such a significant advantage in aerial combat, a grave error indeed. It was important to note that their team had 2 ninjas proficient in close combat, excluding Shino. However, Kiba did not act immediately, knowing Shino would soon return. With Shino's intellect, he would undoubtedly sense something amiss and signal him with his insects, enabling them to surround and defeat Deidara. Kiba gestured to Hinata to buy time. Upon seeing his signal, Hinata quickly grasped Kiba's plan. A ninja capable of independently developing martial arts to protect the 8 trigrams 64 palms, she was not naive. Hinata promptly fixed her gaze on Deidara and said, "I clearly scanned the surroundings with my Byakugan and found no trace of you. It is impossible for you to escape my Byakugan sight." Deidara scoffed at her. "Little girl, times have changed. You relics of the past are always stuck in the old ways. While Byakugan is formidable, it is not invincible. There exists something called technological ninja tools." With that, Deidara arrogantly flipped his bangs, revealing a device resembling a camera over one eye, albeit more intricate. Deidara pointed at this apparatus, declaring, "This is my developed ultra-long-distance telescope. While it cannot see through objects like Byakugan, it allows one to see even farther. Impressive, right?" Haha. Hinata and Kiba exchanged glances, finally comprehending how they had been discovered. The birds flying away in the sky were likely a ruse, intentionally luring daring individuals to the central area to hide, while their enemy remained hidden, using the telescope to lock onto them. The central area had already been nearly obliterated by Deidara's explosives. There were no obstructions to vision. Although the trio had moved cautiously, they could not achieve invisibility, thus falling prey to Deidara's keen observation. Suddenly, Hinata's expression changed as she exclaimed, "This is bad." Kiba, initially stunned, quickly understood the gravity of the situation and launched an attack. "Getsuga." Deidara leaped with a laugh. "Ah, you finally realized. But it's too late." "Huh." An explosion echoed in the distance. Shino, like a ragged sack, flew through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Kiba's attack missed, and he turned in alarm towards Shino. Witnessing him struggle to rise, having narrowly evaded Deidara's lethal explosion. As the most intelligent member of Hinata's team, Shino had sensed something was off before Kiba and Hinata. They were a trio for the examination, yet now only Kiba and Hinata remained. There was no way this madman would engage in lengthy banter with them. Shino quickly realized that he had been used as bait. Deidara stood a short distance away, laughing maniacally, doubling over in glee. "You Na'vi children in your ivory tower are so easily deceived, falling for such tactics. However, I am done playing, so prepare to witness my art." Deidara formed seals at his chest. Hinata and the others froze, only to discover that, unbeknownst to them, their bodies were now covered in tiny white insects. "Explosive clay spiders," Deidara exclaimed. "The instant brilliance is the true art. Let it wither like cherry blossoms in their splendor." His eyes gleamed with madness. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino exchanged glances filled with bitterness. They realized they could neither showcase their abilities nor engage in combat, nor even have the opportunity to surrender. Were they destined to perish? At that moment, Deidara abruptly halted his movements, a frown creasing his brow as he turned to gaze at the sky. Dozens of arrows sliced through the air behind him, leaving a resonant whistle as they sped toward him. A look of confusion crossed Deidara's face. Just a few moments earlier, Niji, who was advancing toward the central area, suddenly came to a standstill. Lee and Tintin also paused, directing their attention toward Niji, waiting for his command. They initially assumed Niji had detected an enemy, but soon realized that his expression was far from normal. "What's wrong, Niji?" Veins bulged at Niji's temples, his pallor worsening as he stared blankly in a specific direction, lost in thought until he finally sighed. "I see Hinata and her team." Lee and Tintin exchanged glances, aware that Niji's relationship with the Hyuga clan was fraught with tension. However, the intricacies of the clan's dynamics and the secrets surrounding the Hyuga's caged birds were beyond their understanding, leaving them unsure how to console him. Thus, they silently awaited Niji's decision. "Let us avoid them." "All right." Despite expressing the intention to evade them, Lee and Tintin noted that Niji's pace had noticeably slowed, and his direction remained largely unchanged, his demeanor one of resignation. Such hypocrisy. Though he feigned indifference, his concern was unmistakable. Yet, neither of them dared to expose this truth, maintaining their pretense of ignorance. Niji harbored animosity toward the Hyuga clan, but his feelings for Hinata were complicated. although he often appeared to harbor deep-seated resentment against her. The first moment he laid eyes on Hinata as a child had already sown the seeds of a profound sibling affection within him. Had it not been for the death of Hizashi, which suppressed Niji's protective instincts, he would have rushed to shield Hinata without hesitation. When he saw Hinata and her companions find a concealed spot, Niji also discovered a vantage point from which he could observe them, taking Lee and Tenten with him to hide. However, it wasn't long before Niji suddenly stood up, his expression grim. The internal conflict between the desire to rescue and the instinct to stand back raged within him. As he witnessed Shino being blown away, he could no longer remain seated. Tenten, prepare your arrows, Lee. Without hesitation, they sprang into action, fully trusting Niji. A scroll was tossed to the ground, and Tenten unsealed it. 2 large bows and 2 quivers appeared. Niji and Lee each took one and drew forth 4 arrows, each wrapped in explosive tags. Target at 7 o'clock. 120 degrees, ready. Niji began to adjust his aim. Lee immediately complied, making the necessary adjustments. The explosive tags ignited, and Niji calculated the timing of the explosions, waiting a few seconds before resolutely declaring, "Loose the arrows." Whoosh. 8 arrows, adorned with explosive tags, tore through the sky. Striking forth. Continue. Niji did not wait for the arrows to hit their mark before initiating a second volley. Remarkably, the 2 of them created an illusion of a torrential rain of arrows. The arrows rained down like droplets, and while Deidara easily evaded their onslaught, his expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the multitude of explosive tags attached to the arrows. With no time to detonate the clay spiders on Hinata's team, he swiftly employed his body flicker technique to retreat to a safe distance. Adjusting the magnification on his binoculars, he searched for the source of the arrows. However, Deidara was bewildered to find he could not locate the enemy, relying solely on the trajectory of the arrows to infer their position. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosive tags detonated in succession, the force sent Hinata and her companions sprawling, crashing against the wooden stakes behind them, their bodies feeling as though they were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, this also caused a significant portion of the clay spiders that had been clinging to them to fall away. Quick, clear off the debris, Shino shouted through gritted teeth, enduring the agony coursing through his body. From his form, countless parasitic insects emerged, some wrapping around him while others scurried toward Hinata, using the parasites to destroy the clay spiders. Meanwhile, Kiba unleashed his Fong over Fong technique, utilizing centrifugal force to fling the clay spiders away. Not far off, the explosions echoed continuously. Hinata activated her Byakugan, exclaiming, "They're still alive. We must go," though unsure of who had come to their aid. Shino recognized this was their only chance. Kiba hoisted Shino onto his back, and together with Hinata, they swiftly retreated in the opposite direction. Only after distancing themselves from Deidara did Shino exhale a sigh of relief. Kiba set Shino down to assess his injuries, gasping in shock. At this moment, Shino bore multiple fractures, and it appeared that his internal organs had sustained damage from the shockwave of the explosion, necessitating immediate medical attention. Had it not been for the parasitic insects shielding him from the flames and shrapnel of the explosion, Shino would not have remained conscious. Hinata, signal for help. We must forfeit this Chunin exam. Shino urgently needs treatment. Upon hearing this, Shino hesitated, but seeing the concerned expressions on Kiba and Hinata's faces, he eventually nodded in agreement. Hinata promptly produced a signal flare and launched it into the air, indicating their withdrawal from the exam. Soon, the remaining lightning ninjas were forced far away by Deidara, unable to reach them in the short term. Having abandoned the exam, Hinata and her companions collectively sighed in relief. According to the rules, Deidara was now prohibited from attacking them. On the other hand, Deidara felt both frustrated and exhilarated. Frustrated because he had always been the one to unleash destruction on others. He had never before been subjected to such an onslaught. Yet exhilarated because, here, he encountered kindred spirits with whom he longed to discuss the ephemeral nature of art. What? Not kindred spirits? Who else would wrap 7 or 8 explosive tags around an arrow shaft? If not for the insufficient length of the shaft, Deidara was certain the opponent would have affixed even more. While evading with his body flicker technique, Deidara hastened toward Niji's direction. He could hardly wait. As for Hinata and her companions, they were merely inconsequential mice, insignificant in the face of the delectable feast before him, and he had long since lost interest in them. However, as he drew nearer to Niji and the others, it became increasingly challenging to approach. The speed of the arrows was unparalleled, far exceeding that of shuriken. When he was at a considerable distance, Deidara could still anticipate the arrows' trajectories and evade them. But as the range diminished, his reaction time shrank accordingly. Ha! What a beautiful explosion. Now this is true art. Show me, who among you understands me so well? Deidara decisively employed his earth clone technique to disperse the incoming fire. Indeed, as the clone emerged, the arrows momentarily paused before splitting into two groups. Observing this, Deidara understood immediately. Can't distinguish between the real body and the clone, huh? He chewed thoughtfully on the mouth in his palm, analyzing the properties of the explosive clay. Then, looking skyward, he found no signs of anything resembling birds. A sensory ninja could not possibly pinpoint his location with such precision, indicating that his opponent might also possess Byakugan. Among those three youngsters, one had Byakugan. No wonder they had attacked him at such a timely moment, clearly intending to assist. Thus, it was further confirmed that they were indeed leaf ninjas. Byakugan. Such an infuriating yet enviable ability. At that moment, the explosive clay took shape successfully, and Deidara cast it forth. Ninjutsu. Explosive clay-winged bird. Empowered by Deidara's Chakra. The white-winged bird rapidly expanded, and Deidara leaped onto it, ascending swiftly into the sky. Only in the air did Deidara possess absolute advantage to evade such swift attacks. Stop. They VE taken to the skies. How fast? This time, there was no need for Niji's Byakugan to indicate the direction. Both Li and Tian had already spotted Deidara soaring high in the sky. As Deidara approached the trio, observing the scattered ceiling scrolls and the empty quivers on the ground, a twitch of his lips betrayed his thoughts. Damn, how wealthy. Reflecting on his own frugality and how he had nearly spent all his savings on explosive clay materials, Deidara felt a pang of envy and resentment. Kid, that must have been quite a blast. Though it was a remark filled with indignation, it somehow resonated with excitement and agreement among Niji, Li, and Tian. Niji remained silent, turning his gaze towards Tian. Understanding the unspoken cue, Tian retrieved another ceiling scroll, releasing a row of quivers. The arrows within these quivers were unremarkable, but what set them apart were the short-fuse explosive tags attached to them, specifically designed to tackle the current situation. Upon witnessing this, Deidara nearly leaped in excitement, exclaiming, Hey, don't casually bring out such dangerous things. I might just get too excited. Let us see whose art shines brighter. At that moment, the climax within Deidara's mind reached its peak, distorting his voice. The prepared clay spiders and centipedes began to rain down from the sky. His eyes filled with eager anticipation. Scatter. Niji's Byakugan quickly detected the multitude of clay spiders, and he immediately issued the command. Without hesitation, Li and Tian took hold of the quivers and retreated swiftly, leaving Niji alone. Once at a safe distance, Li swiftly notched 4 arrows, aiming them skyward. Niji inhaled deeply, assuming the posture of the gentle fist. Just as the clay spiders were about to land around him, he unleashed his technique. Gentle fist, heavenly return. At that moment, Deidara triggered the explosives on the clay spiders. Chapter 51. Chaos Unleashed. Boom. Boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted in rapid succession. The large birds in the sky plummeted like kites severed from their strings. Li felt momentarily dazed. His archery skills were rather mediocre, lacking in finesse aside from stability. And he relied on Niji's Byakugan for his angles. Consequently, he did not believe his explosive tagged arrows could pose any threat to Deidara. After all, the previous barrage of explosive tagged arrows had failed to harm Deidara. So how could this time be any different? Yet, amidst the smoke of the explosions, the figure of Deidara could clearly be seen falling. Niji, Tian gasped. As a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust, they immediately spotted Niji, severely burned. Kneeling on the ground, gasping for air. Hearing Tian's call, Niji gave a thumbs up, flashing a victorious smile. However, deep down, Niji felt a lingering fear. The power of Deidara's explosions was truly formidable. His survival was not due to superiority over Deidara, but rather because his technique was executed just a split second faster than the explosion itself. The whirlwind generated by his technique had blown away the lightweight clay spiders, preventing them from detonating close to him. Yet, both victory and defeat hinged on that technique. The swirling winds had not only cast the clay spiders away, but had also sucked in the explosive flames, nearly incinerating him on the spot. Had it not been for the shockwave from the subsequent explosions, disrupting the technique, Niji could not guarantee his survival. Thud, thud. The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed. The trio hurriedly turned to see two completely twisted figures writhing on the nearby ground, Deidara and his clay-winged bird. Observing Deidara's contorted limbs, Niji struggled to rise. Confusion etched on his face as he asked, "You could have easily evaded. Why didn't you?" Niji was utterly baffled by Deidara's thought process. Deidara continued to laugh heartily, seemingly unaffected by his broken bones. "Explosions are instantaneous art. We are kindred spirits. Since you could willingly embrace my artistic baptism, how could I avoid your art? It's simply too beautiful." The fervor in Deidara's eyes was palpable. Yet, to Niji and his companions, he appeared utterly mad, leaving them in disbelief. Niji's lips twitched. He had remained not for any notion of art, but to draw fire and protect Li and Tian, and he had his own means of self-preservation. As for Deidara, not only did he not evade, but he also chose to welcome the explosion without defense, verging on self-destruction. "However, your art is still too crude. Explosive tags cannot compare to your artistic spirit. I hope that when we meet again, you will present a more splendid performance." Niji and his companions were taken aback as they witnessed Deidara's body begin to fade, ultimately transforming into a lifeless pile of white clay. It was merely a clone of Deidara. The three of them exchanged grave looks, realizing the danger they had narrowly escaped. Just a clone had nearly brought them to their end, and that was without considering the possibility of Deidara fighting normally. If he had been a rational opponent, their survival today would have been a question mark. While the heavenly return could blow away or deflect the explosive clay, such a chakra-draining technique could not be used repeatedly without risking exhaustion, ultimately leading to their demise amidst Deidara's relentless explosions. This man was indeed terrifying. Thankfully, Master Bai Qi had advised them to treat him as an exceptionally formidable foe from the outset. Niji clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration. Deidara was only a few years his senior, yet even a clone of him was beyond Niji's capability to handle. The title of genius felt like a blatant insult in this context. Rest assured, next time, I will show you the true power of the Hyuga clan. Just as Deidara arrived at the edge of the forest of death, poised to unleash his clay bombs, he abruptly halted. A strange smile spreading across his face as he began to laugh maniacally. Kuratsuchi and another rock ninja exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had prompted Deidara's sudden shift. "This is fascinating, truly fascinating. This Chunin exam has been worth attending. I am not alone on this path." With that, Deidara miraculously retracted his hand and laid back on the clay bird. Kuratsuchi, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you going to continue?" Deidara adopted a sage-like demeanor, leaving Kuratsuchi looking adorably confused. "This Chunin exam certainly has been quite eventful," Bai Qi remarked, observing the ripples in his milk tea. Despite the considerable distance from Konoha's center, the explosive sounds and the tremors were enough to cause the buildings to sway incessantly. Had it not been for the explosions, the villagers might have thought an earthquake had struck. Kakashi, wearing a nonchalant expression, commented, "After all, this is the largest Chunin exam in history. It's understandable that some oddities would emerge." Guy, however, wore a worried expression, now deeply suspicious that the ruckus was instigated by his three precious students. The long-range bombardment tactics employed by Niji and his companions could hardly escape Guy's notice. When he had seen Tian frantically attaching explosive tags to her arrows, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if she sported a pair of devilish horns atop her head. Bai Qi couldn't help but chuckle. The presence of a bomb-obsessed Deidara was already enough to trouble the third Hokage. Now, his side had also produced three more like him, and all four were in the forest of death. It was hard to imagine what kind of chaos these four would unleash. In the aftermath, the third Hokage might just be left heartbroken. However, if Orochimaru were to succeed in eliminating the third, perhaps there would be no need for such sorrow. Bai Qi mused internally. Just then, a group of Konoha ninjas hurried past outside the door. The three individuals exchanged glances, and Kakashi and Guy promptly took their leave. Bai Qi also exited the milk tea shop and halted a familiar leaf ninja on the street, Kyuta's Jinsabura, who had once been responsible for investigating Kado in the Land of Waves and had acted as Bai Qi's bodyguard for a time. "Jinsabura, what has transpired?" Bai Qi inquired. Jinsabura gestured for the other Kyuta ninjas to depart and whispered to Bai Qi, "Near the memorial stone, 3 sand ninjas have been found flayed. We are currently in pursuit of the assailant. Bai Qi, taken aback, asked, "Have you identified the perpetrator? Who could be so ruthless?" Jinsabura shook his head, grunting softly. "Not yet. We are merely putting on a FAAD to prevent the culprit from striking again. The Leaf Village is teeming with complexities. And with so many ninjas from other villages present, it is nearly impossible to ascertain the truth. Be cautious. Would you like me to have some of my clan's ninjas protect you?" Chapter 52. Electric Shock to Orochimaru. As Bai Qi had once provided care in the Land of Waves, and was a renowned benefactor of the Leaf Village, most of the lower-ranked ninjas had benefited from him, prompting Jinsabura to prioritize Bai Qi's safety. Bai Qi declined with a shake of his head, smiling, "No need. This incident is evidently the work of other ninja villages. Likely a remnant of the Shinobi World War, a matter of vengeance." Jinsabura nodded, saying, "The Nara clan shares this suspicion. Since you do not wish for protection, avoid traveling in sparsely populated areas for the time being. It is perilous." After imparting a few more warnings, Jinsabura vanished, pursuing his family's patrol team. Observing the flickering figures above the street, Bai Qi marveled at the allure Uchiha Sasuke held for Orochimaru, daring to infiltrate the examination site, as in the original narrative. He pondered whether the current Sasuke could surprise Orochimaru even further. In the forests of the Leaf Village, Orochimaru, with his skin burnt and parts of his true form exposed, breathed rapidly with excitement. "Perfect, absolutely perfect. Better than I had imagined. Sasuke-kun, you truly astonish me." Sasuke, looking at Orochimaru, spat blood, his expression dark and foreboding. He believed that after a month of intense training, he was well prepared for the Chunin exam, yet he never anticipated encountering such a monstrous opponent so early in the competition. The unprecedented killing intent nearly shattered his resolve. Had it not been for Naruto's timely use of the shadow clone technique combined with the transformation technique, which obscured the opponent's vision, Sasuke might have lost the courage to retaliate. "Who are you?" Sasuke demanded. "Me?" Orochimaru licked his lips with his impossibly long tongue, casually replying. "I am Orochimaru, Sasuke-kun. Do you desire power?" "Sasuke, do not be deceived," Naruto shouted urgently. Sasuke shot a disdainful glance at Naruto, retorting, "Don't mistake me for you, idiot." Irritated by the audacity of the two youths before him, Orochimaru's displeasure grew. He tore away the human skin from his face, revealing his malevolent male visage, and coldly addressed Naruto. "My interest lies with Sasuke-kun, but should you insist on seeking death, I can accommodate you. Spare me your grandiloquence, you two-faced fiend." Naruto scoffed, having forgotten the terror he felt under Orochimaru's killing intent. Despite Orochimaru's composure, he was nearly pushed to his limits. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing several Narutos who shielded Sasuke as they charged toward Orochimaru. 3 points of the King of Hell. Force open the door. Naruto unleashed his signature 8 trigrams fist. Through Guy's rigorous training and guidance, Naruto had not only gained immense strength, but also learned to channel chakra to stimulate his nerves and muscles, enhancing his explosive power. While it did not match the effects of lightning chakra, it sufficed for Naruto at that moment. Even Orochimaru had to tread carefully against such formidable strength, which rivaled that of an adult ninja. He was mindful that beside him stood a Uchiha prodigy. As one of the legendary 3, Orochimaru's prowess in taijutsu was equally formidable. He aimed to test Sasuke, thus holding back his full strength. The scene could easily deceive onlookers into believing that Naruto and Sasuke were overpowering Orochimaru. Remarkable taijutsu. "I do not recall such techniques being practiced in the Leaf Village," Orochimaru remarked, then inquired further. Given his extensive network of spy ninjas, he should have been aware of such techniques, yet he was faced with a style he had never encountered before. At this moment, Naruto was expending every ounce of his strength, leaving him no energy to respond. Meanwhile, Sasuke transformed into a swimming fish, utilizing the agile steps of the Bagua palm to navigate through Naruto's clones, launching a cunning ambush on Orochimaru from an unexpected angle. Had it not been for Orochimaru's vast combat experience and overwhelming strength, he might have fallen prey to Sasuke's surprise attack. After a fierce exchange, Orochimaru suddenly declared, "Is this your limit? It is sufficient." With that, he abruptly vanished from Naruto and Sasuke's sight. However, Sasuke's Sharingan quickly locked onto Orochimaru's retreating form, exclaiming, "Watch out." But it was too late. Orochimaru had already completed his hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A massive gust erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, causing a swarm of Narutos to instinctively shield Sasuke, absorbing the brunt of the attack. Yet the gale's force was overwhelming, and as the clones were shattered, both Naruto and Sasuke were sent flying. Snake's shadow technique. A snake, thick as a bowl, surged from Orochimaru's sleeve, pursuing Sasuke mid-air and ensnaring him tightly. This is bad. Sasuke gasped in alarm. A triumphant smile spread across Orochimaru's face as he continued to form hand seals. Curse seal technique. Before he could pull Sasuke back, Orochimaru impatiently unleashed the technique, his neck elongating like a snake, and a sharp-fanged mouth lunged directly at Sasuke's neck. Got you, Orochimaru exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet the very next moment, a blinding arc of blue electricity erupted. Orochimaru felt an intense tingling in his mouth, letting out a cry as he recoiled, astonished to find that the snake entwining Sasuke had vanished. Lightning clone? Truly impressive, Sasuke-kun. Once the tingling subsided, Orochimaru remarked with a meaningful tone. If Bai Qi were present, he would undoubtedly be tugging at Kakashi's ear, saying, Look, this is the demeanor a true master should possess. Compliments to students are given freely, never criticism. Look at yourself. No wonder they hesitate to follow you. You must reflect. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto appeared behind Orochimaru, bowing respectfully. Orochimaru turned to him, saying, Take good care of him. Do not let my treasure come to harm. Will Orochimaru-sama not continue? Kabuto inquired. Orochimaru shook his head, replying, No, lest I attract the attention of Lord Hiruzen. The disguise technique may deceive most leaf ninjas, but it cannot fool him. Sasuke-kun is destined to be mine. The timing is inconsequential. Understood, Orochimaru-sama. I will ensure they successfully navigate this exam, Kabuto affirmed. Orochimaru nodded, gradually sinking into the earth and vanishing. As Sasuke hurried onward, his expression was grim. Naruto, however, remained oblivious to the tension. So, Sasuke, how was my battle plan? We tricked that monster. Sakura chimed in joyfully. When she saw Naruto and Sasuke preparing to attack again, she worried they were being reckless, thinking it was akin to seeking death. Yet soon, they appeared behind her, quietly whisking her away from the scene. Only then did he realize that Naruto had employed the shadow clone technique to obscure his presence, while Sasuke capitalized on the brief moment when his opponent's vision was obscured by utilizing the lightning clone technique he had learned from Kakashi, remaining in place while their true selves made a swift escape. However, this marked Sasuke's sole instance of evading combat, a fact that left him in a rather dismal mood. Chapter 53. The retreating Danzo Bai Qi was unaware of the troubles faced by the 6 young ninjas, but he had little time to concern himself with their predicaments. Although the ninjas of Konoha were required to take examinations in the arenas overseen by the other 4 Kages, each examination site was also monitored by elite Jonin teams. The other lower-ranking ninjas from Konoha might be of little consequence, yet the 6 young ninjas hailed from distinguished lineages. Should they find themselves in a life-threatening situation, they would undoubtedly take action. After all, among the 6, there were Jinchuriki and scions of prominent Konoha ninja clans, with Sasuke being the last of the Uchiha clan, a veritable rarity akin to a human panda. Rock Lee was the beloved disciple of Guy, his most devoted student. Even Sakura had the backing of the 3rd Hokage. They would certainly face some hardships, yet their lives were not in jeopardy. At that moment, Bai Qi sat in the Hokage's office, perusing the detailed intelligence regarding the Land of Waves that had been handed to him by the 3rd Hokage. This was the follow-up information sent back by a Konoha ninja team after the 3rd Hokage had discussed the plans concerning the Land of Waves. The report provided comprehensive insights into the economy, livelihood, and customs policies of the Land of Waves. After quietly reading through the report, Bai Qi lifted his gaze to the 3rd Hokage. The plan was proceeding smoothly, exactly as I had envisioned. Kato was exploiting usury and exorbitant prices to ruthlessly extract wealth from the lower and middle classes of the Land of Waves, the 3rd Hokage stated gravely. As far as I know, your personnel in the Land of Waves consists solely of the temporarily bribed Mist Village Rogue and his subordinate ninjas. Bai Qi was taken aback, quickly realizing that this old man was envious. Earlier, Bai Qi had informed him that Kato had amassed approximately 10 billion from the wealth of the lower and middle classes, which Bai Qi intended to use to curry favor with Konoha's ninja clans. However, with the arrival of more detailed reports, it became apparent that the amount was far greater than Bai Qi had previously indicated. In just 1 month, Kato had extracted nearly 40 billion from the citizens of the Land of Waves. equating to the total funding provided to Konoha by the Fire Country's daimyo over the past 20 years. At this rate, Kato might ultimately possess close to 100 billion. It was inconceivable that the third Hokage could remain composed. Bai Qi felt an urge to roll his eyes. How could he be the Hokage and yet possess such a lack of economic acumen? Having finished reviewing the report, Bai Qi recognized that the so-called 40 billion was merely an estimate based on the accounts of Konoha ninjas, usury records, and market price surveys. Regardless of how high the returns may appear, usury requires an initial outlay of capital, and the return of funds takes time. Furthermore, Kato's true aim in lending at high interest lies in the fixed assets of the borrowers, rather than liquid cash. With rising prices, the common populace would undoubtedly tighten their belts, making it impossible to calculate their consumption based on normal human behavior. Bai Qi believed that Kato's expected profits were likely even higher than the stated 40 billion, yet what he truly possessed might not even amount to 10 billion, as the vast majority of wealth was tied up in mortgaged properties and land. Did he truly believe that usury was so easy to manage? The third Hokage's current desire to harvest from Kato was akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Third Hokage, what do you mean? Bai Qi cautiously inquired, seeking clarification. If this old man intended to kill the goose, Bai Qi would have to enlist the nominal father of Konoha to intervene. Although the daimyo was greedy, his economic foresight would undoubtedly surpass that of the third Hokage, ensuring that he would not allow the Hokage to jeopardize their long-term interests for short-term gains. The third Hokage chuckled. I am merely concerned that Kato might transfer these funds prematurely. After all, such scum can resort to any means. Moreover, the Mist Village rogue is, at the end of the day, a traitor from another ninja village, whose character and credibility are not to be trusted. Therefore, I propose that we dispatch our own personnel to assist in monitoring him. Bai Qi scoffed internally, cloaking his disdain with feigned civility. He was not inclined to explain himself, as he knew this old man was nearing his end. Even if Orochimaru lacked the courage to eliminate him, Bai Qi would find a way to facilitate his departure. Suddenly, Bai Qi understood why ancient ministers in previous worlds often wished for emperors to remain passive. Third Hokage, who do you intend to send? Bai Qi asked, aware that differing economic perspectives could lead to complications. The third Hokage dismissed Bai Qi's dissent and called out to the door. Come in. The door swung open, and as Bai Qi turned his head, he beheld a middle-aged man whose face and body were wrapped in bandages, none other than the infamous Danzo Shimura. Bai Qi rose and offered a slight bow. Danzo, it has been a long time. I hope you are well. Danzo wore a smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, eliciting a feeling in Bai Qi akin to being watched by a venomous serpent. The third Hokage took a puff of his smoke and exhaled slowly, stating, Danzo is quite adept in matters of economics and possesses considerable financial acumen. Moreover, he also oversees a portion of the Umbu. If we entrust this matter to him, I believe both you and I can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's immediate reaction was not one of concern about Danzo's intentions to seize his wealth, but rather that Danzo might aim to leave the village, distancing himself from any suspicion and diminishing Konoha's defensive capabilities. After all, the current moment was exceedingly sensitive, with the five Kages gathering and Orochimaru poised to strike. The already complex situation in Konoha placed Orochimaru's plan on the brink of premature failure. However, if Danzo were to depart, it would alter the dynamics significantly. With Konoha lacking high-level combat power, his exit, along with his rude organization, would allow him to request the dispatch of elite Umbu to accompany him under the guise of oversight, thereby significantly weakening the third Hokage's immediate security and facilitating the conditions for Orochimaru's plans to unfold. But it did not end there. Bai Qi realized that Danzo likely sought not only to aid Orochimaru, but also coveted the substantial cash reserves held by Kato. When Orochimaru attacked Konoha and eliminated the third Hokage, Danzo could return with a trove of wealth, and under his auspices, distribute these funds to various ninja clans, aiding their recovery efforts post-disaster, thereby garnering their support. In such a scenario, how far would the position of the fifth Hokage truly be from him? With this realization, Bai Qi approached Danzo with a radiant smile and extended his hand. I was initially concerned that the third Hokage would dispatch someone lacking any economic knowledge to the Land of Waves. I am relieved to see you appointed for this task. Seeing Bai Qi's diplomatic approach, Danzo's smile widened, and the malice concealed in his eyes dissipated in that moment. Bai Qi was not a ninja, but rather a financial backer within the village, cultivating relationships with various ninja clans. His investment plan in the Land of Waves, coupled with the third Hokage's endorsement, had positioned him as a wealthy intermediary for the nobility of the Fire Country. Such a figure was not someone Danzo would wish to antagonize. If he could secure Bai Qi's full support, not only would his claim to the Hokage seat be more secure, but it would also enhance his political achievements. Danzo laughed heartily, exuding a sense of camaraderie. "Thank you for your trust, Bai Qi. I assure you, I will not squander your hard work. Kato is but a rat in the gutter, easily manageable in my eyes." Bai Qi nodded repeatedly and added softly, "However, I must ask that you show mercy towards Zabuza Momochi. I have invested significantly in him, and he is essential for our future endeavors in the Land of Water. I will provide him with a letter to clarify matters. However, you must have information about this individual. His paranoia and arrogance genuinely concern me. I fear he may unwittingly offend you." Bai Qi adopted a humble demeanor, which greatly pleased Danzo, who repeatedly emphasized that their only objective was Kato, and there would be no trouble with Zabuza. Even if Zabuza were to act unwisely, Lord Danzo, with his vast experience, would not take it to heart. Bai Qi promptly expressed his gratitude and penned a letter to Danzo. In that moment, the laughter of the cunning old fox echoed throughout the Hokage's office. Chapter 54. Danzo in the palm of the third Hokage. Danzo left with satisfaction. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office had not been this harmonious between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen in a long while. It was not until some time after Danzo's departure that Bai Qi turned to Hiruzen with a smile. "Lord Third, you certainly do not grant Danzo even the slightest opportunity." Sarutobi paused, his gaze sharpening as he locked eyes with Bai Qi for an extended moment. Then, both men burst into hearty laughter. They were both astute individuals who understood the unspoken implications of their words. Danzo, who believed himself to be exceptionally clever, was, in fact, tightly controlled by the third Hokage. This time, he had directly extinguished Danzo's chances of becoming the fifth Hokage. The third was, of course, unaware of Danzo's collusion with Orochimaru. Yet Danzo still fell short against the third. When Danzo proposed to oversee Kato, he effectively severed his ties to the position of fifth Hokage. Sarutobi had long understood this. Yet Bai Qi's ability to grasp it so swiftly astonished him. Fortunately, Bai Qi was not a ninja. Otherwise, with even a modicum of talent, he would undoubtedly be one of the foremost candidates for Hokage, significantly impacting the lineage of Hokage. It was only when Danzo entered the Hokage's office that Bai Qi realized the third's avarice for Kato's 40 billion was all an act, a fade for Danzo's benefit. Danzo sought to leverage this wealth to win over the ninja clans of Konoha, yet he overlooked a crucial and perilous detail. Although the money currently resided with Kato, it was, in reality, co-owned by the nobility of the Land of Fire and Konoha. Bai Qi was merely the figurehead tasked with distributing the spoils. There were many actions Bai Qi could undertake that Danzo could not. Bai Qi served as the aristocracy's intermediary, distributing wealth to the ninja clans as a symbol of good relations between the nobility and the ninja community. What was Danzo in comparison? By stepping forward and usurping Bai Qi's role, claiming all the funds for himself, Danzo had directly offended the nobility of the Land of Fire. Even if Sarutobi were to abdicate, the nobility would never support Danzo. Having lurked in the shadows for so long, Danzo had become myopic, focused solely on immediate gains, devoid of any foresight. In this regard, he paled in comparison to the third. He believed that his experience and reputation were sufficient. Had it not been for the third's greed for the Hokage position, he would have already been the fifth Hokage, leading Konoha to become the strongest ninja village. Yet he forgot that he was not the only one qualified to inherit the title of fifth Hokage. There were two others far more suitable. Tsunade Senju, the granddaughter of the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju, a princess of the Land of Fire and one of the legendary Sannin, was also the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. She represented the perfect bridge between the nobility and Konoha. What could Danzo possibly offer in comparison? Then there was Jiraiya, also one of the Sannin, a direct heir of the Hokage lineage, yet born of commoner stock, free from the burdens of a ninja clan. He was equally favored by the nobility of the Land of Fire. Most crucially, the daimyos of the 5 great nations were avid fans of his novels. It was uncertain what benefits he could bring to the nobility, but at the very least, he could provide them with joy. Could Danzo claim the same? Now, having directly stolen tens of billions from them, it would be a miracle if the nobility supported Danzo as Hokage, even if they were indifferent to the money and chose not to trouble Danzo. Did he truly believe that a mere sum could pacify the dissatisfaction of the various ninja clans in Konoha? He had taken countless talented young ninjas from these clans, the very foundation of their survival and legacy. What gave him the confidence to think he could still garner their support? Bai Qi had seen through all of this, which is why he cooperated with Danzo. By the time the nobility of the Land of Fire realized the situation, Danzo would never be able to meddle in the affairs of the Land of Waves openly. For Bai Qi, it was a situation with nothing to lose and everything to gain, with the worst outcome being the loss of a small amount of immediate profit. Bai Qi found himself feeling a twinge of pity for Danzo. His entire life had been a relentless pursuit of the Hokage title, yet he consistently chose the wrong path at critical junctures. It was truly unfortunate. In the face of the life and death trial posed by Tobirama, he hesitated and faltered, missing the opportunity to become the third Hokage while developing his own power. He chose not to engage in beneficial exchanges, but rather resorted to brutish force to seize the talented young ninjas, thereby alienating all the ninja clans of Konoha. In his quest for the title of fourth Hokage, he spread rumors within the village, using public opinion to drive the esteemed Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, to his demise, thus severing the opportunity to return to the light. In seeking power, he did not pursue self-cultivation but instead sought shortcuts, desecrating the remains of the first Hokage and allying with outsiders to annihilate the Uchiha clan, ruthlessly slaughtering even the innocent, including infants. Did Danzo truly believe that everyone else was blind or foolish? Bai Qi sometimes struggled to comprehend if the ninja clans of Konoha had truly grasped the essence of being a ninja, living as if they were ninja turtles, enduring Danzo's actions without retaliation. Indeed, they were remarkably patient. After some banter with the third, in which Bai Qi subtly conveyed his loyalty to the third Hokage, he departed from the Hokage building. Not long after stepping onto the street, his path was blocked by a middle-aged man with white eyes. The man, clad in traditional attire and wooden sandals, exuded an air of conservatism and rigidity. "Greetings, Bai Qi-kun. I am Hayashi Hyuga, the uncle of Niji Hyuga." Hayashi bowed respectfully, adopting a lowly posture. Bai Qi was taken aback. The proud Hyuga had lowered his head. Upon hearing his name, Bai Qi immediately recognized the visitor's identity and was astonished by his humility. Bai Qi returned the greeting with a smile, saying, "I have long heard of the esteemed name of the Hyuga clan leader. I did not expect to encounter you here. What brings you to seek my assistance?" Bai Qi was genuinely surprised that this Hyuga clan leader had ventured out of his own territory. Although Bai Qi was a significant benefactor in Konoha's mission hall, forging connections through lucrative tasks with the ninja clans, he was far less influential with the Hyuga. The Hyuga clan, being one of Konoha's ancient ninja clans, had their own industries, making them self-sufficient. Due to the system of main and branch families, very few of their ninja participated in missions, rendering Bai Qi's influence on them negligible. Not to mention, even the elders of the Hyuga clan would disdain associating with Bai Qi. The fact that their clan leader had come to meet him was truly astonishing. Hayashi spoke earnestly. "I apologize for the sudden visit, but I am here regarding Niji. It was Kakashi-sensei who recommended that I seek you out, suggesting you might have a way to help resolve Niji's inner turmoil." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi felt a mix of amusement and irritation. That rascal Kakashi had put him in charge of such matters. He truly did not wish to get involved. After all, he was a prominent businessman, dealing with millions in transactions every minute. Nevertheless, Bai Qi was genuinely curious. Was the Hyuga clan's decision to sacrifice Niji merely a means to prevent war, or had they already discerned the Hokage's wariness toward them, prompting a retreat in response to the third's probing? Bai Qi smiled and said, "My milk tea shop is not far from here. Let us discuss this further." Chapter 55. The request of Hinata Hizashi. Bai Qi, accompanied by Hinata Hizashi, arrived at a branch shop not far from the Hokage building. Upon their arrival, the store manager greeted them with great courtesy and prepared a room on the second floor for their discussion. After the manager had served their beverages and snacks and exited the room, Bai Qi inquired, "I fail to comprehend why Kai has sent you to seek me. I do not believe I possess the ability to influence the will of a Hinata." Hinata Hizashi picked up a cup of milk tea, took a sip, and a fleeting expression of distaste crossed his face. He preferred traditional tea, for this novelty seemed at odds with the ancient traditions of the Hinata aristocracy. Bai Qi observed this reaction, inwardly criticizing the rigidity of such antiquated views. Setting down his teacup, Hizashi slightly bowed and said, "There is no need for you to be overly modest, Bai Qi-kun. Kai holds you in high esteem and believes that your words would be more beneficial to Niji than his own, for your wisdom is unparalleled. This is evidenced by your ability to develop exceptional physical techniques as an ordinary individual and to build such a prosperous enterprise from nothing. Bai Qi nodded. Having shared his physical techniques with Naruto and Sasuke, he had never intended to conceal them. After all, the art of physical combat is merely a technique of utilizing one's body. That he could create astonishing martial skills would only earn him the title of a genius in that domain, coupled with a lament that he could not harness chakra, which would not raise any suspicions. Furthermore, his success in business would only serve to enhance his reputation as a commercial prodigy. Thank you for your kind words, Bai Qi replied. I prefer to be straightforward. What is it that you wish for me to do? Indeed. Hisashi nodded and bowed once more, his eyes filled with anticipation as he continued. I wish to request your assistance in resolving the enmity between the Hinata clan and Niji. Due to certain events in the past, Niji has developed misconceptions about the Hinata family, which have led to his long-standing hatred. Since it is a misunderstanding, why not clarify it? Bai Qi interjected. Although my time with Niji has been brief, I perceive him as a reasonable individual, a remarkably intelligent and kind-hearted boy. Hisashi offered a wry smile before replying. Firstly, he was too young at the time. Any explanation would have been lost on him, and thus, it was postponed. By the time he reached an appropriate age, the misunderstandings had deepened, and hatred clouded his vision. At that point, anything I say would be perceived as deceit, and he would not trust me. Secondly, the authority of the main family cannot be defied. Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback, struck by the peculiar mindset. The feudal ideologies of these ancient noble families in the ninja world were entrenched deeply. Even Hisashi, who was dissatisfied with the main family's policies, still firmly upheld the authority of the clan. In seeking Bai Qi's and Kai's intervention, he hoped to resolve the conflict between the Hinata clan and Niji while simultaneously preserving the integrity of the main family. Bai Qi could hardly contain his thoughts, wanting to exclaim, Hisashi, your expectations are quite fanciful. Noting Bai Qi's grimace, Hisashi chuckled awkwardly and added, this is the stance of the family head. However, as Niji's uncle, I genuinely hope you can assist me in this matter. You may not be aware that the relationship between the main and branch families is not merely a simple family structure. The Byakugan of the Hinata clan is coveted by all factions in the ninja world. To protect the branch family members from life-threatening dangers due to the Byakugan, a seal known as caged bird is placed on them at a certain age. This seal not only safeguards the eyes of the branch family from being seized by outsiders, but also serves as a means of control by the main family. As he spoke, a deep concern etched itself across Hisashi's face. If Niji's hatred towards the Hinata family remains unresolved, it will inevitably explode at some point in the future. The main family will not allow a talented ninja who harbors animosity towards them to live. Under the caged bird seal, Niji will have no path to survival. For the sake of Niji's life, I implore you, Bai Qi-kun, to assist me. Although Bai Qi was filled with frustration, he was no longer a child and would not voice his disdain for their hypocrisy in front of the head of the Hinata clan. Suppressing his discomfort, he asked, I can offer my assistance, but I cannot guarantee success. However, I am curious, after all these years, why the sudden desire to resolve this hatred? Hisashi candidly shared the crisis that Hinata had faced in the Death Forest and Niji's timely intervention. Had it not been for Niji's actions, Hinata and her team would have perished at Daidara's hands. Since Hinata and her companions had abandoned the exam, they were assisted by the proctoring ninjas and had exited the Death Forest early. Hisashi thus learned of the events before the exam concluded. Moreover, Hinata had disclosed everything she witnessed through her Byakugan to Hisashi. Upon realizing that Niji, who harbored hatred towards the main family and despised Hinata, had still chosen to save her, Hisashi understood that beneath Niji's icy exterior lay a flicker of affection for Hinata. However, the death of Hisashi had caused him to resist this feeling. Recognizing this as an opportunity to mend the rift, Hisashi sought Kai's help, hoping he could facilitate the reconciliation. Yet, while Kai could engage in physical combat, the prospect of him engaging in verbal persuasion seemed to be a tall order. If he possessed such capabilities, Niji and Tintin would have long since donned their green spandex and followed his lead. Thus, Kai recommended Bai Qi to Hisashi. Bai Qi nodded and then inquired, what is the nature of the conflict between you? Or rather, what events have led Niji to harbor such animosity towards the Hinata clan? Hisashi sighed and recounted the events surrounding the death of Hisashi that had transpired years ago. Upon concluding his tale, he placed a letter before Bai Qi, stating, "This is a letter that Hisashi left for Niji before his death." Bai Qi made no move to touch the letter. Hisashi's account mirrored precisely that of the original narrative. After a prolonged silence, Bai Qi suddenly remarked, "I have a matter of great curiosity that I hope the head of the Hinata clan can elucidate." Hisashi, taken aback, replied, "Please, Bai Qi-kun, proceed. Did the head of the Hinata clan truly resign himself to death so readily? Would Hisashi not value his life for the sake of peace?" Bai Qi shook his head, clarifying, "No, no, no, that is not my meaning. What I intend to convey is that this situation is evidently a scheme orchestrated by the Cloud Village. As the strongest ninja village in the world, why would Konoha succumb to the threats of a village weaker than itself? Furthermore, you, as a pivotal figure in Konoha and the leader of a prominent ninja clan, I must confess, I find this incomprehensible. It is akin to a weaker individual brazenly threatening me, asserting that if I do not surrender my money, he will take my life. In such a scenario, merely refraining from eliminating him would be an act of great benevolence on my part. Why should I then be cautious and make amends, willingly relinquishing my money?" Upon hearing this, Hisashi smiled, then explained, "It was because Konoha had only recently emerged from the Third Great Ninja War, and the village could not endure another conflict. However, did the Cloud Village not also suffer during the Third Great Ninja War? Konoha could not withstand another war. Why would the Cloud Village be any different? Such reasoning is untenable. We are all equally frail and battered. Why should they act with such arrogance?" Hisashi, upon realizing the validity of Bai Qi's argument, was left speechless, staring blankly at him, utterly astounded. Chapter 56. Hisashi's Shattered Resolve. Bai Qi continued, "According to your assertions, the deceased Yun ninja from years past was merely an ordinary jonin. Although he bore the title of a Yun ninja envoy, in essence, he pales in comparison to you, the esteemed clan leader of the great shinobi family. To demand the life of an important figure from Konoha merely because a pedestrian was lost seems utterly absurd. Did you truly believe that the life of an ordinary jonin warranted such restitution? Following this line of reasoning, should the entire Yun ninja clan have committed seppuku to atone for the assassination of the second Hokage during the Alliance Conference? Yet, that did not occur. Thus, to suggest that your life should be forfeited for the loss of a mere Yun ninja lacks any rational foundation." Riji was left utterly bewildered. As a youth, he had never contemplated this issue. More importantly, at that time, everyone, including the third Hokage, advocated for the death of Ri-cha, the brother of the caged bird, as a means to quell Yun's fury, thwart their schemes, and protect the village. Yet, no one suggested that Riji should pay with his life. Why indeed? Should the second Hokage be felled by a surprise attack from the Yun ninjas, while the Yun clan bears no repercussions? Why should Konoha, in all its grandeur, sacrifice the life of a clan leader for an ordinary jonin from Yun? When did the leaders of Konoha become so undervalued? When did a mere Yun jonin surpass the worth of the second Hokage? Riji's countenance turned a shade of iron gray, contorted with realization. He felt as though he had been duped. The events of that time should not have unfolded in such a manner, yet they had transpired with disconcerting fluidity. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Bai Qi, rising to his feet, then kneeling before him, bowing his head to the ground and hoarsely imploring, "Lord Bai Qi, my thoughts are in disarray, and I cannot comprehend them. Your wisdom is unparalleled in my lifetime. I beseech you to enlighten me." A smile crept across Bai Qi's lips, internally acknowledging, "Indeed, this is the most fascinating aspect of the matter. While other travelers in the world of Naruto either wreak havoc or languish in mediocrity, I find joy in stirring the pot, igniting flames, and reaping the rewards of my own endeavors." Clearing his throat to mask his amusement, Bai Qi assisted Riji to his feet and stated, "I am not well versed in the events of that time, so to provide you with clarity, I must pose some inquiries." "Yes, I am open to all questions," Riji replied. Thus, Bai Qi inquired about the details of the Hyuga clan's main and branch families, as well as the intricacies of the caged bird. Although he was privy to this information, it was essential to ask nonetheless. He also questioned Riji's perspective on the system and the sentiments of the branch family members towards it. Finally, Bai Qi remarked pointedly, "Hyuga clan leader, truthfully, you are ill-suited to lead the Hyuga family." At these words, Riji's face flushed crimson. The truth was becoming increasingly clear. The actions of the third Hokage and the elder members of the Hyuga clan had merely exploited Yun's machinations to their advantage. Riji appeared perplexed. You previously mentioned that during the Third Great Ninja War, although the Hyuga clan ninjas were nominally under the command of the third Hokage, the main family, fearing the loss of the Byakugan, amassed many branch family ninjas as protectors, rendering it difficult to command any specific Hyuga ninja. Indeed, this was to prevent the Byakugan from being seized. Pardon my frankness, but such reasoning is utterly foolish. If you truly feared the loss of the Byakugan, then the main family should refrain from the battlefield. If they cannot follow orders, what would the third Hokage think of your clan? How would other ninjas perceive the Hyuga? Your actions not only served no purpose for Konoha, but also undermined the third Hokage's authority on the battlefield, leading to the ostracization of the Hyuga clan by all ninjas. As a clan leader, how would you feel if all branch family ninjas disregarded your commands? Had you never contemplated this? Riji was left speechless. The existence of the caged bird rendered disobedience unthinkable, and thus, he had never considered such a possibility. Assuming that Hyuga ninjas ought to heed only the main family's commands, which seemed beyond question. However, if he were to place himself in the shoes of the third Hokage, as the battlefield commander, could he truly accept this situation? It was impossible, entirely inconceivable. So, do you still not understand? The third Hokage's unhesitant decision to send you to your death served as a stern warning to the Hyuga clan. It was a case of using a knife to kill. You should be grateful that the Fourth Great Ninja War did not erupt. If your clan continues in this manner, you will face even more brutal repercussions, and I am not engaging in hyperbole. At this, cold sweat trickled down Riji's brow. The death of Ri Cha, a leader of the branch family who harbored dissatisfaction with the Hyuga clan system, should be abundantly clear now, shouldn't it? Hyuga clan leader. Reflect deeply on this. Individuals like Ri Cha are regarded as thorns in the side by the main family. They may indeed be foolish, unable to discern the third Hokage's warning, yet they eagerly seize this opportunity to eliminate dissent within the clan while simultaneously warning those branch members who are restless. This is a calculated effort to intimidate. Riji slumped to the ground, as if all strength had been drained from his body, his spirit seemingly extracted. Thus, the death of his brother, Ri Cha, was not to prevent another great ninja war, but merely a pawn in the schemes of a few. Bai Qi cast a pitying glance at Riji. He had initially believed that Riji had discerned the third Hokage's intentions and willingly sacrificed himself to prevent the Hyuga clan from antagonizing the Konoha leadership, thereby easing tensions. Who would have thought he was simply naive? Such innocence in Riji was unexpected for Bai Qi. However, his heart chuckled with delight. How amusing. This game was far more engaging than mere bloodshed. It was a battle of wits. Riji departed Bai Qi's tea house in a daze, feeling as if he had aged countless years in an instant. Upon returning home, he shut himself away, even pausing his lessons with Hanabi. He isolated himself in his room, leaving no one aware of his actions, save for Hanabi and Hinata, who worried for their father, occasionally hearing the muffled sounds of suppressed sobs. This state persisted until Niji and Hinata visited Bai Qi. Riji's unusual behavior prompted the shy and timid Hinata to muster her courage and inquire about her father's prior visit to Bai Qi. Learning from Guy that Riji had gone to see Bai Qi for Niji's sake, gathering her resolve, she implored Niji to accompany her to visit Bai Qi and seek answers. In the past, Niji would have disregarded Hinata, but after the battle with Deidara, his mindset had shifted, leading him to agree to her request. Thus, Niji took Hinata and knocked on Bai Qi's door. Chapter 57. Niji unraveled Hinata. The door was opened not by Bai Qi, but by a bruised and battered Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto in such a state, Niji could scarcely contain his amusement, his heavy heart lightening momentarily. Naruto, what happened to you? Niji inquired with concern. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head and replied, I encountered many formidable opponents during the Chunin exams. I was just discussing it with brother Bai Qi. Come in. Niji nodded, ushering in the blushing Hinata. Bai Qi was seated on the sofa, preparing tea. He smiled as he welcomed the siblings. Please, have a seat. He then poured each of them a cup of tea. I thought you would return to find me later. Niji, astonished, asked, You knew I would come back to see you, teacher Bai Qi? Bai Qi nodded and said to Naruto, Naruto, please keep Hinata company for a moment. Niji and I have some matters to discuss. Niji, let us move to my study. Understood. Niji's expression was grave as he followed Bai Qi into the study, leaving Naruto and Hinata in the living room, exchanging bewildered glances. Naruto, I'm watching. Hinata, I'm blushing. Naruto, I'm still watching. Hinata, I'm still blushing. The atmosphere in the living room grew increasingly peculiar. The usually loquacious Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, in the study, Bai Qi handed Niji a letter he had retrieved from the desk. This is from the Hyuga clan leader, he said. It contains your father Hisashi's last words. The message he wished to convey to you. Niji trembled as he accepted the letter, his hands shaking. He had no time to contemplate why Hisashi chose to have Bai Qi deliver this letter, yet he clenched it tightly, hesitating to open it. Bai Qi remained silent, patiently awaiting Niji's response. Niji's heart was burdened with a knot of fate-induced pessimism. He harbored contempt for the main family and resentment towards Hisashi. He loathed the main family for causing his father's death and resented Hisashi for his apparent indifference, accepting his fate so readily. He attributed everything, both fortune and misfortune, to destiny, often proclaiming it as such, yet he had never truly surrendered to this fate. Instead, he silently resisted it. His relentless pursuit of strength, even developing the Hyuga clan's secret technique, was his rebellion against destiny, though he remained unaware of the reason behind his fervent desire to grow stronger. After a long moment, he exhaled deeply and opened the envelope, beginning to read. Soon, tears streamed down his face, blurring his vision and soaking the paper with his sorrow. The letter slipped from his grasp as he gazed through the window at the sky. Upon uncovering the truth of that fateful day, Niji felt a wave of relief wash over him, bringing an unprecedented sense of tranquility and serenity. Bai Qi observed the transformation in Niji, reflecting on how easily deceived these ninjas were. Although he had not read Hisashi's letter, he recalled the general events from the original narrative. Bai Qi did not believe that the sentiments expressed were truly Hisashi's. It was likely that upon witnessing the pressure exerted by the main family's elders, Hisashi fabricated a noble and virtuous truth to help Niji release his hatred. Otherwise, a branch family ninja consumed by hatred would not survive, even under Hisashi's protection. Yet, all of that had sunk into the river of history, leaving no one to know Hisashi's true thoughts unless they were to undergo the reanimation jutsu. Thank you, Bai Qi-sensei. Niji wiped his tears, his expression serene and radiant. Bai Qi shook his head, saying, I merely delivered the message. I have not aided you in any significant way. Niji carefully placed the letter in his bosom, recalling the purpose of his visit. He solemnly inquired, I came to see you today because of the clan leader. I heard he visited you yesterday, and afterward, he sequestered himself in his room, refusing to see anyone. Hinata mentioned she could hear muffled cries from outside his door. Do you know what has transpired with the clan leader? Bai Qi remained silent for a moment before responding with a smile. He has simply witnessed the nature of humanity. Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. If you truly wish to know what happened, why not ask Hisashi directly? Though I cannot guarantee he will share. Niji nodded, his naturally reserved demeanor preventing him from pressing further. Leaving the study, they were taken aback by the scene in the living room. Hinata was blushing fiercely, resembling a steamed crab sprawled on the sofa, her head emitting wisps of steam. Meanwhile, Naruto frantically fanned her, desperate to cool her down. Upon seeing Bai Qi and Niji emerge, Naruto, as if spotting a savior, exclaimed, Bai Qi brother, it's not my fault. I have no idea what happened. Hinata just suddenly. Niji looked utterly bewildered, while Bai Qi chuckled heartily. Approaching with a feigned air of concern, he assessed Hinata, declaring, she's merely fainted from nervousness. Niji, carry her back. She should regain consciousness soon. With his heart unburdened, Niji smiled and gently lifted Hinata onto his back, bidding farewell as he left. As they departed, Naruto immediately urged Bai Qi brother, let's continue. We were discussing that monster, Orochimaru. After escaping from him, we encountered 3 ninjas from the Sound Village, who were terrifyingly strong. Naruto, oblivious to the prior events involving Niji and Hinata, eagerly recounted his experience in the Chunin exams. When he mentioned Orochimaru's name, Bai Qi felt a sense of assurance. The third Hokage was certainly doomed this time. He imagined the scene of the third's demise. Initially, Bai Qi believed that during the gathering of the 5 Kage, Orochimaru would have no opportunity to kill the third. However, upon reflection, the true adversaries were the 5 hidden villages. If someone attempted to assassinate the third, it was unlikely that the other Kage would intervene. Yet, Bai Qi could not help but admire Orochimaru's audacity. As for Sasuke, due to Bai Qi's influence, Kakashi had taught him the nature transformation of lightning release in advance, imparting the technique of lightning shadow clone, allowing Sasuke to evade the curse mark's assault, which caught Bai Qi by surprise. Nevertheless, this was fortuitous, the curse mark, while seemingly granting Sasuke a rapid increase in power, harbored grave risks. Should the plot deviate, and Itachi succumb to his illness prematurely, Sasuke would find himself in a most advantageous position. Chapter 58. The contaminated natural energy. As Naruto continued his tale, Bai Qi gleaned insights into their ordeal. After narrowly escaping Orochimaru, the trio faced assaults from 3 sound ninjas, employing peculiar sound-based jutsu that they had never encountered before, resulting in significant losses. They were nearly defeated, with even Sasuke sustaining serious injuries. Fortunately, they were aided by a trio who claimed to be Leaf Ninjas, led by Kabuto, allowing the 6 of them to repel the attackers. Thanks to this trio's intervention, Sasuke temporarily placed his trust in them, leading to a temporary alliance as they began to clear the area. Although they defeated numerous ninjas, finding matching number tags proved exceedingly difficult. With only 2 pairs located as the 3-day time limit approached, they were in a quandary over distribution. Suddenly, Kabuto's allies, Akatsuki and Kenji, launched a surprise attack on Naruto and his friends, attempting to seize their 2 pairs of number tags. Kenji's jutsu was exceedingly strange, his body as pliable as a snake, swiftly ensnaring Naruto before he could utilize the shadow clone technique. Akatsuki confronted Sasuke, while Sakura stood no chance against them. However, without the influence of the curse mark and having trained in the 2 taijutsu techniques Bai Qi taught him, Sasuke proved more than a match for Akatsuki, quickly defeating him. Seeing Akatsuki falter, Kenji brandished a kunai at Naruto's throat, forcing Sasuke to surrender the number tags. Just then, Kabuto made his move, wounding Kenji and rescuing Naruto, allowing Sasuke to retaliate against Akatsuki. The trio was perplexed, unable to comprehend why Kabuto would attack his own teammate instead of assisting him. Kabuto, however, smiled, stating, "As fellow Leaf Ninjas, how could I betray my comrades? The actions of Akatsuki and Kenji are disgraceful, which is why I chose to help you." Afterward, he relinquished his number tag and chose to withdraw from the Chunin exams. In the words of Yakushi Kabuto, injuring his opponents was his moral obligation towards Naruto and his companions, while withdrawing from the exams was his moral duty towards Kankuro and Temari. Without hesitation, he launched a signal flare indicating his withdrawal, denying Naruto the chance to speak. However, there were only 2 number tags, and ultimately, Sakura selflessly chose to forfeit. As she stated, she was merely a medical ninja. Even if she progressed to the next round, considering the current difficulty of the Chunin exams, she would simply be wasting a spot. Thus, in this round of the Chunin exams, only Naruto and Sasuke from Team 7 advanced to the next stage. Upon their exit, they inquired and discovered that the number of ninjas from Konoha advancing to the second round was exceedingly rare. Among those he knew, only Neji and his companions had passed, while Hinata and her team had failed, as did Ino and her trio from the Inuzuka clan. It could be said that this round of the Chunin exams saw the 12 young ninja suffer great misfortune. Hinata and her team encountered the terrorist Deidara, nearly being blown to pieces, while Naruto and his team faced Orochimaru, the sound ninja, and betrayal from a fellow village ninja. Ino's group, meanwhile, encountered a deranged Gaara in the Tsuchikige's arena. Ino, using the body flicker technique, narrowly escaped being crushed into a human doll by sand. Had it not been for Akimichi Choji's use of drugs to enhance his abilities, buying time for Shikamaru to signal their withdrawal and garner the Proctor's assistance, they might not have survived. Currently, Choji and Ino lay in Konoha Hospital, unable to rise from their beds. Just from the first round of eliminations, over half of the 12 young ninjas had been eliminated. After the exams concluded, Sasuke was undoubtedly shaken. Prior to the exams, he believed his strength had surged impressively, even feeling a bit smug, convinced that besides Neji, no one from his cohort could rival him. Yet, after participating in the exams, he realized the vastness of the world and the existence of superior beings. Orochimaru was one thing. From Kakashi, Sasuke learned that he was one of the legendary Sannin, a defector from Konoha, making failure understandable. However, encountering the Sound Ninja, a little-known village ninja who could easily overpower him, was unbearable for Sasuke. Not to mention the even stronger ninjas he heard about from Neji and Shikamaru. Without a moment's delay to tend to his wounds, he pressed Kakashi to teach him the Chidori. Meanwhile, looking at Naruto, who, despite the terrifying recovery speed of the Nine Tails, still bore bruises. One could only imagine the extent of Naruto's injuries at that time. Thus, what were Naruto's plans moving forward? While Sasuke followed Kakashi to learn new ninjutsu, What about Naruto? Naruto scratched his head, appearing quite troubled. I'm not sure. Kakashi-sensei mentioned that my chakra has the nature of wind transformation. Although he can teach me about wind nature transformation, he does not know wind-based ninjutsu himself. He suggested that if I was willing, he could arrange for Asuma to train me in that area. Kakashi-sensei also said I could temporarily set aside my taijutsu practice, as it isn't something that can be quickly improved overnight, and he doesn't recommend following Gai-sensei for taijutsu training. Therefore, I chose to ask Asuma to teach me wind-based ninjutsu. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. In the original story, at this point, Naruto couldn't even walk on water. So Kakashi had invited Ebisu to teach Naruto water walking training, which led to an encounter with Jiraiya. However, now Naruto had learned water walking training and began studying chakra nature transformation. Kakashi's decision to have Asuma teach Naruto was indeed a wise choice, especially since Asuma's team had been wiped out, leaving him with time on his hands. One could only wonder how Asuma felt upon seeing Naruto, the underachiever, advance past the preliminary exams while his own prized students had all failed. Did he perceive Kakashi as silently mocking him through this situation? After finding sufficient solace with Bai Qi, Naruto bid him farewell and headed to the Sarutobi clan's residence to learn wind-based ninjutsu from Asuma. Bai Qi then began his own silent cultivation. One day, as Bai Qi prepared dinner, he noticed a weary-looking Naruto returning home. Bai Qi, who had been smiling, suddenly froze, staring at Naruto in astonishment. Weren't you supposed to be with Asuma today? Did you encounter anyone unusual? Naruto, curious, asked. How did you know, Bai Qi? How did I know? It was evident. From the moment you entered, I sensed a strange aura surrounding you, as if tainted by corrupted natural energy, very faint yet glaringly obvious to someone like me. What have you done to attract such filth? Chapter 59, Jiraiya returns. With a gentle hand, Bai Qi ruffled Naruto's hair, casually capturing the tainted natural energy surrounding him. Then, he deftly changed the subject. Asuma's character wouldn't put you through such hardship. Naruto glanced at his disheveled appearance and awkwardly laughed. Go wash up and change. We can talk over dinner. Naruto nodded and dashed into the bathroom. Bai Qi sat at the dining table, his palms open before him, seemingly empty. Yet he gazed with utmost seriousness. Bai Qi was not a traditional cultivator. He had stumbled into this path through the Taoist texts and techniques from another world, lacking true mastery and thus facing limitations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought the sealing book. At that moment, Bai Qi found himself perplexed. Although he sensed something amiss with the natural energy in his palms, he could not pinpoint the issue. If only he could open his heavenly eye. He often criticized the low cultural standards of ninjas, yet when the time came, he realized he, too, was somewhat illiterate. Bai Qi sighed, retrieving an ordinary ring from his pocket, and temporarily sealed the natural energy in his palm using the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. He planned to subtly inquire with Naruto about whom he had met, hoping to avoid unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, this situation served as a wake-up call for Bai Qi. His weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Although his cultivation progressed, memories of techniques from his previous existence began to surface. He still could not compensate for his shortcomings. After the Chunin exams, it would be best to let Naruto follow Jiraiya for training, allowing him to pursue his understanding of the heavenly path and create his own techniques. After all, if ancient people could achieve such feats, why could he not? Soon, Naruto emerged from the bathroom, clad in fresh pajamas, appearing clean and refreshed as he joined Bai Qi at the table. While eating, he recounted the events of the day, which were both ludicrous and logical. After a day of training with Asuma, following Bai Qi's advice, Naruto invited Asuma to the hot springs. Being an outsider, he felt it prudent to be courteous. If Asuma was pleased, he might be more inclined to assist him. However, upon arriving at the hot spring, they stumbled upon a middle-aged white-haired man peering into the women's bath. Naruto, upholding justice, launched an attack. Asuma intended to intervene, but, upon recognizing the individual, quickly stopped Naruto and introduced him, explaining that the man was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Bai Qi, upon hearing this, wore an expression of realization. He immediately understood the nature of the tainted natural energy. Indeed, it was the natural energy of the sage body from Mount Myaboku. However, he still intended to conduct an experiment to confirm his assessment. The ensuing events unfolded naturally. After receiving teachings on the principles of life from Bai Qi, Naruto, undeterred by Jiraiya's status as one of the legendary Sannin, insisted on sending him to the ninja prison. Asuma, naturally, sought to intervene, but Naruto retorted. If that lecherous old man were to spy on your wife, Asuma-sensei, would you still dismiss it so lightly? This left Asuma momentarily speechless. In that moment, Asuma's imagination conjured an image of Kurenai bathing in the nude, while Jiraiya lurked nearby, peering in with a lecherous grin. Although he remained silent, the answer had already formed in his mind. Jiraiya, seizing the opportunity, mocked Naruto for his audacity, stating that if he wished to imprison him, he must first defeat him. Naruto, a single-minded and straightforward individual, rarely experienced fear and immediately launched an attack on Jiraiya. The two engaged in a playful chase, leaving Asuma bewildered in their wake. Bai Qi listened with a gentle expression, inquiring, and then? Did you ultimately catch that lecherous old man? Naruto beamed with pride, giving a thumbs up as he declared. Of course, I defeated him and handed him over to Grandpa Third. That lecherous old man is surely locked away in prison now. Curious about how Naruto managed to overcome one of the legendary Sannin, Bai Qi prompted Naruto, who proudly introduced his unique secret technique, the harem jutsu. Just as Naruto was about to offer Bai Qi a glimpse of its benefits, Bai Qi playfully delivered a light smack to Naruto's head, successfully halting his exuberance. Chuckling that he, Bai Qi, was not one to indulge in such frivolities. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pained expression, observed Jiraiya. His throat constricted with unspoken frustrations. Jiraiya, unfazed, sat on the floor, wiping away a trickle of nosebleed, and remarked, "Little Naruto has grown up." Sarutobi, ultimately silent, refrained from rebuking Jiraiya, acknowledging that both he and Jiraiya shared a lineage of questionable virtues. "Tell me about Naruto's life over the years," he prompted, denying Jiraiya the chance to deflect with discussions of his own voyeuristic tendencies. With a faint smile, Sarutobi began recounting the hardships Naruto endured, including the painful rejection he faced from villagers who labeled him as a demon fox. Jiraiya feigned sadness upon hearing this, but brightened when he learned that Naruto had formed a bond with an ordinary person whom he considered a brother, leading a life filled with love and support. Jiraiya chose not to question the origins of the rumors surrounding Naruto, for the village was rife with sordid affairs, and he had grown accustomed to such realities. After all, one must consider why Tsunade had left, why Orochimaru became a rogue ninja, and the tragic fate of Shikamaru. Eventually, Sarutobi broached the topic of Jiraiya assuming the mantle of the fifth Hokage. After a brief silence, he urged Jiraiya, "You must take on the role. I've grown too old and should step down." Jiraiya grimaced at the suggestion, responding, "Old man, you know I have no desire to be Hokage. Seek Tsunade instead. I have my own mission, and if you hadn't mentioned that Naruto needed a suitable mentor, I wouldn't have returned." Sarutobi, feeling helpless, recognized Jiraiya's reluctance. Although he cherished the position of Hokage, he longed for retirement. However, the village's previous upheavals had depleted its ranks of elite ninjas, and with the fourth Hokage's untimely demise, there seemed to be no suitable successor beyond Tsunade and Jiraiya. Sarutobi also considered nurturing Asuma and Kakashi for the role of fifth Hokage, yet both had proven disappointing. Kakashi's self-destructive tendencies and the burden of his Sharingan hindered his growth, while Asuma's rebellious nature and lack of ambition rendered him an unsuitable candidate, much to Sarutobi's chagrin. After successfully persuading Jiraiya to return, Sarutobi was determined not to let him slip away again. He needed to ensure that the next Hokage was appointed swiftly. Chapter 60. The humble Jiraiya's midnight visit in the world of ninjas. One cannot resist the passage of time. Due to the frequent wars and perilous missions, the average lifespan of a ninja is remarkably low. To reach an age like Sarutobi's, one must either transition to a civilian role or ascend to a leadership position within the village. Otherwise, the uncertainty of survival in the next mission looms large. As the Hokage and the head of the Sarutobi clan, as well as a leader of several major ninja clans, Sarutobi faced the imperative task of selecting a successor who could safeguard his clan and interests for the foreseeable future. Should he pass away before identifying a suitable candidate, the next Hokage would be beyond his influence. The ninja clans within the village desired a leader who shared their interests, while the nobility of the Fire Country sought a Hokage who aligned with their own agendas. This could lead to conflict, with the village embroiled in turmoil, and Sarutobi feared that the Cloud and Rock villages would not hesitate to exploit such a situation, igniting the Fourth Shinobi World War. Amidst his considerations, Sarutobi found Asuma lacking, Kakashi indifferent, and Tsunade in decline. Only Jiraiya seemed to fit the bill, being naturally aligned with the Sarutobi clan, maintaining good relations with the major ninja clans, and possessing considerable respect both within Konoha and throughout the ninja world, making him the ideal candidate for the next Hokage. As for Danzo, he had never been a consideration in Sarutobi's plans. However, Jiraiya was no puppet, and the influence of the Myobokuzan cult had left him obsessed with the idea of finding the child of destiny, rendering him uninterested in the role of Hokage. When Jiraiya sensed Sarutobi about to lecture him further, he swiftly leaped out of the window, declaring, "I'll teach Naruto. You can find Tsunade for the Hokage role." Without waiting for Sarutobi's response, he vanished without a trace. As night fell, Bai Qi sat up in bed, opening the window to see a figure perched on a nearby rooftop, intently gazing at his house. Bai Qi had detected the presence of this individual the moment they arrived. Feigning surprise at the encounter, the figure leapt down to Bai Qi's window, greeting him with a smile. "Hello, Bai Qi-kun. I mean no harm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiraiya." Bai Qi feigned shock while contemplating the situation. The overwhelming presence of corrupted natural energy confirmed his suspicions. The influence that had touched Naruto originated from Jiraiya. This aligned with his theories about the so-called sage body of Myobokuzan, which was, in essence, merely a manifestation of legendary creatures. They absorbed spiritual energy to cultivate their power, resulting in a transformation of what should be pure energy into something monstrous. It was no wonder that ninjas practicing the sage arts from the three great sanctuaries exhibited non-human transformations. When humans adopt the cultivation methods of the beast clans, it would be abnormal for them not to undergo similar changes. However, it beckoned the question of where Hashirama had learned his sage body techniques, as they did not seem to stem from the three great sanctuaries. As the heart raced, Bai Qi concealed his astonishment, adopting a fade of relief as he smiled and said, "Ah, so it is the legendary Jiraiya of the three legendary ninjas. I was unaware of your late-night visit. May I inquire as to the purpose of your presence?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly, asking, "You actually know of me?" Bai Qi nodded, responding, "Who doesn't know the tales of the three ninjas? Moreover, Naruto mentioned you upon his return tonight." Jiraiya acknowledged with a nod, and after Bai Qi stepped aside, he leaped into the room, following Bai Qi to the study. Once seated, Jiraiya began, "I have come at this late hour regarding Naruto." Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, feigning mild hostility in accordance with the usual logic, and jestingly remarked, "Oh, so Lord Jiraiya is here to demand an explanation? However, I do not believe Naruto has done anything wrong today." Coughing awkwardly, Jiraiya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, chuckling, "Of course, that is not the case. Rather, I wish to take Naruto as my disciple, and as his only living relative, I seek your consent first." Bai Qi appeared momentarily taken aback, then assumed a contemplative expression, ultimately shaking his head. "I apologize, but while your strength is unquestionable, I am deeply concerned about your principles. My only desire is for Naruto to grow up happy and healthy. I would not wish for a day where he finds himself imprisoned in Konoha for peeping on women bathing. I would then only be able to visit him in jail." Even Jiraiya, known for his thick skin, felt a flush of shame and was at a loss for words. Although Bai Qi internally agreed that Naruto should follow the original plot and learn from Jiraiya, he could not help but look down upon Jiraiya's character. Here was a man, one of the legendary three ninjas, who had wealth, strength, and the means to attract women, yet he stooped so low as to indulge in such despicable behavior. It was no wonder Tsunade held him in disdain, as the granddaughter of the founder of Konoha and a princess of the Land of Fire. It would take a fool to choose such a perverted man. Jiraiya refrained from mentioning his sources, knowing that in front of someone as upright as Bai Qi, discussing such matters would only tarnish his own reputation. To be frank, Naruto's parents shared a profound connection with me. He is the son of an old friend. Thus, I hope you can grant permission for him to study under me. Rest assured, I will be mindful and will not pass my bad habits on to him. Additionally, having Naruto as my disciple is also the third Hokage's request. Bai Qi appeared considerably troubled before finally conceding. "To be honest, I deeply doubt the extent of your claimed connection. If it is indeed the Hokage who sent you, then you must be aware of the hardships Naruto has faced. I cannot comprehend why, if your bond is so deep, you have not once looked after him or offered assistance over these past years." Jiraiya was left speechless, unable to defend himself, his face reflecting guilt and remorse. Nevertheless, as it was the third Hokage's order, he felt compelled to comply. "However, I am now Naruto's guardian. And despite your status as one of the three ninjas, I must warn you that should I discover any negative traits in Naruto that stem from you, even if it is a command from the third, I will ensure he remains distant from you. I hope Lord Jiraiya can keep this in mind. As Naruto's only family, Bai Qi was compelled to adopt a parental stance. Anything less would be unreasonable. Jiraiya promptly bowed, expressing, I sincerely appreciate your understanding and am grateful for the care you have provided to Naruto over the years. Bai Qi shook his head, replying, in that case, Lord Jiraiya, please excuse me. The night is already late, and I shall not keep you. As for how you plan to have Naruto study under you, that is a matter for you to resolve. I will not actively seek to have him become your disciple. Jiraiya acknowledged this with understanding, departing Bai Qi's home in a submissive manner. Once outside, he let out a long breath. Despite Bai Qi being an ordinary individual, Jiraiya found himself feeling quite guilty, as if he were the immature child in this scenario. Wiping his brow, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. Soon after, he began to chuckle. Naruto has found himself a good elder brother. As a humble author, I seek your ratings. Chapter 61. Meeting the fourth Raikage following the Chunin exam's elimination rounds. There would be an extended period of respite. While termed a rest period, it essentially served as another examination for the participating genin, assessing their abilities in information gathering. The list of successful candidates had been announced, and during this time, they were expected to devise their own methods for gathering intelligence on their opponents to prepare for the upcoming tests. Whether among the higher-ups of Konoha or other ninja villages, even the cunning Inoki remained silent during this time, refraining from advising his village as participants. This silence underscored the fundamental qualities of a ninja. Should they fail to grasp this lesson and neglect their intelligence-gathering duties, they would be deemed unfit, even if they managed to pass through deceitful means. They could one day bring calamity to their teams or villages. As for the higher-ups and nobles of the various ninja villages, this period naturally became a time for socializing. With everyone typically residing in their respective countries, opportunities for close interactions were rare, leading to a flurry of banquets. Whether hosted by the village leader or a feudal lord, gatherings were incessant. With the village leaders and high-ranking nobles in attendance, Bai Qi, as a mere intermediary, found himself lacking the qualifications to participate. Despite his wealth, he was neither a ninja nor a noble, and social hierarchies dictated that nobility held the greatest power in this feudal era. However, lacking an invitation did not prevent Bai Qi from partaking in the festivities. As the proprietor of a renowned milk tea and pastry shop, Bai Qi, it was impossible for such elite gatherings to forego his exquisite offerings. Consequently, countless chefs extended invitations, nearly overwhelming Bai Qi with their requests. Being able to invite Bai Qi to showcase his latest pastries and beverages became a status symbol among the aristocrats, further elevating Bai Qi's reputation and ensuring that every noble and ninja remembered his name. Leveraging this opportunity, Bai Qi successfully arranged a meeting with the Raikage. Indeed, he appeared as a muscular humanoid dinosaur, towering nearly 2 meters tall, standing out prominently at the banquet. The fourth Raikage was impulsive in nature, yet possessed a gentle heart. Though this tenderness was reserved for the ninjas of his own village and Killer Bee, leaving outsiders with an impression of dominance and arrogance. This was evidenced by the absence of any feudal lords from other nations at the Cloud Village banquet, a testament to his unpopularity. Nevertheless, the overall quality of the Cloud Village's ninjas was exceptionally high, and they were notably open-minded regarding technological ninja tools, boasting ample armament and strength, making them a favored choice among the nobles outside of Konoha. Thus, even if the nobles harbored disdain for the Cloud Village, the second and third-tier aristocrats from various nations still attended the invitation. During the free time, Bai Qi approached it directly. Lord Raikage, I am Bai Qi, the owner of Bai Qi Milk Tea Shop. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Bai Qi was genuinely pleased, as securing a favorable discussion today would spare him from a trip to the Cloud Village, a place he had little interest in visiting, as no one knew when a lightning strike might occur amidst the mountains. With his head held high and an air of pride, merely nodded. What business does the owner of Bai Qi have with me? Bai Qi remained unfazed, acknowledging that AI possessed a rather infuriating demeanor. You may not recall, but a few days ago, I sought an audience with you under the auspices of the third Hokage, only to be met with refusal. Today, I am fortunate enough to have this opportunity. Might Lord Raikage allow me a moment to converse? AI scoffed. What could a mere proprietor of a dining establishment possibly discuss with me? If it pertains to matters of the ninja villages, then your qualifications are even more dubious. If you wish to negotiate, you should have sent Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Are you attempting to insult me by sending someone of your stature? Bai Qi inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to strike him. This is a matter of commerce, one that could significantly benefit the Cloud Village. I am not merely a restaurateur. Trust me, a few minutes of your time will yield no detriment to you. AI pondered briefly and motioned for Bai Qi to follow, dismissing the various nobles gathered at the banquet without so much as a farewell. Upon reaching a quiet room, they took their seats. Bai Qi, well aware of the fourth Raikage's temperament, wasted no words and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. I own a maritime shipping company, and in order to facilitate the expansion of trade routes to all nations, I intend to establish a maritime canal in the Land of Moon. I seek the support of Lord Raikage and the Cloud Village, and to ensure the safety of this trade route, I will employ Cloud Ninja for its security long-term. Should this partnership come to fruition, not only will the Cloud Ninja assigned to this task receive substantial rewards, but the Cloud Village will also gain a 3% share of the shipping fees. What do you say? Bai Qi laid his terms bare. The offer he presented was neither exorbitant nor paltry. It was merely a starting point for negotiation. What he truly offered the Raikage was a golden goose, one that would lay eggs continuously. Such temptation is irresistible to any leader, particularly to the financially strained Cloud Village. As a village known for its militaristic fervor, the Cloud Village has historically garnered the most generous allocations from the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. However, they also find themselves, aside from the Sand Village, in dire financial straits. Their funds are primarily funneled into military expansion, resulting in perennial deficits. It was evident that as soon as Bai Qi finished speaking, the expression on the fourth Raikage's face shifted, his demeanor turning grave. He lowered his gaze, looking down at Bai Qi, who, at that moment, felt worthy of such scrutiny. An enticing proposition, yet I cannot acquiesce. Bai Qi smiled. This response was not unexpected. The leaders of the 5 great ninja villages lack political acumen. Their thinking remains entrenched in a feudal mindset reminiscent of medieval Europe, simple, brutal, direct, and short-sighted, devoid of foresight. Your intention in establishing the canal is likely to extend trade routes to the Land of Earth, facilitating the transport of goods there. Thus, despite the allure of your offer, I remain unable to comply. The Land of Earth, despite its scarcity of resources, possesses the largest number of ninja among the 5 great villages. Should this route bolster their supplies, it would only enhance their national strength and the number of ninjas, a situation that no leader could endorse. If the Raikage's village relies on elite ninja and advanced technology to compensate for their deficiencies, then the Rock Village has chosen a different path, leveraging sheer numbers to effect qualitative change, boasting the highest ninja population. The Raikage's observation was astute. The Rock Village struggles to meet even basic sustenance needs, and should their circumstances improve, the implications would be dire. In the eyes of the Raikage, the Rock Village merited a name change to Rabbit Village or Mouse Village, given their prolific reproduction. Chapter 62. All for the sake of peace. The Raikage's disdain for the Rock Village is a common sentiment within the ninja world. They are the least esteemed among the 5 great villages. The reason is simple. They are excessively competitive. The Rock Village, in its quest to sustain its vast ninja population, offers the lowest mission rewards among the 5 great villages. This would be tolerable if not for Inoki, who relishes acting as a middleman, securing lucrative missions and then hiring smaller mercenary groups, such as Akatsuki, at lower rates. He is arguably the most opportunistic figure in the ninja world. The great ninja village has lost business to Inoki, while other smaller villages, already impoverished, find their prospects further diminished by the Rock Village's relentless competition. It is no surprise that the Raikage, despite lacking foresight, instinctively chose to reject a proposal that seemed to benefit the Rock Village. Resisting immediate temptation, Raikage AI demonstrated a measure of intelligence. Bai Qi, undeterred, continued to employ the same tactics he had used to persuade the Earth Shadow to sway the Raikage. Lord Raikage, although you did not elaborate on your reasons for refusal, I believe I understand your concerns. The Rock Village possesses the greatest number of ninjas, even amidst their resource scarcity. Should my canal facilitate a surge in their supplies, their population would inevitably experience explosive growth, posing a threat to the security of all nations, potentially igniting the 4th Great Ninja War. The Raikage paused, surprised by Bai Qi's keen insight. If you are aware of this, why then do you seek my approval for your plan? Bai Qi smiled gently. It is quite simple. All matters possess duality, and this situation is no exception. You perceive only its drawbacks, failing to recognize the advantages it holds for you. Oh, the Raikage's interest was piqued. Bai Qi's perspective led the Raikage to recognize that he was no ordinary merchant, but rather a seasoned politician. Had Bai Qi been a ninja, he would surely not occupy such an awkward position. Pray enlighten me. To my knowledge, the land of Earth does not share a border with the land of Lightning. Therefore, the establishment of this maritime canal does not present an immediate threat to the land of Lightning. Moreover, once the land of Earth experiences a population explosion due to this route, their ability to reduce consumption of food and resources will be severely compromised. Thus, if the land of Lightning were to suddenly sever the supply lines of this canal, what chaos would ensue in the land of Earth? Pondering Bai Qi's words, the Raikage shivered, staring at him in astonishment. Bai Qi continued, the newly opened route may appear inconsequential to the land of Earth at present, yet in the future, it will become one of their lifelines. Whether the land of Earth chooses war or opts for a precarious peace will rest entirely in your hands. Should war be their choice, the land of Lightning would not bear the brunt of it. In fact, the land of Earth could serve as a weapon for the land of Lightning. When you require them to wage war, they will have no choice but to comply, regardless of the objections from their daimyo or shadow. The Raikage's demeanor shifted, his expression grave as he regarded Bai Qi. You are from Konoha. Why would you undertake such a course of action? The Raikage's implication was clear. Why would Bai Qi, a Konoha citizen, seek to assist the land of Lightning? Bai Qi maintained his composure, responding with a calm smile. Lord Raikage, I have articulated my position clearly. This canal serves as a noose around the neck of the land of Earth, but it also ensnares the land of Lightning. Do you truly believe this route will solely benefit the land of Earth with goods? It will equally serve the land of Lightning, and the repercussions faced by the land of Earth will inevitably echo within the land of Lightning. The ultimate control over this trade route remains firmly in the hands of Konoha. The Raikage was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend Bai Qi's intentions and the underlying motives driving his actions. Bai Qi continued, I am uncertain if you are aware of the current situation in the land of waves. The Raikage hesitated, recalling a report he had seen before his departure, though he had not pursued it further due to the Chunin exams. Upon Bai Qi's prompting, the Raikage's eyes widened in astonishment. The turmoil in the land of waves is your doing? Bai Qi nodded. Indeed, I am preparing to establish a world-class super factory in the land of waves, dedicated to the production of various essential goods. Through maritime transport, I shall deliver these commodities to all nations at remarkably low prices, thereby undermining their domestic manufacturing sectors and seizing control of their production lifelines. Thus, the chaos in the land of waves is indispensable. It serves as a means to reshape the landscape and liberate its citizens from the burdens of fishing and farming. What do you say? Raikage stood abruptly, his towering height exuding an overwhelming presence. He had not anticipated Bai Qi's terrifying ambition. Should Bai Qi succeed, the daimyos of the 5 great nations would be nothing more than puppets in a grand design. The state of peace or turmoil within these nations would hinge entirely on Bai Qi's whims. It is crucial to understand that destruction is always simpler than creation. Once Bai Qi employs low-cost goods to dismantle the light industrial systems of these nations, the task of rebuilding would become exceedingly complex. Of course, achieving this is not a simple endeavor. There are insurmountable challenges. Yet, with Raikage's limited perspective, he could not grasp that Bai Qi's words were mere fantasies. The notion that the sparse land of the land of waves could supply the entire shinobi world with resources was utterly ludicrous. Unfortunately, Raikage was oblivious to this reality, and thus he found himself genuinely intimidated. Taking a deep breath, Raikage sat back down, gazing at Bai Qi, and asked, You must know that by sharing this with me, my agreement is even less likely. Bai Qi replied with a smile, You will agree. For my aim is not to control the shinobi world, but to usher in true peace. Do you believe, Raikage, that producing resources to supply the entire shinobi world is a simple task? Where will the raw materials come from? They must be sourced from various nations, which would only tighten the noose around Konoha's neck, jeopardizing the production in the land of waves. Raikage pondered, realizing the truth in Bai Qi's words. Whether it be food, clothing, or military supplies, none could be conjured from thin air, all required raw materials. Without them, Bai Qi's vision was nothing but a delusion. Bai Qi continued, Thus, I have placed a noose around the necks of all nations, granting each the power to tighten it. This mutual restraint ensures that each nation and ninja village remains wary of one another. Should war arise, there would be no victors. As long as this balance is maintained, the shinobi world will bid farewell to war and embrace genuine peace. Reikage was left speechless, gasping in astonishment at Bai Qi's audacity, courage, and capability. He struggled to comprehend how Bai Qi could conceive such an ambitious, yet remarkably feasible plan. Are you not aware of our Cloud Ninja's ethos? What makes you think the concept of peace would resonate with me? Reikage looked at Bai Qi with a peculiar expression. Bai Qi smiled. Because I understand that you are a leader who cherishes your comrades and possesses a gentle heart. You would not wish to see your ninjas perish on the battlefield before your very eyes. I have analyzed the wars in the shinobi world, and their motives are rather simple, arising from the imbalance of resources among nations. However, these disparities can be reconciled through commercial exchange, when resources are balanced. Unless their leaders are true madmen, they will not wage wars that yield more harm than good for personal gain. I believe you are not one of those madmen. Reikage inhaled sharply. I need to contemplate this. After the Chunin exams, I shall meet with you again, and then I will provide you with my answer. Bai Qi took his leave, and as Reikage watched him depart, his expression was complex. He remained seated, lost in thought, until Bai Qi's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 63. The Sudden Assassination and the Bewildered Obito. Bai Qi felt a sense of satisfaction following his conversation with the fourth Reikage. It was entirely reasonable that the other party did not acquiesce immediately. Unlike Tsuchikage Inoki, the ultimate beneficiary of this plan was the Land of Earth. The success of the endeavor hinged on Bai Qi's ability to persuade Reikage. Even if Bai Qi failed, there would be no loss for Inoki. Should Reikage agree, it would be a resounding victory for the Land of Earth. Although numerous uncertainties lay ahead, the immediate concern was to address the pressing issue of hunger. Worrying about future risks seemed trivial if the populace faced starvation. The Land of Lightning had much to weigh in its decisions. Opening a maritime trade route would sever direct connections with the mainland, necessitating the construction of a cross-sea bridge for land transportation. Should war break out and the bridge be destroyed, it would severely impact the transport of war materials and troop supplies. Nevertheless, the benefits were considerable. The influx of maritime trade would enrich the variety of goods available in the Land of Lightning, lower consumer prices, and elevate the happiness of its citizens. Such a decision could not be left to Reikage alone. Bai Qi laid all his cards on the table, sharing both what could and could not be said with Reikage. Whether it succeeded would be left to fate. However, the likelihood of agreement was high, as Bai Qi's goal was to unify the economies of all nations and address the resource shortages they faced. The purpose of war was to resolve resource issues. If peace could achieve the same end, why not embrace it? Moreover, Bai Qi possessed an omniscient perspective, having gleaned from the original narrative that Reikage was not a power-hungry warmonger. In the ensuing days, Bai Qi was frequently invited by the leaders of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth to meet with their nobles. Gauging the position of the Land of Lightning, which seemed to secure the endeavor, the remaining task was to negotiate the distribution of benefits. While Bai Qi busied himself with these affairs, Naruto began training under Jiraiya. It was unclear how Jiraiya managed to convince Naruto to learn from him, given that Naruto's first impression of the sage had been exceedingly poor. Upon returning home, Bai Qi scanned the vicinity with his sensory perception, only to find that Naruto was not present. However, the house was not devoid of occupants. An unexpected guest had arrived. A smile crept upon Bai Qi's lips as he turned to leave. Noticing that the guest followed closely behind him, Bai Qi quickened his pace. Exiting the main city and delving deep into the sparsely populated forests of Konoha. In the shadows, an individual trailed Bai Qi, their curiosity piqued by his unusual behavior. The assailant believed Bai Qi to be merely an ordinary merchant, incapable of harnessing chakra, and while he held a notable position in Konoha, he was perceived as a weak ant. Eager to discover Bai Qi's intentions, the pursuer followed him into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the pursuer froze, for Bai Qi vanished from sight. After waiting in vain for any sign of movement, impatience got the better of him, and he leaped out to inspect the last place he had seen Bai Qi, suspecting the presence of a secret passage. "Stop searching, there is nothing here." A hoarse and eerie voice suddenly echoed, causing the pursuer to jump back and throw several shuriken. The speaker was none other than Bai Qi, who had used a time differential technique to alter his appearance. Effortlessly dodging the shuriken, Bai Qi glanced at the assailant's forehead protector, perplexed. A mist ninja? Bai Qi had anticipated that the visitor might be from the sand, only to find them cloaked in black, their face obscured but their forehead protector displayed prominently. Bai Qi was left with a plethora of questions lodged in his throat. The intentions of these ninjas are perplexing. If they wish to conceal their identities, why do they display their conspicuous forehead protectors, seemingly eager for others to identify their respective ninja villages? Orochimaru, it is you. The cloaked figure was taken aback, halting his advance at a distance. A puff of white smoke billowed, revealing a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds and wearing a swirling mask. Bai Qi was left in a state of confusion. Was this not the renowned god of pure love? Observing Bai Qi's bewildered expression as he transformed into Orochimaru, Obito exhaled deeply and inquired, "Is that Bai Qi one of yours?" Bai Qi nodded in affirmation. "Are you here to kill him?" Obito also nodded, coldly stating, "Your subordinate has overstepped his bounds. His current actions are jeopardizing my plans. Either you compel him to desist, or he shall face death." Bai Qi mimicked Orochimaru's signature move, extending his long tongue to lick his lips, emitting an unpleasant low chuckle. "Actually, there is another way." "What is it?" "That you perish." Shadow Snake Hand. Bai Qi raised his hand, performing Orochimaru's iconic ninjutsu. Unsurprisingly, the snake passed through Obito's form without inflicting harm. Unfazed, Obito's Kimui ability rendered him nearly invulnerable. "Have you been away from Akatsuki too long, allowing your confidence to swell? When did you ever think you could be my match?" Obito allowed the snake to penetrate his body, charging toward Bai Qi. Bai Qi retreated quickly, but not fast enough to evade Obito, who soon closed the distance. Pulling back his body, Obito delivered a punch aimed at Bai Qi's face. Aware of Obito's prowess, Bai Qi leaped gracefully, allowing the punch to strike his shoulder instead. In that instant, the Bagua palm deflected Obito's blow, preventing it from landing. Then, as his palm emptied, Obito once again became intangible. The sound of Obito's derisive laughter echoed in Bai Qi's ears. Both combatants, in a tacit understanding, refrained from employing overly loud ninjutsu, opting for close-quarters combat instead. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, silently reciting incantations with remarkable speed. Thunder God of lightning, wind and fire descend. Decree of the Jade Pivot, executed everywhere, swift as the law commands. This was the newly perfected Thunder Palm technique of Bai Qi. Compared to the Fire Palm and the Emperor Palm, the incantation for Thunder Palm was undoubtedly more succinct, making it ideal for such urgent moments. Crackling thunder erupted from Bai Qi's palm, yet Obito remained unimpressed. "These tricks are useless against me." With that, he spun around, delivering a sweeping kick toward Bai Qi's head. Rather than retreating, Bai Qi advanced, thrusting his electrified palm toward Obito's rising face. Slap! The resounding sound of the strike echoed. Fragments of the swirling mask scattered like confetti, and Obito was sent hurtling away, his short hair standing on end. Boom! He crashed against a nearby massive tree like a cannonball. Bai Qi's Thunder Palm had inexplicably expelled Obito from another dimension. Licking his lips, Bai Qi emitted a sinister cackle, slowly approaching the dazed Obito. Chapter 64. Bai Qi. "So, I am this strong." A pair of Crimson Sharingan would typically evoke a chilling dread. However, now they were filled with a clear foolishness, reminiscent of university students from Bai Qi's previous world. Obito was truly stunned. It was not merely the exhilarating shock of lightning, but the realization that he had been struck from another time and space by Orochimaru's slap. Anyone in Obito's position would be equally bewildered. When did simple lightning chakra acquire the capability to breach space-time ninjutsu? This was not the work of lightning ninjutsu, but rather the sage thunder method. In Bai Qi's previous world, any creature with a modicum of skill could traverse between realms, with many capable of transforming into mere specks. If the thunder method lacked the ability to pierce through space, it would not have garnered such renown. Remarkably, Bai Qi had not harbored murderous intent, minimizing the power of the Thunder Palm. Otherwise, that single slap could have rendered Obito half-burned. "What sort of ninjutsu is this?" Obito stammered, his voice trembling slightly. It was not fear, but rather the lingering effects of electricity that caused his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Seeing Bai Qi transformed into Orochimaru, disregard him, Obito swiftly activated Kimui, attempting to transport himself back to the Kimui dimension. He could not comprehend how Orochimaru had breached his space-time ninjutsu. Retreating was his best option. Bai Qi halted, observing as Obito entered the dimension. "Orochimaru, next time we meet, I will surely kill you." Obito covered his face, casting a venomous glare at Bai Qi. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito slumped onto the ground, gasping for breath. He struck the floor in frustration. His face had been seen by Orochimaru, and he had to devise a plan to eliminate him. Failing to do so would jeopardize his guise as Uchiha Madara. Initially, he believed it would be a simple task to eliminate an ordinary individual without any unforeseen complications. He had not even allowed Black Zetsu to scout the situation. And yet it had all gone awry. Ever since Bai Qi's plans to connect the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning became known to Obito, he had been restless. Through Black Zetsu, Obito learned of Raikage A and the discussions with the nobles of the Land of Lightning, uncovering Bai Qi's ultimate objective, prompting him to decide to eliminate Bai Qi. If peace were to reign in the ninja world, what would become of his ambitions? He could have issued commands through the Mizukage, but during the Chunin exams, while still in the Hidden Leaf Village. Arranging for the Hidden Mist ninjas to assassinate Bai Qi would have raised questions among the lower-ranked ninjas. Hence, Obito chose to undertake the task himself. The outcome left him in utter regret. He could not allow Akatsuki's members to intervene. If they learned his secrets from Orochimaru, the Moon Eye plan would inevitably encounter complications. Even if Pain continued with the Moon Eye plan, he would no longer be in control due to his identity, introducing excessive variables. It seemed he would have to leverage the Hidden Mist Village. He would have Black Zetsu locate Orochimaru's whereabouts, and, after the Chunin exams concluded, send ninjas from the Hidden Mist to besiege him, ensuring his demise. Obito murmured to himself, swiftly devising his future plans. Who do you intend to kill? A horse. Unpleasant voice suddenly echoed in Obito's ear. He turned abruptly, greeted by the familiar sight of a lightning-infused slap. Thud. A series of sounds echoed as Obito's body crashed to the ground, rolling like a tumbleweed before finally coming to a stop, staring in astonishment at Orochimaru, who had materialized in the Kamui dimension. His mind momentarily malfunctioned. Yet soon, he regained his composure, abruptly raising his arm to reveal a familiar mark on his wrist. Flying Thunder God Technique. How could you possibly possess the Flying Thunder God Technique? This time, Obito was not merely paralyzed. His heart felt numb as well. Bai Qi cackled ominously. Previously, you claimed that when we next met, you would kill me. So now that we have met again, I am curious how you plan to carry out that threat. With that, Bai Qi raised his hand high. In the Kamui dimension, he had no concern about making excessive noise, summoning a tempest of violent electricity that surged skyward, forming dark clouds above. Thunder rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the clouds, aimed squarely at Obito. As expected, before Obito could regain his footing, he was struck by wave after wave of lightning, leaving him in a state of shock, the acrid smell of charred flesh permeating the air. Thud. Obito collapsed to the ground, motionless. Is that all? Bai Qi regarded Obito with disdain. Approaching him, Bai Qi spoke coolly. Stop pretending. Such power cannot kill. The once charred figure of Obito suddenly rose without evasion, his body convulsing as though afflicted by a seizure. Struggling to regain his footing, he gazed at Bai Qi and inquired, Orochimaru, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Just as Bai Qi was about to respond, he felt a surge of mental energy akin to divine consciousness invade his mind. The magical restraint technique. A smile curled at the corner of Obito's mouth. Orochimaru, it seemed, was blissfully oblivious to the danger of locking eyes with the illusionary prowess of the Sharingan. Had he forgotten how he had been toyed with by Itachi Uchiha? Yet, in the next moment, he was met with a resounding slap. Swift enough that he barely sensed the dispelling of the illusion. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, recognizing the sheer courage of a cultivator daring to employ illusions. The force of the slap was considerable, sending Obito's face crashing into the solid ground, creating a crater. This time, he truly lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back. Seizing the half-unconscious Obito, Bai Qi utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them back to the Konoha forest, where he unceremoniously discarded Obito aside, patiently awaiting his awakening. While seated nearby, Bai Qi reflected on the sensation of being assailed by the illusion. Truth be told, he felt little, as the mental energy had been expelled from his mind before it could fully invade. This revelation astonished Bai Qi. He had never expected the illusions of the Sharingan to be so ineffective. It was not without reason that Bai Qi had always been cautious. The illusions depicted in the original narrative were formidable, which contributed to his reluctance to take risks. Until he recalled his protective techniques, Bai Qi maintained a vigilant demeanor, particularly regarding illusions. One could even assert that as long as the six paths did not emerge, illusions reigned supreme. Consider that even the formidable Kisame Hashigaki was swiftly defeated by the illusions of Kurenai Yuhi, unable to mount any resistance. Had it not been for Itachi Uchiha intervening with a stronger illusion, this so-called tailless beast would have met his end. However, after experiencing an actual confrontation with an illusion, Bai Qi came to a realization. He was not a mere ninja, but a cultivator. To employ terminology from his previous world, he was well-rounded in virtue, wisdom, physical prowess, beauty, and labor, possessing no discernible weaknesses, at least not against ninjas. This was precisely why Bai Qi was not an immortal. Had he been a true immortal, standing there, not even ordinary Sharingan illusions would dare approach him. After waiting most of the night, Obito remained unconscious, prompting Bai Qi to express his frustration aloud. When you awaken, tell him that I will not disclose his secret to Akatsuki, but should he dare to strike against me again, he will find no mercy. With that, Bai Qi departed. It was not until a considerable time later that Obito groggily stood up, half his face reflecting sheer terror as he gazed in the direction Bai Qi had left. What a terrifying individual. When had Orochimaru become so formidable? Such power must surely grant him an understanding of what it feels like to be utterly defeated. With that thought, a white membrane enveloped Obito's body, and he vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 65. The youthful version of the universe in one sleeve. Bai Qi hummed a cheerful tune as he leisurely returned home, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Although his encounter with Obito had taken him by surprise, the battle had provided Bai Qi with a clearer understanding of his own strength, enhancing his confidence and resolve. Yet, this was not his greatest gain. The true treasure Bai Qi acquired was Obito's Kamui space. Ever since learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Bai Qi yearned to grasp the principles of spatial manipulation through its application, aspiring to create his own unique supernatural ability. After all, his previous world had presented numerous templates for similar powers, illuminating the path ahead. However, comprehending the intricacies of time and space was no simple feat. For a mere foundation-level cultivator to aspire to fathom the Tao of time and space was indeed ambitious. Nevertheless, the Flying Thunder God technique had allowed Bai Qi to touch upon the surface of these concepts. This night, upon entering the Kamui space, the stark differences between the two realms shattered the barrier that had long obstructed his understanding. A leaf drifted through the air. Bai Qi gently waved his hand, and an invisible force drew the leaf directly towards the wide sleeve of his robe, shrinking it mid-flight until it vanished entirely. With another flick of his hand, the leaf reappeared, a marvel to behold. The universe in my sleeve is vast, and the sun and moon dwell within my jar. This youthful version of the universe in one's sleeve had taken its initial form, albeit lacking in practical application. Bai Qi's rendition of this technique was merely a pale imitation, likely possessing only a fraction of the power wielded by the original creator. Nevertheless, for a foundation-level cultivator like Bai Qi, it was more than satisfactory. As he awaited Obito's awakening, Bai Qi contemplated this fledgling supernatural ability. It was a technique he had developed by merging the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan with the characteristics of the Flying Thunder God technique and Kamui space. Not to be confused with the legendary universe in one's sleeve. It possessed only the ability to absorb and release. Now, Bai Qi pondered how to incorporate the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing techniques into this newfound power. Otherwise, recklessly drawing someone into his sleeve could lead to unforeseen complications. However, this was not something to be accomplished overnight. Bai Qi was not greedy. He tidied his thoughts and returned home. Naruto had yet to arrive. Ever since he began training with Jiraiya, he seldom returned home. It was not that Naruto did not wish to come back, but rather that Jiraiya's rigorous training often left him utterly exhausted, draining his immense chakra to the point of unconsciousness. Bai Qi understood that Jiraiya's intention was to familiarize Naruto with the chakra of the Nine Tails, nurturing him into the perfect Jinchuriki. This was beneficial for Naruto, and Bai Qi was content to feign ignorance. After freshening up and lying in bed, Bai Qi began analyzing his battle with Obito. Although the confrontation had been straightforward, with Bai Qi achieving a crushing victory, Obito had not even been afforded the opportunity to showcase his true strength. Yet, it must be noted that Obito, having injected himself with the cells of the first Hokage, had significantly enhanced his ocular power and could utilize wood release, placing him on par with the Kage. Even the third Hokage would find it challenging to determine the outcome against Obito. After all, The abilities of Kimui were exceedingly formidable. As long as Obito remained sufficiently elusive, the third Hokage would have no means to contend with him. Only the adept Minato Namikaze, with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God, could instill a sense of caution in Obito. Thus, standing invulnerable, Obito had grown arrogant, affording Bai Qi the opportunity to leave a mark of the Flying Thunder God upon him. Bai Qi's mark was unlike that of Minato. It had been meticulously modified, utilizing the talisman techniques of the Taoist school, embedding a fragment of his divine consciousness within the unique seal. Otherwise, while Bai Qi could exploit the thunder release to breach Obito's hidden space, traversing between the two realms to enter Kimui's space would have been impossible, something even Minato had never achieved. This revelation left Obito profoundly astonished. Bai Qi was the only individual in many years to infiltrate Kimui's space. This would undoubtedly compel Obito to avoid Orochimaru in the future, and even if they were to engage in battle, he would never allow Orochimaru the chance to touch him. As for the decision to spare Obito, the rationale was even simpler. Why eliminate him? Bai Qi held no personal vendetta against him, nor was there a fundamental conflict of interest. Why should he assist the ninja world in removing this hidden threat? Moreover, eliminating one Obito would only lead to the emergence of another. The Tsutsuki clan had remained dormant for millennia. It was unlikely that the demise of one Obito would deter them. Instead, it might instill fear, causing the elusive sage to hide for centuries, only to occasionally re-emerge to sow discord. Thus, it would be wiser to keep Obito alive, for the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Regarding the loss of life, Bai Qi exhibits little concern for the fate of these indigenous people, as they are not his kin. Do you truly believe that someone like Bai Qi, capable of transforming the land of waves into a hellish realm, would heed the words of Raikage regarding peace? Bai Qi yearns for a life of comfort, abundance, and freedom, yet this does not necessitate enduring a peaceful ninja world. Have you not observed that the daimyos of the 5 great nations have had their living standards unaffected by the numerous ninja world wars? However, the methods employed by the Land of Waves can only be applied to such a minor nation, one that the 5 great nations regard with indifference. And these tactics cannot be employed frequently. Thus, liberating the entire labor force of the ninja world through warfare emerges as the most effective strategy. What Obito instigates is the ignition of conflict. Why would Bai Qi wish to eliminate him? Let Obito handle the grim tasks while Bai Qi enjoys the accolades. Furthermore, war stimulates the economy, not merely through arms, but also through food, clothing, and transportation, among other sectors, resulting in substantial profits across the entire industrial chain. The Land of Waves, being geographically isolated, can thrive economically as long as Bai Qi manages to engage in trade with the 5 great nations. Even amidst war, they would not recklessly assault the Land of Waves, which supplies them with goods. At that point, Bai Qi could simply watch the spectacle while counting his profits. Yet, one issue weighs heavily on Bai Qi's mind: the lack of intelligence exhibited by Obito and Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The 4th Great Ninja War is, in truth, a farce. A war that engulfs the entire ninja world, lasting only a few days, is laughable. With no tactical planning and both sides charging recklessly, a conflict that should span over a decade concludes in mere days as a chaotic brawl. This cannot continue. A new leader must be found to direct the war. After contemplation, Bai Qi deems Nagato a suitable candidate, someone obedient, impressionable yet resolute, endowed with unwavering determination and rife with contradictions. Such a leader, once they gain the trust of others and embrace your ideologies, will tenaciously pursue a singular path, impervious to diversion. As long as he avoids encounters with plot devices akin to Naruto's unforeseen interventions, there is little cause for concern regarding any change in his direction. According to the intelligence consistently provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen concerning the Land of Waves, the situation there is nearing resolution, presenting an opportunity to reach out to Akatsuki. Currently, Akatsuki merely presents itself as a mercenary ninja group, making Bai Qi's approach for less savory tasks entirely reasonable. After all, this is a realm where Inoki is well acquainted, thus facilitating a legitimate contact with them. With the future laid out before him, Bai Qi retired to rest peacefully. Chapter 66. The Chunin Exams. My opponent every day is Gaara. The following morning, Bai Qi sought out Inoki and effortlessly obtained contact details for Akatsuki, along with a handwritten letter of introduction from Inoki himself. Given their long-standing relationship, Inoki's introduction holds considerable value. Bai Qi plans to journey to the land of waves post-Chunin exams, dispatching Zabuza with the letter to connect with Akatsuki. Through a series of engagements, he aims to deepen their relationship and cultivate mutual trust. The ultimate goal is for Bai Qi to seamlessly approach Nagato and impart new ideologies. In the days that followed, Bai Qi dedicated himself to engaging with the nobility of the various nations while simultaneously immersing in the study of the art of space-time manipulation. Soon enough, the time arrived for the formal Chunin exams. Due to the overwhelming presence of foreign nobility, the venue had expanded to twice its original capacity over the month. It remains unclear what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. Perhaps the influx of nobility had caused Konoha's economic revenue to soar exponentially. The number of participating genin for the Chunin exams totaled 60. The combat format would remain at an 11-style battle system, suggesting that the exams would take several days. Naturally, the daimyos, starved for entertainment, welcomed this development without dissent, even pondering if the number was too few, considering that ninja duels are a rare spectacle for them. This would serve as a primary topic of discussion among the nobility for a considerable time. As the 60 genin gathered at the center of the venue, the large screen commenced the draw for matchups. Bai Qi noted that Naruto's opponent was an obscure ninja named Kobayashi Haruma from the Rain Village, while Sasuke would face Hyanaji Shogun from the Stone Village. Both were mere background characters. Observing the other matchups, Bai Qi quickly discerned that the drawing was rigged. The top contenders from each village faced opponents either from minor ninja villages or those designated as mere participants from the 5 great villages. The intent was clear: to eliminate the unworthy in the first round while showcasing the might of the 5 great villages to the foreign nobility. After all, overwhelming victories are the most convincing display of a ninja's prowess. The first battle featured Naruto against Kobayashi Haruma from the Rain Village, while Sasuke would fight last. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen demonstrated remarkable restraint, avoiding lengthy speeches. After the draw concluded, he delivered a brief platitude about friendship and sportsmanship before commencing the matches. He understood that the nobility had not come to hear him preach about the will of fire. Indeed, the other 4 Kage would not tolerate such an affront. Naruto, do not lose. It's not just our Team 7's honor at stake, but Konoha's as well. Sasuke maintained his aloof persona, taunting Naruto to spur him on. Humph. I am no longer the old me. The current me is formidable. Lee, along with Niji, stepped forward to offer encouragement before the crowd exited the arena. Finally, we can have a moment of respite, Kakashi remarked in a languid tone behind Bai Qi. Turning around, Bai Qi noticed that Kakashi and Guy had joined them, accompanied by Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, and others, all greeting Bai Qi warmly. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke and the others approached, and Bai Qi reciprocated their greetings, suddenly sensing a gaze from afar. Following this instinct, he glanced over to find Gaara observing him intently. Upon noticing Bai Qi's gaze, Gaara appeared startled. Yet when Bai Qi smiled and waved, Gaara shyly nodded before feigning nonchalance to refocus on the arena. As the signal for the match sounded, Naruto stood proudly at the center, arms crossed, defiantly staring down the Rain Village ninja before him, a spiky-haired figure clad in a gas mask that obscured his face. "Begin," called the announcer. In an instant, Kobayashi Haruma charged at Naruto, swiftly forming hand seals. Water release, water clone technique. Meanwhile, Naruto remained still, preparing his own seals. Shadow clone jutsu. As clouds of mist erupted from their techniques, Kobayashi Haruma found himself paralyzed with shock, surrounded by countless clones of Naruto. This astounding sight left the audience in awe, erupting into cheers and applause. Even Sakura and Sasuke wore expressions of disbelief, not to mention the other members of Team 10. They were aware of Naruto's abundant chakra, enabling him to create numerous clones, yet they had never witnessed him summon such a vast array all at once. Kobayashi Haruma, in a state of panic, glanced around wildly, eventually backing into a corner, his back pressed against that of another clone, sweat visibly streaming from beneath his mask. It became nearly impossible to discern whether it was cold sweat or tears. The crowd gasped collectively, for while ninja skirmishes were commonplace, the sight of one person being so thoroughly surrounded was an extraordinary rarity, perhaps only rivaled by the exploits of Mizuki, currently imprisoned in Konoha's ninja penitentiary. The cheers continued to resonate throughout the venue. Xiaolin Haruma exerted himself to the fullest. The water clone was predictably shattered, but surprisingly, it harbored toxic gas within. As the water clone exploded, the poison swiftly diffused. This was originally Xiaolin Haruma's cunning scheme to sacrifice the water clone, catching Naruto off guard and poisoning him. The intention was commendable, yet the outcome was unforeseen. Naruto's multitude of clones rendered the plan ineffective. Although the clones that inhaled the toxic gas could not endure for long, it mattered little. The relentless Naruto, undeterred by the poison, managed to deliver several powerful blows before the toxins took effect. He held nothing back, employing deadly techniques of the Eight Extremities Fist. Before long, Xiaolin Haruma lay defeated, just as anticipated. After an inspection by the Arbiter, it was declared that Naruto triumphed and advanced to the next round. Naruto's triumphant entry brought a smile to Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face. Subsequently, the chosen competitors from the 5 great ninja villages achieved effortless victories, with many from Konoha's lower ranks not lasting even a minute. The second round commenced swiftly. Naruto was fortunate, facing an anonymous ninja from the Rock Village, who succumbed quickly to Naruto's overwhelming prowess. Gradually, it was time for Tenten to take the stage. And her opponent was Gaara. Go for it, Tenten. Lee cheered her on. Tenten nodded earnestly. After the draw for the second round, she learned who her adversary was. Having witnessed Gaara's terrifying abilities, Shikamaru and the others promptly relayed information about him. Thus, Tenten did not dare to underestimate her opponent, whose powers appeared exceedingly peculiar, even brutal. Gaara could crush individuals effortlessly, and the rare blood rain that followed had haunted Ino with nightmares. Begin. With the Arbiter's command, a massive hand composed of sand lunged towards Tenten. Chapter 67. Gaara, in confusion. The fighting spirit is palpable, Bai Qi remarked, watching Gaara's aggressive advance. He knew that Gaara seldom attacked unless provoked by emotional stimuli, typically presenting as a brooding, introverted child to those unfamiliar with him. Even Temari and Kankuro, who stood nearby, were taken aback. Kankuro impulsively stepped forward, gripping the railing and exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, Gaara seems a bit off." Temari frowned in concern, as it was not yet time for Gaara to unleash his fury, which contradicted their plans. However, there was little they could do now. Gaara appeared to be growing exhilarated. The sand hand, resembling a beast's claw, though enormous, moved with astonishing speed. Tenten smiled lightly, evading the attack with a swift body flicker. Although she, as a woman, was not suited to Gai's physical techniques, she still favored taijutsu, and Gaara's sand hand was marginally slower. Whoosh, 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 as Tenten narrowly avoided the assault. She unhesitatingly hurled several shuriken at Gaara. Instantly, a wall of sand formed, and Gaara showed no interest in evading. Observing the shuriken ensnared in the sand, Tenten pondered, yet she did not cease her assault. Instead, she continued retrieving shuriken from her pouch, employing a variety of throwing techniques that were exceptionally intricate, perhaps only rivaled by the Uchiha clan's shuriken mastery. Regardless of the angle from which Tenten launched her shuriken, Gaara remained immovable, the sand around him instinctively catching each projectile. In the audience, Kai furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is bad." Gaara seems exceptionally adept at defense, almost completely countering Tenten's efforts. She may be in for a tough battle. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Tenten excelled in weaponry, taijutsu, and throwing techniques, all of which Gaara effectively neutralized. In the original narrative, even Li struggled to defeat Gaara, resorting to the 8 gates, only to be defeated himself, illustrating the extent of Gaara's formidable defense. Even Bai Qi did not believe Tenten stood a chance against Gaara. Losing this match appeared to be merely a matter of time. Hidden behind the sand, Gaara's brow began to furrow. Tenten's evasive maneuvers and shuriken throws struck him as the antics of a jester, and he grew impatient. He glanced up at the stands, locking eyes with Naruto, his true target, not the Tenten before him. Sand release, sand shower. In the next moment, a mass of sand fell from above, aiming for Tenten's head. The sudden assault startled her, but with her agility, she deftly dodged. Exhaling deeply, Tenten playfully patted her chest, saying, "You scared me. I thought I was done for." As she glanced at the numerous craters left on the ground, she felt a lingering trepidation. Yet she resolved, it's time. A scroll appeared in her hand. "This is a new jutsu I've developed. I hope you survive it." With a cheeky smile, Tenten formed hand seals and tossed the scroll into the air. She bent her knees, preparing to leap. However, she soon realized she could not jump. Glancing down, she saw her feet ensnared by sand, firmly anchored to the ground. Sand release, sand hand. Gaara seized the opportunity. Tenten was far too slippery. and he could not let her escape so easily. Panic surged within Tenten as she drew a kunai to stab at the sand. But it merely produced a sound akin to steel clashing. The sand was as hard as iron, rendering her kunai ineffective. As the sand hand approached, Tenten gritted her teeth. Her leg muscles tensing, veins bulging. With a sudden surge, she leaped, narrowly evading Gaara's strike. She even uprooted the ground beneath her feet, leaving 2 deep impressions. Even Gaara's typically placid visage flickered with surprise. Lightning style, thunderous barrage. Tenten shouted, announcing her new jutsu. Her hands swept across the unfurling scroll, and a small cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a kunai in her grasp. Without hesitation, she hurled it towards Gaara. Bai Qi was perplexed. This was merely Tenten's rapid-fire technique under a different name. Kai appeared equally bewildered, as he too was unsure about the nature of Tenten's new jutsu. Only Niji wore a knowing smile. Tenten moved with extraordinary speed, unleashing the ninja tools drawn from the scroll. As the first kunai closed in on Gaara, he furrowed his brow. This woman's assault bore no threat to him. Just then, the first kunai struck the ground, unleashing a resounding explosion. The powerful detonation echoed throughout the arena, sending Gaara staggering backward. Before he could react, a torrential downpour of kunai followed, each one exploding in succession, shaking the entire arena with relentless blasts. Kai stared dumbfounded. Temari and Kankuro were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Kankuro shouted. Yet Temari could not hear a word over the cacophony of explosions reverberating in her ears. The explosion persisted for over 30 seconds. The exact number of detonations remaining unclear to all, except for Tian, who knew it to be 137. 137 kunai, each embedded with explosive tags. Tian was quite obedient, ever since receiving guidance from Bai Qi. She not only prepared kunai wrapped with explosive tags for Ningji, but also replaced every tool in her sealing scroll with inferior kunai. As the smoke cleared, those who had landed observed the position of Gaara, discovering that the ground had been gouged a meter deep, leaving a crater with a diameter of 10 meters. Yet, Gaara was nowhere to be seen. Only a massive sand sphere, cracked and battered, remained at the explosion's epicenter. Had he perished? This thought surfaced in the minds of many. Bai Qi inhaled deeply, realizing that he had inadvertently birthed a monster. It was no wonder that Tian, fully aware that her shuriken could not harm Gaara, still threw so many. She intended to mislead him into believing she feared close combat and was merely a cornered beast. When Tian truly unveiled her lethal technique, Gaara would not evade. Crack! Crack! The sand sphere split apart, revealing a severely cracked Gaara. With a sudden gasp, he spat a copious amount of blood. Such close-range detonations, even with his famed absolute defense, could not shield him from the shockwaves of the explosions. His internal organs had sustained damage. Gaara's eyes remained bloodshot, veins coursing through his sockets, betraying his impending fury. Oh no! Both Temari and Kankuro, who were intimately familiar with Gaara, exclaimed in unison. But at that moment, Tian suddenly raised her hand, laughing. I concede. Gaara was taken aback, his emotions thrown into disarray by her unexpected surrender. Tian smiled at Gaara and said, my attacks are only effective the first time. You certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to take my explosive kunai again. Rather than waste valuable ninja tools, I might as well concede. The tree climber emerged, declaring Gaara the victor. Tian bounced away from the arena, while the tree climber noticed Gaara's reluctance to leave, his brow furrowed. Even from several meters away, the sound of Gaara's heavy breathing was audible. His gaze was fixed on Tian's retreating figure, his expression radiating frustration. Chapter 68. Deidara's Hardcore Confession. Konoha truly is the wealthiest. A mere genin uses explosive tags as if they cost nothing. Inoki remarked sourly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, holding his pipe and having long lost track of time, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Inoki's words, awkwardly taking a puff without engaging further. Tian's brutality even startled Sarutobi. Even he, after being bombarded over 100 times, would likely be gravely injured. The sand shinobi present were not to be underestimated. Pondering this, Sarutobi glanced at the silent Kazekage, who, feeling the scrutiny, turned his gaze toward him. Their eyes met, but Kazekage remained silent, his venomous gaze unsettling Sarutobi. Inoki, noticing Sarutobi's apparent disregard for his presence, was about to erupt when his gaze fell upon a familiar figure, instantly freezing him in place. A blonde-haired individual had appeared in the audience, none other than his prized student, Deidara. Deidara, clutching a bouquet of pure white flowers, merrily approached Tiantian from behind. His sudden appearance made Ningji and Li tense, as he was a formidable clay clone. Bai Qi also wore a puzzled expression, questioning Deidara's intent. Tiantian, sensing the shift in atmosphere, turned around and was momentarily startled by Deidara. However, the usual bravado was absent. His cheeks flushed, he held the flower bouquet and stammered, "Why you hello? I'm Deidara. Please, go out with me." Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap reverberated through the souls of all present. Even Bai Qi gaped in disbelief at Deidara's confession to Tiantian. Tiantian was dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. Deidara continued, "I once thought that art was a solitary pursuit, that only I understood the fleeting essence of art. However, I now realize I was wrong. There exists another person in this world who resonates with me. Miss Tiantian, we are destined to be together. Please, go out with me." As he spoke, Deidara knelt, raising the bouquet high. "These flowers symbolize my art, and equally my love for you. They are crafted from clay explosives. Please accept them." Swish. The faces of everyone present turned pale. "That thing won't explode, will it?" Tiantian asked, her lips twitching in concern. Deidara beamed, nodding vigorously. "Of course it will." With a whoosh, everyone retreated several meters, with Bai Qi being carried away by Ino and Tiantian. Deidara, bewildered, barely had time to react before a chilling presence loomed behind him. Turning, he found Kuratsuchi standing there, fury etched on her face. "It's your turn. What are you doing, you idiot?" With a swift kick, she sent Deidara flying from the audience into the arena, thus ending the farce. Inoki, who had been attentively watching, sighed in relief, abandoning any thoughts of confronting Sarutobi, feeling utterly drained. "Let whoever wants to engage do so. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed." Boom, boom, boom. "This is art." Deidara, evidently exhilarated from having found his muse, stood upon his clay bird, frantically raining down explosives. Meanwhile, his opponent screamed for their mother, desperately evading the onslaught. Don't ask why he didn't concede. He had already done so, but it was of no use. The explosions were so thunderous that no one could hear him. The tree climber observed the tenacious ninja dodging Deidara's attacks and remarked, "Ninjas from small villages possess such tenacity. It is indeed rare." Fortunately, Deidara exhibited some restraint. His bombs did not reach lethal levels, and the injured ninja was rescued before losing consciousness. As Deidara exited the arena, Sarutobi took a deep breath, pondering when ninja battles had transformed into this. The rock village constantly lamented poverty. Did they not have to pay for their explosives? Inoki's expression darkened at this remark. Following the explosive displays of Tiantian and Deidara, the upcoming matches appeared somewhat lackluster. Indeed, as Deidara had stated, explosions were the true art, the romance of real men. By evening, the second round of the qualifying matches concluded. Among them, Li was particularly fortunate, having received a bye, advancing directly to the next round, from 13 to 7 competitors. To celebrate, Naruto, Sasuke, Li, and Ningji, all of whom successfully advanced, were treated to a grand feast by Bai Qi. Simultaneously, the next day's exam promised to be of hellish difficulty. By this point, only the most elite genin from the 5 great ninja villages remained. Currently, Konoha had 4, Iwagakure 2, Sunagakure 2, Kirigakure 2, and Kumogakure 3. Kankuro was defeated by a ninja from the Hozuki clan, with no suspense in the outcome. As the next day's examinations awaited, the group shared a brief gathering before dispersing. Kai and Kakashi refrained from guiding the 4, as this was an invaluable opportunity for practical experience. They were encouraged to analyze intelligence and devise strategies independently. It was only after the examination concluded that the 2 would point out deficiencies and offer correct solutions. Their youth rendered the prospect of advancing to Ch-nin insignificant. Unlike their peers, who were mostly engaged in genin tasks and had yet to encounter an enemy, they had already left them far behind. The following morning, everyone arrived early at the competition venue. After the draw, Naruto was again the first to compete, facing off against Kuratsuchi. Upon seeing Naruto's opponent, Bai Qi understood that Naruto's Ch-nin exam was at its end. Kuratsuchi was a close combat ninja, a master of powerful techniques, possessing the formidable Kekkei Genkai of the lava release. Yet she preferred to engage with her fists and feet rather than rely on ninjutsu. If Naruto failed to summon the Great Toad Sage, he stood no chance against Kuratsuchi. Given Naruto's chaotic chakra, mastering the Rasengan in such a brief time was improbable. As expected, Naruto's overwhelming number of shadow clones proved futile against Kuratsuchi's lava release techniques. Once he realized the clones were ineffective, Naruto decisively opted for close-quarters combat. However, upon approaching, he was taken aback by Kuratsuchi's hands encased in rock. The outcome was disastrous, despite the prowess of the 8 gates and the Nine Tails' regenerative abilities. Naruto's physical strength could not compete with the rock forged by ninjutsu. As the first match concluded, the roster for the second match was announced. Uchiha Sasuke would face Gaara. Bai Qi furrowed his brow at this unexpected pairing. He looked up to see 4 Sand Shinobi following the Kazekage, realizing that Orochimaru was poised to act today. This was unusual. Bai Qi felt that Orochimaru's character would not lead him to act so hastily. Although Sasuke's previous opponents had not been particularly remarkable, it did not seem a sufficient reason for Orochimaru to initiate his plan prematurely. Something must have transpired, compelling him to expedite his actions. Bai Qi extended his senses throughout the venue, noting nearly double the number of umbu compared to the previous day, further solidifying his belief that something was amiss. These umbu could either be a response from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had discovered a clue that left him unsettled, or mere disguises from Orochimaru's subordinates. "Go, Sasuke!" cheered a battered Naruto, fervently encouraging his teammate. Bai Qi withdrew his senses, deciding to inform Kakashi that he had urgent matters to attend to. No one gave it a second thought. Within the venue, Bai Qi's tea shop operated as a hub for refreshments, where he personally crafted over a dozen servings of tea, paired with exquisite pastries, instructing the staff to deliver them to the daime and the 5 Kage. This act was not seen as intrusive. Anyone witnessing it would commend Bai Qi's considerate nature. At the entrance where the 5 Kage sat, the umbu stepped forward to block their path. A few attractive female attendants, pushing carts, nervously addressed the umbu, stating, "Hello, we are from Bai Qi's tea shop, sent by our boss to present fresh beverages and snacks to Lord Hokage and the other Kage, enhancing the excitement of the competition. These were personally crafted by our boss." The umbu, taken aback by their words, instructed them to wait momentarily before approaching Sarutobi Hiruzen to whisper something in his ear. Hiruzen, surprised, noticed a group of girls in Bai Qi's uniforms pushing carts toward the 5 Kage, and he smiled, nodding for the umbu to allow them through. As the attendants entered, Hiruzen remarked, "These are our village's specialty drinks and delicacies, crafted personally by their boss. Even I rarely have the chance to taste them. Let us not miss out." After some scrutiny by their subordinates, the Tsukage and Reikage began to sample the offerings, while the Mizukage and Kazekage remained indifferent, merely casting a glance without any intent to partake. Hiruzen, with a symbolic gesture, refrained from indulging, understanding that as leaders, partaking excessively at such a time would be unbecoming. Unlike the Tsukage and Reikage, who seemed unconcerned about their public image. Disparaging their lack of decorum, Hiruzen returned his focus to the match. The battle between Sasuke and Gaara unfolded at a slow pace. By the time Bai Qi completed his tasks and returned to the audience, both combatants were still engaged in tentative probing attacks, gathering intelligence on each other. Sasuke, unencumbered by Orochimaru's cursed seal, had more freedom to fight without the pressing need to unleash his full power immediately. Having gathered sufficient intelligence from their previous encounters, Sasuke distanced himself from Gaara, inhaling deeply. He had come to understand Gaara's abilities better. The sand surrounding Gaara was not controlled directly by him, as Sasuke had initially presumed. It reacted autonomously. Although the sand responded swiftly, its limitations in speed meant that if Sasuke could move quickly enough, he could strike before Gaara's defenses could react. Reflecting on his training over the past month, in preparation for mastering the Chidori, Sasuke had undergone rigorous training, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Once Kakashi eased his restrictions on Sasuke's growth, the Uchiha prodigy's development became formidable. If Sasuke were to face his past self from a month ago, he would boast that he could defeat 10 of him. It seemed the moment of reckoning was at hand. Observing Sasuke's rhythmic breathing from the stands, Kakashi remarked calmly. Sakura and the others looked at him curiously, while Guy explained that the earlier exchanges had merely been tentative strikes for information gathering. They should remember that both were still genin, with a limited chakra supply. Such probing attacks could not persist indefinitely, and once their chakra was depleted, all gathered intelligence would be rendered moot. Understanding this, the audience's encouragement intensified. Hearing their cheers, Sasuke wore a cool smile, brimming with confidence. He believed that his mastery of the Chidori would enable him to overcome his opponent. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Sasuke erupted, and he vanished from sight. His speed surged, and he appeared like a bolt of lightning, charging toward Gaara. How fast? Everyone gasped in awe. Lee was left speechless, for Sasuke's velocity now surpassed even his own after shedding his weights. He bitterly mused, was this the mark of a genius? As he neared Gaara, Sasuke formed seals and executed the shadow clone technique, encircling Gaara in a whirlwind of clones. Suddenly, as he intersected with his clone, Sasuke's shadow clones swiftly formed hand seals, utilizing the cover of his original body to complete the incantation. The technique, fire release, great fireball technique, unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Gaara in a sea of fire. Sand spontaneously rose, forming a semicircle, shielding Gaara from any harm. Gaara furrowed his brow slightly. He had lost sight of the outside world. Just as he contemplated whether to use the Eye of Sand to enhance his vision, a sudden force struck his waist, propelling him backward. Sasuke had seized the opportunity presented by the great fireball to maneuver behind Gaara, landing a kick to his side. As Sasuke had anticipated, the amount of sand available for defense was finite. To counter the great fireball, a significant quantity of sand had gathered in front of him, leaving him vulnerable from behind. Although Sasuke did not fully comprehend the mechanics of the sand, he understood that such mechanisms were not flawless. When faced with a broad attack like the great fireball, the system would inevitably struggle with the distribution of sand when a weaker attack approached from the rear. Indeed, when Sasuke launched a physical attack, the defense, although quick, was noticeably slower than usual, failing to adequately protect against Sasuke's strike. As Gaara was sent flying, Sasuke observed a massive wave of sand racing to catch up behind him. A glint of determination sparked in Sasuke's eyes. An opportunity. Chapter 70. The destruction of Konoha plan begins. Swish, swish, swish. A series of piercing sounds erupted. Without hesitation, Sasuke hurled 3 kunai, the air crackling with the discharge of electricity from his arm, the force so great that it rippled through the air, distorting light and creating an illusion of warped vision. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Impressive. Stimulating the neuromuscular system with electricity to unleash a surge of power is evidently a specialty of the Cloud Ninja. Kakashi, did you teach him this? This is reckless. He is far too young for such risks. Guy exclaimed, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Kakashi shook his head, offering a wry smile. I merely instructed him on the nature transformation of lightning element chakra and Chidori. I did not impart any further lightning techniques. Truly, a genius of the Uchiha. Guy laughed heartily, oblivious to the increasingly despondent expression on Lee's face. The kunai sliced through the air, striking Gaara before the protective sand could reach him. In that moment, Gaara only had time to twist his body and shield himself with his arms. Having worn his sand armor for years, Gaara remained relatively unperturbed. However, the force of the kunai exceeded his expectations, shattering the sand armor and causing 3 blossoms of blood to erupt from his forearm. Ack! The intense pain elicited a thunderous roar from Gaara. It had been years since he had felt the sting of injury. After sustaining internal damage from Temari's explosive attacks yesterday, he was now pierced by Sasuke Uchiha's strike. Gaara completely lost control. A fierce aura erupted from him, and as the protective sand arrived, it ceased to shield him, instead clinging to his body. Ninja technique, sand binding. Quicksand enveloped half of Gaara's body and arms. But at that moment, Gaara sensed something amiss. A faint sound of a fuse igniting emanated from his arm. Looking down, Gaara's pupils dilated in shock. Explosive tags. Each of the 3 kunai was wrapped with explosive tags. Enraged, Gaara nearly spat blood. That perverse girl yesterday, and now this Uchiha. When did explosive ninjas become a hallmark of Konoha? Such an obsession with explosions. The quicksand surged, swiftly extracting the kunai from his arm, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions engulfed Gaara in a thick cloud of smoke. In the audience, Temari wore a proud expression, declaring that kunai without explosive tags were unworthy of the name. Witnessing the success of his kunai, Sasuke quickly formed hand seals. A brilliant blue current crackling in his palm. Lightning release, Chidori. If Temari's overwhelming explosions had failed to defeat Gaara, Sasuke did not believe that his 3 explosive tags would suffice. The primary purpose of these tags was not to defeat Gaara, but to obscure his sight and hearing. Sasuke was confident that such close-range explosions would render Gaara unable to hear anything from afar. A sound akin to thousands of birds chirping filled the arena, inciting a frenzy among the spectators. Sasuke dashed forward, his afterimages trailing behind him, black and blue lightning intertwining in a mesmerizing display, reminiscent of a shooting star as he plunged into the smoke. At that moment, the wind shadow suddenly turned, casting a fierce gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, exuding a terrifying intent to kill. Almost simultaneously, the other four Kage reacted. The four Umbu ninjas behind the wind shadow charged toward the other three Kage, sending them tumbling through the air. Noki soared like a kite, while the water shadow and lightning shadow were also flung away. Watching this scene, Bai Qi felt his lips twitch in disbelief. Was this performance truly necessary? It lacked any sense of authenticity. At that moment, everyone focused their attention on the arena, and the sudden events on the Kage stand went unnoticed. Even Kakashi and Guy stared in shock, their expressions blank as they gazed upward. There, the smoke billowed, enveloping the Hokage stand in a violet square light, while the audience screamed and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, white feathers floated through the air. Ninja technique, Nirvana Sanctuary. Seeing the feathers drift past, Bai Qi closed his eyes without hesitation, feigning the illusion of being entranced by a jinjutsu. To the onlookers, he appeared to be an ordinary civilian, and Kakashi and the others would not think to dispel the illusion, thus sparing him from the ensuing chaos. Therefore, Bai Qi was not particularly concerned about being discovered. His senses remained attuned to the surrounding civilians, ensuring his physical state mirrored theirs to avoid any inadvertent exposure. Indeed, Kakashi and the others did not awaken Bai Qi. Instead, they focused on fending off the incoming sand ninjas while rousing Naruto and the others. In the arena, Sasuke, now airborne, crashed heavily to the ground, a colossal hand ensnaring him. Gaara gasped for breath, a large patch of crimson staining his abdomen. In that critical moment, he had utilized the sand binding technique to alter his position. Otherwise, the blow would have struck his chest directly. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. Ignoring their worries, Gaara's eyes, now bloodshot, were fixed on Sasuke, and he extended his hand, forming seals as he growled. Sand binding. I advise against that. A warning voice rang out. The tree man suddenly appeared before Gaara, delivering a cold admonition. Gaara's movement abruptly halted. Temari chimed in. Do not forget the plan. You are injured and need treatment. We must retreat. Gaara glanced at the tree man, and then at the struggling Sasuke before retracting his arm, allowing Temari and Kankuro to assist him in leaving. As Gaara's withdrawal took place, shortly thereafter, the sandy hands that had ensnared Sasuke began to disperse, granting him liberation. Sasuke's expression was one of deep frustration. His opponent was remarkably tenacious. When struck by Sasuke, the sand around his adversary swiftly constricted, effectively imprisoning his hands. It was inconceivable that Sasuke, with his speed, could be ensnared by the sluggish grasp of sand. Had it not been for the intervention of the tree man, Sasuke would undoubtedly have faced defeat. Reflecting on the arduous training of the past month, it was unthinkable for Sasuke to concede. As he endeavored to pursue, the tree man quickly obstructed him, frowning as he stated, now is not the time to chase them. Yet Sasuke, undeterred, shrugged off his grasp and sprinted forth. The tree man, veins bulging on his forehead, found himself powerless. Sasuke was not one of his subordinates, and he had no authority to command him. He could only rush to support Kakashi and relay the situation. At this moment, atop the venue's roof, the wind shadow had removed his mask, revealing the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, strikingly familiar yet remarkably youthful, evoking a sense of temporal dislocation for the aging Hiruzen. It has been a long time, Sensei Sarutobi. You have aged considerably. The heartfelt words, laden with nostalgia, confirmed that this was indeed his beloved pupil. Chapter 71. Rebirth of the Impure World. The fourth Hokage of Konoha gathers. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru, who had torn off his mask, not with anger, but with sorrow and resignation. Perhaps it was a sign of age, a penchant for melancholy, as his feelings for this disciple were deeply conflicted. Orochimaru was undoubtedly Hiruzen's most cherished pupil, possessing unparalleled talent among his three disciples, intelligent, astute, courageous, and endowed with extraordinary leadership qualities. Once, Orochimaru was the prime candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage. However, at what point did Orochimaru change? Was it due to the death of Robe Shu, or that of Cat Dien, or perhaps the comrades who fell during the Ninja World War. By the time Hiruzen realized it, Orochimaru was no longer the one driven by the will of fire. He had become fearful of death, terrified of aging, obsessed with immortality, transforming into a grotesque scientific ninja who dabbled in forbidden experiments. The brilliance of humanity within Orochimaru gradually dimmed as the flames of Konoha began to extinguish. Hiruzen had once attempted to change this trajectory, secretly intervening to thwart Orochimaru's acquisition of materials for human experimentation. Yet, in his madness, Orochimaru was willing to descend into the abyss, collaborating with Danzo, even using comrades from their own village as experimental subjects. Ultimately, the third Hokage relinquished Orochimaru, transferring the mantle of Hokage to Jiraiya's disciple, the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. How radiant he was, akin to the sun warming his comrades, rendering the three legendary ninjas' peculiarities insignificant in his presence. In order to facilitate Minato's ascension, Orochimaru was pursued under the accusation of human experimentation, leading to the slander of the highly decorated Kakashi Hatake, who ultimately took his own life to uphold his ninja way. Yet fate proved unkind. Within just a few years, Minato, without leaving much of a legacy, perished in the chaos of the Nine Tails incident. Now, after many years, upon encountering Orochimaru once more, Hiruzen's first instinct was not to engage in battle, but rather to reminisce about the past. Orochimaru, cease your actions. Your schemes shall not succeed. Orochimaru shrugged, chuckling. I had initially intended to use the chaos wrought by Gaara to abduct Sasuke, but to my surprise, in just a month, Sasuke's strength has surged so rapidly that it disrupted my plans. However, no plan is without its imperfections. A few variables are to be expected. Nonetheless, since I am here, a plan must be executed, such as escorting you on your journey. Tears welled in Hiruzen's eyes, his vision blurring. In a moment of disorientation, he seemed to see the young Orochimaru from years past, unresponsive to Hiruzen's heartfelt guidance. Once renowned throughout the ninja world, Konoha's legendary hero now appeared so aged and frail. How much strength do you still possess? As your student, how can I bear witness to you, a once great hero, reduced to an ordinary person, languishing in bed, powerless against time? If this is the case, allow me to escort you on your journey. Dying in battle is the rightful fate of a ninja, after all. The fourth Hokage of Konoha, along with the first, second, and third, all met their ends in such a manner. If you were to be an exception, would that not be somewhat discordant? Orochimaru continued to jest. Hiruzen inhaled deeply, wiping away his tears, and tore off his Hokage hat and cloak, revealing his battle attire. Orochimaru, I once taught you that until all is resolved, one should not draw conclusions. Konoha shall not be underestimated. Finally bringing forth your resolve. Ha ha ha, this excites me, Orochimaru remarked. How splendid it is for a young disciple to personally send his teacher on his way. Hiruzen, no longer speaking further, began his assault against Orochimaru. As he swiftly charged, he retrieved a shuriken from his ninja pouch and launched it while rapidly forming hand seals. Ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique. In an instant, the shuriken multiplied, forming a veritable wall of projectiles, raining down upon Orochimaru. Sensei, do not underestimate me. Such ninjutsu cannot defeat me, Orochimaru retorted. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gale erupted, disrupting the trajectory of the shuriken, sending them scattering in all directions, while the shuriken at the center was blown away. Seizing the opportunity, Hiruzen closed the distance to Orochimaru, engaging him in a physical confrontation. However, as Orochimaru had observed, Hiruzen was no longer in his prime. Though initially evenly matched, it was not long before Orochimaru exploited a flaw, ensnaring Hiruzen in his serpent's shadow technique, several serpents opening their jaws to bite down on Hiruzen's neck. A flicker of triumph crossed Orochimaru's face, yet in the next moment, his expression shifted. Hiruzen's form began to dissolve, transforming into mud. Earth release, body replacement technique. Before Orochimaru could react, he felt an abrupt loss of weight, plummeting toward the ground. Earth release, heart-cutting technique. The reappeared Hiruzen, gazing down at Orochimaru's head barely protruding from the earth, executed a sweeping kick aimed at Orochimaru's head. With a resounding thud, Orochimaru's head was sent flying, landing on a distant tile and rolling away. Breathing heavily, Hiruzen steadied himself, calmly stating, Orochimaru, cease your trifles. Such an attack cannot kill you. Indeed. No sooner had he spoken than Orochimaru emerged from the ground, lightly applauding. As expected of the legendary ninja, even in decline, your strikes remain incisive. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's severed head had transformed into a puddle of mud. To have once spared you is an unforgivable transgression on my part. I had anticipated such a day would come. Orochimaru, this time, I shall not repeat the same mistake. Thus, I bid you to perish here. Hiruzen declared with grave resolve. Orochimaru, seemingly amused, replied, Since you, sensei, have proclaimed such, if I do not reveal my true capabilities, would it not be a disservice to your expectations? With that, Orochimaru charged at Hiruzen, his hands methodically forming seals. Hiruzen immediately retaliated, his speed in forming seals surpassing even Orochimaru's, defying the notion of age. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A barrage of flames erupted from Hiruzen's mouth, hurtling toward Orochimaru. Yet, the latter suddenly halted, his hand seals accelerating dramatically. His previous assault was merely a feint, intended to deceive Sarutobi Hiruzen into prematurely unleashing his ninjutsu, thereby granting him time for his own technique. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only revered as the ninja king but also esteemed for his mastery as a ninjutsu instructor, reputed to wield all techniques of Konoha. Orochimaru dared not underestimate him. Indeed, upon witnessing the three wooden coffins rise, Sarutobi's expression darkened considerably. What followed was bound to be troublesome. Chapter 72. The strongest Hokage of all time? Is this it? Bai Qi had been observing the battle with his spiritual sense. When he saw the coffin marked with the number 4 rise completely, instead of being halted as in the original narrative, Bai Qi couldn't help but lament the capriciousness of fate. A mere slight alteration had allowed Orochimaru to successfully summon the first, second, and fourth Hokages. Now, it was uncertain whether Sarutobi would have the opportunity to employ the Shiki Fujin. The heavy thuds of the coffin lids hitting the ground resonated like thunder. 3 distinctly different figures stumbled out from the coffins, their skin a sallow hue, their gazes vacant. As the onlookers recognized their faces, the Umbu stationed outside the Yondame's barrier gasped in shock. Could it truly be those 3 esteemed individuals? The neophyte Umbu, lacking in knowledge, immediately inquired about their identities. Seemingly irked by the interruption, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected before the Umbu could finish, exclaiming, "The first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the fourth." Upon hearing Sarutobi's declaration, Senju Hashirama looked at him with a dazed expression, coldly remarking, "Ah, it's you, monkey. It has been many years, you've aged considerably." Senju Tobarama glanced down at his own body, quickly grasping the situation. "Edo-tensei, is it? Apologies, monkey. I fear I shall trouble you further." The 2 Hokages exchanged puzzled glances at the fourth, noticing the distinct markings on his Hokage cloak. They were astonished to learn that Konoha had indeed summoned the 4th Hokage, yet expressed their disbelief that he had perished before the 3rd. Unlike the 1st and 2nd Hokages, the 4th merely lifted his head stiffly, and to the astonishment of all, collapsed to the ground, his body disintegrating into dust, revealing the corpse of an unsound ninja. This bewildering turn of events left not only the 3rd Hokage, but also Orochimaru, who was just preparing the control seals, in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how Edo-tensei had unraveled so abruptly. Hashirama chuckled. It seems this 4th Hokage possesses remarkable prowess, managing to release himself from Edo-tensei, though he was rather hasty in doing so, without even a word of greeting. Tobarama nodded in agreement, stating, "The current Edo-tensei lacks even half of their original power. I cannot break free from this control. The Edo-tensei technique has not yet been refined by Kabuto, and the summoned forms of the 1st and 2nd are significantly diminished. They likely possess less than a tenth of their former strength." Tobarama's words served both to deceive Orochimaru and to convey crucial information to Sarutobi, indicating that they were far weaker than in life and urging him not to be swayed by their presence. The 3rd Hokage understood implicitly, while Orochimaru, the 1st, and the 2nd may have been confused by the 4th self-release from Edo-tensei. He was all too familiar with the implications. The Edo-tensei summons the souls of the deceased from the Pure Land into pre-prepared vessels, and the 4th Hokage, having been sealed by the Shiki Fujin, had his soul trapped within the belly of the death god, making his summoning impossible. Defeat was inevitable. 4th, even in sacrifice, you continue to guard the village, protecting us once more. The 3rd Hokage sighed inwardly. He then turned to Orochimaru, rebuking, "How dare you employ your subordinates to execute such a forbidden technique? Orochimaru, you have become something inhuman. Within you, I see no trace of humanity left." Orochimaru scoffed dismissively, pondering why the fourth had failed to manifest. It made no sense. In his understanding, the fourth was nowhere near the strength of the first and second, and even if he had a way, it was impossible for him to do so swiftly. Bai Qi, who had been observing everything with his spiritual sense, felt nauseated by Sarutobi's words. He desperately wanted to confront the third Hokage and question his audacity in making such statements. Previously, when Sarutobi had led the pursuit of Orochimaru, he had hesitated to strike due to his complex feelings towards him. Caught in internal conflict, he had watched as Orochimaru ruthlessly dispatched his pursuers, effectively helping Sarutobi by eliminating witnesses before allowing Orochimaru to escape. Setting aside the moral ambiguity of Sarutobi's actions, had he not shown utter indifference to the lives of his subordinates at that moment? It was utterly shameless. This was not to mention the deaths of Hinata Hisashi and the Uchiha clan massacre. Did they not count as his subordinates? Bai Qi's disdain for Sarutobi had only intensified. Orochimaru shook his head. Now was not the time for contemplation. He stepped forward, placing control seals upon the first and second Hokages. The exquisite experience of a student slaying a teacher was too splendid to keep to himself. So he had prepared this technique for his former mentors to share in that thrill. Let us proceed, Orochimaru commanded confidently. Instantly, the personalities of the first and second were usurped, transforming them into cold, unfeeling combat machines that charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen. With no time for pleasantries, Sarutobi swiftly executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to intercept the first's advance, pivoting to confront the second. In a brief clash of taijutsu, Tobirama, whose strength was hampered by Edo Tensei, quickly found himself at a disadvantage and was sent tumbling from the rooftop by Sarutobi's kick, landing beside the first. Observing this, Sarutobi rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow river. The once rigid tiles transformed into a slick mire under the influence of his ninjutsu, causing the first to lose his balance, while Tobirama sank halfway into the muck. Seizing the moment, Sarutobi unleashed another technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Drawing in a deep breath, his chest expanded dramatically before he unleashed a torrent of searing flames that engulfed Senju Hashirama and Tobirama. The Umbu outside the Yondaime barrier erupted in excitement, cheering at the spectacle. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed, showing no sign of concern for their predicament. Wood release, advent of the trees. Within the confines of the Yondaime's barrier, countless saplings erupted from the earth at an astonishing rate, swiftly growing to lift Sarutobi up and interrupt his ninjutsu. As the flames dissipated, everyone beheld an enormous charred tree stump that had appeared before the first and second Hokages, while more trees rose beneath them, elevating them as well. What had been a fierce offensive had failed to inflict any harm upon them. The Umbu were left aghast, dumbfounded by the display of high-level ninjutsu and the intricate coordination that far exceeded their capabilities. Was this the caliber of a Kaga-level battle? A chill ran down their spines. Had they been in the fray, they would have perished without a doubt. Even more astonishing was the sight of vast torrents of water materializing beside Tobirama, swirling and coalescing. Water release, water surge wave. The deluge erupted violently towards Sarutobi, sending him crashing against the massive branches behind him, blood spilling from his mouth uncontrollably. Enduring the excruciating pain, Sarutobi, before regaining his balance, reached out to grasp the blood in midair, staining his hands red. With a resounding thud, he finally steadied himself against a colossal tree trunk, rapidly forming hand seals. Summoning technique, King of the White Apes, Enma. Upon the sudden emergence of the monkey demon, before he could ascertain his surroundings, he swiftly embraced Sarutobi Hiruzen and leaped away. In the next instant, countless water arrows surged forth, their tremendous force even tearing apart massive trees. It was evident that this was the handiwork of the second Hokage. Bai Qi smirked at the audacity of someone who dared to proclaim themselves the strongest Hokage in history. As the monkey demon set Sarutobi Hiruzen down, his gaze swept over the faces of the first and second Hokages, ultimately settling on Orochimaru. With a tone of disappointment, he remarked, "Hiruzen, I once urged you to eliminate him, but you refused. Now, he has indeed brought calamity." Hiruzen, filled with shame, responded, "I am aware. But I shall not repeat the same mistake today. nor will I allow myself to err again. His attention shifted to 3 locations beyond the barrier, where ninjas had gathered. Unlike other battle-torn areas, this place was eerily quiet. Neither sand, sound, nor leaf ninjas dared to approach, with only a few umbu watching from a distance. These were the Mizukage, Suchikage, and Reikage, along with their respective village ninjas. The 3 were in tacit agreement, refraining from aiding either side and merely observing the spectacle. It was not that they were unwilling to act, but rather that any intervention would serve no purpose. None present believed Orochimaru could succeed, and they wondered where the Wind Kage was. That Suchikage and Reikage silently cursed Orochimaru. Had they been informed of his plans sooner, they would have allied with the Wind Kage for an assault on Konoha. Destroying the Leaf Village would have allowed their armies to sweep through the Land of Fire with ease. Alas, it was too late for such thoughts. They could only watch the unfolding drama. The outcome of Hiruzen's battle held little significance for the greater picture. The ninja villages were well-organized military entities. The sudden demise of the highest leader would not plunge them into chaos. The death of a Hokage would merely deliver a psychological blow to the ninjas, not a debilitating one. Should the Hokage perish, the elders of Konoha would promptly step in to manage affairs until a new Hokage was appointed. Thus, even with the 4 Purple Flames formation hindering their entry into the conflict between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, they would still refrain from intervening, as doing so would yield no benefits. Despite Konoha never having instigated war in previous Ninja World conflicts, it did not signify that Konoha would abstain from warfare. No one wished to endure the full wrath of the most formidable ninja village in the ninja world. Hiruzen-sensei, even at this moment, you remain so distracted. Is your confidence not a touch excessive? Orochimaru taunted, gesturing towards the 1st and 2nd Hokages, who were once again launching their assault. Hiruzen sighed, offering an apology to the advancing 1st and 2nd. Monkey Demon, Vajra Rui Rod. The Monkey Demon, having noted the 3 Kages observing, ceased his complaints towards Hiruzen. It was not the time for such grievances, as the situation had grown dire. Transform. Bai Qi observed the Monkey Demon's transformation with surprise. This was no ordinary technique. Nor was it a ninjutsu, but rather an ability akin to a supernatural talent. Barely any demonic energy was apparent, suggesting that this monkey demon also cultivated chakra. Indeed, apart from the 3 great sage lands, there had been no reports of any summoning beast clans possessing sage arts. The secrets of these 3 great lands were profound. Upon witnessing the monkey demon transform into the Vajra Rui Rod, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of gravity. This was undoubtedly one of Hiruzen's trump cards. Wielding the Vajra Rui Rod, Hiruzen moved with the agility of a monkey, betraying none of his advanced age. As the 2 sides engaged in close combat, Hiruzen struck with his rod, forcing the 1st and 2nd Hokages apart. Seizing the momentum, he kicked the 2nd Hokage away and, propelled by this force, executed a 360-degree flip, bringing the rod crashing down upon the 1st Hokage. The sheer inertia rendered the speed of this strike astonishing. The now rigid form of the 1st Hokage could not fully evade it, resulting in one of his arms being shattered. However, just as the 1st Hokage believed he had evaded this blow, a hand suddenly sprouted from the Vajra Rui Rod, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming his head into the ground, pinning him down. Seizing the opportunity, Hiruzen quickly formed seals. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Hiruzen unleashed a torrent of high-speed water, instantly transforming the immobilized 1st Hokage into a veritable pincushion, his body torn asunder. He then swiftly turned, forcing the approaching 2nd Hokage back. In that moment, Hiruzen brandished the Vajra Rui Rod and charged towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately formed seals, drawing the Kusanagi sword from within, readying himself for battle. Hiruzen-sensei, you have indeed aged. How much longer can you endure? He taunted. Yet, the response from Hiruzen was a strike with the rod. In midair, the Vajra Rui Rod suddenly elongated, transforming into a lance aimed directly at Orochimaru. Yet such an assault was hardly capable of defeating him. Orochimaru's taijutsu was equally remarkable, allowing him to evade with ease, occasionally clashing the Kusanagi sword against the Vajra Rui Rod. As Hiruzen drew near, Orochimaru adeptly parried with his sword, and the 2 became locked in a stalemate. Seeing that Hiruzen could not overcome him, Orochimaru's mischievous nature resurfaced, an exaggerated grin spreading across his face as he prepared to speak. At that moment, Yet another arm sprouted from the Vajra-Rui rod, raised high, and delivered a resounding slap to Orochimaru's face, distorting it and sending him tumbling through the air, flipping multiple times before crashing to the ground. In the air, a visage flew by. Witnessing this spectacle, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, while Orochimaru, rising once more, had transformed into a youthful woman. "Who are you?" Hiruzen gasped, struggling for breath. Orochimaru caressed her cheek, then laughed heartily. "Hiruzen-sensei, I am, of course, Orochimaru. Have you mastered that forbidden jutsu?" Hiruzen's expression darkened as realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Orochimaru replied with pride. "A youthful body, an everlasting consciousness, an alternative form of immortality. I shall possess boundless life and time to explore all truths of this world. While you, Hiruzen-sensei, have grown old. Even lifting the Vajra-Rui rod now proves a daunting task for you." Hiruzen was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, his energy rapidly depleting from the brief yet intense exertion. Water release, water whip. Just as Hiruzen attempted to retort, the water surface beneath him erupted, and Senju Tobarama surged forth like a fish from the depths, locking onto Hiruzen's neck and dragging him beneath the surface. Simultaneously, a large number of sand and sound ninjas had fully invaded the Leaf Village, facing only a handful of patrolling Leaf ninjas as if they were unguarded. Many sand and sound ninjas mocked Konoha's apparent decline. Beneath its glamorous exterior lay decay, a fade of strength concealing its fragility. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that the ninja forces, having just completed the evacuation of the villagers, were now ready to bare their fangs. As the evacuation concluded, orders were dispatched, and Konoha, the behemoth of the ninja world, finally revealed its true ferocity. Just as the invaders reveled in the anticipation of victory, countless Leaf ninjas seemed to materialize from thin air, launching a relentless assault. The three colossal serpents rampaging through the city were swiftly subdued by Jiraiya's summoning toads. Crushed beneath their weight, the united ninja team of the three great clans, Inuzuka, Aburame, and the Kagaya, along with the Aburame clan's army of insects and the Inuzuka clan's pack of ninja dogs, unleashed a merciless and ruthless retribution upon the sand and sound ninja. The defeat came swiftly, leaving no time for a response. Even within the venue, Kakashi and Guy had completed their cleansing of the area, their eyes fixed intently on the battle within the Four Purple Flames formation. Bai Qi, ever vigilant, understood that the moment of decisive confrontation was nearing. The chakra of Sarutobi Hiruzen was dwindling. If this continued, his defeat was inevitable. He had grown too old, and years spent bound to the position of Hokage had robbed him of the time required for cultivation, leading to a significant decline in his abilities. The number of jutsu he could employ was reaching its limit, and it was likely that his chakra was only marginally greater than Kakashi's. With a resounding boom, the water erupted as Sarutobi Hiruzen leapt from its depths, swiftly climbing the trees. The can staff shot up towards him, while beneath the surface, countless water arrows were aimed at him. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen had used the water-cut wave against the second Hokage, the second now returned the favor with a vastly more powerful version of the same jutsu, piercing through trees as thick as several men could embrace and toppling them. Wood release, tree world descends. A voice rang out. The first Hokage, who had just been shattered, had fully restored himself and seized the opportunity to unleash his full power. Trees surged forth, their branches resembling vines that lunged for Sarutobi Hiruzen. His complexion changed dramatically, if ensnared, with his chakra nearly depleted. Being further drained by the wood release would leave no doubt of his defeat. "Sarutobi," he bellowed. "Diamond Wall." Realizing there was no escape, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. The can staff erupted in a cloud of white smoke, only to be engulfed by countless vines. As the tree world descended concluded, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself weakly seated within a square cage formed by the can staff, utilizing this jutsu to resist the onslaught of the tree world, preventing himself from becoming nourishment for the trees. Orochimaru clapped lightly, a smile gracing his lips. "As expected of you, Sensei Sarutobi, truly, you grow only stronger with age." Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Orochimaru, turning instead to the Saru Demon. "Saru Demon, I thank you for your companionship all this time, but today I must bid you farewell." "Hiruzen." The Saru Demon was taken aback, the eye atop the can staff catching sight of Sarutobi Hiruzen dividing into three shadow clones. "My chakra is nearly depleted. I can no longer afford to linger." It is time to stake everything on one final battle. Orochimaru, I will now employ a jutsu you have never witnessed. One used by the fourth Hokage, that hero of Konoha. I will take you with me to the afterlife, rectifying the mistakes of the past. Orochimaru burst into laughter, adopting a demeanor that seemed to say, please, commence your performance. Meanwhile, the Sara demon, alarmed, understood why Sarutobi Hiruzen had just bid him farewell. Let us go, Sara demon. With a sigh, the Sara demon released the diamond wall. The three Sarutobi Hiruzen, each wielding a can staff, charged towards the first and second Hokage. Two shadow clones engaged in a physical confrontation with the first and second, while the original took the opportunity to affix explosive tags to their bodies. Boom, boom, he cried inwardly. The explosions echoed as the first and second Hokage were blasted to the ground, their bodies left mangled. The shadow clones seized the moment to further dismantle their forms, ensuring they could not recover. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, Reaper Death Seal. Orochimaru was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing. He was unfamiliar with the Reaper Death Seal jutsu and could not perceive the Shinigami that had appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have truly lost your wits. You still employ shadow clones at this age. Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly assessed his remaining chakra, relieved to find enough to support the completion of this technique. The Shinigami behind him, its mouth biting a sickle, held prayer beads in one hand, its drool spilling forth like a grotesque child. Were it not for its hideous appearance, few would fear such a being. At that moment, Bai Qi caught sight of the Shinigami's arrival. The dense aura of resentment filled the air, accompanied by an indistinct mumble from the Shinigami, its voice a mere whisper that Bai Qi could not fully comprehend, though he surmised it was an incantation. With a serious expression, Bai Qi recognized this as the true embodiment of a ghostly entity he had encountered in the ninja world. It seemed to be an evil spirit lacking proper doctrine. Yet, the extent of its cultivation was unknown, as it appeared to possess immense power beyond Bai Qi's capacity to defeat. Indeed, the depths of the world of Hokage were profound. Having initially believed there were no divine or ghostly beings here, he now realized he had underestimated the world infused with spiritual energy. This ghostly entity, clearly not following the righteous path, had instinctively stumbled into a form of ghostly cultivation, yet it bore little evidence of reverence or worship. However, the inability to defeat it did not equate to an inability to hinder it. Its presence here was merely a projection. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen perish or the jutsu conclude, it would return. Bai Qi glanced at Kakashi and others gathered outside the barrier. Only a few Konoha Seichnin remained to guard the audience area. Deceiving them posed little challenge for Bai Qi. As the Shinigami completed its incantation, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chilling dread. When the Shinigami's vast hand reached into his soul, he experienced an excruciating pain emanating from his very essence. The two clones bore wounds to their abdomens, their garments torn. As the ethereal hand of the Shinigami seized the broken bodies of the first and second Hokage, extracting their souls. Forgive me, first and second Hokage. I must drag you with me into the depths. As the Shinigami pulled forth their souls, the personalities of the two Hokage began to restore themselves. The leaves of Konoha shall continue to dance. The flames of our resolve shall never extinguish. We have long since come to terms with our fate, my friend. Do not grieve, for I take pride in your decision. The first Hokage reassured, exhibiting no resentment toward the fate that awaited him. You are remarkable, Sarutobi. The second Hokage added with a smile. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. With their farewells complete, the Shinigami fully extracted their souls from their sacrificial bodies. Without the souls of the first and second Hokage, the reincarnated forms disintegrated immediately. Witnessing this, Orochimaru was struck with shock. What kind of jutsu is this? A smile graced Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips as he replied, You will soon find out, Orochimaru. Let us descend into hell together. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen lunged towards Orochimaru. As he fought desperately to resist, Orochimaru frantically analyzed Sarutobi Hiruzen's jutsu, trying to comprehend its nature. Yet, despite racking his brain, he could not discern its essence, only deducing from its name that it was a sealing technique. With a resounding crash, the Kusanagi sword was sent flying by the Sara demon, but at great cost. As Sarutobi Hiruzen suffered a grievous wound across his chest, exposing his innards. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolve was ironclad. He paid no heed to his injuries. leveraging the opportunity to dislocate Orochimaru's arms and seize him firmly, activating the Reaper Death Seal. As the Shinigami's hand grasped Orochimaru's soul, he finally caught a glimpse of the terrifying Shinigami looming behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. What is this? At that moment, fear finally gripped Orochimaru. Chapter 75. The man sits in the shadows. The cauldron falls from the sky. This entity had completely surpassed Orochimaru's comprehension, its massive form vaguely discernible. The relentless wails of vengeful spirits echoing in his ears, sending tremors through his very soul. Cretan, what on earth do you intend to do? Cease this at once. Orochimaru struggled against his restraints, only to find his body as rigid as a corpse, nearly immobile, rendering any attempt at hand seals or resistance futile. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled with satisfaction. This is a technique once employed by the fourth Hokage, known as the Shiki F-Gene. It requires the practitioner to forge a pact with the Shinigami, sacrificing their life and soul to execute this jutsu. The Shinigami will consume both the practitioner and the soul of the sealed, entangling their spirits in eternal animosity within his belly. His tone was slow and resolute as he elaborated. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. Is this the technique used to seal the Nine Tails? Although he lacked detailed information regarding the fourth sealing of the Nine Tails, it was well known among the major factions of the ninja world that the fourth sacrificed his life to cast a formidable sealing technique on the beast. He never anticipated that he would also have the chance to experience this sealing technique himself. No more games. If this continued, he would truly perish here. With newfound seriousness, Orochimaru's gaze swept across the area until it landed on the Kusanagi sword that had fallen nearby. He summoned it with all his might. However, just as the sword took flight, it was firmly grasped by the monkey deity. Orochimaru's eyes blazed with fury, vowing that from this day forth, he would harbor a deep-seated hatred for monkeys. With a sudden gasp, a spout of blood erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, splattering Orochimaru's face. Yet, instead of anger, Orochimaru erupted in laughter. He glanced at the gaping wound on Hiruzen's chest, where his innards wriggled, seemingly rendering further action unnecessary. Indeed, Hiruzen's body began to tremble. The significant blood loss not only sapping his physical strength, but also clouding his mind, even weakening his control over the Shinigami, allowing Orochimaru's soul to gradually return to his body. Hiruzen gazed at Orochimaru's grotesque visage, tears welling in his eyes, blurring the line between the youthful Orochimaru he once knew and the present iteration. The monkey deity instantly perceived something was amiss with Hiruzen and called out his name urgently. But at that moment, Hiruzen was already teetering on the brink of death, unresponsive to the external calls. So, it comes to this, am I to die? How regrettable. My dear teacher Hiruzen, you were so close. Orochimaru wore a triumphant expression. Orochimaru. Hiruzen's voice was soft, imbued with a tenderness reminiscent of when he taught Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade in their youth. A flutter of emotion surged within Orochimaru, quickly replaced by displeasure as he cursed himself for harboring such sentiments at this moment. Orochimaru, let us depart. At that instant, Hiruzen's mind had completely slipped into confusion. He was not conversing with the present Orochimaru, but rather the young boy he once knew. As Hiruzen's words faded, Orochimaru's gaze shot upwards, witnessing the Shinigami, who was voraciously consuming something, extracting a rib blade and swinging it toward his soul. No. Orochimaru's heart raced, a wave of impending doom engulfing him. As he watched the rib blade descend, despair etched across his face. A voice of profound authority suddenly resonated. Open the heavenly gate, close the earthly door, let the living pass, and block the path of the dead. Traverse the heart of the specter, shatter the belly of the fiend, erect the golden beam, and establish the king's pillar. The living shall have a path, while the dead shall find none. Swiftly, as commanded. Though Orochimaru could not comprehend the language spoken, the overwhelming sense of majesty instilled a sense of calm within him. He then observed, seemingly out of nowhere, a figure clad in a dark robe adorned with red clouds and a swirling mask, striking the Shinigami's body with a single palm. Incredibly, the terrifying Shinigami stumbled, successfully thwarting the imminent strike. Akatsuki? Orochimaru was taken aback, never anticipating that members of the Akatsuki organization would intervene to save him in such a dire moment. The next moment, an even more unsettling sight unfolded before him. The Shinigami's body grotesquely twisted, its abdomen rapidly expanding until it burst open with a resounding pop. releasing countless souls that vanished into the ether. Let go. It seemed the Shinigami, even at that moment, clung to Orochimaru, delivering a crushing blow that opened a vast wound in its chest. Subsequently, its form began to dissipate, but the Shinigami cast one last, defiant glare at the masked figure. It was none other than Bai Qi, who, upon witnessing the vanishing Shinigami, found himself rendered speechless. The Shinigami's prowess far surpassed his own. He never expected that it would not retaliate. Realizing that this was merely a projection of the Shinigami constrained by the practitioner's limitations, Bai Qi understood how easily he had succeeded. Surely, upon returning, the Shinigami would be infuriated, having suffered a catastrophic loss. Not only had it not fed, but it had expelled a considerable number of souls. With the Shinigami's retreat and the Shiki F gene dispelled, Sarutobi Hiruzen passed away without uttering a single word of farewell, for the Shinigami had taken his soul before vanishing, prioritizing the capture of as few as possible. Bai Qi did not intervene. He held no affection for Hiruzen and had no intention of saving him. Furthermore, even if he had tried, Hiruzen's fate was sealed. His body drained of blood beyond recovery. Meanwhile, Obito, who had been lurking in the shadows, was utterly bewildered, gazing at the familiar figure within the barrier. He was completely unhinged. Who is he? Why does he look just like me? And why is he assuming my appearance? Obito quickly realized that the figure had transformed using a transformation technique, causing him to seethe with anger, almost leaping out to eliminate this imposter. He had always made others take the blame for him. Now, he found himself in the position of bearing the burden, and it was a significant one at that. Ha! Observing Hiruzen's fallen form, Orochimaru initially chuckled softly before erupting into raucous laughter. The euphoria of having narrowly escaped death drove even Orochimaru to a state of madness. I never expected it would be you who intervened to assist me, but I must express my gratitude. Bai Qi nodded, conveying a time and place to Orochimaru before vanishing. Chapter 76. The renowned Konoha Orochimaru-sama. The four members of the Sound Ninja exclaimed with joy upon seeing Orochimaru emerge from danger. Orochimaru inhaled deeply and nodded to them. The four then dispelled the barrier and approached Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru-sama, shall we continue with the plan? Orochimaru surveyed the scene, noting Kakashi and others surrounding Hiruzen's corpse, as well as the distant figures of other village leaders, including a faint glimpse of Jiraiya. He declared, "Let us retreat. Our objective has been achieved." The four promptly escorted Orochimaru away, boldly striding past the gazes of Konoha's ninja. Orochimaru's strength had undeniably manifested during the recent battle. No one among Kakashi and the others believed they could rival him. Since Orochimaru had decided to withdraw, they were naturally reluctant to prolong his stay and further escalate their losses. After all, this was Konoha, and any destruction incurred would fall upon them. Kakashi took a deep breath, quickly assessing Hiruzen's condition, but soon shook his head, signaling that all hope was lost. A collective silence fell among the Konoha ninjas. They had not anticipated that a once mighty figure in the ninja world would meet such a ridiculous end. Meanwhile, Bai Qi regarded Hiruzen's corpse, feeling that his death was indeed quite pitiful. He and his close companion, Danzo, both share a penchant for sealing techniques in their final moments. In the original narrative, Hiruzen Sarutobi sealed away the souls of the first and second Hokage, along with the hands of Orochimaru. Unfortunately for Danzo, he ended up sealing a mere section of a bridge. Currently, Hiruzen Sarutobi has sealed away a sense of loneliness. It remains uncertain whether Danzo will muster some courage to redeem their friendship in the eyes of others. While some rejoice, others lament. Obito is seething with anger, realizing that Konoha seems to be his nemesis. His 3 incursions into Konoha have all ended in disaster. The first, the Nine-Tails attack, was a success but left him traumatized by the 4th Hokage's might. The second, the Uchiha massacre, saw all the benefits snatched away by that scoundrel Danzo, leaving him with only a fraction of the Sharingan. This time, his situation is even more dire. He had no intention of causing destruction, merely seeking to gather intelligence. A sudden impulse to eliminate a bothersome pest led to him being beaten, revealing his true identity, followed by an unexpected calamity. Now, the Akatsuki cannot avoid attention. While others may be unfamiliar with the Akatsuki, Inoki certainly is not. He is one of the group's primary financiers. Reflecting on his misfortunes, both linked to Orochimaru, Obito smirks bitterly as he gazes in the direction of Orochimaru's departure, sneering, "Orochimaru, do you really think you can escape so easily?" As Konoha's ninjas launched a fierce counterattack, numerous sand and sound ninjas were either killed or captured. Following the death of the third Hokage, Konoha was temporarily led by Tsunade and Mito. Upholding Hiruzen's political ideals, they did not impose hardships on the sand ninjas, sending the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans as emissaries to express a willingness to resolve the situation amicably. At that moment, Konoha resembled a taut bowstring. The Tsuchikage, Reikage, and Mizukage hastily departed, leaving only a shinobi team as representatives to attend the third Hokage's funeral and convey their condolences. Interestingly, the feudal lords of the five nations chose to stay for the ceremony. Ironically, the third Hokage's funeral turned out to be the most elaborate among all Hokage funerals, thereby affirming his title as the strongest Hokage. However, the third Hokage, already tormented in the belly of death, could not find peace. After the funeral, a somber veil seemed to envelop Konoha. Bai Qi generously donated a substantial sum for the reconstruction of the damaged residences, greatly enhancing his reputation in Konoha. Just as Konoha was fervently engaged in rebuilding efforts, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans returned with the Sand Ninja delegation, bearing news of the fourth Kazekage's corpse discovered deep in the desert. Given the circumstances in Konoha, the truth was laid bare before all. Orochimaru had assassinated the fourth Kazekage, masquerading as him and deceiving the Sand Ninjas into launching the attack. Tsunade and Mito graciously declared that the Sand Ninjas were not at fault. It was entirely Orochimaru's doing, and they were all victims in this affair. They even waived the Sand Ninjas' war reparations and renewed their alliance. Upon hearing this news, Bai Qi could only give a thumbs up, exclaiming how impressive Konoha's maneuver was. With the misunderstandings resolved, the imprisoned Sand Ninjas were released. One day, Bai Qi was tidying up his belongings, preparing to visit the Land of Waves. After all, with the third Hokage's death, the Umbu's surveillance of the Land of Waves had stalled, and he needed to inspect the situation personally. Additionally, he intended to take this opportunity to meet with Orochimaru. At that moment, Naruto and his companions unexpectedly arrived with three individuals Bai Qi had not anticipated. Hello. Gaara shyly bowed to Bai Qi in greeting. Bai Qi was taken aback that Naruto had brought Gaara to his home. He smiled and returned the gesture, inviting Gaara and his siblings to sit on the sofa while brewing tea for them. He then remarked, "I never imagined you all would become friends. I still remember your first meeting was rather unpleasant." Naruto grinned proudly at this comment. Bai Qi surmised that Naruto had likely coaxed Gaara into friendship. He had not paid much attention to the battle between Naruto's team and Gaara, but he had heard Naruto mention it vaguely afterward. "Good thing you came today, otherwise I would have already left home and missed this meeting." Gaara remained as taciturn as ever, speaking little and almost causing an awkward silence. However, Bai Qi was determined not to let the atmosphere turn uncomfortable. Whenever Gaara fell silent, he would fill the void with conversation. As expected, upon hearing this, Gaara remained quiet. But Naruto erupted with excitement. "Bai Qi, are you leaving the village too?" "Yes, it's a matter of business. Due to the Chunin exams, numerous business issues have accumulated that require my attention." "But what do you mean by that?" Naruto chuckled sheepishly. "Gaara and the others are returning to the Sand Village, and I've received a secret mission that requires me to leave the village as well. I want to see something different. That's my reason." Gaara suddenly interjected with a single sentence before falling silent again, merely watching Bai Qi quietly. Bai Qi smiled and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, we will meet again soon. I am preparing to expand my business into the Land of Wind, and I will certainly visit the Sand Village. If you, Gaara, agree, we will meet shortly." Gaara was momentarily taken aback, a slight smile flickering across his lips before quickly vanishing. He nodded at Bai Qi, emitting a sound akin to a cat's meow. Chapter 77. Before money. Even Orochimaru must conform with the death of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The greatest beneficiary is undoubtedly Bai Qi. Of course, few are privy to this knowledge. The demise of the highest leader of the strongest ninja village will undoubtedly draw the attention of various factions toward Konoha. Who will be the next Hokage, and what governance philosophy will they adopt, will significantly impact the future of the ninja world. This scrutiny is not merely a matter of concern for other factions. It is a necessity. Internally, Tsunade and Mito, despite their high prestige in Konoha, possess only mediocre capabilities, as their prominence stems solely from being the guards of the second Hokage, with remarkable backgrounds. In this power vacuum in Konoha, Their abilities only allow them to maintain the status quo and expedite the selection of the fifth Hokage to ensure a smooth transfer of power. This task is of paramount importance. Thus, they cannot afford to squander their strength on other matters while the Hokage position remains undecided. Meanwhile, Danzo is likely racing back with a substantial sum of money, eager to seize the Hokage position, leaving little time to consider the Land of Waves. This allows Bai Qi to operate in this period without raising too much commotion, as the Land of Waves need not fear interference from other ninja villages or great nations for the time being. Bai Qi hired a team of Chunin as his escorts to accompany him to the Land of Waves. Seizing the opportunity to use shadow clones and successfully part ways with the group, Bai Qi did not wish to invite trouble. To outsiders, he appeared as an ordinary person. However, in the chaotic world of the ninja realm, where wandering ninjas or bandits could appear at any moment, it would be highly suspicious for such a wealthy merchant not to employ ninja protection. Bai Qi moved swiftly. The natural energy not only opened the path to cultivation but also nourished his body, enabling him to outpace even most Chunin without exerting any special abilities. Before long, he arrived at the Valley of the End, the designated meeting place with Orochimaru, at the appointed hour, transforming into Obito's likeness. Bai Qi confidently strode to the statue of Uchiha Madara, standing atop its head and waiting quietly. As the night deepened, the sound of footsteps approached, and a sweep of his senses confirmed the identities of the newcomers: Orochimaru, wrapped in bandages, and Kabuto. As a traitor of Akatsuki, Orochimaru, you dare to meet me? Truly commendable courage. Bai Qi greeted with a teasing tone. Orochimaru coughed lightly and replied with a smile. Since Akatsuki intervened to save me, they wouldn't so easily kill me. Do you know why I spared you and chose to rescue you? Bai Qi inquired. Orochimaru remained silent. Rising to his feet, Bai Qi removed his mask while turning around, grinning, because I am not actually a member of Akatsuki, I merely borrowed their identity. As he turned, Bai Qi revealed his true appearance. Bai Qi, Kabuto, the intelligence elite, instantly recognized him, his face reflecting disbelief. Clearly, even he hadn't expected that a mere civilian merchant was, in fact, a formidable ninja, one capable of influencing the outcome of battles even against someone like Orochimaru. His prolonged infiltration in Konoha without detection was a disgrace for a spy of his caliber. Orochimaru's expression darkened ominously. He recalled the name Bai Qi. During his disguise as the fourth Kazekage, Bai Qi had once visited him in the guise of the third Hokage. Later, based on Kabuto's intelligence, he learned of Bai Qi's connection with Sasuke Uchiha, but since Bai Qi was merely a merchant, he paid little attention to him. He never anticipated that such an unremarkable figure was a lurking shark beneath the surface. I believe this should demonstrate my sincerity, Orochimaru, Bai Qi asserted. Indeed, Bai Qi, your sincerity is sufficient. However, I am curious about your purpose for seeking me. Casting a glance at Orochimaru's condition, Bai Qi was taken aback. He remembered that when Orochimaru left Konoha, aside from his chakra being depleted, he had not sustained significant injuries. What could have brought him to such a state? Clearly, during the third Hokage's funeral, Orochimaru had endured a brutal conflict. Even with his renowned substitution technique, he had sustained severe wounds. In truth, Orochimaru was immensely frustrated. After leaving Konoha, he was oblivious to what madness had overtaken the shinobi of the Mist Village. Konoha had not sought revenge against him. Yet he found himself besieged by Mist Ninja led by their Mizukage. His sound for had perished in battle, and he himself had been gravely injured. Had it not been for the crucial meeting with Bai Qi, he would likely have returned to his lair to seek a new body. This senseless battle is of no consequence, Orochimaru calmly remarked, noticing Bai Qi's gaze. Bai Qi nodded and said, actually, it is nothing. I merely wish to collaborate with you. I am aware of your pursuit of immortality, which requires substantial funding, and I need your scientific expertise. In exchange, you will assist me in designing scientific equipment, and I shall provide you with a considerable amount of funds. How does that sound? As he spoke, Bai Qi tossed a prepared document to Orochimaru. Upon receiving it, Orochimaru glanced at it, bewildered. The paper contained a series of projects, including fully automated bread production line, fully automated integrated filling and packaging line, proposals and experimental directions for nitroglycerin, concepts for wind power plants, concepts for steam trains, among others. The content spanned various fields such as physics, chemistry, biology, mechanics, and power generation. Even a scientific enthusiast like Orochimaru found himself stunned for a while. This necessity for collaboration stemmed from Bai Qi's limited time for development and difficulty in finding suitable scientific talent. Individuals like Orochimaru, who could potentially develop mechas, were exceptionally rare. Rather than waste resources searching for obscure scientists mentioned only in the original story, Orochimaru was undoubtedly the optimal choice. As for revealing his identity, as long as the monetary compensation was substantial, Orochimaru would not easily betray himself. After all, the principle of survival through abundance was universally understood. Orochimaru was an extremist in the pursuit of scientific knowledge, driven by two primary objectives: immortality and the truth of the world. His departure from Akatsuki was not solely due to Itachi Uchiha's defeat. The more significant reason was that within Akatsuki, he could not freely pursue the truth of the world as he desired. Time constraints, funding limitations, and the necessity to squander his precious time on trivial tasks were intolerable to him. Joining Akatsuki had merely been a temporary measure for self-preservation against Konoha's pursuit. Even without the Itachi incident, Orochimaru could never remain in Akatsuki for long. His betrayal was inevitable. After leaving Akatsuki, Orochimaru found himself liberated, yet to fund his research. He established the Sound Village, taking in numerous orphans and training them as ninjas. This was both a means of self-preservation and a method to generate research funds through the Sound Ninjas. Thus, when Bai Qi presented the development plan for the Land of Waves along with a patent-sharing contract, Orochimaru's eyes began to shine with interest. "Boss, according to your proposal, I believe the wind power plant should be our first priority. What do you think?" Orochimaru suggested with genuine enthusiasm. Bai Qi chuckled, responding, "Orochimaru, we are collaborators. You need not call me boss. Wind power is indeed the most urgent matter to address. Additionally, we will need your assistance with raw material processing equipment and production lines for semi-finished and finished products." Orochimaru nodded, licking his lips, genuinely intrigued. Not only was Bai Qi's financial offer generous, but the contents of the development plan for the Land of Waves also captivated him entirely. In this plan, Bai Qi aimed to transform the Land of Waves into the first modern industrial nation in the shinobi world. The technology in the shinobi world was relatively advanced, albeit with some distortions. Various electrical appliances, computers, and even biological cloning devices that surpassed the technology of Bai Qi's previous world had emerged. Even radio technology had seen some development. Therefore, Bai Qi's plan was highly feasible. However, due to the chaotic circumstances in the shinobi world, technological advancements were limited to a small number of regions, primarily enjoyed by the elite of various nations and prosperous villages like Konoha. Because of the limited user base, the development of power generation facilities was somewhat distorted, with very few capable of meeting the demands of a modern city. To realize Bai Qi's vision of a modern city, let alone an industrial factory, a large-scale power plant was essential. The Land of Waves, situated overseas, faced challenges in implementing coal-fired power plants due to transportation and local resource issues. In contrast, the abundant wind resources made wind power the optimal solution in the short term. Orochimaru quickly grasped Bai Qi's intentions, which is why he suggested prioritizing the wind power plant. Given Orochimaru's capabilities, this task was not particularly daunting. He would not even need to personally intervene. He could simply delegate it to his research team. Despite the original narrative portraying Orochimaru as a solitary researcher, scientific endeavors are never the work of an individual alone. They require the collaboration of entire teams, creating a unique modern industrial nation. A concept completely divergent from the traditional paths of the shinobi world was an enticing prospect for Orochimaru. It represented a different possibility, a temptation no scientist could resist. Moreover, the Land of Waves would serve as the ideal testing ground for Orochimaru to validate his various scientific theories, while also providing him with substantial rewards. How could he possibly refuse? After discussing the development collaboration plan for the Land of Waves with Bai Qi, Orochimaru smiled, saying, "I look forward to our next meeting." Bai Qi shook his head, replying, "No, Orochimaru, I still have matters to discuss with you. It concerns Sasuke Uchiha." Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "While I am aware of your amicable relationship with Sasuke, even though we have forged an alliance, should you presume that this would compel me to relinquish Sasuke? You are sorely mistaken. The body of Uchiha Sasuke, with those astonishingly powerful eyes, has become a haunting obsession for me. No one and nothing can deter my pursuit." Bai Qi, however, spoke with solemnity, "Of course not. In truth, I have already sown the seeds of defection from Konoha within Sasuke's heart. I believe that in time, even without your intervention, Sasuke will depart from Konoha, for he yearns for power. Orochimaru, having sensed a flicker of hostility, momentarily set it aside. I am merely curious as to why you are so fixated on Sasuke, he queried, his gaze fixed upon Bai Qi with intrigue. What do you mean? Bai Qi continued. I know you wish to use Sasuke as your next vessel for reincarnation. Do not question how I know this. It is a secret of mine. However, I must assert that your intentions are utterly foolish. With your intellect, Orochimaru, how could you harbor such a naive notion? Orochimaru was momentarily stunned, then chuckled in disbelief. Though the ninja world held many epithets for him, foolish was seldom among them. Yet, out of respect for his benefactor, he restrained his murderous intent and asked, "Pray tell, why do you consider me foolish?" Bai Qi replied with a smile, I surmise your fixation on Sasuke stems from the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. With Itachi and Sasuke being the last remnants of their lineage, Itachi's overwhelming power leaves you coveting his body, yet lacking the capacity to obtain it. Thus, Sasuke becomes your sole option, does it not? Orochimaru fell silent, yet silently conceded to Bai Qi's perspective. Bai Qi continued, this leads me to wonder why you would choose Sasuke as your next vessel for reincarnation. Your technique requires you to switch bodies approximately every 3 years. Even if you were to acquire Sasuke's body and complete this jutsu, what then after 3 years? Orochimaru's eyes widened in confusion. Bai Qi elaborated, in 3 years. You would need to seek yet another body. The Uchiha's form would merely be a fleeting moment in your prolonged existence. You would still not have truly attained the Uchiha body. What purpose does this serve? Orochimaru opened his mouth to speak, but Yakushi Kabuto wore a similarly perplexed expression. With your intellect, Orochimaru, it seems implausible that you could overlook such logic. So, the question arises, what has prevented you from contemplating this? I suspect you may have fallen victim to a specific jutsu that has altered your will, leading you to obsessively pursue the Uchiha body while disregarding the broader implications. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and the image of Itachi Uchiha promptly surfaced in his mind. Konoha Tsukimi. He nearly blurted out instinctively. Itachi was a close friend of Shursui Uchiha, who had mysteriously died, and his eyes had vanished without a trace. Given their relationship, it was plausible that Itachi possessed Shursui's eyes. Could it be that I have succumbed to Konoha Tsukimi? Bai Qi, adopting a demeanor of instructive geniality, remarked. It should not merely be Konoha Tsukimi. Itachi's prowess with the Sharingan is unparalleled. While Konoha Tsukimi is indeed remarkable, it can be detected by other secret techniques like the Byakugan. If it were Konoha Tsukimi, it would not have persisted undetected for so long. Thus, I suspect that Itachi has developed a form of hypnotic ninjutsu, merging Konoha Tsukimi with his Tsukuyami to alter your subconscious. This would elucidate your behavioral logic. Orochimaru soon regained his composure, licking his lips and emitting a sinister chuckle. Impressive, Bai Qi. You have discerned my anomaly and proposed such a plausible hypothesis. Though I cannot yet ascertain whether Itachi has manipulated my subconscious, I find myself inclined to believe you, albeit I am curious as to how you arrived at this conclusion. Bai Qi shrugged, smiling. It is quite simple. Every matter possesses its own logic. To illustrate, if you desire to consume pork, you merely need to slay a pig. However, if you wish to indulge in pork perpetually, what must you do? Naturally, you would raise pigs and breed more. Therefore, if you wish to eternally possess the Uchiha body, the most logical course of action would be to obtain Sasuke and encourage him to produce more Uchihas. This way, you would have a continuous supply of Uchiha bodies, rather than merely appropriating Sasuke's form, would you not? Orochimaru paused, then burst into laughter, while Yakushi Kabuto regarded Bai Qi with a look of astonishment, involuntarily shivering. Chapter 79. The clearly orchestrated Sasuke upon realizing he might have fallen victim to a new variant of Konoha Tsukimi developed by Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru exhibited no signs of surprise. Perhaps since the moment he was bested by Itachi, he harbored no doubts regarding Itachi's formidable strength. The idea of altering another's Mangeki Sharingan techniques may seem outlandish. Yet in the context of Itachi, it becomes less difficult to accept. However, regardless of how remarkable Konoha Tsukimi may be, it ultimately remains a technique that alters human subconsciousness. Once the subject becomes aware of the jutsu's influence, its efficacy is rendered null. In the original narrative, during the 5 Kage Summit, The shinobi from the land of iron fell prey to Danzo's Konoha Tsukumi, which ceased to function once it was discovered. Thus, while Konoha Tsukumi may sound terrifying, able to manipulate the target's will, it only works under the condition that the target is unaware they have been afflicted, or that it is not the original user, Shui, wielding the technique, which diminishes its true potency. Yet, Shui is deceased, rendering this a conundrum. Consequently, after Bai Qi's revelation, although Orochimaru's subconscious yearning for Sasuke remained unbridled, he could rationally restrain himself from succumbing to his inner desires and gradually alter his subconscious. For a being like Orochimaru, capable of soul transference, this is not an overly arduous task. Thus, why would Itachi take such measures? Utilizing Konoha Tsukumi to reshape my subconscious and compel me to see Sasuke? What significance does this hold for him? Bai Qi remarked with a smile, Orochimaru, with your intellect, how could you not comprehend? It is undoubtedly to cultivate Sasuke through you. If my assumptions are correct, after Itachi annihilated the Uchiha clan, he too recognized that Konoha was untrustworthy. Within Konoha, Sasuke could never receive the dedicated training he requires. Should his true intentions ever be unveiled, he would become a dire threat to Konoha. However, should he fall into your hands, that concern dissipates. With bolder speculation, Bai Qi continued, perhaps even this Nin exam. Your attack on Konoha was also an indication planted by Konoha Tsukumi, compelling you to act. This would allow the third Hokage to severely injure you while simultaneously showcasing your strength to Sasuke. When faced with your invitation, how could Sasuke, who desperately craves power, refuse? Thus, you would not only provide Sasuke with thorough training, but also extricate him from the perilous confines of Konoha, an exquisite twofold advantage. Yakushi Kabuto listened in astonishment, finding Bai Qi's words to be fantastical yet logically coherent, making it all the more plausible. Unavoidably, a sense of trepidation towards Itachi blossomed within Kabuto. Such a man is undeniably formidable. Even Orochimaru, whom he revered as a god, had become a mere pawn in Itachi's game, all while Orochimaru remained oblivious to it. And if I were to perish at the hands of the third, so be it. After all, Itachi stands to lose nothing. Should you die, then you would be unworthy to mentor Sasuke. At that juncture, I surmised that Itachi would seek out a new instructor for Sasuke. Bai Qi shrugged and continued. I believe that during the Chunin exams, Itachi is likely watching from the shadows. Should you remain uninjured, or if your injuries do not necessitate a body switch, he may very well orchestrate an ambush through another. Instantly, Orochimaru recalled the inexplicable ambush he faced from the Mizukage and a cadre of ninjas after departing from Konoha. At that moment, everything clicked into place, and cold sweat beaded on Orochimaru's forehead. Thus, it is said that conjecture breeds fear. Little did Orochimaru know that the attack was orchestrated by the very person before him, who had impersonated him to intimidate Obito, compelling him to conceal his true identity and manipulate the Mizukage into launching a siege. Meanwhile, Bai Qi merely speculated due to the injuries visible on Orochimaru. So, you mean I should abandon Sasuke? Orochimaru still felt a twinge of reluctance. Bai Qi shrugged once more, stating, that is certainly not my intent. Did I not mention earlier? Acquiring a body from the Uchiha clan is no issue, as long as it is not Sasuke's. After all, his elder brother, that Dark Lord, is not someone you wish to provoke. However, as a form of compensation for nurturing Sasuke, it would be entirely reasonable to gather some elements that do not endanger him. I assume with your capabilities, artificial insemination should pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Indeed, with his ability to resurrect the dead and his extraordinarily prolonged lifespan, he could afford to wait for the fruits of labor without haste. At that moment, Bai Qi continued, moreover, I am quite curious to see what kind of monstrosity would emerge from a union of the Uchiha clan with the Senju or Uzumaki clans, or even the Hyuga clan. Do you not share this curiosity, Orochimaru? As he spoke, Bai Qi could not help but chuckle, though to Kabuto, it appeared utterly perverse. Bai Qi was confident that Orochimaru would exploit every essence from Sasuke to its fullest potential. He even envisioned a future scenario during the Fourth Great Ninja War, where a legion of Sharingan-wielding children would call Sasuke father, a thought that thrilled him. Undoubtedly, Orochimaru had the perverse biological prowess to achieve such feats. Accelerating growth was hardly a challenge for him. Bai Qi even speculated whether Orochimaru might combine Sasuke's essence with the summoning beasts of the three great sacred lands to experiment with methods of harnessing natural energy. One must believe that Orochimaru's explorations into uncharted scientific territories would always know no bounds. At this moment, Orochimaru was trembling with excitement, his body quivering in anticipation. He licked his lips rapidly, exuding an insatiable hunger, seemingly eager to whisk Sasuke away to extract his essence. Meanwhile, Sasuke, still bedridden in the Konoha hospital, felt an inexplicable chill coursing through him, shivering uncontrollably. Well, I have concluded my business, so let us bid farewell. For the time being, I shall be in the land of waves. If your apparatus is ready, you may come find me there. Should you encounter difficulty, seek out the infamous Momochi Zabuza. This should pose no challenge for you. Orochimaru nodded, watching Bai Qi vanish in an instant. Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru marveled, astonished that Bai Qi had mastered the fourth Hokage's jutsu. Come, Kabuto, we shall return to Konoha and fetch Sasuke. The Sound Four had perished in battle against the Mist Ninjas, leaving Orochimaru no choice but to intervene personally. He had received word that Jiraiya was on a quest to locate Tsunade, intending for her to succeed the fifth Hokage, while elite jonin such as Kakashi were dispatched to patrol the borders to prevent any opportunistic assaults from other ninja villages. Currently, Konoha's internal strength was severely depleted, rendering it vulnerable to an assault from someone of Orochimaru's caliber. Sasuke, I am coming, echoed Orochimaru's chilling laughter throughout the Valley of the End. Chapter 80. The greedy Danzo and the selfish citizens of the Land of Waves. Bai Qi silently rejoined his group and proceeded towards the Land of Waves without incident. As they neared the border of the Land of Fire, an unexpected visitor appeared. A three-man team of root ninjas obstructed Bai Qi's path. Mr. Bai Qi, Lord Danzo wishes to invite you for a discussion. Bai Qi looked at the three masked ninjas with surprise, pondering how Danzo had not yet returned to Konoha. Given his obsession with becoming Hokage, it seemed unusual for him to be so unenthusiastic. Without hesitation, Bai Qi acquiesced. As a mere merchant of Konoha, a figure who acted as a front for the nobility of the Land of Fire, Danzo would not dare to harm him, for that would be a slight against the nobility of the Land of Fire. He instructed the Inoshikacho trio to wait for him and followed the root ninjas not far before encountering Danzo, who was bandaged and surrounded by a throng of ninjas. It was evident that he was en route to Konoha when fate led him to cross paths with Bai Qi. Danzo greeted Bai Qi with a warm smile. I am on my way back to Konoha. The scout ninjas reported your team's presence, so I had them bring you over to inquire about the current state of Konoha. Bai Qi, feigning sorrow, replied, Lord Danzo, I hope you return swiftly. The situation in Konoha is dire. Danzo, feigning ignorance, asked, Pray tell, Mr. Bai Qi. Thus, Bai Qi recounted the events of Orochimaru's attack during the Chunin exams, detailing how he had slain the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, all from the perspective of an ordinary citizen. Danzo sighed, saying, Wherever Konoha flourishes, the fire shall endure. The third Hokage upheld his ninja way. There is no need for us to mourn. This is the duty of every Konoha ninja. Bai Qi scoffed internally at Danzo's theatricality. Were it not for his knowledge of Orochimaru's plans, he might have been persuaded by Danzo's performance, suspecting a covert alliance between them. The third Hokage was a hero of Konoha. Regardless of the circumstances, we must honor his memory. However, what is of utmost importance now is for you to return and take charge. With the third Hokage gone, I must candidly state that neither Elder Tsukunodo nor Elder Mido are competent leaders. Bai Qi wore an expression that suggested Danzo was the one capable of bearing the responsibility, causing Danzo's lips to twitch, nearly betraying a smile. Indeed, neither possesses the talent for Hokage. Thus, upon receiving the news, I hasten my return. How are they managing Konoha's affairs now, Mr. Bai Qi? What do you know? Bai Qi pretended to ponder before responding. It is quite grim. The two elders have dispatched most of Konoha's elite jonin to patrol the borders of the Land of Fire, guarding against potential attacks from foreign ninjas. The village's defense relies solely on a handful of Chunin and Umbu ninjas, making Konoha's current defenses alarmingly thin. Moreover, I have heard that Lord Jiraiya has been entrusted by the two elders to seek out Lady Tsunade, aiming for her to return and assume the position of the fifth Hokage. What? Danzo was taken aback, never having anticipated such a revelation. In his mind, Tsunade suffered from hemophobia, rendering her strength halved, and having been absent from the village for years, she could not possibly rival him in reputation or experience. Jiraiya, having been duped by the Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain, would be unable to secure the so-called Child of Destiny before he could assume the role of Hokage. After considering the situation, Danzo concluded that following the death of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was the only one truly qualified to ascend to the Hokage's seat. Yet, hearing Bai Qi claim that the two old fools, Tsukunodo and Mito, would appoint Jiraiya to retrieve Tsunade without consulting him was utterly intolerable. Bai Qi immediately fanned the flames, saying, "Indeed, I am profoundly disheartened by the decision of the two elders. Although Lady Tsunade is renowned throughout the ninja world and celebrated as one of the legendary Sannin, she has long abandoned the village. In my view, the most suitable candidate for the position of the fifth Hokage is undoubtedly you, Danzo-sama. Your tireless dedication to the village makes you the rightful choice." Taking a deep breath, Danzo forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, finding great satisfaction in the presence of Bai Qi. Mr. Bai Qi possesses a discerning eye and recognizes the wisdom among the denizens of Konoha. In truth, I harbor no personal ambition for the Hokage title. As long as the village flourishes, any individual can assume the role. However, as you have articulated, Tsunade has indulged herself excessively, demonstrating a lack of responsibility that renders her unworthy of such a position. This matter must be halted, and it is for the sake of the village. Bai Qi nodded in agreement. Yet, a sudden thought crossed Danzo's mind as he glanced at the scroll carried by the Umbu ninja beside him, leading him to regain his composure. Bai Qi paused momentarily, then comprehended that the scroll likely contained a substantial sum of funds acquired from Kato. "By the way, Danzo-sama, what is the current state of the Land of Waves?" Bai Qi inquired, making a slitting motion across his throat. Danzo chuckled reassuringly. "Rest assured, since I have come personally, I will ensure matters are handled effectively. Kato has been dealt with, and I have secured the transfer of all his shares into my possession before his demise. You can now pursue your ambitions without hesitation. And should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The ninjas of the route will fully support you." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi cast a penetrating gaze at Danzo, contemplating, "You old schemer, you've certainly devised a treacherous path for yourself. You even dare to covet my funds." After Danzo's words, he regarded Bai Qi with a knowing look. "Haha, with the shares in your hands, I can rest easy, for they are now in the safekeeping of Konoha. Thus, I am liberated from any concerns." However, within, Bai Qi scoffed, "You old schemer, do you truly believe that possessing shares entitles you to profits? You're oblivious to the concept of annual losses. Dreaming of dividends is utterly foolish. Such a financial illiterate dares to engage in underhanded tactics with me. How laughable. When the time comes, you won't receive a single penny and may even owe me money." Danzo, pleased with Bai Qi's cleverness and maturity, nodded approvingly. He recognized that Bai Qi's future contributions would be essential for the growth of Konoha's ninjas. Although he had not fully discerned Bai Qi's intentions during this visit to the Land of Waves, he had gleaned enough to see a glimmer of opportunity. With such a vast enterprise, the future ninja missions would be abundant, and with Bai Qi's support, Konoha would ascend to new heights. In orchestrating all of this, he would become the most illustrious Hokage in Konoha's history. After comforting Bai Qi, Danzo promptly returned to Konoha with his entourage. After mentally cursing Danzo's entire family, Bai Qi rejoined his team, and 3 days later, they arrived at the Hope Bridge. This bridge, once the beacon of hope for the Land of Waves, had become a source of ridicule. It failed to break Kato's monopoly and, instead, exacerbated the soaring prices within 3 months. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Flame Company, the feudal lord finally heard the cries of the people, recognizing their suffering, and captured Kato, executing him. The man who had once wielded immense power and brought years of hardship to the citizens of the Land of Waves had finally fallen, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the land. Many shouted that justice may be delayed but will never be absent. Nonetheless, the calamities brought forth by Kato would not dissipate easily. Yet, the people of the Land of Waves remained undaunted, for they had the Flame Company at their side. They invested substantial funds to acquire Kato's loan shark business, erasing the interest on the citizens' debts, requiring only the repayment of the principal, and even allowing for extended payment plans. Furthermore, the Flame Construction Company employed countless bankrupt families, providing them with housing and job opportunities. Although life remained arduous, hope radiated from the faces of the people of the Land of Waves. As Bai Qi walked through the streets, he noted that while the citizens were far worse off than they had been 3 months prior, their spirits were remarkably high. Bai Qi couldn't help but be astonished, especially as he observed that not a single person was cursing the feudal lord. It left him reflecting on the insidious ideologies of Neon, truly alarming. Chapter 81. The newly emerged Diamond Bachelor of the Land of Waves. The socio-cultural backdrop of the Hokage world draws inspiration from Neon, where the populace holds an almost religious reverence for the emperor. Following World War II, when the international community sought to bring the emperor to justice, they were met with the incomprehensible devotion of the Neon people, leading them to abandon the notion of a trial. This reverence stems from the emperor's nominal rule, which has persisted for millennia, shrouded in mystery and myth during times of technological backwardness, distancing the common people from the truth. However, as society evolved and the digital age blossomed, the emperor's mystique was stripped away, revealing the truth to the world and shattering the myth. If that were not enough, a plethora of grotesque entities with peculiar thought processes emerged, incessantly feeding the citizens of Neon with absurdities, which was revolting in itself. Many wished to turn a blind eye, but they insisted on force-feeding these notions into the populace. Had the emperor of the time of defeat in World War II been the same as in modern society, bringing him to trial would have posed no challenge. In the world of Hokage, while there is no emperor, the feudal lord assumes a similar role, having undergone deification. If the governance of a region flourishes and the populace thrives, credit is attributed to the feudal lord. Conversely, if conditions deteriorate, it is not considered their fault. Even now, with Kato executed, customs policies and fishing bans remain enforced without any sign of abatement, yet the citizens of the Land of Waves refrain from denouncing the feudal lord. Their ignorance is such that it provokes no pity. It is not just the common folk. Even those with absolute martial power, such as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, never considered the existence of feudal lords to be unnecessary. Although there were occasional attempts to assault feudal lords, the ultimate goal was not their eradication, but merely a change in leadership. As the East's representative, Bai Qi found it impossible to comprehend the mentality of these individuals. However, witnessing all this allowed him to shed any psychological burdens. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Flame Company, Bai was already waiting patiently with the company's management. Seeing Bai Qi descend from the carriage, Bai hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Welcome back, boss." Bai Qi nodded and inquired, "Where is Zabuza?" "Mr. Zabuza is currently at the construction site, overseeing the development of the factory area and is rarely at the company. I have arranged for someone to notify him. Please take good care of my friends," Bai Qi instructed, allowing the Ino, Shika, Cho trio to explore freely during this time, relieved of their protective duties until his return to Konoha. Upon hearing that all expenses during this period would be covered by the Flame Company, the eyes of the Akimichi ninja sparkled with excitement. He had heard tales from his family elder Akimichi Jinsaburo about the lavish feasting while working with Bai Qi in the Land of Waves, which had left many in his clan envious. Never did he expect to partake in such indulgence himself, and without the burden of protecting his employer, he could revel in the experience. With the passing of the third Hokage, no further orders were issued, and the Ino, Shika, Cho ninjas willingly accompanied the public relations manager of the Flame Company for a day of leisure. Meanwhile, Bai Qi followed Bai into the chairman's office. The headquarters of the Flame Company was a lavishly designed structure reminiscent of ancient imperial architecture. To a foreigner, it might easily be mistaken for the residence of the feudal lord of the Land of Waves. In the Land of Waves, the feudal lord was well aware of the situation. However, despite his dissatisfaction, he felt compelled to feign ignorance in the presence of the influential Flame Corporation, turning a blind eye to their overstepping actions. Bai Qi did not wish to construct a skyscraper. Rather, both Toad Daibutsu and Bai believed that only the Grand Mansion could truly reflect the status and strength of the Flame Corporation. Consequently, Bai Qi resolved not to dwell on the matter, for although the edifice was magnificent, it would appear too conspicuous in the world of ninjas and could easily become a target for attacks, making defense difficult. Unlike the mansion, which could be easily repaired even if damaged, it was far more amenable to repelling external threats. With Daibutsu yet to return, Bai, as the company's second-in-command, began to inform Bai Qi about the current state of the company. Thanks to Kato's greed, the land acquisition process had gone remarkably well, requiring far less capital than anticipated, resulting in the acquisition of over 20,000 acres of land, including several coastal mountains, ideal for wind power generation. Aside from the mountainous areas, there were over 15,000 acres of flatlands, which Bai Qi had already divided into several industrial zones. Unfortunately, much of the labor force consisted of commoners, and with construction materials needing to be shipped from various countries, the pace of work was sluggish. To complete the construction thoroughly would require several more years. I can't wait that long. Bai Qi frowned. Had it not been for his intervention, according to the original storyline, the Fourth Shinobi World War would have concluded years later. Thus, he decided to pen a letter and instructed the ninjas under Daibutsu to deliver his message to the IWA ninja village in the Land of Earth, requesting Tsuchikage Anoki to send 1,000 ninjas skilled in the earth hardening technique and the shape technique. In a few days, he would visit the Sand Ninja village to hire additional puppet masters and, if possible, some magnetic shield ninjas. By effectively utilizing their skills, 1 or 2 months would suffice to complete the foundation of the factory, leaving only the arrival of equipment. Bai raised an eyebrow at Bai Qi, remarking, "Ninja fees can be exceedingly steep. Time is money. In the future, you will realize that these expenditures are worthwhile. Besides, it is not my money to fret over." Bai Qi replied. Upon hearing this, Bai chuckled, well aware that Bai Qi's funds had been acquired from the nobles of the Land of Fire, and that he had not spent a single coin himself, thus feeling no remorse. When the money ran out, he could simply return to the nobles of the Land of Fire to request more. If they refused, the project would falter, and the funds they initially invested would vanish. Once they had contributed their first sum, their relationship with Bai Qi would invert. Previously, he had sought their favor, but thereafter, they would be the ones seeking his. Bai Qi promptly began drafting a letter to Anoki and handed it to Bai, instructing him to withdraw a portion of the advance payment to proceed to IWA Ninja Village. Soon after, Daibutsu returned. After 3 months apart, Daibutsu had shed the gloominess of their first meeting, removing the bandages that had obscured his face and donning a well-fitted suit. Resembling a successful business mogul, his signature execution sword was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qi inquired and learned that Daibutsu had sealed the blade within a scroll. After all, as a company executive, it was not advantageous to parade around with a large sword. Observing the composed and sunny Daibutsu before him, Bai Qi found it nearly impossible to reconcile this version of Daibutsu with the one who had threatened to behead individuals just 3 months prior. As the Flame Corporation gradually established itself, Daibutsu transformed alongside it, evolving from a mere ninja into an executive, earning the title of a diamond bachelor in the Land of Waves. Who could blame him? He was indeed quite handsome and still single, with formidable strength, wealth, and youth. Was he not the epitome of a diamond bachelor? Upon hearing this news, Bai Qi nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 82. The Explosive Anger of Danzo. Orochimaru is the real puppet master. Bai Qi refrained from teasing Daibutsu about this situation and instead accompanied him on a tour of the construction site. The site was bustling with laborers from the Land of Waves, most of whom had fallen victim to Kato's usury and were now desperate for this job opportunity. However, due to the low level of industrial development and a lack of quality construction equipment, the work progressed at an exceedingly slow pace. Bai Qi felt a sense of helplessness. He lacked powerful ninjas under his command. If only he possessed the influence of Orochimaru, various infrastructural projects could be executed with ease. After all, how could Orochimaru effortlessly construct such grand hideouts across the shinobi world? Yet, given Orochimaru's sensitive status, Bai Qi hesitated to approach him for assistance. After all, when it came to foundational construction capabilities, Orochimaru's sound ninjas were unrivaled. It was absurd that even the strongest village, Konoha, required its civilians to painstakingly rebuild after their village was destroyed. They claimed to prioritize the combat prowess of ninjas, preventing them from engaging excessively in construction work. Nonsense. While it may be acceptable for higher-ranking ninjas to refrain from participating, allocating a portion of the lower-ranking ninjas could significantly accelerate the rebuilding process. Yet, Nara Shikamaru and Mito refused to consider it. As a result, when Bai Qi departed Konoha, the ruins had yet to be cleared, let alone the reconstruction efforts. Bai Qi had toured all the construction sites and instructed Daibutsu to build a road connecting the various industrial parks to the port, preparing for future railway projects. Railways? I recall that the Land of Snow has those, Bai Qi mused, shaking his head. It's too far-fetched and unrealistic. The journey to the Land of Snow is arduous, and they are quite insular and exclusive. Obtaining railway technology from them would be overly complicated. Besides, such technology is not particularly sophisticated. I can easily find someone to redevelop it. Have you found someone skilled in technology? Daibutsu asked, astonished. The Land of Fire was notoriously resistant to scientific advancements, prohibiting excessive technological integration into the lives of its citizens. This was a pattern observed across many nations. Only the remote Land of Snow or the politically unstable Land of Rain had somewhat developed technology, albeit in a distorted manner, making systematic research and development difficult. Bai Qi smiled mysteriously and whispered, Orochimaru. Daibutsu's eyes widened in shock. He was well aware that Orochimaru had recently attacked Konoha and killed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The fact that Bai Qi, a Konoha citizen, would associate with Orochimaru at this moment was a grave concern. Calm down. I merely have a technical collaboration with him. There is no need for you to worry excessively. Even if they find out, they would not dare act against me in consideration of the Land of Fire's nobles. Bai Qi reassured him with confidence. So, in due time, when Orochimaru completes the technical designs, he will send someone to contact you. Do not be alarmed. It will be a matter of business. Daibutsu nodded. The task was complete, and there was little point in discussing it further. The slow pace of construction in the Land of Waves had taken Bai Qi by surprise. After all, in the original storyline, the Naruto bridge had been completed in no time, leading him to misjudge the situation. Consequently, Bai Qi, who had initially planned to stay in the Land of Waves for 10 to 15 days, decided to set off immediately for the Land of Wind's Sand Ninja Village to hire a group of ninjas to assist with the construction. Furthermore, Bai Qi intended to explore whether he could extract some resources from the Sand Ninja Village, while Bai Qi busied himself with the company's construction efforts. A gloomy Danzo had just departed from the Inuzuka clan in Konoha. Moments ago, the Inuzuka clan had explicitly rejected Danzo's proposal for a share of the spoils. This is not the first family that Danzo has visited. Without exception, all the clans of Konoha have rejected the wealth he offered. It is a rare occurrence for someone to possess wealth that cannot be spent. Little does he know that within the Flame Company, there exists a multitude of workers who are, in fact, the eyes and ears of the various nobles of the Land of Fire. The riches of Kato have long been considered the possession of these nobles, a fact that was made clear during Bai Qi's investment discussions, where Kato was designated as the initial return for the nobles of the Land of Fire. Even the funds allocated for the Konoha ninja clans had already been negotiated. However, midway through, Danzo emerged unexpectedly, ignoring all protocols, and after confirming with Zabuza that Kato was of no further use, he forcefully seized all of Kato's assets, leaving nothing for the nobles. The daimyo of the Land of Water was so intimidated by Danzo that he dared not utter a word. Thus, it was not long before the spies of the Land of Fire within the Flame Company relayed this event back to the nobles. Before Danzo could return to Konoha, warning letters from the nobles had already reached the hands of the major ninja clans. These clans are significant financial backers for Konoha. Despite Danzo presenting a substantial amount of money, the continuity of a clan is a lengthy endeavor. A single lavish meal does not suffice, and the clan leaders are acutely aware of this. More importantly, the nobles have made it clear that they will not support Danzo's succession as the fifth Hokage. Even if Konoha were to endorse him, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would not recognize it. After visiting all the clans, Danzo found himself with a considerable fortune. Yet he had not distributed a single penny. Ultimately, he learned the truth only from Tsunade and Mito. Upon hearing it, Danzo was nearly overwhelmed with rage. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he had fallen into Sarutobi Hiruzen's cunning trap, as he had not been informed of Kato's true circumstances, rendering him a fool. Moreover, to facilitate Orochimaru in completing the assassination task, his rude organization had nearly emptied itself, leaving only a few members behind with no capacity to gather such intelligence. As a result, upon his return to Konoha, he foolishly distributed money to the various ninja clans with a jovial demeanor. Observing the sealed scroll containing a vast amount of currency, Danzo slammed it to the ground and exclaimed, "If I cannot be the fifth Hokage, what use are you to me?" If it were possible, Danzo would have relished the opportunity to unearth Sarutobi Hiruzen from his grave and exact vengeance. However, regardless of the circumstances, it was too late. Well, I, Danzo, have waited for so many years. What's a few more? Given Tsunade's temperament, she would certainly not take up the mantle of the fifth Hokage, and neither would Jiraiya. Ultimately, the Hokage will still be mine. Even if the daimyo does not acknowledge it, what does it matter? If necessary, I shall seek out another daimyo willing to recognize me. A sinister glint flickered in Danzo's eyes, but it quickly vanished. No, this cannot be done. If it leaks, It would not only jeopardize my chances of becoming Hokage, but also force me to leave Konoha altogether. What if Orochimaru? A light bulb went off in Danzo's mind. Yes, isn't there a scapegoat in Orochimaru? Since I cannot distribute the riches in my possession, why not reserve them for Orochimaru? Given his dire financial state, as long as the sum is substantial enough, killing a daimyo is trivial. Orochimaru would not care about antagonizing the nobles of the Land of Fire. With this thought, Danzo's mood improved as he made his way towards the root organization. Chapter 83. Arrival in the Land of Rain. What? You intend to go to the Land of Wind? And to Sunagakure? The Inuzuka trio, who had been reveling in recent days, were left dumbfounded upon hearing Bai Qi's plans. Sunagakure had just attacked Konoha. Although they had been deceived by Orochimaru, bloodshed had occurred between the two sides, with casualties on both ends. Regardless of the intentions of their higher-ups, the lower-ranking ninjas could not possibly harbor no animosity towards one another. And at such a sensitive time, Bai Qi was audaciously planning to venture into the Land of Wind and Sunagakure. Bai Qi smiled at the astonished trio and said, "There is no need for such alarm. I am merely a merchant. Though I hail from Konoha, they would not direct their ire towards me. Furthermore, Sunagakure is remote and resource-deprived, posing no threat to me. The demise of a merchant within Sunagakure would only exacerbate their economic woes. Of course, I understand your concerns, so you may choose to discontinue this escort mission. Your compensation will not be affected, as my sudden decision is what has rendered your task untenable." The trio waved their hands in protest, urging Bai Qi not to say such things. Bai Qi chuckled. "However, I advise against accompanying me. Their reluctance to attack merchants does not imply they would spare you. Therefore, I have arranged for the Flame Company to employ a few ninjas from minor villages for my security, which should prevent any excessive reactions from the Sunagakure ninjas." After much contemplation, Nara Shinsuke eventually agreed to Bai Qi's proposal, acknowledging it as the best course of action. Beyond the fear of extreme retaliation from the Sunagakure ninjas, Nara Shinsuke was more concerned that any outbreak of violence could jeopardize the fragile alliance recently formed between Sunagakure and Konoha. Should this situation escalate into war between the two ninja villages, it would be an unmitigated disaster. Upon signing his name on the mission scroll, Nara Shinsuke and his companions bid farewell to Bai Qi and prepared to return to Konoha. Days later, a ninja squad from the Land of Rain appeared before Bai Qi. They were a J-Nin team from Amigakure, dispatched under the auspices of the Flame Company. "Greetings, Lord Bai Qi. We are a J-Nin squad from Amigakure. I am Sawahara, the leader of this squad. These three are Nagakumi Taro, Asakura Kei, and Mitsui Jiro. We shall be responsible for your safety during this journey." Bai Qi sized them up. Sawahara was a robust man in his mid-30s, wielding a large sword. Nagakumi Taro, a bespectacled youth appearing no older than 15 or 16, contrasted with Asakura Kei and Mitsui Jiro, who were dressed in peculiar black diving suits and gas masks, looking utterly out of place. Bai Qi was tempted to inquire whether they would inflate if they passed gas, but refrained. "Hello, I am one of the shareholders of the Flame Company. I am embarking on a journey to the Land of Wind and Sunagakure for commercial purposes, and I will rely on you for the duration of this trip. Additionally, if possible, I would like to make a detour to the Land of Rain for a commercial inspection." The four exchanged puzzled glances. Who does not know that the Land of Rain is known as the country that is perpetually weeping, lacking resources, and suffering from dire living conditions, with commerce nearly stagnant? Yet Bai Qi held a different perspective. A destitute and backward nation could construct such buildings using concrete and steel, albeit with an aesthetic that resembled industrial wasteland punk. It must rely on relatively advanced construction and metallurgy techniques. While Bai Qi was not well versed in metallurgy, he understood the challenges of producing the steel required for high-rise buildings. He could not fathom how a nation capable of producing vast quantities of steel and concrete for construction could remain in such a state of poverty. It could only be said that whether it was Hanzo the Salamander or Nagato, they were all brutes who knew only how to fight and kill, lacking in business acumen. Sawahara could not comprehend this and chose not to dwell on it. In his view, if he could understand the mindset of a merchant like Bai Qi, he would have already become wealthy instead of laboring in such perilous tasks. Due to the generous remuneration offered by the Flame Company, Sawahara and his team treated Bai Qi with utmost courtesy and consideration. Everything was prioritized according to Bai Qi's wishes, a level of service rarely witnessed among the 5 great ninja villages. Certainly, this is also due to the formidable strength of the Flame Company. If it were some small merchants, they could easily turn into bandits, robbing their employers of everything. Such incidents frequently occur in smaller hidden villages. However, the current Rain Village is likely under the dominion of Nagato, who, after a period following the Third Shinobi World War, eliminated Hanzo of the Salamander and came to control most of the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers. This matter has remained shrouded in secrecy, with few aware of it. On this journey, Bai Qi chose to traverse the Land of Fire, making his way directly to the Land of Rain, and then entering the Land of Wind. There exists a quicker and safer route, which is to take a ship from Cardo, reaching the ports within the Land of Wind directly. Yet, this would still require a lengthy journey overland to reach the Land of Rain. Since an overland route is necessary, why endure the sandy terrain of the Land of Wind when one can travel through the lush and pleasant environment of the Land of Fire? Due to Bai Qi's status and the prior arrangements made by the Flame Company, Zui Yuan and his companions encountered no difficulties owing to their identities as ninjas from the Land of Rain. It took them a considerable amount of time to traverse the Land of Fire and arrive at the Land of Rain. Upon Bai Qi's arrival in the Land of Rain, he was greeted by a most extraordinary phenomenon. The border between the two nations was remarkably divided by a curtain of rain. Within the Land of Rain, a delicate drizzle fell, lending a dreamy quality to the landscape, while just a thin line away in the Land of Fire, the sun shone brightly without a drop of rain. Bai Qi speculated whether the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind might exhibit a similar peculiarity. He, not being a climatologist, could not comprehend how such natural beauty came to be. Sitting in the carriage, Bai Qi was unconcerned about getting wet. Through the window, the convoy swiftly entered a city in the Land of Rain. The proximity was due to this being a crucial distribution center for the Land of Rain to procure grain from the Land of Fire. Compared to the Land of Rain that Bai Qi had observed in the original narrative, this logistical forefront city appeared markedly more affluent. Yet the goods in the street shops remained disappointingly sparse, both in quantity and variety. Along the streets, one could see laborers seeking refuge under eaves to escape the rain, numbly awaiting the patronage of merchants. Given that this was a commercial inspection, Bai Qi naturally had to conduct a cursory exploration. After a brief survey, he found himself astounded by the avarice of the nobles from the Land of Fire. Merely a hair's breadth from the border, the prices of imported grain from the Land of Fire had skyrocketed, at least tripling. This was still a result of the city's status as a distribution hub. The prices would likely soar even higher once the grain reached other cities in the Land of Rain. It was hard to fathom how the commoners of the Land of Rain could afford such exorbitant prices for food. No wonder the nobles of the Land of Fire were so generous with their money. After all, if they did not enrich themselves by exploiting the surrounding nations, who would? Monopoly is, after all, the most lucrative business model. Once they departed from there, their speed diminished considerably, as the Land of Rain truly deserved its title as the country of eternal tears. The plight of the citizens was not merely due to their hardship, but also the incessant weather. The rain had hardly ceased, with dense waterways and muddy roads making it exceedingly difficult for carriages to navigate, necessitating constant changes of ferries to proceed. Bai Qi could not comprehend why. Despite the Land of Rain being able to construct concrete buildings, they had not built concrete roads. It seemed they were destined to remain impoverished. My lord Bai Qi, we are about to reach the capital of our Land of Rain. Would you like to stay for a while, or shall we proceed directly? Bai Qi lifted the curtain of the carriage, casting a glance at the bizarre city across the river. Tall concrete structures, some several stories high, stood in peculiar, slender, and somewhat irregular forms. This was Nagato's stronghold, as Bai Qi could discern a faint trace of chakra mingling with the rainwater of the city. If Bai Qi's conjecture was correct, this was likely the Rain Tiger Freedom technique employed by Nagato for surveillance, preventing foreign ninjas from infiltrating. Chapter 84. The Greatness of the Flame Company. Bai Qi extended his hand out of the carriage, feeling the almost negligible chakra within the rain. It was no wonder Jiraiya had not detected it. Only he had noticed the anomaly of the rain at first glance. After all, natural energy inherently repels chakra. Watching the curtain of rain, Bai Qi marveled at Nagato's prowess as a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessing an astonishing amount of chakra that allowed him to control the rain for such an extended period. The raindrops that fell into his palm were immediately dispelled by the natural energy emanating from Bai Qi. He understood that at this moment, Nagato must have already detected his presence. After all, this technique was specifically designed to counter ninjas. Once a ninja entered the area, their chakra would disperse the chakra within the rainwater, allowing Nagato to sense any movement immediately. Bai Qi was unconcerned, although the land of rain was secluded. Many merchants entered yearly, and there were numerous former ninjas who had transitioned to becoming merchants. It was improbable that such a minor action would prompt Nagato to send someone to eliminate him. Indeed, Bai Qi encountered no difficulties during his stay. After checking into an inn, a ninja from the land of rain visited and spoke with Zui Yuan and the others for quite some time before departing. The following day, Bai Qi, accompanied by Zui Yuan and his companions, explored many open areas of the city. Due to the extreme poverty of the land of rain, there was hardly anything of interest to see, and they completed their tour in just a day. Seated in his inn room, Bai Qi gazed out at the gentle patter of rain and inquired, Zui Yuan, when were these buildings in your land of rain constructed? Zui Yuan hesitated, then replied with a smile, I don't know. They were already here when I was born. The Rain Village has a dedicated construction department responsible for building and maintaining them. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi's eyes brightened. A construction department skilled in reinforced concrete was precisely what the land of waves was in dire need of. Zui Yuan, could you convey my goodwill to the head of your Rain Village? I wish to meet with them. The purpose is to hire the ninjas from your construction department to assist us in building factories in the land of waves. This would be a long-term collaboration. Zui Yuan, upon hearing this, could hardly disagree. His experience with the generosity of the Flame Company during this mission's remuneration had left a profound impression. The wealth displayed was beyond mere description. The compensation offered was more than double their usual task rates, and Bai Qi was exceedingly generous along the way. Zui Yuan, fearing that Bai Qi might depart, quickly took his leave to head toward the Rain Village. Since this was already the stronghold of the Rain Village, before nightfall, Zui Yuan returned with a woman to Bai Qi's room. Upon seeing her face, Bai Qi immediately recognized her. It was Conan. I never expected you to come personally for such a trivial matter, Bai Qi remarked. Lord Bai Qi, this is our elder from the Rain Village, Miss Conan. Zui Yuan introduced. They exchanged pleasantries. With an expressionless demeanor, Elder Conan knelt before Bai Qi, stating directly, I have heard that you wish to hire our construction department from the Rain Village. Bai Qi nodded and replied, Indeed. After witnessing the architecture of your nobles, I am confident that your village possesses the capability to fulfill my request. As for compensation, each individual will be paid according to the standard of a high-ranking task in Konoha, with a duration of 1 month. The ninja responsible for overseeing the project will also be compensated based on the same standard for a month until all construction projects are completed. What do you think? Elder Conan, upon hearing this, even Conan, with her usually cold demeanor, displayed a hint of excitement. The land of rain was impoverished, and the Akatsuki was similarly not wealthy. Otherwise, they would not be scrambling for even the second-hand orders from Noki. The construction department of Rain Ninja Village is not particularly large, and the architecture of the land of rain is not something that can be completed in just a year or two. If one were to trace back, it would likely be a time when Hanzo the Salamander was still a mere infant. However, this lengthy history has allowed the land of rain to develop a mature technique in constructing concrete buildings. Over the years, with not many projects left to undertake, the construction department has unfortunately become rather overlooked in Rain Ninja Village. To Xiao Nan's surprise, this seemingly insignificant department is poised for a revival. Not a problem. I shall represent Rain Ninja Village in agreement, she declared, fearing that Bai Qi might have a change of heart, thus foregoing any negotiation and making a decisive commitment. In truth, there was little to negotiate, as Bai Qi offered a remuneration standard set by Konoha rather than by Rain Ninja Village. For a small village like Rain, the equivalent compensation for similar tasks is significantly lower, only about 30% higher than that of a Konoha-level task. Given Bai Qi's sincerity, Xiaonan felt that any further bargaining would be seen as presumptuous. Bai Qi cast a meaningful glance towards Xiao Nan, contemplating that she was quite transparent in her intentions. As if to say, I am naive, come deceive me. He suppressed a flicker of conscience that seemed to emerge and continued his persuasion. Moreover, you should have heard from Lord Hara about my purpose for coming to the land of rain. Xiaonan did not deny it, responding, Indeed. Hara mentioned that you are here for a commercial investigation, and in due course, you will be heading to the land of wind. Then you must have some understanding of the Flame Company, Bai Qi prompted. Xiaonan tilted her head in thought and nodded, I know a bit. Your company primarily receives funding from the nobility of the land of fire and has established itself in the land of waves, where it is currently engaged in extensive construction. However, I am not yet well acquainted with the specifics of your company's industries. Bai Qi smiled with a predatory charm and patiently explained to her. Although the construction funds for the Flame Company originate from the nobility of the Land of Fire, please do not misunderstand. The Flame Company is not managed by them. They are merely shareholders enjoying dividends. Our vision for the Flame Company is to become a multinational trading enterprise involved in raw material processing, semi-finished, and finished product manufacturing, covering industries including but not limited to food, healthcare, machinery, home appliances, clothing, and more. Our goal is to facilitate commercial circulation to alleviate and even equalize the living standards of people across nations, ensuring that everyone has food, clothing, and prosperity, thereby guaranteeing peace in the ninja world and eliminating war. Xiao Nan's eyes widened, her pupils constricting in disbelief as she gazed at Bai Qi, at that moment perceiving him as enveloped in a halo of sanctity. Of course, I understand that the Flame Company is still in its infancy, and we are far from realizing this dream. However, every journey begins with a single step, and as long as we persist in this direction, one day, our dreams will materialize. Xiaonan took a deep breath and sincerely praised. Your aspirations are extraordinarily noble, evoking genuine respect. Noble? Bai Qi mused, a curious thought arising within him. If Xiaonan were to discover his true intentions, she would likely retract her praise and instead condemn him as a true demon. Yet, Xiaonan was not the leader of Akatsuki. She merely followed Nagato. Thus, he could not reveal his true motives to her. Should he divulge his actual purpose, all the ninjas in the ninja world would likely unite to eliminate him. However, Bai Qi believed that if there was anyone in the ninja world who would still be willing to stand by him after learning his real motives, it would be only Nagato, who had already succumbed to madness. Thus, he felt compelled to use grand ideals to charm Xiaonan, ensuring a smooth approach to Nagato. Otherwise, given Nagato's increasingly paranoid demeanor, he would never grant Bai Qi the opportunity to converse. A confrontation might be manageable, but it would disrupt his plans. Thank you for your affirmation. In fact, the Flame Company has already taken a significant step forward. We have formed strategic partnerships with the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, and we will soon develop a maritime canal in the Land of Moon, enabling our goods to reach the Land of Earth more conveniently. Therefore, my visit to the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind is for the same purpose. I wonder if Elder Xiao Nan would be willing to collaborate with me in facilitating a partnership between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind? Xiao Nan was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Bai Qi's abrupt shift in conversation left her struggling to keep pace. Chapter 85. Xiao Nan. Oh no. My head feels a bit heavy. Though Xiao Nan found it challenging to follow Bai Qi's line of thought, she had grown notably indifferent since Yahiko's demise, her face rarely gracing a smile, thereby not displaying any sign of confusion. After a brief contemplation, despite feeling internally swayed, she recognized that such significant matters could not be decided unilaterally. In truth, Xiaonan held a deep-seated disagreement with Nagato's ambitions, yet she, Nagato, and Yahiko had become intertwined as a single entity. While Yahiko was alive, both Xiao Nan and Nagato had centered their actions around him. He was their brain, while they served as his hands. Following Yahiko's self-sacrifice to save them, Nagato supplanted his position, and Xiao Nan continued to follow him as she had Yahiko. They were not siblings by blood, yet their bond surpassed that of any biological siblings. Since Xiao Nan had placed herself in the role of hands, any matter that required a decisive brain was not something she would dare to decide on her own. Thus, she displayed no signs of being swayed by Bai Qi's words. Responding calmly, "What you propose, Bai Qi, is of great significance and beyond the purview of a single elder's decision. I must report this matter to our leader for his judgment. However, before that, may I inquire how you intend to facilitate the cooperation between the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind?" Bai Qi observed Xiao Nan's demeanor, his desire for her administrative capabilities palpable. To clarify, he was not drawn to Xiao Nan in a romantic sense, but rather by her exceptional skills in governance. His primary aim in visiting the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind was indeed to engage with Nagato and Xiao Nan. As the scale of his industry continued to expand, Bai Qi found his pool of available personnel alarmingly limited. While he could scout talent from the common populace, in this world dominated by ninjas, even the most gifted among ordinary individuals could be easily silenced by a mere low-ranking ninja should they find themselves at odds. Even with the possibility of hiring ninjas for protection, vulnerabilities would always exist. True strength remained the best safeguard. Akatsuki represented the optimal choice in this regard. Nagato had strayed from the righteous path, not because he was inherently malevolent, but due to his limited understanding and knowledge, which had led him into a dead end. Bai Qi had often encountered such individuals in his previous life, where various nations frequently witnessed the tragic outcomes of those who opted for violence over legal solutions, leading to bloody confrontations. Their distrust in the law stemmed largely from their infrequent encounters with the judicial system, which prompted them to disregard legal recourse in favor of extreme measures to eliminate their troubles permanently. Once he could persuade Nagato, he would have the ideal partner. And with the support of both Nagato and Xiao Nan, Akatsuki would naturally become his employees, significantly alleviating Bai Qi's personnel pressure. Thus, Bai Qi aimed to draw out Nagato through Xiao Nan's influence. He patiently elaborated, "It is quite simple. If you agree, I wish to contract all the waterways at the border between the land of rain and the land of wind for an annual sum of 10 million ryo. Then, the abundant water resources of the land of rain will be channeled into the land of wind through the excavation of waterways, thereby enhancing the geographical environment of the latter. Additionally, I will construct a hydroelectric power station at the confluence of the rivers connecting the two nations, ensuring a continuous supply of substantial electricity to both the land of rain and the land of wind. This will elevate the living standards in both realms. The proliferation of electricity will stimulate the market for electrical appliances, prompting the flame company to establish a manufacturing plant in the land of rain. Meanwhile, once the natural conditions improve along the border of the land of wind, it will be transformed into an extensive agricultural base. Consequently, the land of rain can exchange electrical appliances for the more affordable grains and crops from the land of wind, while the latter will gain access to various electrical devices. As long as the initial bilateral trade operates smoothly, creating economic momentum, further industrial cooperation will naturally follow. A healthy commercial environment will undoubtedly attract multinational businessmen from other nations, bringing with them local specialties and even establishing businesses in the area. Thus, the land of rain will witness the emergence of numerous job opportunities due to the rise of various commercial activities, alleviating the living pressures through the inexpensive crops from the land of wind, thereby dramatically improving the impoverished conditions of its citizens. At that point, Elder Xiaonan may find it increasingly difficult to encounter the sight of destitute citizens of the land of rain languishing in the streets. Initially, Xiaonan scoffed at Bai Qi's vision, deeming it overly naive and impractical. However, as she listened further, she began to realize that Bai Qi was not merely painting a grandiose picture. Rather, he was presenting a feasible plan. The initial surge of commerce, if executed according to Bai Qi's strategy, would transform from a mere concept into a tangible reality. As Bai Qi intended for the Flame Company to make initial investments to establish a conducive business environment, this grounded the seemingly utopian plan into a feasible endeavor. Once economic inertia is established, as Bai Qi suggested, the role of the Flame Company would diminish significantly, even in its absence, as long as war does not erupt. Everything would evolve positively. Yet war, can the land of rain truly avert it? Xiaonan was acutely aware of the reasons behind the poverty of the land of rain. It was not the laziness of its people, nor a scarcity of resources, but rather its status as a principal battleground in the successive shinobi world wars. No nation among the 5 great countries wishes to ignite conflict within its own borders, and thus these small nations, serving as buffers, become the ideal arenas for war. Just as Xiaonan was enveloped in pessimism, Bai Qi continued, stating that beyond commerce, this approach could effectively prevent the land of wind from waging war against the land of rain. As the land of wind utilizes the water resources from the land of rain to improve its natural environment and yield abundant crops, a significant shift in its social structure will occur, fostering a dependency on the rainfall of the land of rain. The latter could then leverage this dependency to coerce the land of wind against initiating conflict, should war break out. The land of rain could sever the water supply from the hydroelectric dam. Furthermore, as a buffer zone between the land of wind and the land of fire, there is no need to fear that the land of wind would encroach upon your territory for water resources. Such a scenario would not be tolerated by the land of fire, nor by any other great power, as it pertains to the wisdom of geopolitical strategy and political balance. A concept you, as an elder of the rain-hidden village, should be familiar with. Xiaonan's cheeks flushed, for she was indeed unfamiliar with such matters in politics. They were but novices, and the terms geopolitical strategy and political balance were entirely new to her. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in her mind. Mr. Bai Qi is truly wise. He is a sage. As Bai Qi spoke eloquently, the dynamic between them subtly shifted to that of teacher and student, one imparting knowledge and the other fervently absorbing it. When Xiaonan took her leave, she felt as if she were floating, her body light, yet her mind heavy with new insights. She hurried along, eager to relay the information she had retained to Nagato, fearing she might forget. Bai Qi had shared a multitude of ideas, particularly concerning governance and the enhancement of living conditions, topics Xiaonan had never encountered before, and the sheer act of memorizing them demanded her utmost effort. Chapter 86. Nagato. Oh no, it seems I've lost my mind. In the land of rain, at the Tower of the Gods, a creation of my own, Nagato, with black rods protruding from his body, furrowed his brow upon hearing familiar yet hurried footsteps in the corridor. At the very moment he recognized the owner of the footsteps as Xiaonan, he noted her unusual fluster, a stark contrast to her typical composure. However, as soon as Xiaonan entered, the carefully formulated words Nagato had prepared were swallowed back. He had intended to inquire about the cause of her evident distress, but what he beheld was a radiant smile that had eluded him since the passing of Yahiko. Nagato! Nagato! Xiaonan repeatedly called his name, rushing to his side and grasping his hand, her excitement palpable. Today, I encountered a sage whose wisdom is precisely what we have long sought. Had it been anyone else, Nagato would have rebuked them, but Xiaonan was different. The sight of her smile brought him immense satisfaction, rendering reproach unnecessary. Nevertheless, Nagato quickly recalled the purpose of Xiaonan's outing and asked, "The sage you speak of, could it be that merchant from Konoha?" "Indeed. But Nagato, he is far more than an ordinary merchant. I have never encountered such profound wisdom in a single individual. He is truly remarkable," Xiaonan exclaimed, only to realize she lacked the vocabulary to fully express her admiration. Nagato smiled patiently, waiting for her to find her words. When Xiaonan faltered, he gently prompted, "Perhaps you could recount your experience today?" Without hesitation, Xiaonan began to narrate her encounter with Bai Qi, though as she progressed, it became evident she was merely reciting his words, her speech stammering as she struggled to convey the details accurately. After all, having heard it only once, her efforts to memorize every word felt daunting. Nagato listened attentively, but as the tale unfolded, his expression shifted from astonishment to bewilderment. He realized he could not comprehend what Xiaonan was saying. Each word was understandable, yet when strung together, they became unintelligible. Nonetheless, the portions he could grasp were sufficient to validate Xiaonan's characterization of Bai Qi as a sage. As the account concluded, Nagato mused, "Oh no, it seems I've lost my mind." If Sarutobi Hiruzen were still alive, he would surely empathize with Nagato's predicament. Thus, Nagato contemplated that perhaps the pursuit of peace does not solely hinge on tailed beasts and weapons. We might consider trying his approach. Xiaonan gazed at Nagato with hope. This utterance jolted Nagato from his stupor. He decisively shook his head, speaking earnestly, "Xiaonan, do not be so naive. Without absolute deterrence through force, how could the world possibly attain peace? I acknowledge that Bai Qi's proposals are indeed feasible. Had we known to implement them during Yahiko's time, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Yet, Yahiko's fate teaches us that achieving world peace necessitates the intimidation of all through tailed beasts, compelling everyone to adhere to the rules. I will accept his plan, but only under the protection of tailed beasts." Xiaonan's expression fell momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "So, are you suggesting we reject him?" "No." Nagato shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Xiaonan, what do you think would happen if they recruited him into Akatsuki?" Xiaonan smiled wryly and shook her head. "That is impossible. Akatsuki offers nothing that would entice him. Joining would provide him no benefit. I fear he would decline." "No, Conan, you are mistaken. He will indeed. Where is Uchiha Itachi?" Upon hearing this, Conan immediately recalled something. "Are you intending to use the eye in Itachi's possession?" "Indeed, that I capable of altering others' wills could transform this invaluable talent into a member of Akatsuki. Moreover, you must understand that aside from his intelligence, he is also exceedingly wealthy, sufficient to support Akatsuki's expenditures. Thus, we could liberate Akatsuki's ninjas and fully commence the tailed beast weapon project." Conan wished to dissuade him, yet she knew that acquiring Bai Qi's financial support would be fortuitous for Akatsuki. Finally, she remarked, "Uchiha Itachi should currently be in Konoha or the Land of Earth. Have you forgotten? We sent Itachi and Kisame to recruit Deidara. According to intelligence, Deidara was captured by the Tsuchikage and sent to Konoha for the Ch-nin exams. The exams have long concluded, so if Deidara is not in Konoha, he must be in the land of Earth. If Itachi is in the land of Earth, he will find it difficult to return in a short time. Nagato pondered for a moment and said, "There is no rush regarding Deidara. We can postpone the recruitment. I will use the body flicker technique to contact Uchiha Itachi and urge his swift return." Soon, Nagato established contact with Uchiha Itachi through the body flicker technique and expressed his desire to utilize Shirsui's eye. However, Itachi promptly informed Nagato that Kodowa Mitsukami had already been used and was currently in its cooldown period, unfit for use. If he wished to employ Kodowa Mitsukami, it would take at least 3 to 4 years. This revelation extinguished Nagato's hope of using Kodowa Mitsukami to turn Bai Qi into an ally. Should Bai Qi learn of this, he would undoubtedly scorn Nagato's treachery, but more importantly, he would likely deduce that Itachi had indeed modified Orochimaru's subconscious using Kodowa Mitsukami. It is worth noting that in the original work, Shisui had not utilized Kodowa Mitsukami when he perished during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Itachi needed to draw energy from Naruto's body to activate Kodowa Mitsukami. This implies that Itachi had previously employed Kodowa Mitsukami shortly after defecting from Konoha. The target of such a technique could only be Orochimaru. This also elucidates Orochimaru's puzzling greed towards Sasuke. In the midst of this, Konan listened intently. Once the ninjutsu was dispelled, she inquired, "Since Kodowa Mitsukami cannot be used, what do you intend to do next, Nagato?" After a moment of contemplation, Nagato replied, "First, I will agree to lease the waterways along the border of the Rain Country and Wind Country to him. However, I still wish to meet him in person. I will send Pain with you for the introduction." Upon learning that Kodowa Mitsukami was unusable, Konan felt a sense of relief. When Nagato expressed his desire to meet Bai Qi, she promptly consented. Unable to dissuade Nagato herself, she hoped Bai Qi might succeed where she could not. Thus, the following day, Konan, accompanied by Pain, revisited Bai Qi. "This is our leader from the Rain Village. Pain, you must discuss your matters with him." Bai Qi smiled as he opened the door, inviting the two inside. After seating themselves, Bai Qi looked at Pain and said, "I wonder whether I should address you as Yahiko or Pain." Chapter 87. The Child of the Poor Family. So adorable even when fierce. Bai Qi's words were shocking, instantly causing Nagato and Konan to bristle, both rising from their seats in alarm. Bai Qi, with a look of surprise, asked, "Why so agitated, Yahiko?" "I am quite surprised as well. My intelligence indicated that you perished in Hanzo's scheme, yet here you are, alive and well, even becoming the leader of the Rain Village. It appears Hanzo has been defeated by Yu Akatsuki." Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Bai Qi's information was outdated, suggesting that his understanding of them was quite limited. "You know of me?" Pain exclaimed. "Of course. Who does not know of the little son of the Rain Country? I merely read your intelligence and found you to be quite adorably naive. So upon meeting me, you recognized my identity?" Konan interjected. Bai Qi nodded, apologizing with a smile. "My apologies, Miss Konan. Although I concealed my recognition, my intentions are genuine. I truly plan to proceed as stated." Pain and Konan exchanged glances before resuming their seats. "I understand that Akatsuki aims to promote peace in the ninja world by enhancing communication between nations and improving relations, investing most of your income to assist the common folk. However, after all these years, Yahiko, you must realize that your approach is naive and impractical. My plan, in contrast, holds greater feasibility and may prove more effective. Would you not agree?" Nagato became increasingly convinced that Bai Qi's intelligence was limited to the period before Yahiko's death, which brought him some comfort. After all, during Akatsuki's earlier days, it would not have been difficult for anyone interested in the Rain Country to gather such outdated intelligence. "Since you have come in person, I wonder if you might respond to my request." Pain contemplated before stating, "The waterways can be leased to you, but regarding the rental fee." He grit his teeth and declared, 20 million ryo per year. He added, a 10-year lease, with full payment up front. Bai Qi's lips twitched as he glanced at Pain with a hint of pity. Truly, the children of the poor only dared to ask for so little. Given his demeanor, Bai Qi had expected a more exorbitant demand. 200 million ryo was not an insignificant sum, yet for a ninja village or a nation, it was rather meager. It is worth noting that a high-ranked mission from Konoha begins at a reward of 100,000 ryo. Orochimaru, during his time in Konoha, completed nearly 400 such missions, yielding billions in revenue for Konoha, as the mission rewards were set by Konoha itself. Who knew how much the clients actually paid? With a miserly figure like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who even stole from the 4th Hokage's estate, it would be a miracle if he shared half with the mission's ninjas. If Orochimaru were the one setting the price, he would likely demand 100 million ryo per year, including annual premiums. Bai Qi sighed and said, "Very well. Let us not make it difficult for the poor child." Seeing Bai Qi's prompt agreement caused Nagato's heart to skip a beat. Oh no, it seemed he had indeed offered too low a price. However, having made the offer, he could not retract it, leaving him to silently chastise himself for being overly hasty. Lord Bai Qi, aside from the waterway lease, Yahiko's primary purpose for visiting is to understand the bilateral trade you mentioned. I am not well versed in this matter and require your detailed explanation. Conan did not forget her objective, guiding the conversation. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi smiled and elaborated further. With Bai Qi's personal explanation, Nagato found his understanding returning, though he could not fully grasp it yet. He was beginning to comprehend the essence. I believe I am beginning to understand, but I have one question. Even if the land of sand acquires the water resources from the rain country, resolving their water scarcity, how will they address the issue that their desert is unsuitable for agriculture? Almost instinctively, Nagato began to use honorifics. The solution lies in deepening cooperation between your two nations. The land of sand is situated in a desert, where, despite the presence of water sources, the conditions are unsuitable for agriculture. Therefore, to address the agricultural challenges in the land of sand, the foremost issues of wind erosion and soil quality must be resolved. While there are methods to combat wind erosion, alleviating the soil quality issue necessitates assistance from the land of rain. Payne wore a perplexed expression, clearly unable to fathom how this could possibly relate to the land of rain. Bai Qi, eschewing any riddles, explained candidly. The land of wind lacks arable soil, whereas the land of rain possesses an abundance. The excessive water resources in the land of rain have led to the formation of substantial sediment at the bottom, which constitutes excellent soil for cultivating crops. By excavating this sediment and selling it to the land of wind, it can be spread near waterways, thus enabling agriculture. Conversely, although the land of rain has suitable land for cultivation due to its abundant rainfall, it lacks a conducive environment for farming. This creates a perfect opportunity for mutual benefit between the two nations. The land of rain can sell sediment to the land of wind, and in return, the land of wind should sell the crops it produces at a reduced price to the land of rain, thereby freeing the latter from the exorbitant food prices imposed by the land of fire. Upon hearing this, Nagato and Conan's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the much-maligned sediment from the land of rain could actually be monetized. Were they losing their sanity, or was the world itself deranged? Moreover, what advantage would the land of fire derive from this? Should this plan succeed, at least the lands of wind, rain, and river would no longer need to purchase the land of fire's overpriced grain, which would undoubtedly inflict a severe economic blow to the latter. It is worth noting that the prosperity of the land of fire largely hinges on its monopoly over food supplies. Bai Qi's strategy could undermine its very foundation. Nagato scratched his head, feeling that his recently regained intelligence was slipping away once more. Unable to comprehend the matter, he cast aside any embarrassment and directly inquired. Bai Qi chuckled upon hearing the question and replied, "Your concerns are unfounded. You may wish to investigate the activities of our flame company in the land of waves. In the future, we will replicate these factories on the soil of the land of fire. The land of waves is simply too small. Our initial choice to establish operations there was due to its maritime transport advantages. Ultimately, however, the primary factories will be situated within the land of fire itself. The establishment of these factories will necessitate a substantial workforce, which can only be sourced from the farmers. This shift will inevitably impact the agricultural output of the land of fire. Should food production decline, it would affect food exports and exacerbate domestic instability in other nations that lack sufficient food supplies. Thus, I must resolve the food issues of all nations beforehand to reduce their reliance on the land of fire, thereby averting potential conflicts. Furthermore, this strategy will compel the farmers of the land of fire to transition from agriculture to factory work. The benefits of industrialization will sufficiently compensate for any losses incurred in the food sector, ensuring they do not wage war against you. This creates a commercial closed loop. If previously Nagato had scoffed at the Flame Company's business philosophy, dismissing the notion that commerce could foster peace in the ninja world as mere folly, he now found himself considering Bai Qi's seriousness. It seemed as though he was orchestrating a grand game, with every individual and nation merely a pawn in his scheme. Nagato feared he was no exception. Chapter 88. Nagato's resolve and two bodyguards. Bai Qi's unique confidence and inexplicable pride left Nagato entranced. Ultimately, the collaboration progressed smoothly, and the trio engaged in amicable discussion. Upon returning to the Tower of God, Konan noticed Nagato deep in thought and felt a stir within her heart. She wondered if Nagato had altered his perspective after conversing with Bai Qi, abandoning the pursuit of the tailed beast weapon project. Nagato had transformed dramatically for this plan, and she felt a pang of sympathy. Nagato, have you changed your mind? It seems you now believe that achieving peace in the ninja world may not require a singular path. Upon hearing this, Nagato looked up at Konan. Under her hopeful gaze, he resolutely shook his head, leaving her momentarily stunned. His tone was more steadfast than ever. No, Konan, do you not understand? If the tailed beast weapon project was merely our endeavor to fulfill Yahiko's dream, now we have an additional motive. In the past, with Yahiko by our side, we naively believed that the suffering in the world stemmed solely from war, and that peace would rectify everything. However, after today's conversation, let us reflect. When the land of rain was not embroiled in war, did its situation improve? No, it remained impoverished, with hunger and nakedness as constant companions. Regardless of how much we earned or how much food we distributed under Yahiko's leadership, it made no difference. The situation did not improve in the slightest. We were ignorant then, naively believing we had not done enough, that we had not shared enough. But today, we have finally grasped that our previous efforts were futile. Akin to blind men groping an elephant, wandering in circles amid the fog. Today, we have found the correct path, dispelling the mist. To alter a nation requires consideration of myriad factors, knowledge we have never encountered before. So, Nagato, please cease your efforts. Simply follow Mr. Bai Qi's guidance, and I believe the land of rain will flourish under your governance. No, Konan, why do you not understand? Nagato shouted, his eyes instilling fear in her. Even if we transform the land of rain to rival the land of fire and prosperity, what then? When war descends, the land of rain will still become a battlefield for the 5 great nations. Everything we painstakingly built will be reduced to ruins, and joy will turn to sorrow. Therefore, the tailed beast weapon project must be executed and must succeed. I shall wield this world-destroying weapon to instill fear in all nations of the ninja world, bringing an end to war. Only then can we preserve the beauty we strive to create from becoming mere illusions. Konan, this is the world Yahiko envisioned. Konan stood there, lost in thought, but eventually her hesitant gaze transformed into one of resolve. She had been swayed by Nagato's words. He was right. While Bai Qi had suggested that controlling the economic lifeblood could deter other great nations from recklessly waging war, even if war were to occur, they would avoid the land of rain to protect their own agriculture and waterways. Yet, this was merely speculation. One must never presume to understand the minds of ambitious individuals and warmongers with conventional logic. They are capable of committing any madness in pursuit of victory and profit. Only by acquiring the tailed beast weapon and becoming powerful enough to instill despair in any adversary can Nagato compel even the most reckless of warmongers to think twice. Nagato, I understand now. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Together, let us bring Yahiko's dream to fruition. Bai Qi remained oblivious to the transformation of their thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would not care. They were destined to fail, not only Tsutsuki Kinshiki, but also the deceased Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, and the ancient sage of 6 paths hidden in the Pure Land would not permit Nagato to succeed. Even Bai Qi himself would not allow it. It was not that Bai Qi sought to alter the course of fate to enable Naruto and Sasuke to attain the level of 6 paths. Rather, he simply regarded Nagato's plan as overly conservative and lacking ambition. When Nagato faltered, Bai Qi would enlighten him on what true strategy entails. As for whether Bai Qi's reckless endeavors would prevent Naruto and Sasuke from achieving the 6 paths level and hinder their ability to confront the impending invasion of the Tsutsuki clan, he held no apprehension. Not to mention, the Tsutsuki clan would require approximately 20 more years to reach this realm. In that span of time, Bai Qi could defeat them effortlessly, even if he trained with his own shortcomings. Furthermore, It is utterly foolish and laughable to entrust the fate of the entire world to merely 2 individuals. The following day, Xiaonan, as a representative of the rain-hidden village, entered into a cooperative development agreement along with a related lease agreement for the waterways with Bai Qi. Naturally, the payment could not be made immediately. After all, no matter how wealthy Bai Qi was, it was improbable for him to carry 200 million in cash. Xiaonan would take the agreements along with the construction team from the rain-hidden village to the land of waves, where the payment would be facilitated by the Flame Company. However, this time, Xiaonan would not relocate the entire construction team, leaving a portion behind. Once Bai Qi successfully managed affairs in the land of wind, they could commence the construction of the dam and hydroelectric power plant. Hydroelectric technology had long been utilized within the ninja world, yet the facility Bai Qi intended to construct would be the largest in the history of the ninja realm. Nevertheless, Bai Qi had confidence that the technological prowess of the rain-hidden village would suffice. After all, the Shura path among the 6 paths of pain, with its arsenal of rocket launchers, laser cannons, and mechanized armor, was not something just anyone could create, without a considerable degree of advanced military technology. It was merely a fanciful thought. Moreover, the byproducts of this technology represented a veritable treasure trove. It was ironic that Nagato, who possessed such a wealth of resources, managed to govern the land of rain in such dire poverty, revealing the grotesque nature of the ruling system in the ninja world. They naively believed that individuals with great personal strength could effectively govern a region, oblivious to the flawed logic and misplaced confidence behind such assumptions. In this light, Bai Qi suddenly perceived that Sarutobi Hiruzen might not be as incompetent as he initially thought. After finalizing matters in the land of rain, Bai Qi set off towards the land of wind. However, for his safety, in addition to the 4-man team led by Sasahara, Xiaonan had sent additional personnel to ensure Bai Qi's protection. Upon hearing their names, Bai Qi was taken aback. These were the infamous immortal duo of the Hidden Leaf, Haiden and Kakuzu. Bai Qi had not anticipated that Nagato would assign these 2 eccentric characters to safeguard him. Yet, seemingly to prevent the Akatsuki from being prematurely exposed, both were clad in the standard attire of Rain Village ninjas rather than the distinctive black cloak adorned with red clouds. After introductions, Haiden expressed his displeasure, stating that protecting others was contrary to their cult's doctrine. Their creed was one of slaughter, and protecting someone was a violation of their tenets. He begrudgingly agreed to protect Bai Qi, warning him to not provoke him during the journey, lest he face dire consequences. With a swift kick, Kakuzu sent Haiden flying, assuring Bai Qi that he would ensure his safety with utmost diligence, despite Haiden's erratic behavior. He added, however, that additional remuneration would be required for his services. Bai Qi was initially pleased with Kakuzu's attitude, but nearly lost his composure upon hearing the latter's final statement. Casting a meaningful glance at Kakuzu, a man who had once clashed with the legendary sage of the 6 paths, Bai Qi bid farewell to Xiaonan and journeyed towards the land of wind. In truth, Kakuzu's characterization had suffered due to inconsistencies in the original narrative. Much like the 3rd Hokage, in earlier depictions, Kakuzu had indeed battled against Senju Hashirama, but as later revisions proliferated, this battle was reduced to merely having crossed paths, ultimately devolving into a joke about throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away. This had rendered Kakuzu a figure of ridicule within the realm of Naruto. Numerous characters shared a similar fate. For instance, the formidable duo of Jinchuriki known as the Gold and Silver Brothers, who had once inflicted serious damage on the Reikage and Tobarama Senju, were ultimately defeated in the 4th Great Ninja War by a horde of mere fodder ninjas. A notion utterly absurd. It is important to note that during that time, the Edo Tensei technique had been meticulously refined by Orochimaru, bringing the resurrected bodies nearly to their living prime. Not dwelling on such matters, the group soon encountered a contingent that obstructed their path upon entering the land of wind. However, this was not an attack. Rather, it was a welcoming party dispatched by the feudal lord of the land of wind. Bai Qi had already submitted the necessary documents to the feudal lord of the land of fire, clarifying the purpose of his visit, prompting the immediate arrangement for a reception that had been eagerly awaited. "Greetings, Lord Bai Qi. I am Fujiwara Michiyo, sent by the feudal lord to personally welcome you," announced a woman in her 30s, possessing a captivating beauty complemented by a serene demeanor, creating an intriguing contradiction in her presence. Upon hearing her name, Bai Qi was astonished. "Fujiwara? Is the feudal lord of the land of wind your father?" "Indeed, he is my father," Fujiwara Michio replied candidly. It is truly an honor to meet the offspring of such a distinguished lord. Given the cultural backdrop of the Naruto universe, familiarity with certain Japanese surnames could readily reveal one's status and identity. The evolution of surnames in the Naruto world can be likened to the developments in Japan from the Meiji Restoration to the Taisho period. Thus, apart from the 5 great clans, the nobility of the other 5 nations predominantly bore surnames that predated the Meiji Restoration, with few exceptions. Additionally, surnames such as Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi were regarded as commoners' names in the eyes of the nobility, hardly holding any weight within noble circles. By incorporating the cultural context of Japan during this transformative period, one can comprehend why some commoners possessed surnames while others did not. Furthermore, the Meiji Restoration mirrored the transition from tribal civilization to feudal governance, signifying a shift from exclusive noble surnames to the broader populace. The events of Boruto align with the post-Meiji Restoration era. Therefore, it is not surprising that renowned commoner ninjas such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya lacked surnames, as they existed in a time before the compulsory assignment of surnames to commoners. This historical context renders Bai Qi's name less conspicuous, as those unfamiliar with the intricacies of the period might struggle to discern whether Bai was a surname. The fact that the feudal lord of the Land of Wind would send his daughter to greet Bai Qi underscores the significance attributed to this visit, signifying not just a form of endorsement from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, but also a cordial relationship among the great lords, which was notably more amicable than the overt hostility often displayed among the 5 great ninja villages. The 5 lords appeared more akin to kin and allies, despite having endured 3 great wars in mere decades, with the conflicts primarily affecting the civilian population. Even though the funding for ninja warfare stemmed largely from the lords and their noble patrons, Bai Qi understood their predicament. The extraordinary powers possessed by ninjas rendered them an inherently uncontrollable force. Thus, a reduction in their numbers and capabilities could be seen as advantageous. Bai Qi's visit was perceived by the feudal lord of the Land of Wind as a means to strengthen commercial ties among the nobility, naturally receiving considerable attention. After all, it would be quite unbecoming for the nobles of the Land of Fire to entertain their impoverished relatives without granting them due respect. In a bid to demonstrate her esteem, Fujiwara Michio even prepared an ostentatiously luxurious palanquin for Bai Qi. However, Bai Qi had no interest in such a frivolous contraption and opted instead to ride a horse. During their informal conversation along the journey, Bai Qi learned that Michio had been dispatched by the daimyo of the Land of Wind not only to exhibit respect and sincerity, but also because she was, in fact, the true financial minister of the Land of Wind, albeit operating from behind the scenes due to her sensitive status as a woman and the daughter of a daimyo. Upon realizing Michio's significant role as the future leader of the Land of Wind, Bai Qi promptly shared his vision for improving the land, proposing the diversion of rainfall from the Land of Rain through waterways to alleviate the water scarcity in the Land of Wind. Michio was immediately taken aback by Bai Qi's audacious proposal, yet subtly cautioned him. While your idea is indeed commendable, one must not forget the sandstorms plaguing the Land of Wind. These river waters could easily be buried beneath the sands. Bai Qi chuckled in response. Isn't this a rather simple issue to resolve? If the waterways are prone to being covered by sand, we could simply place a cover over them. Michio looked bewildered, as if Bai Qi were jesting. Bai Qi nodded affirmatively, explaining, indeed, by covering the waterways, we could transform them into artificially constructed underground rivers, requiring only basic pumping facilities for access, thus eliminating concerns regarding sandstorms. Michio was astounded, realizing that such an approach was indeed viable. The Land of Wind had long coveted the plentiful rainfall of the Land of Rain, but had never conceived a practical means to harness it for their benefit. Bai Qi's straightforward suggestion had potentially resolved a long-standing dilemma for the Land of Wind. Chapter 90. Michio, I have a sister, aged 18, who seeks a husband. Michio was elated, yet the thought of the bureaucratic nobles of the Land of Wind swiftly dampened her enthusiasm. Was the Land of Wind impoverished? Indeed, it was, however. Among the 5 great nations, only the common folk faced true hardship, while the daimyo and nobles, as political rulers, were merely less affluent than their counterparts in the Land of Fire. Thus, improving the geographical conditions for the commoners to ensure their basic needs were met had never been within their purview. To them, as long as the common folk did not starve, that sufficed. Once their bellies were full, they might become restless and threaten their rule. Otherwise, if the various Kazakage of Sunagakure had always aspired to enrich their village and the land of wind, why did the nobles continue to reduce funding for Sunagakure year after year? It should be noted that unlike the militaristic villagers of Kumogakure, the funding for Sunagakure had dwindled to a point where they struggled to maintain their operations. This was precisely why, during each war in the shinobi world, Sunagakure was so eager. Only during these times could they expect an increase in funding from the daimyo. Even if they lost the war, the population might dwindle. Yet the funds allocated during wartime could allow them to scrape by for a considerable time thereafter. If one were to compare the hardships of the shinobi in the 5 great villages, Sunagakure would surely rank second, with no one daring to claim the top spot. The lower-ranking shinobi of Sunagakure led lives that were even more miserable than those of some smaller villages. Although their mission remuneration was significantly higher than that of shinobi from smaller villages, in Sunagakure, there were hardly any opportunities to spend their earnings. As the daughter of the daimyo and the financial minister of the Land of Wind, Michiyo was well aware of this reality. Should Bai Qi's aspirations merely stem from a desire to enhance the lives of all within the shinobi world, it would be challenging for him to garner support from the wealthy and complacent nobles of the Land of Wind, who might even outright reject his proposals. However, Michiyo could not express this sentiment directly. Thus, she could only allude to it, saying, "Your vision is indeed grand, yet such an undertaking would require substantial investment. What returns could the Land of Wind expect from this endeavor?" Bai Qi raised an eyebrow, having noticed a peculiar expression on Michiyo's face, but he dismissed it, merely perceiving her as somewhat greedy for inquiring about returns so soon. However, such behavior was not uncommon among nobles, after all. There were both immediate and long-term benefits to consider. Do elaborate, if you please, she urged. Bai Qi organized his thoughts and began. The immediate, tangible benefits would manifest in agricultural yields. The Land of Wind relies heavily on expensive imports of grain from the Land of Fire and other nations, incurring significant annual costs. However, should you be able to cultivate your own crops, it would diminish, if not entirely eliminate, the need for costly imports, potentially even allowing for exports. Moreover, addressing the basic survival needs of the populace and enhancing their overall happiness would undoubtedly engender greater loyalty from your father, thereby fortifying your governance. These are metrics that transcend mere monetary value. Furthermore, with reduced grain prices, the common folk would find themselves with more disposable income, thereby stimulating commercial prosperity throughout the Land of Wind. Not to mention the tax revenues generated from burgeoning commerce would significantly bolster the nation's coffers. Bai Qi elaborated on various points, though his understanding of economics was not profound. He had merely observed numerous examples throughout his experiences. Commerce was never a straightforward equation. The emergence of any industry would invariably trigger a cascade of repercussions, impacting numerous interrelated sectors. The foundation of it all was agriculture, the cornerstone of sustenance. Michiyo listened intently, her gaze on Bai Qi reflecting admiration. He was a talent capable of revitalizing a nation. His insights were astute and comprehensive, addressing the foundational aspects of agriculture while also considering its ripple effects on other sectors, ultimately invigorating the entire economy of the nation. Thus, Michiyo regarded Bai Qi with the reverence one might afford an idol, seated in her palanquin as she absorbed his continuous discourse, while a nearby attendant hastily scribbled notes, even resorting to holding ink in his mouth to save time, resulting in a comically ink-stained face. As night fell at their temporary camp, having just finished dinner, Michiyo feigned casual interest and asked, "Bai Qi, being so handsome and gifted, I assume you are already married? Might I inquire as to which noble daughter of the Land of Fire is your wife?" Bai Qi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I apologize, but I am an advocate of lifelong singlehood. I have no intention of marrying or having children." As a cultivator, his fate was to live an extended life, and he could not fathom marrying a mortal woman who would age and perish swiftly. As for imparting his cultivation techniques, that was a preposterous notion. The very seeds of chakra within the human body had already severed their paths to immortality, rendering even entry into such arts impossible. Michiyo's expression brightened as she directly overlooked Bai Qi's aversion to marriage, exclaiming, "To be candid, I have a younger sister who has just turned 16 and is in need of a husband. Would you consider becoming my brother-in-law and joining our family?" Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qi declined, stating, "Miss Michiyo, I have expressed that I am an advocate of singlehood and will not marry. So I must regrettably decline the offer to become your brother-in-law. He felt no offense taken. After all, the notion of a brother-in-law in the context of the Land of Fire bore no resemblance to that of the Land of the East, where such a role often connoted a status lower than that of a household servant, lacking any societal standing whatsoever. In the context of marriage, a woman may divorce her husband if their life together is unsatisfactory. However, a man who is a son-in-law may find himself bound to the family unless the woman provides a divorce decree. Otherwise, he remains forever tethered to their lineage. Even in death, in the realm of Neon, a son-in-law status can equate to that of a biological child. Should the son-in-law prove exceptional and gain the approval of the family head, he may inherit the entire estate. In such cases, even the legitimate sons of the family may be relegated to the status of bastards, forced to either toil within the family or venture forth to fend for themselves. The annals of Neon are replete with renowned family heads who were once son-in-laws who adopted the family name. In simpler terms, should Bai Qi consent, he would be qualified to vie for the position of the Lord of the Wind Nation. This is undoubtedly a magnificent temptation, not an affront. Thus, Michio disregarded Bai Qi's professed aversion to marriage and presented this temptation anew. To her astonishment, Bai Qi remained entirely unmoved, leaving Michio momentarily speechless. Chapter 91. The bewildered duo rising. Michio departed to her own tent, wearing an expression of existential doubt. In her worldview, she could not fathom why Bai Qi would refuse her offer. Once she left, the immortal duo settled beside Bai Qi, one on each side. Casting a glance at them, Bai Qi mused on how aptly the moniker Immortal Duo described their nature. Boss, why did you not accept her proposal? If you do, I will ensure the demise of all the sons of the Wind Nation's lord, without a soul realizing they were murdered. Of course, I would only require a modest fee. For such a position is indeed lucrative, remarked Kakuzu. Upon hearing that Michio wished for Bai Qi to become a son-in-law to the Fujiwara family, Kakuzu could hardly contain his excitement. This was a monumental opportunity, far beyond the trifles of bounty hunting. Bai Qi shot Kakuzu a sidelong glance, replying earnestly, Mr. Kakuzu, your prowess as a ninja is beyond question. However, when it comes to financial acumen, you are quite the novice. What did you say? Are you insulting me? Kakuzu bristled with anger, while Haiden chuckled, his laughter reminiscent of a goose's honk. Although Kakuzu often boasted of his encounters with the god of ninjas, he knew well that his strength was not invincible. He could tolerate questions about his abilities, but any doubt cast upon his financial skills was intolerable. Bai Qi's words had struck a nerve. Unfazed by Kakuzu's fiery glare, Bai Qi calmly inquired, Pray tell, Mr. Kakuzu, how much do you earn in a year? Kakuzu scoffed, raising a finger, at least 100 million, depending on the bounty amounts. In my best year, I nearly reached 200 million. What say you? Dare you question my earning capacity? With a smirk, Bai Qi replied, And do you have any inkling of my fortune? Not a clue why? Bai Qi declared proudly. My current net worth is valued at no less than 300 billion, and that figure continues to rise. My investments in the tea shop industry in the Land of Fire alone are worth at least a few billion, all amassed in less than 4 years. What? Kakuzu stammered, his shock rendering him momentarily speechless. Even Haiden was left dumbfounded. They were aware that Bai Qi, as a shareholder in the Flame Company, was quite wealthy, but they had never grasped the full extent of his affluence. Kakuzu, as a principal economic pillar of the Akatsuki, had always prided himself on his financial prowess. Yet now he found himself at a loss. No, you are mistaken. According to your calculations, the nobility of the Land of Fire holds 30% of the shares, while Konoha possesses another 30%. Originally, Kakuzu held 10%, but now that has gone to Danzo. Therefore, you are left with only 30%. Meaning your assets should amount to merely 30 billion, Kakuzu reasoned, but he fell silent, realizing that even this was still greater than his own earnings. Bai Qi chuckled thus. Mr. Kakuzu, you are indeed an outsider in the realm of profit. Shares are merely a bond of interests. The company is under my control. The future dividends will not be determined by the percentage of shares one holds. Rather, it is I who will dictate the amount, more or less as I see fit. If I choose not to distribute a single coin, this year the company will undoubtedly incur losses. Should I decide to grant a portion, the losses will be mitigated. The adjustment is entirely within my purview. Bai Qi proceeded to elucidate his methods, derived from the previous world where numerous companies perpetually operated at a loss to evade taxes. Kakuzu's expression twisted as his worldview began to shift. After a lengthy silence, Haydn leaned closer to Bai Qi, whispering, "Be honest with me. Are you a follower of the evil god? I promise I won't tell anyone else." Bai Qi pushed Haydn away with a laugh. "Begone. This is merely basic business strategy, not arcane knowledge." Disregarding the nowadays Kakuzu, Bai Qi turned his attention to Haydn, asking, "Haydn, I am curious. What does your evil god look like? Is there an idol?" Haydn replied matter-of-factly, "An evil god is simply an evil god. How could there be an idol?" Unperturbed, Bai Qi pressed on. "Is there no lore regarding the evil god's visage?" After a moment of contemplation, Haydn replied, "There seems to be. Some say it is half man, half snake. Others claim the evil god is a giant wearing a mask, but there is no evidence to affirm what the evil god truly looks like." Bai Qi inhaled sharply, pondering if the deity Haydn worshipped might indeed be a mere common snake. Observing Bai Qi's expression, Haydn asked incredulously, "What? Do you know the likeness of the evil god?" Bai Qi nodded. "Indeed, I know of such an evil god, embodying the half-man, half-snake form, endowed with two immensely powerful abilities." Intrigued, Haydn urged, "You know? Please, tell me." His eyes sparkled with fervent zeal. Bai Qi, with utmost seriousness, explained, "Her first ability is that every time she dies and resurrects, her strength significantly increases." "And the second ability?" Haydn inquired eagerly. "The second ability is that she possesses immortality. She cannot die." Haydn's expression morphed from fervor to confusion, then to distortion, ultimately settling into sheer bewilderment. Bai Qi stood, dismissing the two, and made his way toward his tent, leaving the duo to grapple with their existential musings. Before entering the tent, Bai Qi cast a glance at the two individuals, perfectly embodying the phrase, "The bewildered fruit on the bewildered tree, and you and I beneath it." Chapter 92. The mediocre future of the Wind Country. The capital of the Wind Country is situated within the largest oasis, encircling an expansive lake. Once, ninjas had delved into its depths for exploration, discovering that the lake's water originates from an underground river, ensuring it never runs dry. Upon entering this place, apart from the ubiquitous gravel, the trees predominantly consist of desert flora such as coconut, tamarisk, and date palms, rendering the overall environment not inferior to that of the Fire Country. As Bai Qi traversed through various cities within the Wind Country, he noted that they too were established in similar green oasis settings. He found it difficult to comprehend how the former daimyo of the Wind Country had persuaded the first Kazekage to establish Sunagakure in the desolate, resource-scarce region of Suna, which lacked water. After all, the oases within the Wind Country are not few, though the environment is not conducive to the cultivation of staple crops. It can be said that regardless of strength, ignorance can lead one to be easily manipulated. Not long after entering the capital of the Wind Country, a rotund man sporting a small mustache approached Bai Qi, accompanied by Sanzhong. Bai Qi felt an uncanny familiarity upon seeing him. Sanzhong promptly introduced, "Your Excellency Bai Qi. This is my brother, the heir apparent of the Wind Country, Fujiwara Abe Takashi." "Brother, this is Mr. Bai Qi." Upon hearing this, Bai Qi understood the source of his familiarity. The rotund man was indeed the future daimyo of the Wind Country, who would later be seen during video conferences among the 5 great daimyos during the 4th Great Ninja War. However, at present, he was merely the heir apparent, not yet the daimyo. This implied that the current daimyo's time was running short. Abe Takashi smiled and said, "I apologize, Your Excellency Bai Qi. Although my father wishes to personally receive you, he is gravely ill and unable to meet foreign guests, so I must take on the responsibility." Bai Qi quickly bowed, expressing his honor at being received by the future daimyo of the Wind Country. Hearing Bai Qi refer to him as the future daimyo brought a wide grin to Abe Takashi's face. Due to the informal nature of the visit, no banquet was arranged, especially given the daimyo's precarious health, making it an inappropriate time for festivities. Thus, the three engaged in discussions directly at Bai Qi's lodging. After patiently listening, Abe Takashi furrowed his brow, clearly unenthused by Bai Qi's proposal. "Does Your Excellency have a matter that troubles you?" he inquired, glancing at Sanzhong, who immediately understood and excused himself, leaving only Bai Qi and Abe Takashi in the room. "Your Excellency Bai Qi, I have heard from Sanzhong of your commendable reputation and your various strategies for national development. I must confess, your plan to enrich the people of the Wind Country is indeed enticing. However, such prosperity would inevitably extend to Sunagakure as well. You must be aware that the Kazekages of Sunagakure have historically been inclined towards war, which not only plunges Sunagakure into economic hardship, but also exacerbates the Wind Country's economic woes. My father has been reducing financial allocations to Sunagakure annually, yet to little avail. If this situation persists, it will only result in Sunagakure reigniting conflict, albeit on a limited scale, constrained to skirmishes among ninja factions. However, should your plan provide Sunagakure with ample resources, I fear their ambitions may swell, potentially igniting a full-scale war between the Wind and Fire countries, which is a scenario I wish to avoid. Bai Qi immediately grasped Abe Takashi's concerns. Although ninja villages are subordinate to their respective countries, daimyos lack direct control over them. Their relationship is one of mutual dependency. Initiating war is an easy endeavor, but bringing it to an end is not so simple. Historically, Sunagakure has been limited in resources, with the scale of war kept in check due to financial constraints imposed by the Wind Country. However, once financial support and war materials become sufficient, Sunagakure would no longer face concerns regarding warfare, making it difficult to predict whether conflicts would escalate from minor skirmishes to a full-blown war between nations. Such an outcome would not merely result in the loss of tens of thousands of ninjas. Should the losses be significant, it could ultimately spell the end of the Fujiwara family's rule over the Wind Country. Bai Qi regarded Abe Takashi with profound admiration, recognizing that this was the mindset befitting a leader. Individuals like Senju Tobarama, who rose to power, often become a calamity for the common folk. If all the daimyos shared Abe Takashi's perspective, it would be no surprise that they maintain a firm grip on political authority. Their level of thought far surpasses that of the Kage of various ninja villages, placing them on an entirely different plane. One can only wonder how Sunagakure's Maki would react upon hearing Abe Takashi's sentiments, and whether he would still dare to label him as mediocre. Understanding Abe Takashi's concerns, Bai Qi knew how to persuade him. I comprehend your apprehensions. However, have you considered why Sunagakure, or indeed, Iwagakure and Kumogakure, are so eager to engage in warfare? Abe Takashi hesitated but chose to remain silent. Bai Qi continued, simply put, the fundamental reason is poverty, compounded by harsh living conditions. In Sunagakure, they struggle not just for food but even for water. Its remote location hampers their ability to secure sufficient ninja missions for survival. Iwagakure, with its vast population, faces a dire geographical environment, while Kumogakure possesses an abundance of food and has the most favorable conditions among the three villages. Its high-altitude location exposes them to the peril of lightning strikes, rendering their situation hardly better. While there are numerous methods to ameliorate their living conditions and address food scarcity, you must not forget that ninjas are military units, instruments of destruction. They resort to primitive and foolish means to acquire survival resources and improve their circumstances. Your father and you may reduce financial allocations, but this merely suppresses the scale of their wars temporarily. It does not eliminate their reasons for conflict. If you were to cease financial support altogether, regardless of who the Kazekage is, war would inevitably erupt, directed either outward or toward you. Abe Takashi's expression darkened. For Bai Qi had spoken the truth. Chapter 93, The Dog Training Plan, finally persuaded. But what else can we do? This is already the best course of action. Abe Takashi said despondently. In truth, he had not openly stated another concern. Allowing the Kazekage's fervor for war could effectively deplete the number of ninjas, thereby diminishing the threat they pose to the daimyo's rule. Ninja villages operate independently of direct daimyo oversight. If their numbers swell excessively, they could become a severe threat to the daimyo's authority. If one day a Kazekage were to suddenly pivot their war efforts toward the daimyos themselves, the daimyo's forces would be ill-equipped to withstand an assault from the ninjas. After all, these ninjas can assume the appearance of anyone and employ unimaginable methods to infiltrate, striking without a sound. Ordinary people are no match for ninjas. Do not be misled by the notion that ninjas engage in mere skirmishes. Rather, in grand conflicts such as the Fourth Great Ninja War, they have been transformed into sorcerers. Yet, when confronted with ordinary individuals, the disparity in power is palpable. A simple act of decapitation can lead to the utter collapse of the Wind Country's forces, without the need for extensive warfare. Both Abe and Takahashi, along with their forebears, are filled with trepidation. Throughout history, no feudal lord has been devoid of fear. Thus, in the present circumstances, they are rather pleased to observe this state of affairs. As Abe and Takahashi are on the cusp of ascending to their familial titles, untainted by the decadence of noble life, they harbor aspirations for meaningful accomplishments. This drives their dialogue with Bai Qi. Had the current feudal lord of the Wind Country been the one to engage, it is likely that even the most eloquent of Bai Qi's discourse would fall on deaf ears. Bai Qi, sensing the ambitions of Abe and Takahashi, smiled and posed a question. Your Highness, do you believe a wolf poses a threat to a man when they are in proximity? Abe and Takahashi, perplexed by the apparent simplicity of the query, nodded in agreement, acknowledging their fear. Bai Qi continued, and if the wolf were to be tamed into a dog, would that fear persist? At this, a flash of enlightenment coursed through Abe and Takahashi, prompting a startled inquiry. What do you mean? Your Highness, Bai Qi elucidated. You fear the power of ninjas, yet you simultaneously require their strength. The current sand ninjas, beyond your control, are akin to untamed wolves. However, do not forget that even wolves fear death. In the brief span of several decades, the ninja world has witnessed 3 great wars, claiming countless lives. Present-day ninjas, even those who have not witnessed battle, are the orphans of those sacrifices, having borne witness to the anguish wrought by conflict. I am convinced they now harbor a disdain for war and a loathing for death. Therefore, if you can assure them sustenance without peril, do you believe they would still resort to desperate measures for survival? Had the Sand Ninja Village just been established, or if only 1 or 2 wars had transpired, I would not advise you to support my plan. The newly formed village would brim with vigor and confidence. The first great ninja war would not instill fear of death. It would only foster hatred. The second war began to unveil the terror of mortality, yet hatred still eclipsed the fear of death. Now, however, with 3 wars behind us, even the most steadfast must be weary. Moreover, with the 4th Kazakage's demise and the yet-to-be-selected 5th Kazakage, should you nominate a preservationist of minimal prestige as the new leader, it would mark the initial step in taming the wolf into a dog. As the 5th Kazakage acquires sufficient esteem, he will realize that those once willing to charge selflessly into battle have vanished, leaving only those ninjas who flock to you, their lord, who can provide them with happiness and sustenance. With each word from Bai Qi's lips, the light in Abe and Takahashi's eyes grew ever brighter, culminating in a tremor of excitement coursing through their bodies. Drawing a deep breath, Abe fixed his fervent gaze upon Bai Qi and inquired, Lord Bai Qi, who do you believe is best suited to embody the 5th Kazakage you envision? Bai Qi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Such a question could hardly be directed at an outsider, revealing the extent of their desperation, akin to a drowning man grasping at straws. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Qi responded, 2 individuals stand out as particularly suitable, Grandma Chiyo and her brother, Aizu. Abe and Takahashi were taken aback, questioning, why these 2? Their prestige is considerable. Should they choose to incite war, their followers would be numerous. Bai Qi replied with a smile, Your Highness, have you forgotten their ages? Realization dawned upon Abe. Both Chiyo and Aizu, despite their high standing, were advanced in years, nearing the end of their lives. Currently, Chiyo was the de facto leader of the Sand Ninja Village, while Aizu served as an advisor, operating from behind the scenes. It would serve the interests of the feudal lord more to elevate an aging elder than a vigorous youth to leadership. Abe nodded in agreement, stating, I too believe they are quite suitable. However, once the Kazakage issue is resolved, how shall we continue to tame the wolf into a dog? Bai Qi replied matter-of-factly, naturally. We shall have them cultivate the land and improve machinery. You may issue tasks for the sand ninjas to engage in geological enhancements, and invite those skilled in puppet techniques to innovate agricultural equipment. Over time, you may even launch initiatives aimed at fortifying the Wind Country and the Sand Ninja Village's prosperity, emphasizing research in wind resistance and earth manipulation techniques. Any non-combat ninjutsu can be transformed into various tasks, gradually transitioning them from combatants to agricultural researchers. This will significantly reduce the number of combat ninjas, while ensuring the Sand Ninja Village retains a modicum of military strength to safeguard the Wind Country's security. The third step involves vigorously promoting the proliferation of electrical appliances, particularly televisions, once the economic situation in the Sand Ninja Village improves. You might invest in the production of films that extol peace and the beauty of love, thereby diminishing their desire for conflict. To mitigate their suspicions, I recommend that the initial river development should lead directly to the Sand Ninja Village, providing you with a legitimate reason for their acceptance of your plans. Furthermore, to fully tame these obstinate sand ninjas, you must wield the weapon of ideology. The weapon of ideology? Abe and Takahashi were momentarily dumbfounded, echoing his words like parrots. Bai Qi illustrated, for instance, the will of fire of Konoha. You could propose a will of wind, publicly addressing the Sand Ninja village, proclaiming that they are the guardians of the wind country, embodying love and responsibility. However, their love must transcend the confines of the Sand Ninja village, spreading like the wind across the entire nation. Upon hearing this, even though Abe was not a ninja, he felt an exhilarating surge of passion, almost compelled to lay down his life for the wind country. He drew a deep breath, grasping Bai Qi's hand in an uncontrollable display of admiration, exclaiming, "Your brilliance knows no bounds. This will of wind is articulated splendidly." Chapter 132. The Toad in Hand. Bai Qi awaited another fortnight before finalizing the blueprint and development plan for the installation of landline telephones with Scorpion. Factories were being established and workers recruited. In the land of rain, while resources were scarce, the one thing that was abundant was a labor force eager for work. As soon as recruitment notices were posted, they were met with an overwhelming response. Fortunately, the rain ninjas maintained order, preventing chaos from erupting. Nowadays, strolling through the streets of the rain country, one could distinctly sense a shift in the spirit of its people. Initially, they constructed dams and dredged silt. Subsequently, small-scale food processing plants, water pump factories, and electric machinery production facilities emerged, employing a vast number of commoners from the rain country. At first, Pain heeded Bai Qi's counsel, opting not to announce recruitment openly. Instead, he summoned one male from each household to participate in the labor. Initially, the populace believed it was a form of corvée, but by the end of the first month, they received food and wages. Suddenly, the citizens of the rain country understood that their deity was leading them toward a brighter future. As the factories began to materialize, Pain continued with the household recruitment model, striving to ensure every citizen of the rain country had employment, greatly alleviating their burden. With the silt from the rain country reaching the wind country's borders, and the development of underground waterways, the establishment of windbreak walls and water collection networks commenced, leading to a steady influx of grain from the wind country into the rain country. As life improved, Pain, under the guidance of Bai Qi, relinquished the practice of drawing labor from each household and instead opted for public recruitment. Apart from the weapons factory, which employed villagers from the rain-hidden village, all other factories were staffed by ordinary citizens of the land of rain. In a fleeting moment, the Akatsuki's prestige soared to unprecedented heights within the land of rain, eclipsing even the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander. It could be said that if Pain declared a war against the land of fire, a significant portion of the populace would unhesitatingly rally behind him. Thus, the land of rain brimmed with hope. Its people understood that although they could not yet eradicate poverty and hunger, steadfastly following Akatsuki would ultimately lead to resolution. All they needed was patience. Akatsuki did not disappoint them. Factories of various kinds sprang up like mushrooms after a rain, with recruitment notices frequently posted. Once the telephone manufacturing plant and its ancillary processing factory were established, it took less than 3 days to fill all positions, and the workers immediately began their roles in setting up the factories. No one complained of fatigue or hardship. When Kakuzu and Conan returned, the factories were already completed, awaiting the arrival of the production lines from the Flame Company to commence operations at full throttle. "Where's the frog?" Conan and Kakuzu exclaimed, weary from their month-long swift flights, with Conan nearly on the verge of nausea from carrying Kakuzu as a burden. However, Kakuzu did not feel much better himself, as being hoisted through the air like a chick severely undermined his imposing image. Nevertheless, he knew that if he did not comply, Conan would reach Mayaboku Mountain before him, effortlessly capturing the frog and returning. By the time he arrived, the mountain would be on high alert, making it exceedingly difficult to catch a frog, possibly even risking his life. Thus, he had no choice but to plead with Conan to carry him. What was initially perceived as a perilous mission turned out to be far easier than either Conan or Kakuzu had anticipated. They concealed their presence and effortlessly captured 4 frogs that were frolicking in the forest, swiftly vacating Mayaboku Mountain without encountering any pursuers. As they traveled, they discussed their observations, realizing that Mayaboku Mountain had grown complacent over the millennia, with no one daring to disturb it, thus lacking any form of vigilance that allowed them to exploit this opportunity. However, they understood that such ease in capturing frogs would be a mere fantasy in the future. Bai Qi observed the cage where he had performed the sealing technique, containing 4 palm-sized frogs huddled together, their eyes wide with fear as they gazed at the onlookers. "Who are you? Are you not afraid of our uncle coming for you?" A green frog cried out. Upon hearing this, Bai Qi chuckled. And who is your uncle? My uncle is the mighty Frostbite, a formidable being not to be trifled with. Release us promptly. Bai Qi feigned difficulty, replying, I cannot do that. I have long craved spicy frogs. If I release you, what shall I eat? What? You intend to eat us, you scoundrel. You are a demon. Do not eat me. I do not wish to die. The frogs wailed and cursed, tears streaming down their faces. Bai Qi laughed. To insult others is a crime. I hereby sentence you to imprisonment. With that, he raised his arm, and the sleeves expanded dramatically, shattering the cage and drawing the 4 frogs into his sleeve. This was his divine power, the sleeve prison, a complementary technique of the heavenly law. The members of Akatsuki regarded Bai Qi with perplexity, unable to discern the nature of this ninjutsu. Conan involuntarily reminded, the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain can be summoned back through the summoning technique. If not sealed, they would escape. Bai Qi waved his hand, assuring, rest assured, in my presence. No summoning technique will prove effective. How could mere ninjutsu penetrate my divine space? That would be a folly. Seeing that Bai Qi was unconcerned about the summoning technique, Conan ceased to speak further. Kakuzu, however, urgently inquired, Mr. Bai Qi, what of my reward? I refer to something beyond the resurrection elixir. It is already prepared. Bai Qi retorted, producing a book from his sleeve and tossing it to Kakuzu. Upon examination, Kakuzu found the cover inscribed with the complete guide to deception, and upon opening the first page, he discovered a guide to telephone scams. Kakuzu was left utterly bewildered. What is a telephone? Bai Qi cheerfully explained the concept of a telephone and informed him that the Land of Rain had established a telephone manufacturing plant, which would soon lay down a wired telephone network across the entire ninja world. Kakuzu, this telephone network is set up for you. The extent of your earnings depends solely on your efforts. Kakuzu gazed at Bai Qi with immense gratitude, exclaiming, you have gone to such lengths for me. At this, all present in the conference room could not help but cover their faces in disbelief. When did Kakuzu become so easily deceived that he would trust Bai Qi's fabrications? The resurrection elixir, known as the Moon Toad Resurrection Pill, requires time for crafting. Once it is ready, I will contact you to deliver the elixir. Pain nodded, unperturbed. Although Conan was anxious, she recognized that such miraculous elixirs could not be produced simply and would have to wait patiently. Does this mean Mr. Bai Qi is preparing to depart? Bai Qi affirmed, stating, indeed, the land of fire has descended into chaos, presenting an opportune moment to awaken its citizens. Had it not been for the need to wait for these 4 frogs, I would have left after finalizing the telephone production. Pain nodded, saying, then please travel safely, Mr. Bai Qi. This time, Pain did not send anyone to escort him, recognizing Bai Qi's demonstrated prowess and understanding that he was no ordinary individual. There were pressing matters in the Land of Rain that required the attention of Akatsuki members. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered as he glanced at Bai Qi's departing figure before swiftly averting his eyes. Chapter 133, Itachi's Assassination. Bai Qi's current cultivation level was formidable. Even without projecting his senses outward, he immediately perceived Itachi's unusual gaze. However, he maintained a facade of ignorance, departing without pausing. After Bai Qi's departure, the members of Akatsuki continued their meeting for a while before dispersing. Kisame followed Itachi as they prepared to guard the dam, which was not only a vital financial resource for the Land of Rain, but also the energy hub supplying electricity to all its factories. Kisame chattered incessantly with Itachi, while Itachi activated his Sharingan and swiftly turned into an alley. Kisame, seemingly oblivious, continued his monologue as though conversing with the air. Itachi concealed himself in the alley, watching Kisame depart without displaying any surprise. Itachi had previously used his Sharingan to ensnare Kisame in an illusion, leading him to believe they had been together all along. Afterward, Itachi withdrew his gaze, contemplating before pursuing a certain direction. Exiting the capital of the Land of Rain, Itachi spotted Bai Qi's silhouette from a distance. However, he chose not to reveal himself, opting instead to follow at a distance. The proximity to the city was still too close. After trailing for some time, Bai Qi abruptly halted, stating without turning, "You have followed me for quite a while. It is time for you to reveal yourself. We are far enough from the city now. Pain's Rain Tiger technique cannot extend this far. What are you being cautious about?" Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Itachi immediately comprehended that his movements had long been detected by Bai Qi. He thus decided to abandon his concealment and emerged from the shadows, stepping behind Bai Qi. Indeed, you are extraordinary, capable of uncovering my presence. Yet, as a ninja, why do you disguise yourself as an ordinary person devoid of ninjutsu in Konoha? Bai Qi turned, smiling as he regarded Itachi, disregarding his inquiry, and instead curiously asked, I am genuinely intrigued. What is the purpose of your pursuit? Ah, is it to kill me? I sense a murderous intent. I have stated before that you are a madman, dangerously so. Your threat extends beyond Konoha. It poses a significant danger to all ninjas. A person like you cannot be allowed to persist in this world. At this moment, Itachi radiated an aura of righteousness. Bai Qi, however, let out a derisive laugh. He mockingly gazed at Itachi and queried, Before you eliminate me, might you answer a question? Itachi furrowed his brow. What question? A smirk appeared at the corner of Bai Qi's mouth. When you murdered your parents and clan, did you also exude such righteousness? Itachi's pupils constricted, anger flooding his visage. You seek death. With a swift motion, Itachi launched 3 shuriken. Bai Qi effortlessly sidestepped, evading them with ease. However, as the shuriken sailed behind him, they unexpectedly reversed midair, illuminating the space with fine threads. This was the renowned Uchiha technique of manipulating shuriken, utilizing fine threads to alter the trajectory of thrown weapons in mid-flight. Such exquisite control required the Sharingan to reach its ultimate potential. Bai Qi noticed the threads immediately, but paid them no heed. The shuriken circled in the air, bound by threads as resilient as steel, ultimately embedding themselves into a nearby tree. Though Itachi had succeeded in his maneuver, no joy or pride adorned his features. He understood that since pain had allowed Bai Qi to return alone without any protection, it indicated that Bai Qi's strength was formidable. Yet, the ease with which he had ensnared Bai Qi left Itachi suspicious, scanning with his Sharingan, suspecting that he had merely captured a shadow clone. Hey, what are you searching for? Am I not right here? Itachi cast a baffled glance at Bai Qi, who casually remarked, No need for such trouble to deal with you. By the way, I recall Sasuke once posed a question to me. At the mention of Sasuke's name, Itachi instinctively paused. Bai Qi continued with a chuckle. Sasuke once inquired who among us is stronger, to which my answer was 37 to 63. Upon hearing this, Itachi's brow furrowed deeper, devoid of any delight. In the next moment, he felt the threads in his grasp slacken, and the bound Bai Qi vanished from his Sharingan's sight. Although he had not activated his Meijiki, this revelation was sufficient to astonish Itachi. A true genius ninja, he hesitated not, his eyes widening as the 3 Tomo transformed into the Sharingan state, enveloping him in a colossal red skeletal form. Susanoo. At that moment, Bai Qi's voice resonated behind him. 3 punches, and you shall die 7 times. Instinctively, Itachi turned, only to find Bai Qi raising his hand to strike. It was not an elaborate taijutsu nor a potent ninjutsu. It was merely a mundane slap. Yet, it was executed with such speed that even Itachi's Meijiki Sharingan could barely track Bai Qi's trajectory, leaving him no time to react as he watched the slap descend upon Susanoo's skeletal frame. With a resounding crash, Itachi's Susanoo shattered under the impact, scattering bones across the air, which dissipated into chakra and vanished. A fierce gust of wind sent Itachi tumbling to the ground, rolling like a gourd. Bai Qi shrugged, observing the bloodied Uchiha Itachi as he struggled to rise. See, I did not deceive you. Itachi pressed his hand to his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. The strength of Bai Qi was unfathomable. Despite feeling as though he were but a child before Bai Qi, Itachi harbored no belief that defeat was inevitable. In a ninja's battle, intelligence is paramount. Lacking information about Bai Qi had placed him at a disadvantage, but Bai Qi too must have insufficient knowledge about him, granting Itachi a fair chance. Just as Bai Qi audaciously stood under the scrutiny of Itachi's Meijiki Sharingan, Itachi called forth Amaterasu. Black flames ignited spontaneously. Yet Itachi found himself fleeing swiftly. The black flames failed to engulf Bai Qi, as he vanished yet again from Itachi's view the moment the flames ignited. Before Itachi could contemplate a counter to Bai Qi's ninjutsu, he felt as though his very soul had exited his body, his thoughts rendered void. His face contorted in shock as his body halted mid-sprint, spinning rapidly like a top. At that moment, Bai Qi appeared in front of Itachi's fleeing form. Bai Qi yawned, extending his hand to grasp Itachi's neck, halting his rotation. The immense centrifugal force nearly caused Itachi to snap his own neck. After a moment, Itachi regained his senses. His Manjiki trained upon Bai Qi. Tsukuyami. In that fleeting instant of clarity, Itachi instinctively unleashed his ultimate technique. Chapter 134, Foolish Itachi. Having experienced an illusionary assault only once, when Obito employed a Sharingan Genjutsu against him, Bai Qi was prepared. Although Itachi's Tsukuyami far surpassed Obito's technique, it posed no real threat to Bai Qi. Bai Qi immediately sensed a mental energy attempting to penetrate his mind. Fortuitously, his prior experience, coupled with his enhanced prowess since facing Obito, allowed him to envelop this energy with his consciousness. Unlike the previous encounter, this time Bai Qi reacted swiftly, shattering the invasive mental energy before it could take hold. Bai Qi understood that a ninja's genjutsu disrupts the opponent's chakra, confounding their senses and creating illusions. However, as he scrutinized the mental energy enveloped by his consciousness, he discerned that it contained not only chakra, but also a force akin to consciousness, imbued with intent. This, perhaps, was the reason for the Sharingan's esteemed reputation within the ninja world. Itachi's genjutsu was among the most formidable in the ninja realm. One could only speculate how much stronger Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku might be compared to Itachi. Yet, these two powerful figures met with an absurdly laughable fate. Observing the motionless Bai Qi, Itachi spat out blood, attempting to pry apart the hand that gripped his neck. However, he found that the strength of those fingers merely restrained him. He could not break free. Narrowing his eyes, Itachi retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch, aiming for Bai Qi's throat. If Bai Qi perished, he would have ample time to escape his predicament. Yet, as he made his move, the world around him warped and contorted, and in an instant, he found himself ensnared upon a cross, surrounded by countless versions of himself wielding long blades, stabbing mercilessly into his body. Though his physical pain was excruciating, Itachi was more astounded by the realization of his plight. This was the realm of Tsukuyami. The patterns of the Sharingan in his eyes revolved, and the world around him collapsed in an instant. This was the illusionary realm he had conjured for him. Breaking free from it was not a formidable challenge. Upon successfully extricating himself from this illusion and returning to reality, he discovered himself embedded in the trunk of a tree. While Bai Qi gazed at him with a smirk, "How does it feel to taste your own moonlight world?" Itachi looked at Bai Qi, coughing blood while racing through thoughts. Bai Qi's power had transcended his comprehension entirely. With a mere slap, he shattered the Susanoo. Although it was merely the first stage of the Susanoo, its terrifying might left Itachi hesitant to wager whether a complete Susanoo could withstand Bai Qi's force. His Meijiki Sharingan, after all, was not eternal and would gradually lead him toward blindness with usage. Recognizing that the Meijiki had little effect on Bai Qi, he deactivated it and reverted to the three-tomo state. "How could you possibly rebound my illusion? How did you achieve that?" It was a first for him to be countered rather than countering others. In the realm of illusion, apart from Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku, Bai Qi was the third person to best him. "I thought you might inquire where I plan to bury you." "It's meaningless." Bai Qi shrugged and remarked, "Rest assured, I am not prepared to kill you. In fact, I seem to have never personally taken a life. How benevolent of me." Itachi widened his eyes, never having encountered such unabashed audacity. "You're benevolent? You wish to annihilate the shinobi." "I did not kill my parents." "You madman." "I did not kill my parents." Itachi's expression began to contort. "Have you had enough?" "I did not kill my parents. That was for the village, for peace. They understood me. What do you know? What do you, a madman, understand?" Bai Qi spat derisively at Itachi's face and turned away, saying, "Relax, Sasuke is learning from me. I know your intentions, but I must inform you, your plans are futile. I will reveal to Sasuke who led his beloved brother astray and caused the death of all his kin. Thus, your aspirations shall not come to fruition. Sasuke will be the end of Konoha, not its destroyer. Of course, before all this transpires, you will not die. You will witness your beloved brother slip from your grasp, before your very eyes, turning your cherished village into a remnant of history. After that, he will judge you." Upon hearing this, Itachi took a deep breath and shouted, "Who are you? You grew up in Konoha. Do you not hold any affection for it? Why are you doing this?" Bai Qi halted, not looking back as he replied, "Itachi, I am aware of your struggles, but using the method of sacrificing one beloved to protect another is the most foolish approach in existence. You are an exceptionally intelligent individual, yet you have committed the most foolish act. You believe yourself selfless, that annihilating the Uchiha is a sacrifice for the greater good, but in truth, you should now realize how foolish you were. You are merely a pawn and plaything in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. I know it all. But if I do not act, the Uchiha clan will instigate a coup, leading to many deaths, which I absolutely cannot allow. Oh, Bai Qi turned around, intrigued by Itachi's defiant expression. Then, why cannot the Hokage be from the Uchiha? Do you believe Uchiha are inherently evil? How utterly laughable. If it were for some nonsense about the will of fire, then Uchiha Shirsue's will of fire and strength should suffice. Yet he was still slain by Danzo. Itachi opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. So, did you conspire with that so-called Uchiha Madara to exterminate the Uchiha clan? Was it truly for the sake of Konoha? Or merely to uphold Sarutobi Hiruzen's position as Hokage? Can you genuinely discern the difference? If all your actions were for the village, then would Uchiha becoming Hokage not still mean Konoha is Konoha? Uchiha Itachi, you are far too arrogant, always presuming with your inadequate wisdom. You never consider that unrealized events hold infinite possibilities. What gives you the right to assume that the Uchiha clan could not govern Konoha, leading it to greater heights? Foolish Itachi, live on, repent, reflect. Use the little life you have left to ponder whether your initial choices and decisions were indeed correct. Chapter 135. Naruto's confusion in the forest. Only the sounds of insects and birds echoed in Itachi's ears. He was embedded in the tree trunk, his head bowed, unmoving. Despite his desperate attempts to forget Bai Qi's words, they reverberated in his mind, tormenting his soul. Did I truly err? Was Shisui really killed by Danzo? At this moment, Itachi lacked the strength for anger. Even upon discovering the truth about Shisui's demise, he realized that his heart was utterly unmoved. He had witnessed Shisui's death. Although Shisui had not disclosed who ambushed him, resulting in the loss of an eye, Itachi had long suspected the truth but had been evading it internally. With great difficulty, he extricated himself from the tree trunk and staggered toward the land of rain. At this moment, Itachi was not only physically wounded, his heart bore deep scars as well. Bai Qi, indifferent to Itachi's fate, chose not to kill him, not out of mercy, but simply because Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan and had no personal vendetta against him. The words Bai Qi had spoken were merely a form of retribution for Itachi's assassination attempt, a grudge settled in the moment. Bai Qi believed this form of revenge would torment Itachi far more than simply ending his life, ensuring that his existence would be steeped in regret. For the Uchiha clan, due to the nature of the Sharingan, they had a tendency to become fixated. An ordinary person might feel regret for a time, but as time passed, they would gradually forget. The Uchiha, however, were different. They would not forget. Whether it was Itachi, Obito, or even Uchiha Madara, they were all of this ilk. Bai Qi traversed swiftly toward the land of waves, but on a whim, he turned his steps toward Konoha. Upon returning, he discovered a significant reduction in the number of shinobi in the village. Apart from ordinary villagers, ninjas were nearly absent from the streets. Only a few umbu could be seen lurking in the shadows, and their numbers were exceedingly sparse. According to the intelligence provided by Pain, Bai Qi was aware that Konoha had dispatched thousands of shinobi to heed the summons of the daimyo. The situation in the capital of the Fire Country appeared more dire than Bai Qi had anticipated. Otherwise, with the strength of ninjas, it would be impossible for the issues to remain unresolved for so long. Upon reaching home, Bai Qi found Naruto curled up on the sofa, a look of despondency on his face. Hearing the sound of the door opening and seeing Bai Qi enter, Naruto joyfully dashed into his embrace. Didn't you go with Jiraiya for training? Why are you back? Naruto gritted his teeth and said to Bai Qi, Brother Bai Qi, I no longer wish to learn from Jiraiya-sensei. Bai Qi, slightly taken aback, inquired why. Naruto hesitated for a moment, pulling Bai Qi to sit on the sofa as he began recounting his experiences during training with Jiraiya. Initially, Naruto had indeed felt joy due to Jiraiya's concern. Though Jiraiya's character was flawed, Naruto could sense the genuine kindness that came from the heart, without any expectation of reward. Naruto felt a profound sense of satisfaction, realizing that he was no longer alone, as he now had another companion in Bai Qi. Under Jiraiya's meticulous guidance, Naruto experienced remarkable growth in his abilities within a remarkably short span of time. He even felt confident that should he encounter Kuratsuchi again, he would not suffer such a humiliating defeat. However, this newfound sense of empowerment was abruptly challenged upon their arrival in the Land of Rivers. Bai Qi patiently listened, eventually discovering that Jiraiya had taken Naruto to this tumultuous region. The Land of Rivers and the Land of Rain were both under the oppressive rule of Pain. shrouded in isolation and hostility towards outsiders, resulting in limited understanding among other nations. Bai Qi recognized that Jiraiya aimed to utilize the chaos of the Land of Rivers to further refine Naruto's skills. Yet, they unexpectedly fell victim to Kurizetsu, who had heeded Bai Qi's counsel to delve into religion, leading to their misfortune. In Bai Qi's eyes, Jiraiya's actions were indicative of a ninja's often callous disregard for human life, especially one who had endured the ravages of the Shinobi World War. However, for Naruto, a child still grappling with his understanding of the world, the impact of such revelations was profoundly disorienting. Further disquiet arose when they encountered fleeing peasants. Jiraiya's handling of the situation left Naruto feeling deeply unsettled. During his time back in Konoha, Naruto had learned through Konohamaru and the Sarutobi clan about the plight of these so-called peasants. He discovered that they were not actually serfs, but rather farmers who had fled due to the oppressive taxation and land confiscations imposed by the bankrupt nobility of the Fire Country, which had reduced them to tenants and ultimately to serfs. The realization that he had inadvertently aided in the oppression of these individuals tormented Naruto's conscience. He had once sought Tsunade's assistance to rescue them, only to be met with outright rejection. The actions of Jiraiya and Tsunade's indifference unveiled to Naruto the harshest truths of the world. Consequently, he found himself neglecting his training, spending his days in solitude, wrestling with his tumultuous thoughts. Yet, Bai Qi could see that Naruto had not truly confronted these issues. "Has Jiraiya not sought you out?" Bai Qi inquired. Aware that Naruto had been back for over half a month while Jiraiya had yet to visit, though Tsunade had been a frequent presence, Bai Qi speculated that Jiraiya's prolonged absence was due to an unforeseen circumstance in Miyaboka Mountain. After a brief pause, Bai Qi asked, "What troubles you now?" Naruto, recognizing Bai Qi's wisdom, was eager to seek answers from him. "Brother Bai Qi, you have always taught me that all men are born equal. Yet why does everything I observe contradict this? Why does Jiraiya-sensei seem so indifferent to the life of an innocent? Why does Tsunade refuse to help those oppressed by the nobility? Why is it that I see a world where equality is but a distant illusion?" With a gentle smile, Bai Qi ruffled Naruto's hair, acknowledging his growth and grappling with such complex inquiries. "Let us prepare lunch first. Enjoy a hearty meal while I gather my thoughts. In the afternoon, I shall elaborate on why the world you perceive is marked by inequality. This is not a matter to be resolved in a few words. At the same time, Naruto, you must ponder whether you truly wish to uncover the truth of the world, for it is undeniably harsh." Chapter 136. A heart-to-heart with Naruto. The lunch was consumed in a distracted manner, with Naruto hastily finishing his meal. Bai Qi, unhurried, brewed a pot of tea for them to share. Eventually, unable to contain himself, Naruto urged, "Brother, please tell me. I am prepared." Bai Qi nodded, setting aside his teacup. "Naruto, do you believe this world, or rather, a person's life, is filled with more happiness or sorrow?" Bai Qi initiated this crucial lesson. Naruto paused, taken aback, for he had never contemplated such a question. After a moment of reflection on his brief existence, he replied, "It seems there is more sorrow than happiness. The days of joy are few. However, even those moments of happiness have only come since I met you, brother Bai Qi. Without you, I fear my memories would lack any joyful recollections." Bai Qi tenderly tousled Naruto's hair, affirming, "Indeed, not only you, but every individual experiences far more sorrow than joy throughout their life. Yet, it is precisely this scarcity of happiness that renders it so precious. Consequently, everyone strives in pursuit of happiness, which can also be referred to as hope. Rather than living merely for survival, people exist for that glimmer of hope, which is a significant reason for humanity's endurance. Long ago, humanity was not as enlightened. They lived like beasts, subsisting on raw flesh, banding together for survival, forming tribes that pooled resources for equitable distribution. Bai Qi began his discourse on the transition from communal systems in tribal times to the emergence of private property, the evolution of power and wealth, and ultimately the establishment of social classes. He illustrated how the ruling elite, in their quest to maintain their dominance, cultivated ideologies that perpetuated their rule. Bai Qi's explanations were accessible and succinct, resembling a narrative that even Naruto, who often struggled academically, could grasp and engage with earnestly. The discussion continued, tracing the evolution of society from tribal governance to feudal systems, culminating in the present day, without delving into the complexities of ninjutsu. As Bai Qi concluded his exposition, night had fallen. "So, Naruto, What insights have you gleaned from the development of humanity? The sheer volume of information Naruto had absorbed left him bewildered, despite his fervent attempts to retain it. Although he wished to demonstrate his intelligence before Bai Qi, he found himself at a loss for words, merely shaking his head in confusion. Bai Qi, instead of expressing disappointment, gazed into Naruto's eyes and articulated. The history of human civilization, since the inception of private ownership, is fundamentally a narrative of consumption and subjugation. What? Brother Bai Qi, what do you mean? Naruto responded, astonished and alarmed. Bai Qi asserted, consider this carefully, Naruto. All ideologies humanity has developed are, at their core, instruments of mental servitude, compelling the oppressed to willingly forsake resistance and become sustenance for others. Of course, I use sustenance metaphorically. Loyalty is demanded from subjects to their lords, from citizens to their aristocrats, from ninjas to their villages, from children to their parents, from clansmen to their leaders, and from wives to their husbands. These ideas serve as shackles, ensuring that the lower strata submit to their superiors, that the powerful command the weak, and that the vulnerable cease to resist. Whether it be feudal lords, aristocrats, officials, or Hokage, those in power exploit these ideologies to enslave the lower classes, subsisting on the flesh and lives of the subjugated. The strong thrive on the blood of the weak, while the weak depend on those even weaker. Social class rigidly determines each individual's place, dictating not only their status, but even their source of sustenance. This is the stark reality of our world. No, brother Bai Qi, Naruto protested, furrowing his brow, clutching his hair in distress. Though I struggle to comprehend fully, I sense something is amiss in your words, yet I cannot articulate what it is. Bai Qi did not offer any consolation. Instead, he sighed and said, for this is the truth. Yet, more cruelly, it is precisely these elements that have enabled humanity to cultivate civilization and persist until this day. Subjects must remain loyal to their sovereigns, while the populace must demonstrate fidelity to their lords and nobles. It is this hierarchical structure that stabilizes society, allowing the seemingly insignificant strength of individuals to coalesce under the weight of authority, thus unleashing an unparalleled force that empowers humanity to reign over civilization and endure through the ages. Children owe loyalty to their parents, which gives rise to the virtue of filial piety. It is this very principle that allows humanity to procreate with peace of mind. Soldiers must be loyal to their generals, enabling these leaders to marshal their troops effectively to resist, or even vanquish, more formidable foes in order to safeguard their own. The common folk, in their loyalty to their leaders, adhere to the laws established by their lords to ensure that their fields and possessions remain secure from seizure, allowing them to cultivate the land and produce ample sustenance, thereby guaranteeing humanity's food supply. Naruto gazed vacantly at Bai Qi, murmuring, brother Bai Qi, this is all so contradictory. I do not understand. Indeed, contradiction lies at the heart of human civilization and order. Thus, Naruto, what you perceive and cannot comprehend is precisely this paradox. The answer you seek from me inherently lacks resolution. Just as there is never a singularly correct answer to the question of how humanity should navigate civilization, all matters possess duality. Even those things that may appear virtuous to you can be viewed as heinous by others. Conversely, actions that you deem entirely wicked may, in certain contexts, be the most commendable. In a state of utter confusion, Naruto relinquished his contemplation, for these thoughts were too burdensome for him. He could only beseech Bai Qi, asking, then, what should I do, brother Bai Qi? Standpoint. Bai Qi nodded, explaining. It is precisely due to the duality inherent in all matters that no one can be perfect or make choices that satisfy everyone. Therefore, in any endeavor, one must understand their own standpoint. Your confusion regarding Jiraiya's assault on the god of harvest, leading to the death of an innocent, and your inability to grasp the actions of the Konoha ninjas in capturing farmers wronged by the nobility, stem from your lack of clarity about your own position. My standpoint. At that moment, Naruto felt as though he had gleaned a sliver of understanding from their conversation. Chapter 137. Naruto, please help me, brother Bai Qi. With a smile, Bai Qi remarked, your standpoint encompasses not only your position but also your thoughts, ideals, and aspirations. For instance, if you could grasp Jiraiya's standpoint, you would understand his motives behind attacking the god of harvest. Brother Bai Qi, please enlighten me. My mind is a muddled mess, and I cannot fathom these complexities. Bai Qi sighed, feeling a touch of helplessness. For Naruto, The act of contemplation remained a daunting challenge. If it were Shikamaru, Bai Qi would merely need to provide a gentle nudge for him to grasp the concepts thoroughly. Alas, Naruto was not endowed with such intellectual prowess. Thus, Bai Qi began to assist Naruto in analysis. First, what is Jiraiya's identity? He is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a ninja of the hidden leaf. Moreover, he hails from the land of fire, and naturally, he must safeguard the interests of his homeland. For only if the land of fire grows strong and stable can he and his kin live in happiness. Do you grasp this? Naruto nodded fervently. If he failed to comprehend this fundamental truth, Bai Qi would indeed be driven to madness. Thus, the interests of the land of fire constitute Jiraiya's standpoint. Why is the land of fire the wealthiest and most powerful among nations? Beyond the strength of Konoha, it is because the land of fire occupies the most fertile lands in the ninja world, capable of producing abundant food for export, thereby controlling the lifeblood of sustenance and stifling the development of other nations, allowing it to maintain a significant lead. Therefore, the agricultural output and the strength of Konoha's ninja collective lay the foundation for the land of fire's supremacy. Now, consider this. When the land of rivers harbors a deity capable of accelerating crop growth, thus threatening the agricultural dominance of the land of fire, if you were Jiraiya, what would you do? Naruto blurted out almost instinctively, kill the god of harvest and sabotage the agricultural production of the land of rivers. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. He could scarcely believe he had uttered such a statement. Bai Qi, however, remained unfazed, stating, "So now you comprehend why Jiraiya would attack a god of harvest that posed no direct threat to you." Naruto nodded solemnly, now understanding Jiraiya's reasoning, yet feeling a profound discomfort within. Next, let us discuss Tsunade's decision to dispatch ninjas to aid the nobility in oppressing farmers, rendering these innocent individuals into wretched serfs. Even when they attempted to flee, Tsunade supported the nobility in capturing them, forcing them back into servitude. Through Bai Qi's persistent guidance and analysis, Naruto realized he no longer reacted with shock to these revelations. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Bai Qi, awaiting further insights that might challenge his worldview. Who sustains the land of fire's agricultural dominance? It is neither the daimyo nor the nobility, but rather the diligent farmers who toil tirelessly in the fields. Following the tulip crisis, the nobility, in their desperation to recover losses, resorted to exploiting the very farmers at the bottom of the social hierarchy, an act undeniably wicked. However, to maintain stability, a nation still relies on these nobles and officials. Even as farmers are reduced to slavery, they will continue to cultivate the land, which, in essence, does not differ significantly for the state and its nobility. Moreover, whether these farmers are free citizens or enslaved individuals bears no distinction for Konoha. However, Konoha requires financial allocations from the daimyo and nobility. In simple terms, the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo's shogunate is one of interdependence. Yet, should these farmers or slaves flee en masse to foreign lands, leaving fields untended, it would threaten the daimyo's governance. Should the shogunate fall, the nation would plunge into chaos, and Konoha would find itself in dire straits without financial support. At such a moment, other nations and shinobi villages would seize the opportunity to wage war, seizing the territory of the land of fire, even seeking to destroy Konoha. Tsunade's standpoint, therefore, is to ensure the continuity of Konoha and the stability of the land of fire. Thus, even if she disapproves as Hokage, she must abandon her conscience to assist the nobility in their malevolent schemes, fully aware that the farmers are innocent victims. Yet she must wield the sword for the sake of Konoha and the land of fire's stability, all for the protection of Konoha's interests that include you. Naruto's mouth fell open in disbelief. He had never imagined that the unacceptable actions he had witnessed were entangled in such a complex web of circumstances. What he found even more difficult to accept was that, whether through Jiraiya or Tsunade, he too was a beneficiary of their misdeeds. He realized he was complicit in this cycle of consumption. Tears streamed from Naruto's eyes as he struggled to accept this newfound understanding. As someone capable of forgiving the one who killed his parents, Obito, and even the one who had slain his mentor, as well as a significant portion of his beloved Konoha, Nagato, Naruto's capacity for compassion had reached an alarming distortion. Thus, upon realizing that he too was a beneficiary of this cycle of predation, he found himself shattered. Although he was unable to accept it, he understood that both Jiraiya and Tsunade were justified in their actions, At least from the standpoint of Konoha and the Land of Fire, they were indeed correct. Bai Qi quietly observed Naruto as he wrestled with his inner turmoil, patiently awaiting his resolution. After a prolonged silence, Naruto wiped away his tears and looked at Bai Qi with unwavering determination. Brother Bai Qi, you know me well. I am rather foolish. I truly cannot conceive of a solution. But I am certain you possess the wisdom I lack. You are the most intelligent and sagacious person I have ever encountered. Please help me and tell me what I should do. I yearn for peace in the ninja world, where there is no more conflict or oppression between people. I hope for a world where man no longer preys upon man. I implore you. At that moment, Naruto's gaze was resolute. Bai Qi pondered for a long while before finally sighing and replying. There are indeed methods, but the path is fraught with hardship, and many will perish. There will be circumstances that you, with your kind heart, may find intolerable. No, I can endure it. Trust me, brother Bai Qi. Bai Qi nodded and said, the solution is, in essence, quite simple. To establish a unified ninja world where all are regarded as equals, thereby unifying the entire globe. We must promote the ideals of equality and mutual love among all individuals, so that everyone may embrace this vision. In such a world, national divisions would cease to exist. We would all belong to one nation, facilitating a rational distribution of resources throughout the ninja realm. In times of crisis, we would support one another, fostering a world imbued with love. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope, his mouth broke into a wide grin, and he burst into joyous laughter. Brother Bai Qi, I knew you would have a solution. This is wonderful. I cannot wait to see this day come. Chapter 138, The New Divine Ability, The Heavenly Eye. That night, Naruto enjoyed a peaceful and sound sleep, a rare occurrence in recent days. His acknowledgement of Bai Qi extended beyond mere support. It was a profound recognition. Bai Qi realized that his impulsive decisions stemmed from Naruto's influence. When Naruto accepted him, Bai Qi sensed a significant increase in his merit points, more than he had accumulated during the Akatsuki incident. This revelation astonished Bai Qi, for Naruto was merely a lowly genin. Yet he had managed to inspire a greater accumulation of merit than an entire organization. However, after a brief reflection, Bai Qi understood the reason behind this phenomenon. Naruto was the protagonist of his era, favored by destiny and embodying unparalleled kindness. Such purity of heart could only be rivaled by the living Yahiko. This was an untainted benevolence. Moreover, the protagonist of destiny does not solely represent himself, but also wields influence that extends to countless others. In terms of potential impact, Naruto's reach was not inferior to that of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki's influence was overt, while Naruto's was both profound and far-reaching. During the era of Boruto,